Every time I utter a phrase directed at Uchiha Itachi, I am granted one of his extraordinary abilities, whether it be ninjutsu, dojutsu, or chakra. Yet despite this miraculous power that could also be bestowed upon others, I find myself devoid of joy, for it harbors two fatal flaws. Firstly, the target of such abilities must be a character within the narrative, along with numerous members of the Uchiha clan. Secondly, the individual I speak to must engage in dialogue with me. At that moment, I had just traversed into the body of an Uchiha clan member who was on a mission and found myself relentlessly pursued by the root of Konoha. Though I endured excruciating pain and managed to escape with 3 root ninjas using explosive tags, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I was astonished to discover that I had been rescued by Risha and Muko from the Land of Grass. Having awakened the Mangeki Sharingan in a near-death state, I gathered my primordial memories and unveiled the truth behind my pursuit by Konoha's roots. It turned out that my family had summoned clan members back for the sake of military strength, and our group had been ambushed on our return to the village. What was destined to be a mutual demise was altered by my unforeseen presence, allowing me to reclaim my life. Although a dull ache persisted in my chest, I could not afford to remain idle, for my younger sister awaited my return. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had been deceived, and it was likely that Danzo would soon issue an extermination order against our clan. Thus, to honor my promise to care for my sister, I threw off the covers and prepared to rise from the bed. Unexpectedly, a silver-haired girl entered the room just then. Upon witnessing my struggle to get up, Risha quickly urged me to lie back down, insisting that I was gravely injured. However, as I gazed at the girl before me, my brow furrowed with a mix of perplexity and delight. For atop her head shimmered a crystal-like radiance. But as my focus shifted, the crystal dispersed into a cascade of starlight. In the next instant, a progress bar materialized within my consciousness, adorned with several stars and a name inscribed above it. Could this be my golden finger? In an instant, I recalled that prior to my unconsciousness, I had indeed loaded a template for a bond of the heart. Tentatively, I inquired, "Are you Risha?" To my surprise, she exhibited astonishment and promptly asked how I knew her name. I hesitated, my gaze flickering as I recalled hearing someone utter her name before my blackout. Risha, naive and inexperienced, was easily swayed. Considering that 7 or 8 years had passed since the Third Shinobi World War, the relations between Chao Ninja Village and Pastoral Lands were relatively amicable. Thus, after I explained my predicament and my urgency to return to the village, Risha hastened to seek a healing ninja. Yet, as she exited, I noticed that the progress bar for Risha in my mind had inexplicably filled to completion, with the first star illuminating brightly. Curiosity piqued, I clicked on it, and what transpired next was beyond my imagination. In an instant, my eyes widened. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Before long, I found myself returning from the Land of Grass, holding the severed heads of 3 masked individuals, making my way towards the gates of the livestock district. However, as I reached the village entrance, the gatekeepers Kagura and Genko immediately recognized my identity. I was Uchiha Chi-Yao, tasked with a mission in the Land of Grass. As Genko perused the documents in his hands, he cast a glance at the heads, wondering if an accident had occurred. But before he could finish his thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Chi-Yao, you're back." I turned to see it was a young clan member, Uchiha Hongxing, who appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old, not yet of school age. If only Chi-Yao had returned sooner, he could have attended the clan meeting. However, upon hearing that the meeting had just concluded, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It seemed that despite the rush, I had made it back just before the night of the clan's extermination. I pondered this. I raised the 3 severed heads for the gatekeepers to see, implying, naturally, missions can lead to unforeseen incidents. You best take care of these heads, so as not to frighten the civilians. Yet, upon hearing Kagura's reminder, I scoffed. "Are you ordering me to do something? Come along, Hongxing," I instructed, as I retrieved my identification tag and headed towards the mission center. Kagura called out, attempting to stop me, but Genko restrained him. Seeing the grave expression in Genko's eyes, Kagura felt a chill run down his spine. "What's wrong?" Genko glanced around cautiously before whispering. Those 3 were from the root. Meanwhile, as I strode into the village, the sight of the 3 heads in my grasp drew attention. I suddenly turned to Hongxing beside me and asked, "What are you doing at the gate?" After all, he was neither a shinobi nor a member of the clan, just an ordinary child of the Uchiha. "The elders sent me to watch for returning clan members," he replied. "I was to bring you back." Upon hearing that Hongxing had stood guard at the gate for 2 days, only to see me return. I sighed inwardly that it seemed the others would not be coming back. After some casual conversation to ascertain the timing, I concluded that the night of extermination must be tonight. Thus, realizing the urgency of the situation, I told him, Hongxing, you needn't wait at the gate any longer. Return to the elder and inform him. I will report to the mission center and then meet him. As I watched Hongxing run off, I mentally clicked on the star atop his head and received fragments of memory. Some of Hongxing's practice with shuriken throwing. This, too, was one of my reasons for hurrying back to save my clan, for I discovered that by conversing with certain individuals, I could find their names on the template, gaining training memories, chakra, and even ninjutsu. What I had acquired in the land of grass was merely a portion of chakra. Before long, I arrived at the mission center, and once I ensured that everyone had seen the heads of my hands, I declared loudly, we were ambushed during our mission. My teammates perished, but these three were weak and fell to my counterattack. As the conversation in the mission center buzzed with fervor, I realized my objective had been achieved. Without hesitation, I turned and departed, acutely aware that many within the mission center were aligned with the third Hokage and Danzo. Having completed my tasks, I swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, greeted by numerous familiar faces who exchanged pleasantries with me. For each cordial interaction, my chakra surged by a point, yet I remained undeterred, pressing onward towards the Uchiha Elders' Council. At that moment, the elder of the hawkish faction appeared somewhat anxious. Although the clan leader, Fugaku, had reluctantly consented to the coup during a recent clan meeting, a series of unfortunate events had befallen our members during their missions, vanishing without a trace, leaving no bodies behind. Fortunately, the return of Akimichi brought a glimmer of hope to our familial upheaval. Upon discarding the three severed heads beside me, I settled into a meditative position, causing the elder's expression to shift to one of grave concern. What transpired? He inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. Our ambush was orchestrated by Danzo's men, I replied. Our team medic, Hyang, is presumed dead. Had I not experienced a breakthrough, I might not have returned. The elder's complexion turned ashen with disbelief. How dare Danzo? But as I continued, his eyes widened in astonishment. Why would he not dare? The news of our coup has already leaked. Konoha is poised to strike against our Uchiha clan. At my proclamation, the elder trembled. How do you know this? He stammered, but before he could finish, I exhaled slowly. Would you care to see my eyes? I suggested, closing my eyelids momentarily before revealing the crimson hues of my Sharingan. The pattern transformed from 3-tomo into an inverted design. A palpable pressure enveloped the room, prompting the elder to leap to his feet, initially frozen in shock, followed by an eruption of joy. Excellent. The Uchiha will finally have a successor. This coup is bound to succeed. However, my expression remained somber as I shook my head and sighed. There's a crucial piece of information you're unaware of, Elder. Itachi Uchiha also possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. Before he could revel in his excitement, I disclosed the fate of Fugaku and the deceased Shursui, revealing that Itachi had defected to Konoha's side and might act against the Uchiha that very night. The elder's expression fluctuated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster, until rage consumed him. I hereby nominate you as Elder, facilitating your command over our forces. He recognized that our predicament had become dire, leaving us with no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. With my Manjiki Sharingan, I was their greatest asset. Yet, I merely shook my head again. Brute force is far less effective than strategic cunning. We are not beyond redemption. If we can win his loyalty, this crisis may be resolved. The elder's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. What is your plan? I responded with calm determination. We have one full day left to prepare. Elder, please gather all the rebellious and powerful clan members. I will return in 2 hours. But remember, we must keep this from Fuyu. The elder, influenced by my calm demeanor, agreed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage furrowed his brow upon receiving the news that it was astonishing that someone had survived an ambush from the route and even managed to strike back. The vigilance of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly escalate. I can't help but wonder if tonight will go smoothly. Just then, the third Hokage turned and took a puff from his pipe. Where's Sasuke now? Back to you, Hokage-sama. Sasuke is still at the academy, under the watch of Umbu Captain Kakashi. The third Hokage nodded slightly. Keep an eye on Danzo. Notify me immediately of any developments. On the other side, Danzo of Root was unleashing his fury upon his subordinates. Incompetent Team 3. 9 elite Root ninjas couldn't subdue a single Uchiha Chi Yao. What infuriated him even more was not merely the loss of those few individuals, but the implications of such an event on the eve of the Uchiha extermination. It would heighten their alertness, potentially jeopardizing his plans. When he inquired about any unusual movements from the Uchiha and received no alarming reports, he lightly tapped his cane. Recall all our people. I will not tolerate any unforeseen incidents tonight. Meanwhile, Uchiha's younger sibling had just opened the door to return home. A young girl's voice called out, "Brother, you're back." Yet, after a long moment, no one emerged. I hastily stepped inside and saw a sweet, charming little girl struggling to push her wheelchair towards the door, but she could only use one hand. Witnessing this scene, my heart ached, and I quickly embraced my sister. Ever since the Night of the Nine Tails 7 years ago, my sister, Ruri, had become disabled. Her legs were gone below the thigh, and her left hand was amputated at the wrist. The only intact limb was her right hand. If it weren't for our neighbor, Uchihaya, my childhood friend, who had been helping to care for her, Ruri might have succumbed to despair long ago. After comforting my sister for a while, I glanced around and asked, "Where's ya?" Her eyes flickered. "Sister, you went out to buy something. She'll be back soon." After some light banter, I lifted my sister onto the bed. Once she fell into a deep slumber, I settled into the bath, washing away the grime and blood from my body while glancing at the panel. To my astonishment, my bond with Elder Uchiha Suppu had reached 3 stars. I gently tapped the first star, and a flood of battle memories surged into my mind. Although the Elder was now aged, he had experienced numerous wars and possessed unparalleled combat experience. The influx of battlefield memories allowed me to exhale slowly. I then clicked the second star. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a fragment of bronze-powered AKT. This moment, my eyes felt slightly swollen that a portion of copper power was inexplicably added. I opened my eyes, joy illuminating my expression. Upon acquiring the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the foremost concern was the potential for blindness. Although the copper power I received from the Elder was not particularly substantial, it provided me with a means of replenishment. Filled with anticipation, I activated the third star. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the forbidden techniques Izanagi and Izanami. In an instant, these 2 Uchiha forbidden arts materialized in my mind. To my surprise, the Elder possessed knowledge of these secret techniques as well. It seemed that my chances of success had increased this evening, that I noticed that Luli's name also appeared among the rewards. Yet only the first star shone brightly, while the others remained locked. Could it be that Lioli, not being a ninja and lacking mastery of secret arts, was a reason? Curiosity piqued, I clicked on Luli's first star. In that moment, memories of my sister's studies in pharmacology fused into my consciousness. A knowing smile graced my lips. It appeared that she had been diligently working in my absence. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Elder, over 20 Uchiha clansmen stood, comprised not only of the clan's elite, but also its most radical hawkish members. As they pondered the nature of this clandestine assembly, I emerged at the Elder's introduction. Given the time constraints, I chose not to elaborate, but rather stated directly that I would assume command of this coup. To my astonishment, as soon as I uttered the words, the surrounding clansmen erupted in protest, claiming I was unworthy, that I was acutely aware that within the Uchiha might equates to truth. Thus, before their very eyes, I unveiled my kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The immense power of my gaze bore down on all present, their pupils dilating in disbelief at the revelation that I, a mere 17 years of age, had awakened the legendary kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I surveyed the crowd. None dared to underestimate me any longer. With a beckoning gesture, I signaled for them to attack. Infuriated by my apparent disdain, they unleashed their most cherished techniques and ninjutsu. However, just as they prepared to witness my response, a wild grin spread across my face. Allow me to show you the true power of the Uchiha. Susanoo! As my kaleidoscope spun, an immense surge of power erupted forth, and the skeletal form of Susanoo materialized. Though it was merely the skeletal structure, it effectively thwarted all incoming attacks. But that was not all. With a controlled punch, I struck the ground, and the solid stone slab shattered, creating a colossal crater. The formidable presence of my Susanoo repelled everyone present. The Uchiha clan, largely composed of straightforward minds, venerates strength above all else. Thus, the assembly tacitly accepted my authority to command this operation. To facilitate my actions, the Elder promptly appointed me as the newly elevated 4th Elder. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and with no dissenting opinions, they expressed their acknowledgement. After all, failure to succeed tonight would mean the end of the Uchiha. Given my contributions, it is more than fitting for me to assume the role of an elder. Observing that none among the assembly voiced dissent, I spoke with gravity, stating that our agenda for today is extensive. I implore that all commands I issue henceforth be executed without question. Having said this, I abruptly turned to the Grand Elder, Uchiha Shursui. The news of our gathering has surely reached Fuyue by now that I entrust you to pay him a visit, so as to avert any disruption to my plans. The Grand Elder acquiesced, assuring me, rest assured, Fuyue is in my capable hands. Jien, rally the troops and set traps around the clan's territory, while establishing barriers. Any who dare covet our Uchiha shall face dire consequences. Understood. Fourth Elder, Jien promptly affirmed, swiftly entering into action. His aide possesses the ability to perceive spatial ninjutsu. Thus he may appear within our ranks at any moment. Li Yuanli is to lead a team to stake out the security building, as it is highly probable that an attack may occur there. Shortly, I will relay to you the detailed intel regarding his movements, but it is imperative that whoever spots him must inform me immediately. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs. I shall arrive swiftly to provide support. Once everyone had their assignments, I departed towards the Ninja Academy with 5 companions. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were engaged in playful banter, oblivious to the several pairs of eyes surveilling them from the shadows. Some were tasked with monitoring Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, while others, led by Kakashi, kept a watchful gaze on Sasuke. From a higher vantage point, another figure stood, arms crossed, wishing to steal a few more glances at Sasuke before the night fell, as thereafter he would no longer have the privilege of seeing his beloved brother. Yet, unbeknownst to them, there was another group lurking nearby. Indeed, the fourth elder was stationed atop a nearby building, and from the shadows of an alley, he continued to relay information to me. However, I remained relaxed, eyes closed against the wall, instructing, first we must locate everyone. We have but one chance. Once they are gathered, we shall proceed. As the fourth elder's words faded, Wright and his 2 companions departed to further scout for intelligence, leaving me and 2 other clan members in concealment. Initially, they were somewhat anxious, yet the calm demeanor of the elders steadied their nerves. Little did they realize, my apparent nonchalance was not merely a fad, I was actually monitoring my own advantageous abilities. The assembly of over 20 Uchiha who had convened earlier had forged bonds with me, each contributing countless memories of battle, chakra, and even ninjutsu skills. I slowly opened my eyes, recognizing that my chakra reserves now exceeded those of the elite within our ranks by more than double. Although the enhancement to my physical strength was modest for the time being, I need not worry about my Sharingan burning out. As time passed and the afternoon approached, the Ninja Academy released its students, and the fourth elder had just departed. Sasuke had gone to the training grounds, presumably to hone his skills. However, we soon discovered that 3 Umbu operatives were monitoring him closely. One of them must be Kakashi. Upon hearing this, a gleam of realization flickered in my eyes. I was certain that Kakashi was among them. Right next to me, a figure nodded with unwavering conviction. That distinctive hairstyle was the only one in the entire pasture who sported it. The mask he wore was merely an attempt to conceal his identity. I narrowed my eyes slightly, and in an instant, a bold idea surged into my mind. 3 of you, what would you like to eat? Zetsu asked with a smile, pretending not to recognize the 3. Jiraiya patted his chest and said, Boss, give this lord a supersized signature ramen. He's treating. He said this quite grandly, and right after, he pushed Orochimaru forward. Tsunade glanced at the menu and said, Boss, I'll have a mixed ramen. All right, no problem. Now what about you, this customer? Orochimaru looked at the menu but seemed not to find anything he liked. Before he could speak, Jiraiya hooked his arm around Orochimaru's neck and recommended, Trust me, Orochimaru, just have the signature ramen. I tell you, the best dish in a restaurant is definitely their signature. However, it was clear that Orochimaru wasn't very interested in the signature ramen. Zetsu timely asked, Is there no flavor you like? How about trying our developing cold noodles? Since it's still in development, I can charge you just the cost for this round. Cold noodles? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Orochimaru became interested. Although he wasn't a fan of cold food, his curiosity about the unknown piqued his interest in the cold noodles. Then I'll trouble you. Boss, give me a serving of cold noodles. All right, just a moment. Zetsu quickly walked into the kitchen and got busy. Outside, the future 3 legendary ninjas found a table to sit down. Jiraiya asked casually, Tsunade, what's wrong with you lately? You seem distracted during training. Tsunade forced a smile, nothing. Just didn't sleep well. Orochimaru then spoke with his unique voice. You don't seem like someone who just didn't sleep well. You clearly have something on your mind. Tsunade, we are teammates. You can tell us anything. That's right. What Orochimaru said is true. We are teammates, so feel free to share your problems. I can help you solve them, Jiraiya said as he confidently patted his bony arm, looking like he could handle anything. Tsunade looked at him and replied, telling you one tea help at all? You can't do anything. How do you know I can't help if you don't say anything? Jiraiya kept pestering her, while Tsunade clearly didn't want to talk. All this commotion was observed by Zetsu in the kitchen. Tsunade's reaction further confirmed his suspicion. Something must have happened to her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Here you go. The ramen has arrived. Give it a try. Zetsu served the three their ramen. And when delivering Orochimaru's cold noodles, he smiled and said, please try our new cold noodles still in development. I hope you can give some feedback after eating. Orochimaru nodded, looked at his bowl of ramen, and compared it with Tsunade's and Jiraiya's. It was indeed different. Their ramen was steaming hot, while his noodles felt slightly cold to the touch. Is this cold noodles? Jiraiya, can I try a bite? Even though there was a supersized signature tonkatsu ramen in front of him, Jiraiya was immediately attracted to the cold noodles. Wanted to try it before Orochimaru even took his first bite. Unable to watch any longer, Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head. Idiot Jiraiya, that's Orochimaru's noodles. He hasn't eaten yet. What are you thinking? Sure. However, to Jiraiya's request, Orochimaru directly agreed. Huh, Orochimaru, how can you agree to this guy's rude request? Orochimaru rarely smiled. As I said before, we are teammates. Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent, understanding that Orochimaru was telling her that teammates should help each other. But there were some things she just couldn't bring herself to say. Delicious. As soon as he took a bite of the cold noodles, Jiraiya's eyes widened. This was a taste he had never experienced before. It was cool and tangy, yet not greasy, refreshing, the kind that made him want to take a second bite. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Orochimaru also took a bite. Instantly, he was taken aback. It was a flavor he had never tasted before, and one he actually liked. However, it was a bit too cold for his liking. Chapter 6. The Practice of Immortal Techniques. How is the taste, everyone? Seeing the three finish their meal, Tetsuya stepped forward to inquire. Boss, your ramen is the best I've ever had, Jiraiya said, giving Tetsuya a thumbs up without hesitation. Especially that cold noodle dish. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. I didn't know noodles could be made this way. It's truly amazing. You're too kind, Tetsuya replied with a smile, narrowing his eyes. So, how do you find our new dish, this guest? Orochimaru evaluated it very objectively. It's a very novel flavor. Tangy and sweet, quite refreshing and appetizing. I think if consumed in summer, it would be very enjoyable. However, personally, I'm not a fan of cold dishes. But this flavor is indeed acceptable. Oh, I see you don't like cold dishes. I'm sorry about that. Next time you come, I'll prepare a new flavor of ramen for you. Really? There's a new flavor? Orochimaru was somewhat surprised, not expecting this young ramen shop owner to be so innovative. I look forward to your new product, boss. After settling the bill for the three, Orochimaru waved goodbye to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Future Sannin, Tetsuya sighed a bit, feeling fond of the three. After all, one is an object of desire for the old perverts. One is the legendary hero of the ninja world, and the other is a future great scientist. To be honest, aside from the old pervert filter, Tetsuya actually liked Orochimaru the most among the three. He felt that Orochimaru was a very pure person. Whether in his early rebellion or later redemption, he never forgot his original intention. From beginning to end, he was focused on developing science, all in pursuit of his dream, immortality. He wouldn't foolishly take a prophecy as his lifelong pursuit, nor would he evade the darkness and decay of Konoha. He is who he is, Orochimaru, a scientist continuously moving forward and striving in pursuit of his dreams. Oh dear, the Ninja World War is about to begin. After this battle, Konoha will start to decline. Tetsuya reflected in his heart. Hashirama had abdicated early, passing the Hokage position to his younger brother Tobarama. Although Tobarama was sharp-minded, he lacked the tolerance and prestige of his older brother Hashirama. He couldn't suppress the Uchiha clan's desire for the Hokage position, and he always viewed them through colored glasses. His attitude had sown the seeds of disaster, leading his good disciples to inherit his will of fire. Once he stepped down, his disciples would only intensify their oppression of the Uchiha clan. Of course, this couldn't be entirely blamed on Tobarama. After all, he had a mix of oppression and appeasement policies at that time. However, his good disciples were truly ruthless, fearing the Uchiha would retaliate. When that time comes, Konoha's great ship will start to suffer damage, swaying in the stormy sea of the ninja world. But that has nothing to do with this businessman. Once he makes money, he'll expand his shop throughout the ninja world. To do business, one must aim high and build a commercial empire. That way, when it's time for him to carry rice, his shop won't be affected. Thinking carefully, if he really manages to do business to that extent, he might even be able to crush the rice carrier. Of course, the prerequisite is that his business can continue to operate stably. At night, Tetsuya closed up and went home. He set up a table at home, placing a plate of roast chicken on it, waiting for the weasel to come again. After all, interpersonal relationships must be handled well. Although they had signed a contract, sometimes contracts aren't that effective. For example, in the original story, the relationship between Manda and Orochimaru was very good, and the toads of Mayaboka Mountain couldn't be summoned by Naruto just because he wanted to. Looks like it won't show up again today. Just as he was about to tidy up the roast chicken on the table to save it for breakfast tomorrow, a paw landed on the chicken. Little kid, what do you plan to take the roast chicken? Yellow Weasel, you're here. Tetsuya was somewhat surprised, but more delighted to see the familiar weasel appear. After all, it had been a while since the last time they signed a contract. Huangbai took a puff from his smoking pipe and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Regarding your matter, the old man gathered the clan for a meeting. It took a bit longer, but the final result is good. So, the old man agrees to let me learn immortal techniques with you? Tetsuya asked. Huangbai nodded. That's right. However, there are some prerequisites before learning immortal techniques. He looked Tetsuya up and down. Your foundation is too weak. Your chakra is too sparse. It might be a bit troublesome for you to learn our clan's immortal techniques, so I'll first teach you about chakra cultivation. Chakra? Wait a moment. Tetsuya quickly formed seals, made a hand sign, and pressed it against his chest. Release, he shouted, and with that, the seal was broken, and a vast amount of chakra spread within Tetsuya's body. Oh, interesting, you sealed your chakra. Huangbai's small eyes widened a bit at Tetsuya's change. Not bad. This will save some time. Let us directly start learning immortal techniques then. I'll tell you about our Huang family's immortal techniques. Huangbai began to explain their clan's immortal techniques, which were different from the techniques of the Dragon Cave and Mayaboka Mountain. Their Huang Weasel clan's immortal techniques had a lower risk of failure. One wound turn into stone or be transformed into a snake and eaten. However, the way they practiced their immortal techniques was very time-consuming. It required continuous comprehension of natural power to achieve a state of harmony with nature, where you become one with nature and nature becomes you. Once you master the natural power, you can then integrate natural energy. Once successfully integrated with natural energy, it would mean the successful cultivation of immortal techniques. The only drawback of this method is that it takes a long time, and even those with average talent might not succeed in their lifetime. I see, so that is how it is. Now I understand. Tetsuya nodded thoughtfully after listening to Huangbai's explanation. But don't worry, little kid. I can tell you have a special physique. It's possible you could achieve success before your lifespan runs out. As long as you successfully learn immortal techniques, extending your life by decades shouldn't be a problem. I understand. Please, Huang Weasel, start teaching me the methods of practicing immortal techniques. He didn't care about lifespan issues with the undying body of the evil god. As long as he didn't court death, he wouldn't easily perish. Good, your mindset is nice. I increasingly believe you will succeed. Now let us begin. Huangbai started eating the roast chicken while explaining the methods of practicing immortal techniques to Tetsuya. At first, Tetsuya was a bit confused and couldn't quite understand. But gradually he began to find a sense of feeling. Chapter 7. The turbulent ninja world. The cultivation of sage techniques was indeed as slow as Huangbai had said. But Jie did not mind. Every day, he lived a life of selling noodles during the day and practicing sage techniques at night. Huangbai would only show up every 7 or 8 days to check on Jie's progress and see if he had made any mistakes. However, the number of ninjas coming to eat noodles in the village had started to dwindle, indicating that the situation was becoming serious. Jiraiya and his team would occasionally come by for ramen. Over time, they became acquainted. Boss, the usual, Jiraiya exclaimed as he rushed into the ramen shop. Oh, it's Jiraiya. Jie smiled upon seeing him. Boss, I want a cold noodle. Tsunade followed closely behind Jiraiya, and then came Orochimaru. Boss, do you have any new flavors today? Huh, you finally came. Today's special is fiery fried noodles. Want to give it a try? Oh, fiery fried noodles? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Sounds interesting. I'll have a serving. Just a moment. Your noodles will be ready soon. Jie joked as he lifted the kitchen curtain and got busy. Jiraiya and his companions sat at their usual seats, curiously looking around. Hey, Orochimaru, have you noticed that the shop has become much quieter? Idiot Jiraiya. Before Orochimaru could respond, Tsunade spoke up first. The majority of the customers here are ninjas, and recently they have all been dispatched for missions, so the business here is naturally slow. Is that so? Jiraiya said with a hint of longing. I really want to graduate and become a real ninja soon. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Forget it, Jiraiya. Even if you become a ninja, you'll probably just mess up the missions. Orochimaru, who had been quiet, smiled and spoke up at that moment. I believe Jiraiya will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Haha, Tsunade, did you hear that? Even Orochimaru acknowledges my greatness. I will surely become an outstanding ninja. Here are your ramen. Jia approached with a tray carrying 3 bowls, 1 tonkatsu, 1 cold noodle, and 1 fiery fried noodle. Orochimaru's eyes lit up at the sight of the steaming, red fried noodles. He caught a whiff of a unique aroma, specifically a spicy scent. Is this the fiery fried noodle? Just smelling it makes me feel like my lungs are on fire. Try it out, but the flavor is still being adjusted. So I hope you can give some feedback after tasting it, Orochimaru. I'll do my best. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's fried noodles. Another new flavor, huh? Orochimaru, you really enjoy trying different new things. Orochimaru smiled and replied, don't you think exploring the unknown is a fascinating thing? It's like there's so many unknowns in this world waiting for us to explore and discover. Jiraiya seemed to ponder this, but clearly, he did not enjoy thinking about it much. Is that so? Well, whatever. I think known things are more interesting. Jie observed the two. Sigh. You can see the different paths Jiraiya and Orochimaru will take in the future from here. One is obsessed with pursuing the elusive prophecy child, while the other is delving deeper into the path of science. But those were all future matters. For now, the three were still very good partners. Tsunade, can I ask you something? Jie suddenly turned to Tsunade. Just call me Tsunade, what do you want to ask? Tsunade was a bit curious. She didn't know why Jie was suddenly asking her questions. Jie cleared his throat and lowered his voice. It's like this. There have been many rumors circulating in the village recently, saying that the Hokage's health is not good and that there are people outside plotting to wage war against our fire country. I'm just a bit worried about the Hokage situation. How has the Hokage been lately? With the war approaching, various rumors began to spread. Previously, they were only circulating in other countries, but recently, news of Senju Hashirama's deteriorating health and impending death had even reached the fire country, spreading to Konoha, which Hashirama protected. People were uneasy, and the most critical point was that the first Hokage had not come forward to clarify the rumors, nor had his younger brother, the second Hokage, Tobirama, said anything. Tsunade fell silent, and both Orochimaru and Jiraiya paused their eating to look over. If it's inconvenient to talk about, just pretend I didn't ask. He was merely curious, and he'd already guessed the answer. Senju Hashirama's current situation was very likely a state of secrecy. After all, other countries were already restless. Once Hashirama's death was confirmed, it would surely ignite a great war. At that time, the fire country would likely face a multi-front assault. There is nothing inconvenient to say. Tsunade sighed. Actually, I haven't seen my grandfather for a long time. I wanted to go find him, but my second grandfather and grandmother stopped me, saying he was in a critical period and shouldn't be disturbed. I see. I hope the Hokage can pull through. The peace in this ninja world relies on the Hokage. It could be said that the peace of the ninja world during this time was maintained solely due to Hashirama's overwhelming power, especially since there were many ambitious individuals in this era. Another day passed, and looking at the dwindling income, Jie sighed when he returned home. It seemed that Senju Hashirama was likely gone, and war was about to break out. Although the war might not reach Konoha, they still needed to have the strength to protect themselves. Looking at the 19,000 he had saved over the past 10 days, he set aside some as reserve funds. Dog, come out, I want to recharge. Oh dear, isn't this my beloved master? How much would you like to recharge this time? The usual. The maximum 10 consecutive draws from the highest pool. Of course, my dearest master. Hee, I see money is your master. Look at what you're saying. Without you, where would the money come from? As they spoke, Jie's money was instantly depleted and converted into points. Without even glancing at the number of points, he directly initiated the lottery. Dog, let's start. Highest prize pool. Give me a 10 consecutive draw. Miracles come from strength. Got it. Level 3 prize pool. 10 consecutive draws. Starting now, a massive prize wheel appeared before Jie and began to spin. Chapter 8, the start of the First Ninja World War. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra 1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra 1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra 1. Congratulations on obtaining the 8 trigram sealing technique 1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra 1. Congratulations on obtaining the Lightning Release Chakra Mode 1. Congratulations on obtaining the Release Technique Scatter 1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of Chakra 1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of Chakra 1. Congratulations on obtaining Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet 1. The lottery is over. And this time the rewards are still quite abundant. There's no need to mention the 3 cards worth of Chakra. And this time, I even drew a sealing technique. The 8 trigrams sealing technique, which seems to be the signature skill of the Uzumaki clan. There's also the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, which was invented by the second Reikage of the Cloud Village, and later generations of Reikage further developed it. As for the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, there's nothing much to say. It's a technique used by the 3rd Hokage, who is still in his prime, though it seems he can also use this technique. But what about this Release Technique Scatter? Is it the one I imagined? Hey, is this Release Technique Scatter the real deal? In his memory, it seems that the one who used this technique was Konohamaru from Naruto, who was controlled at the time and managed to free himself by drawing the technique on his body, which is the Release Technique Scatter. Konohamaru relied on this technique to break free from the enemy's control. TSK, what are you talking about? It's just a technique. What's serious and what's not? It's just about removing negative effects from yourself and dispelling others' buffs. Wow, it really is that Release Technique Scatter from the Naruto mobile game. You dog system, and you say you're not from the Naruto mobile game. This service has concluded. It was a pleasure to serve you. If you need anything, we'll see you next time. Goodbye. The dog-like system grinned and then disappeared right in front of Tetsuya. Tetsuya stared at his current panel in shock. Name: Tetsuya. Identity: Konoha Commoner Constitution. Undying Body of the Evil God Skills. Chakra Refinement Method. Chakra Sealing. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Substitution Technique. Transformation Technique. Summoning Technique Chakra. 6 cards. Items. Shadow Clone Technique Training Method. Substitution Technique Training Method. Transformation Technique Training Method. Shadow Clone Technique Training Method. 8 trigrams Sealing Technique Training Method. Lightning Release Chakra Mode Training Method. Release Technique Scatter Training Method. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Training Method. With 6 cards worth of Chakra, he felt like he had at least reached the level of an elite J-nin. However, he was also very aware that aside from having a bit more Chakra and being nearly impossible to kill, he didn't have anything particularly impressive. He needed to quickly digest the rewards from this lottery. Among them, he was most interested in the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, as the 4th Reikage's Lightning Release Chakra Mode in his youth was able to compete with Minato's Flying Thunder God, and its strength was definitely not to be underestimated. As for the sealing technique, this is great. Generally speaking, it wouldn't be possible to kill that old coin, Kagaya, but sealing techniques are different. If he ever encounters that old coin, he could seal her with his sealing technique, preventing her from causing trouble behind the scenes. However, unless something unexpected happens, that old coin definitely won't show up easily. In the following days, the atmosphere in the village began to change, becoming increasingly gloomy. It felt like a storm was coming. Sure enough, not long after, news spread that the 1st Hokage had passed away. Before people could even mourn, war broke out. To counter the attacks from other ninja villages, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama, led the ninjas to the battlefield. Inside the shop, looking at the few remaining civilian customers, Tetsuya sighed. War has ultimately broken out. This time, the 2nd Hokage probably won to return. According to the original trajectory, the 2nd Hokage led Konoha to conquer all directions on the battlefield, but ultimately was ambushed by Kin and Jin when signing an alliance with the Cloud Village, dying while protecting Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Boss, I'd like a signature tonkatsu ramen. Sure, coming right up. Orochimaru, when he heard it was the signature tonkatsu ramen, he thought it was Jiraiya, but when he looked up, it was actually Orochimaru. Why are you the only one here today? Where are Jiraiya and Tsunade? Orochimaru replied truthfully. Jiraiya went off to train, and Tsunade was taken away by Mito. So today it's just me. Oh, I see. Tetsuya nodded. It seemed Jiraiya had gone to Mount Mayaboku, and Tsunade was called back by Mito because she was worried someone might take advantage of the Hokage's absence to capture Tsunade, the granddaughter of the Hokage. Please wait a moment. The signature tonkatsu ramen will be ready soon. Tetsuya smiled and walked towards the kitchen. Soon, he came out with a bowl of ramen. After setting down the ramen, the two began to chat idly. During their conversation, Orochimaru suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked, "Boss, how do you view life?" Life? Tetsuya was somewhat surprised. Was Orochimaru at this age already pondering such profound questions? Shouldn't he have become obsessed with immortality after the death of his parents and disciple? SH-10, following the Second Great Ninja War? Yes, boss. Don't you think life is fragile? Just like this war. The cause of the war is the death of the first Hokage. Even a strong figure like the first Hokage can die. And after the war breaks out, even more ninjas will die. Life is so fragile. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Tetsuya also smiled. That's true, but it's precisely because of life's fragility that it's beautiful. Think about it. Even in your eyes, such fragile lives have still built such a prosperous civilization. Look at this village, look at this country, even the entire ninja world. All of these are the results created by the fragile lives you speak of. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Orochimaru seemed to ponder. Thank you, boss. Orochimaru didn't finish the ramen in his bowl before settling the bill and leaving, perhaps because he really didn't like the taste, or maybe because he was lost in thought. Well, it seems another customer is gone. Tetsuya shook his head helplessly. With the outbreak of war, his business was becoming increasingly difficult. After all, the ninjas had all gone to fight, and the villagers, uncertain of the outcome of the war, naturally dared not spend money recklessly. After waiting for another 2 days, looking at the empty shop, Tetsuya shook his head and decided to close the door. Let us take a break, focus on training, and reopen when the war is over. By the time he reopened, Konoha would probably be under the third Hokage's rule. Not to mention, the third Hokage did initially do quite well, but later on, he became more and more senile and ultimately was corrupted by power. Chapter 9. Battlefield Troublemaker. Watch my elbow strike as the war intensified. Even the Hidden Leaf Village was affected, with everyone shrouded in the shadow of war. However, news soon arrived that the second Hokage had defeated the forces of the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Raikage decided to engage in peace talks with Konoha. During this period, the Ninja World War was not a chaotic battle, but rather a situation where the Raikage attacked Konoha. The Mizukage and the Tsuchikage were locked in a fierce struggle, while the Sand Village acted like hyenas, biting whoever they caught. If Konoha successfully negotiated peace with the Raikage, it would count as the end of the war for Konoha. Upon learning that the war was nearing its end, the long-suppressed atmosphere in Konoha finally became lively. Inside a room, Tetsuya sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating the power of nature. Huangbai sat at the table gnawing on a greasy chicken leg, tapping his pipe. I say, little Tetsuya, he began. What is it, Huangbai? Tetsuya opened his eyes, curious. Huangbai took another bite of chicken leg before continuing. You made great progress during this time. Although your training in Senjutsu hasn't advanced much, your other ninjutsu skills have improved significantly. But I feel like you're still lacking something. Lacking something? What is it? Tetsuya was somewhat puzzled by Huangbai's words, as he had been training according to Huangbai's teachings all along. Whether it was the basic control of chakra, Senjutsu, or the ninjutsu he won from the lottery, it was all guided by Huangbai. To avoid drawing attention from others in Konoha, he practiced his lightning release chakra mode and fire dragon flame bullet with Huangbai at the Yellow Weasel Tomb. The Yellow Weasel Tomb was the place where the Yellow Weasel clan resided. It was called a tomb, but it was actually a hillside, and besides the hillside, there was also vast forest and land. Just like Mayaboka Mountain, the Yellow Weasel Tomb resembled an independent small world. You're lacking some practical combat experience, Huangbai said seriously. Although you've been training step by step, you lack real combat experience and have not undergone the baptism of blood and fire. Tetsuya looked to Huangbai with some confusion. So what do you mean, Huangbai? Huangbai smiled humanely and replied, we know about the affairs of the ninja world. Aren't they currently at war? This is a great opportunity for you to gain experience. So, you're saying I should participate in the war? Tetsuya frowned. But I don't want to fight. I just want to do business. To be honest, I don't have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha, and I'm not interested in helping Konoha in battle. TSK, why are you so stubborn? Who said you have to help Konoha? Huangbai tapped his head with the pipe. Just go to the battlefield and hit whoever you catch. If it's Konoha, disguise yourself as someone else. If it's someone else, disguise yourself as a Konoha ninja. Who wins doesn't matter. What is important is that you gain practical experience, understand? Is it really possible to do that? Wouldn't I just become a troublemaker? Tetsuya stroked his chin, as if it could work. But Konoha is under martial law right now. I can't go out. If I do, I might be treated as a traitor, and my family is still in Konoha. A troublemaker? You really know how to use metaphors, comparing yourself to that. Huangbai finished his chicken leg. Want to go out? That's easy. I'll go out first, and then use reverse summoning technique to summon you over. All right, that works. After setting the battle plan, Tetsuya began to prepare. Fortunately, he had closed his shop earlier, and he didn't have many friends in Konoha. Otherwise, he would have to explain where he was going to others. When night fell, Huangbai directly left the village. Hey, where's this place? It doesn't seem to be outside the village. In a tree hole, Tetsuya, who had been summoned out using reverse summoning, excitedly poked his head out to survey the surroundings. He found himself in a completely unfamiliar place near the battlefield. Huang Bai took a puff of smoke and replied, I was afraid you had no experience and would be spotted by the village patrol as soon as you left. So I brought you to the vicinity of the battlefield before summoning you out. So that is how it is. I'm already at the battlefield. Tetsuya suddenly felt nervous. After all, in his past life, he was just an ordinary person. Although he now possessed extraordinary power, he was still an ordinary person who had never been on a battlefield, killed anyone, or seen death. Look at you, I told you, you lack practical combat experience. With your current state, wanting to learn Senjutsu is difficult, very difficult. Huang Bai shook his head. Strong individuals are forged through battle. In my opinion, someone like you, even with great talent, will find it hard to become strong. Tetsuya took a few deep breaths to adjust his mindset. You're right, I'll adjust. Although he had the dog system, things like mentality and experience couldn't be provided by it. So he felt Huang Bai was right. He still needed to go to the battlefield. Not bad. You adjusted quickly. You're not so bad after all. Huang Bai shrank his body and jumped onto Tetsuya's shoulder. Let us go. I can sense that there are people fighting nearby. It's time for you to personally experience war. Okay. Tetsuya used transformation technique to change his appearance to that of Kizuki Shikuya and left the tree hole. In the jungle, several shadows flashed and moved. Water release. Water chaos waves. Earth release. Earth spike gun. Both water release and earth release erupted simultaneously, colliding with each other, sending water splashing and soil flying. But before these things could settle, a large number of shuriken and kunai flew towards each other. Observing everything in the dark, Tetsuya recognized the identities of both sides. These are ninjas from the Mist Village and the Rock Village. Huang Bai, you brought me to the battlefield between the Mist Village and the Rock Village. Huang Bai shrugged indifferently. Hey, I don't know how many years it's been since I've been in the ninja world. How would I know the way? Besides, they're all fighting. Who cares whose people they are? That makes sense, but since that's the case, I need to change my appearance first. Saying this, he rubbed his face and quickly changed his appearance. From his original form as Kizuki Shikuya, he transformed into a muscular black man, resembling a standard warrior from the Cloud Village. If I'm not mistaken, your current appearance is from the Land of Lightning, right? Yes, after all. The Lightning Release Chakra mode was invented by their Reikage of the Cloud Village. It's reasonable for me to fight in this form. Huang Bai couldn't help but give Tetsuya a thumbs up. Kid, you're quite particular. With that, he jumped from Tetsuya's shoulder to a nearby tree. Now you can fight on your own. I'll keep an eye on you, but unless you are in life-threatening danger or about to die, I'll 1T intervene. Tetsuya nodded. Don't worry. You probably 1T need to intervene. Oh, you're quite confident. Tetsuya didn't respond. How could he? Should he directly say that he had an immortal body and couldn't die? Rather than wasting words explaining, he activated his lightning release chakra mode. Violent blue lightning erupted, wrapping around him, and the chakra within him became agitated. Who is it? The powerful fluctuation of chakra naturally caught the attention of the battling ninjas. Jia rushed out without saying a word. Take this move, elbow strike. Chapter 10. Eat my black mamba elbow. Jia, under the enhancement of the lightning release chakra mode, charged forward at incredible speed. With just one elbow strike, he sent a ninja flying. A black-skinned strong man, blue lightning. You are from the Cloud Village. Someone exclaimed, and everyone instinctively regarded Jia as a ninja from the Cloud Village. After all, this lightning release chakra mode was invented by the second Reikage and was popularized on the battlefield. With the fame of the Reikage, the lightning release chakra mode spread during this war, and the person before them looked so young, obviously not the second Reikage. Therefore, this person must be his disciple. Attack that cloud ninja. The two sides, who were previously at odds, immediately shifted their targets and began to team up against Jia. Too slow, too slow. Jia's speed was incredibly fast, darting through their attacks like lightning. However, even though he had learned the lightning release chakra mode, he lacked the corresponding ninjutsu, which meant he could only fight with punches and kicks. It was unclear whether this was due to the influence of the lightning release chakra mode, or because he had taken on the appearance of a Cloud Village ninja. He found himself particularly enjoying elbow strikes, rushing at others and delivering a solid elbow to their heads. One hit, and they would either be knocked out or dazed. The thrill of battle. Jia felt the joy of fighting. That adrenaline rush made him feel incredibly exhilarated. Eat my black mamba elbow. With a flash, he appeared in front of another person and delivered yet another elbow strike. This one landed directly on the temple, instantly knocking the opponent out. Too crazy. This guy is simply a monster. Is this the Reikage's disciple? This is terrifying. The surviving ninjas immediately decided to retreat. They had to take this crucial intelligence back. The Cloud Ninjas had entered their battlefield, which was critical information that needed to be reported. Trying to run? Can you escape? Jie charged forward quickly. Watch my elbow. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the forest. Huh. Looking at the last ninja, he had elbowed to death. Jie released the lightning release chakra mode and let out a long breath. The excitement gradually faded, and the smell of blood in the air made him feel a bit uncomfortable. However, he thought that the smell of blood was quite similar to that of when he bought meat at the slaughterhouse, so it was acceptable. Seeing his sleeves stained with blood, he simply tore them off and used fire release to burn them clean. Ah, now I understand why the fourth Raikage liked to wear sleeveless shirts when he was young, and later on, just stopped wearing clothes altogether. What kind of clothing can withstand this many elbows? Kid, you're impressive. Your fighting style is so clean and neat. It really makes me look at you in a new light. Huangbai jumped down from a tree and landed on Jie's shoulder. He was very satisfied with Jie's performance in battle. However, your attack method is too singular. Why do you like using your elbows so much? These guys were all killed by your elbow strikes. It's fine against these ordinary ninjas, but if you encounter a strong opponent, such a singular attack method can easily be seen through. Jie shrugged with a smile. There's nothing I can do. I didn't acquire any accompanying taijutsu when I learned this ninjutsu, so I can only use the simplest and most brutal approach in battle. Is that so? Well, I can't help it either, as our clan isn't particularly good at taijutsu. That's okay. Let's see if we can find some accompanying ninjutsu in the future. Or I can continuously summarize and develop a fighting style that suits myself during battles. That makes sense. We should retreat for now. After all, this is a battlefield, and we never know when other enemies might appear. Okay, so where do we go next? At this question, Huangbai fell silent. He hadn't been in the ninja world for a long time and wasn't clear about the current situation. As for Jie, although he had watched the anime, he wasn't familiar with the actual map, and this was his first time leaving Konoha since arriving in this world. How about this? Since there's fighting everywhere, we could just pick a direction and keep walking. That works, but which way should we go? In response to Jie's question, Huangbai landed on the ground and stood his smoke rod upright. Suddenly, he let go, and the smoke rod fell in a certain direction. Got it. Let's go that way. Huangbai pointed in the direction where the smoke rod had fallen. All right, Jie didn't mind. If Huangbai hadn't used the smoke rod to decide the direction, he would have considered using his shoes to make the decision. For some time afterward, Jie kept moving in one direction, charging at any ninjas he encountered, regardless of which village they were from. He would activate the lightning release chakra mode and simply elbow them to death. Of course, besides using the lightning release chakra, he also began to try learning other fighting methods. Relying on the equipment he obtained from the ninjas he defeated, he learned how to use shuriken and kunai. Using shadow clone jutsu, he quickly leveled up his proficiency in shuriken and kunai, and he also learned some of the H-Key clan's genjutsu from Huangbai. Gradually, he transformed from a novice with immense chakra but no skills into a more versatile fighter, progressing toward becoming an all-round warrior. At the Iwagakure camp, the second Suchikage Mu slammed his hand on the table and snorted coldly. What's going on? How did we mysteriously lose so many ninjas without even knowing who the enemy is? Lord Mu, we truly don't know. We initially thought it was the Mist Village's doing, but according to the on-site investigation, the Mist Village also lost many people. A trembling ninja reported. Could it be a trick by the Mist Village? Moi's disciple, Noki, speculated. A trick? It shouldn't be, Mu frowned. The Mist Village has also been fighting us. They lack manpower. I know that old bastard, Kaigetsu. He wouldn't use his own people for a trick at this time, as it wouldn't benefit him at all. Then who could it be? Could it be the Sand Village? Noki pondered and immediately asked, did the investigation uncover any other traces? Yes, Lord Noki. We found traces of lightning release and fire release at the scene. Lightning release and fire release? Could it be that the people from Konoha and the Cloud Village have come to our battlefield? Mu shook his head. It shouldn't be. Lightning release and fire release are not exclusive to the Cloud and Konoha. I think there are two possibilities. Either that old bastard Kaigetsu found reinforcements from somewhere, or a third force has appeared on the battlefield. What should we do then, teacher? What to do? We need to accelerate our offensive pace. As long as we defeat the main force of the Mist Village and kill Kaigetsu, any tricks will fall apart. Meanwhile, within the Mist Village's territory, Kaigetsu also received the same news. Small units on the front line were being killed one after another. In addition to the Iwagakure ninjas, there were also traces of fire release and lightning release on the battlefield. In response to this, Guizhong Huanyue's reaction was similar to Wu's. They both felt that the other party was trying to recruit people. Chapter 11. Interruption Tobarama and the Cloud Ninja Tetsuya moved forward on the battlefield, attacking anyone he encountered. However, his combat methods were too simplistic, making it quite difficult to combat some of the more experienced Jonin. Fortunately, he had the evil god's undying body, allowing him to exchange injuries directly, leaving his opponents utterly bewildered. Although his ninja blade had pierced Tetsuya's throat, he managed to turn around and unleash a fire dragon bullet that turned his opponent to ash. It was likely that even in the Pure Land, his opponent would struggle to understand how someone who had sustained a fatal injury could continue fighting. Sigh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Atop a tree, Tetsuya pressed down on his abdominal wound, slowly stitching it up with a needle and thread. Although he could recover from such wounds without suturing, stitching them up would ultimately speed up the healing process. He was merely an evil god's undying body, not someone like Hashirama Senju, who could rapidly heal wounds. Hey, you brat, you really are something else. How are you still alive after sustaining several fatal injuries? Huangbai, sitting on Tetsuya's shoulder and smoking intermittently, couldn't understand Tetsuya's situation at all. What is so strange about it? It's just my special physique. Tetsuya finished stitching his wound and cut the thread with a kunai. As long as the attack doesn't completely vaporize me, ordinary fatal injuries generally can't kill me. Moreover, if nothing goes wrong, my natural lifespan is much longer than that of an average person. Is that so? That is quite interesting. Huangbai chuckled. It seems your physique is quite compatible with our Huang Weasel Clan sage arts. As long as you live long enough, you'll eventually be able to learn them. I think we get along well too. Tetsuya packed away his medical kit and stood up. Feeling the various pains throughout his body, he surprisingly began to acclimate to them. Perhaps the evil god's undying body brought not only immortality, but also a heightened perception of pain. While he wouldn't become a masochist like Haydn, his capacity to endure suffering was indeed much stronger than that of others. All right, let us keep moving. Are you sure you can manage? Huangbai glanced at the various injuries on Tetsuya's body. It's nothing. These injuries won't affect my combat ability. Huangbai took another puff of a cigarette and said, I think you've accumulated enough battle experience this time. Continuing may actually be counterproductive. Is that so? Should we head back then? All right, then we'll... Huangbai was about to say they should head back when suddenly he sensed something. His body tensed up, and he looked ahead warily. His ears perked up like radar. What's wrong? Huang Daxian. Someone is fighting, and their strength is considerable. Oh, how strong. Tetsuya immediately became interested. Stronger than any opponent you've faced so far. Stronger than any opponent I've faced. Now, this is getting interesting. The strongest opponent he had encountered so far was a Jonin from the Rock Village, who was powerful and experienced in combat. If not for his advantage with the evil god's undying body, he might not have been able to defeat him. Could it be a Kaga-level powerhouse? A Kaga-level powerhouse, and one from a major battle at that. These are some ancient super elites that he hadn't encountered much in anime or games. Not too sure. Do you want to go take a look? Yes, Tetsuya replied without hesitation. After all, as long as he didn't encounter sealing techniques, he basically wouldn't face any setbacks. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. With Huangbai around, the Huang Weasel Clan excelled in Jinjutsu and sealing techniques. As long as it wasn't something like the Shiki Fujin, he had nothing to fear. Then let us go. We can observe the battle of the strong, which is also a rare learning opportunity. Under Huangbai's guidance, Tetsuya quickly moved towards the direction of the battle. Water release, water dragon bullet. Before they got close, Tetsuya heard the sound of the water dragon bullet. A torrent of water transformed into a water dragon, rushing towards a group of ninjas. From Tetsuya's estimation, there were about 20 cloud ninjas present, surrounding a single individual. That person surprised Tetsuya, yet also seemed expected. It was Tobarama Senju. During this time, they had been moving forward and often to practice his control over lightning release chakra mode. He had been traveling at a speed boosted by lightning release chakra. He and expected they would make their way from the battle between the rock and mist villages to the battle between the cloud and leaf villages. Do you recognize that white-haired ninja? Tetsuya nodded. With white hair, red eyes, blue armor, a fluffy collar on his forehead protector, and 3 red marks on his face. This person was indeed Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage of Konoha and the brother of the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage of Konoha. While answering Huangbai's question, Tetsuya was also contemplating the current situation. There was only Tobarama here, suggesting that he had stayed behind to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. This Senju's momentum is beginning to wane. It seems he is heavily injured and is at the end of his strength. Huangbai said, staring intently at Tobarama. Yeah, It's evident he's fighting with the resolve to die. What do you plan to do? After pondering for a moment, Tetsuya assessed that the average strength of the Cloud Ninjas was around Jonin level. And since Tobarama was at the end of his strength, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, if nothing went wrong, the Gold and Silver brothers should be arriving soon. At that point, even if Tobarama burned his own lifespan, he wouldn't be able to create much of a storm. Let us just watch for now. Tetsuya suddenly said, Huang Daxian, can you cast a layer of Jinjutsu on me later? Jinjutsu? What do you want to do? What kind of Jinjutsu do you need? Something simple. Just a Jinjutsu that makes others unable to recognize my true appearance. So you're planning to make a move after all. Huangbai saw through Tetsuya's thoughts. Yes. I want to see what interesting things would happen if Tobarama Senju returned to Konoha alive. Then why not use your own appearance to save him? That way, he would owe you a favor when he returned. No need. Compared to a favor, I think he would be more likely to expel me from the village. And I have an interesting idea. Saying that, Tetsuya activated the transformation jutsu, and his appearance changed once again. With black spiky hair, a pair of crimson eyes, and a stern face, although he wore a gentle smile, he exuded an air of arrogance. That's right. The form he transformed into was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. No, in this era, Sasuke hadn't been born yet, so rather than saying he looked like Uchiha Sasuke, it was more accurate to say he resembled Uchiha Izuna. Chapter 12. Uchiha Izuna Huangbai stared curiously at Jie's face after the transformation. This pair of eyes, Uchiha clan? Who is this Uchiha? Why did you change into this form? Jie grinned. Hee, just a dead man. I will need your cooperation later, Huangbai. My Jinjutsu isn't very strong yet, so I'll need your help when the time comes. Interesting, really interesting. Huangbai immediately guessed some things. The Uchiha that Jie transformed into was probably the one killed by that white-haired ninja. This little kid is really interesting. Not only is he saving someone, but he's even transforming into the person killed by the opponent to save him. Speaking of which, this kid's personality is rather malicious. Water release, water-breaking wave. Senju Tobarama quickly formed seals and spat out a high-pressure water flow that instantly swept across the battlefield. The Cloud Ninjas quickly retreated, but two of them, slow to react, were instantly bisected by the water wave. Cough cough. Damn it, if it weren't for my serious injuries, you despicable Cloud Village ninjas, I would definitely eliminate you myself. Tobarama coughed, stunned, but still glared fiercely at the group of Cloud Ninjas. He was on the brink of collapse. Everyone, charge at him. I don't believe he can attack us all at once. Go, rush. The remaining dozen or so ninjas surged forward, intending to defeat Senju Tobarama directly with ninjutsu. Water release, water, surge wave. Tobarama saw the ninjas rushing towards him and quickly formed seals. Chakra erupted, and a water vortex rose up, directly sucking in all the ninjas. Although he couldn't kill them directly, it was enough to suppress them. Ha ha, so pathetic, Senju Tobarama. A sinister laugh echoed, and the next moment, a large number of fireballs fell from the sky, bombarding him. Damn it, have they caught up to me? Tobarama thought to himself, but his hands quickly formed seals. Water release, heavenly cry. In an instant, Tobarama spat out a large number of water needles aimed at the fireballs in the sky, which exploded upon impact, creating steam. Yeah, a sharp scream sounded, and a figure broke through the steam, charging at Tobarama with a large sword. Tobarama swung his sword to block, but was knocked back by a single strike. Well done, little brother. Good job, big brother. Damn. Tobarama looked up and saw two nearly identical figures standing in front of him, except for their hair color. They were the Cloud Village's Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. One wielded a banana fan, while the other held a 7-star sword. The two grinned menacingly at Senju Tobarama. Our second Raikage is dead, so isn't it time for you, the second Hokage, to die as well? You two despicable guys, if it weren't for your sudden ambush, do you think I would fear you? Ha ha, how funny. This is war. The winner of war will always be the most despicable person, and that person is us. Brother is right. Not only did we ambush, but we also outnumbered you. Senju Tobarama frowned. He knew that today he would probably not escape the fate of death. However, at the very least, he had to severely injure these two, or they would pose a great threat to Konoha. What are you still thinking about? Go to the Pure Land and think slowly. Jin Jiao laughed loudly, swinging the banana fan, instantly stirring up a storm of thunder and fire that swept towards Senju Tobarama. Water release, water barrier. Tobarama spat out a waterfall-like stream of water that spiraled around him, forming a flawless defense. You can't block this. Yin Jiao laughed maniacally. charging in, and with a single slash of his 7-star sword, he split the water barrier. Immediately after, another slash came toward Tobirama. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. The water enveloped the blade and arm of Tobirama, and he directly thrust toward Yin Jiao's 7-star sword. Bang! With a crisp sound, Tobirama, severely fatigued and drained of chakra, was no match for Yin Jiao. Meanwhile, Jin Jiao stirred up another storm sweeping toward Tobirama. Is this the end? No, I should still be able to do more. Tobirama's mind raced as he searched for a way to counter the impending attack. Just then, a low voice rang out. Fire release. Triple fire dragon flame bullet. Roar. 3 fire dragons surged from one direction, intertwining and transforming into a 3-headed demon dragon that collided with the storm. Who is it? Jin Jiao shouted, unable to comprehend that someone would come to rescue Senju Tobirama at such a time. Does Konoha still have experts? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are dead, right? Then who else could possibly save him? Tobi Mama, sassy Narigana. I never expected you to have such a day of embarrassment. Nanny. When Senju Tobirama heard this voice, it felt as if he had been electrified. A man dressed in a black long robe, with crimson eyes and short, somewhat sharp-looking hair, stepped out. He carried a long knife at his waist and wore a playful smile on his face. Uchiha Izuna, how is this possible? How can you still be alive? I thought I had already. Jia grinned and picked up Tobirama's unfinished words. Yes, you kill me. Before I died, I gave my eyes to my brother. But now, I have come back to life, returned from the Pure Land. Looking at the youthful Izuna, Tobirama kept comparing him with the face in his mind. The current Izuna looked almost exactly like he did when he killed him, except that he had a slightly colder aura. Huh, Uchiha Izuna? That guy was supposed to be dead long ago, right? Brother, could this be someone impersonating him? Jin Jiao shook his head. It doesn't look like it. I don't see any signs of disguise. He certainly couldn't see through it, as he was shrouded in Huangbai's Jinjutsu. Unless one was skilled in Jinjutsu or had special ocular techniques, it would be nearly impossible to detect any clues. Even if he came back to life, it would be fine. We can just kill him again. Brother is right. Jia ignored Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Hey, Tobi Mama, can you still fight? Oomph. I will continue to fight without you saying so. Coming back to his senses from the shock, Tobirama snorted coldly and forced himself to stand up. Watch me. Jin Jiao saw Tobirama standing up again, joining Izuna, and directly waved the banana fan in his hand, stirring up an elemental storm. Fire release. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Fire dragon flame bullet. Chapter 13. The frantic clash of multi-attribute chakra on the battlefield. The collision of multi-attribute chakra instantly triggered a frenzied explosion. Amidst the blazing fire of the explosion, Yin Jiao laughed heartily as he charged out. The 7-star sword aimed straight at Ji. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. Tobira performed a body flicker technique, appearing right in front of Ji and thrusting his sword forward. The hard vortex water blade collided once again with the 7-star sword. Ji quickly formed hand seals, flames surging from his mouth. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Roar. The fire dragon roared out, soaring over Tobira and heading straight for Yin Jiao. Brother. A golden rope suddenly flew out, wrapping around Yin Jiao and pulling him back, while the fan in his hand swung, raising walls of earth. The roaring fire dragon forcibly penetrated several layers of earth walls before it finally came to a stop. Look at this. Red gourd. Having dodged an attack, Yin Jiao took out a huge red gourd. As the mouth of the gourd opened, a powerful suction erupted, pulling Tobira towards it. Tobira resisted the suction with great effort, but the wounds on his body began to tear open, leaving him increasingly weak. Just when he was about to give in, a hand grabbed him. He turned around to see Ji, but it was just Ji's shadow clone. Ji's main body and the other 2 clones quickly completed their hand seals. Fire release. Triple fire dragon flame bullet. Once again, the familiar technique emerged. 3 fire dragons roared out, with the main fire dragon leading, merging into 3-headed demon dragons that lunged towards Yin Jiao. Another large-scale ninjutsu. Yin Jiao cursed under his breath as he put away the red gourd and quickly retreated to stand beside Jin Jiao. Jin Jiao also waved his fan again, summoning an elemental storm to counter the 3-headed demon dragons. Taking advantage of the explosion's cover, Tobira finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was puzzled as to why he had not used his technique so far. Meanwhile, Ji clenched his fists. No, this power is still not enough. Not enough power? Although Ji's voice was faint, it still reached Tobira's ears. With just those few words, Tobira suddenly thought of many things. Could it be that it had just been revived, and had not regained his complete strength? He thought it was very likely, as the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, while able to bring back the dead, could not completely restore all the powers they had in life. Brother, do we have to keep dragging this out? Yin Jiao looked at the massive explosion and chose not to charge forward this time, instead inquiring Jin Jiao beside him. That did not seem particularly strong, but being with that Tobira was quite troublesome. Moreover, Tobira's useless land minions had all fled, and if they brought reinforcements, it would be a problem. Jin Jiao did not express his opinion, but instead asked a question in return. Brother, do you have any ideas? It was usually his younger brother Yin Jiao who proposed ideas, and he, as the older brother, would make the decisions. When Yin Jiao asked him a question, it meant he already had some thoughts. Brother, let's directly use that power. All right, I'll go with your decision, brother. In an instant, a terrifying chakra erupted from both of them, a dark and violent negative energy filling the air. The crimson chakra enveloped both their bodies, raising their momentum to another level. That is the chakra of the nine tails. These two are getting serious. Tobira sensed the dangerous chakra and gave a warning. Chakra of the nine tails? Zeye Furonit. Thinking of something. The dog had said that his chakra sealing technique could seal both his own and others' chakra. But could it seal tailed beast chakra? Toby, I have a plan. A plan? Tobira recalled the time when the two clans were fighting. Back then, their older brothers, whether it was Hashirama or Madara, were not particularly skilled in strategy. The ones behind the scenes formulating plans were often himself, and therefore, he trusts his plan. You just need to tell me what to do. All right. Ji initially thought he would have to find a way to persuade Tobira, but he didn't expect him to agree so readily. Wasn't it said that Tobira particularly disliked the Uchiha? The Yukonoha Bastats. Yin Jiao laughed heartily as he charged towards Tobira, and the seven-star sword slashed down, carrying the might of thunder. Water release. Tobira unleashed a powerful water technique to counter Yin Jiao. However, with the enhancement of the Nine Tails chakra, the standoff lasted only a short while before Tobira's water technique was shattered by Yin Jiao. Faced with the silver blade, Tobira had no choice but to swing his sword in defense. On the other side, confronted Jin Jiao. Jin Jiao's golden rope shot out, heading straight for, while the fan in his hand was poised to strike at any moment. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Unleashed the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet once again. There was no other ninjutsu he could use. No good. I need to reopen the ramen shop later. I need to learn more ninjutsu. Wood style. Jin Jiao grinned. Bolstered by the Nine Tails chakra, he easily dispelled the mere B-rank ninjutsu with a single wave of his fan. The golden rope flew out, wrapping around his neck. Boom! As soon as he exerted force, exploded into a cloud of smoke. Nanny, a clone. Meanwhile, Tobira, knowing he was no match for Yin Jiao enhanced by the Nine Tails chakra, realized that confronting him head-on was not a good strategy. Flying Thunder God Slash. The Flying Thunder God Slash activated, and Tobira instantly teleported behind Yin Jiao, thrusting his sword forward. Wood style. Yin Jiao immediately brought the seven-star sword behind him, and Tobira's Flying Thunder God Slash struck against the blade of the seven-star sword. Oof. Having missed his strike, Tobira quickly retreated and threw several shuriken. Is that all? Just child's play. I can stand here and let you hit me, and you still can't touch me. Under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, Yin Jiao and Jin Jiao's self-healing abilities were extremely strong. The injuries caused by shuriken and kunai would heal in no time. Is that so? Then what if it's me? Nanny. Among the shuriken Tobira threw, one suddenly exploded. Ji appeared out of thin air. How is that possible? A transformation technique when, seeing Yin Jiao's astonished expression, Ji smiled. Sorry, Naruto and Sasuke, but I'm borrowing your tactics. The inspiration for this move came from the strategy used against Zabuza during Team 7's first mission. Ji's hand seals successfully formed. Chakra sealing technique. At such a close distance, Yin Jiao had nowhere to evade. Ji pressed his hand directly on Yin Jiao's forehead. The effect of the chakra sealing technique activated, and in that instant, Yin Jiao's aura began to wane. This sealing technique not only successfully sealed the Nine Tails chakra within Yin Jiao, but also sealed his own chakra. Chapter 14. 6 Paths of Blade Tools. Great harvest, you despicable guy. Yin Jiao shouted angrily and threw a punch. After all, he was a ninja from Yueying, and that muscular build wasn't for nothing. The punch landed directly on Jie's chest. In that instant, Jie felt his entire chest concave in, several bones breaking, and then he was sent flying through the air. Flying Thunder God Slash. All of this happened in an instant. Jie used the Shadow Clone technique to confuse Jin Jiao. disguising himself as Kanai to successfully seal Yin Jiao's chakra. Tobarama seized the opportunity and unleashed the flying thunder god, slash again, piercing through Yin Jiao's chest. Brother. Seeing Tobarama's blade pierce through Yin Jiao's chest, Jin Jiao roared in anger, his aura surging once more, and QB chakra erupted. He began to partially transform into a tailed beast. Crimson chakra enveloped his entire body, turning him into a humanoid tailed beast, with several tails beginning to swing behind him. However, Jin Jiao did not completely lose his sanity. With Tobarama and Yin Jiao standing together, he dared not unleash the tailed beast bomb, or else Yin Jiao would surely die. In his half-tailed beast state, Jin Jiao charged at Tobarama at an incredible speed. Tobarama quickly created distance while forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. He almost released all his chakra to execute the great waterfall technique. A violent torrent of water appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Jin Jiao like a waterfall. The roaring Jin Jiao charged directly into the water flow, determined to tear Tobarama apart. As expected of the Hokage, his water release was unparalleled. Jia, who had just gotten back on his feet, couldn't help but comment on the impressive water release technique. Recalling the meme that the best water release user in the entire ninja world was not the Mizukage, but the Hokage. Also, while others played with water release, only Tobarama played with sea release. Master Huang, I will need your help next. A yellow-white voice came from the tree branch above. Just tell me what you need to do. Just as Jin Jiao was about to tear through Tobarama's water release, a voice rang out. Brother. In a daze, Jin Jiao found that Tobarama in front of him had turned into Yin Jiao. In that moment, Jin Jiao's action slowed down by half a beat. Jia shouted, Toby Mama. Understood. Tobarama activated the final flying thunder god. Jia, who was still far away, was instantly brought to Jin Jiao's side, while Tobarama exhausted his chakra. Chakra sealing technique. Just like he had sealed Yin Jiao's chakra before, Jia pressed a hand on Jin Jiao. In that instant, most of Jin Jiao's tailed beast cloak dissipated. However, the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The dissipated tailed beast cloak reassembled, and his chakra sealing technique was actually broken. Roar! Jin Jiao roared. He knew it was this guy who had caused the trouble. If it weren't for him, his brother would not have been pierced through the chest. Enraged, Jin Jiao clawed out, piercing through Jia's chest. Quana. Seeing Quana with a hole in his chest, Tobarama exclaimed in shock. Damn it, those bastards Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Do you just love stabbing my chest? I'm not a woman. And that damn system from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, it never told me that sufficiently strong chakra could break the seal. What else could he do? He could only try again. Chakra sealing technique. This wasn't even a technique. As the chakra sealing technique fell, Jia formed another hand seal, activating another sealing technique, 8 trigrams sealing. The 8 trigrams sealing was activated, with 2 4-symbol seals stacking together and landing on Jin Jiao. Unlike the chakra sealing technique, which targeted chakra, the 8 trigrams sealing aimed directly at Kyuubi's chakra. In the future, Minato would rely on the 8 trigrams sealing to seal half of the Kyuubi. You think a mere portion of the Kyuubi's power can escape? Sure enough, this time, as the 8 trigrams sealing fell, no matter how Jin Jiao roared, he could not break the seal. Will you poke my chest? Jia kicked Jin Jiao away. For a moment, having lost his chakra and Kyuubi chakra, Jin Jiao fainted weakly. Watching Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao fall one after another, the cloud ninjas who followed them felt a sense of fear when they looked at Jia, especially when they saw the large hole in Jia's chest. It was even more eerie. What kind of person could survive with a hole pierced through their chest? Iron Man only had a piece of his chest removed. Retreat. That guy is a monster. Quickly take Lord Jin Jiao and Lord Yin Jiao and retreat. Someone shouted first, and they began to retreat with Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Run? Leave the goods behind. Jia shouted angrily. Damn it. My chest has been pierced by these 2 bastards. Shouldn't I at least get some medical compensation? He thought the 6 paths treasures would be quite good. The Cloud Ninjas did not dare to resist and left behind the 7-star sword, Banana Fan, Red Gourd, and H. Rin as they departed. Although the 6 paths treasures should still have an amber purification bottle, he didn't see Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao use it this time, so he didn't know where they had hidden it. Jia took out a scroll and sealed the 6 paths treasures inside, putting it away. Quana. After catching his breath, Tobarama approached Jia. How did you survive, and what about your injuries? Tobarama looked at the hole in Jia's chest, unable to comprehend for a moment. Hehe, Dod Mama. I didn't expect that even with your wisdom, there are things you can't explain. Jia smiled and said, Speaking of which, I don't know either. Ever since I came back to life, it seems my body has undergone some changes. Saying this, he clenched his fist. All right, no more talking. My time is short. I need to go recuperate. I heard you build a village with my brother, right? Please send my regards to him. We will meet again. After saying that, Jie ignored Tobarama's complex expression, threw a bag of military rations to him, and directly turned to run away. Even if Tobarama wanted to chase, he didn't have the strength now. After leaving the battlefield, Jie immediately took off his clothes and burned them with a fire release. He knew that Tobarama must have left a flying thunder god mark on him. It would be troublesome if it was found later. Master Huang, please check if there's anything wrong with me. Yes, there's a special mark on your arm. TSK, did you stay on me? Jie smiled. Without a hint of hesitation, took out a kunai from his blade tool pouch and directly cut off a piece of flesh from his arm, tossing it into the fire. Chapter 15. What have you all guarded? Looking at the disappearing back of Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobarama's expression was particularly complex. He analyzed the current situation. Izuna did not know who resurrected him, and he had also gained a special physique. However, it seemed that he had not yet fully restored his complete power. Moreover, he seemed unaware of the current state of the ninja world, and even more so, he did not know that Uchiha Madara was already dead. Thinking of this, Tobarama's expression became serious. If you were to find out that Uchiha Madara was killed by my brother, then Konoha. He was very clear about the nature of the Uchiha clan. If Izuna learned of Madara's fate, he would definitely go berserk. No, Uchiha Izuna, I absolutely cannot allow you to lay a hand on Konoha. If you insist on attacking Konoha, Tobarama clenched his fists. I could kill you once, and I can kill you a second time. Even if I can't kill you, I will seal you. He made a resolution. He absolutely could not die easily now. He had to protect Konoha and would never allow the village built by his brother to be destroyed by Uchiha Izuna. However, he could never have imagined that Uchiha Izuna had not been resurrected at all. The one who came to rescue him was an imposter. At the Yellow Weasel's grave. Ha! What a great harvest! Sitting on the grass, the injuries on Tetsuya's chest already healed, he was playing with these Six Paths tools. He thought the most fun ones were the 7-star sword and the banana fan. These two items were simple and straightforward, with no complicated maneuvers. It's a pity that these items all belong to Izuna, and I have no chance to use them openly. Looking at the 4 treasures on the ground, Tetsuya sighed. But calculating the time, the war should be ending soon. Thinking this, he took out a scroll and began to collect the items on the ground. Yellow Saint. I should go back. Hearing Tetsuya's voice, Huangbai also appeared in front of him. Going back. Yeah, it's about time. The war should be coming to an end, and this practical training should also be over. Huangbai nodded at Tetsuya. It should indeed be over. Through this war, you've grown a lot. From the beginning of the battle, Huangbai had been accompanying Tetsuya, and he had witnessed Tetsuya's growth firsthand. From a timid novice who trembled at the thought of killing, he had grown to the point where he could team up with a village leader to deal with a fake-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Such growth was indeed significant. Hee. Not bad. All thanks to the Yellow Saint's teachings. Smooth talker. Huangbai laughed. After all, who doesn't tea like flattery? Konoha, Hokage building. The returning Hokage guard gathered here, and at the same time, the heads of various ninja clans were also present. Their gazes fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Here's a joke. It was only because of the Hokage's sacrifice that the Hokage guard managed to escape. Are you guys the Hokage's guards? Or is the Hokage your guard? You said the second Hokage has already handed the Hokage position to you. What a joke. The Uchiha clan, with a strong obsession with the Hokage position, was the first to question. You said that on the battlefield, the second Hokage passed the Hokage position to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen? What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true? In the face of the Uchiha's questioning, Shimura Danzo showed a look of disgust, and the others felt the same. As Tobarama's students, their dislike for the Uchiha was inherited. This was said by the teacher himself. We are all witnesses. The head of the Hyuga clan sneered. Who knows if you are colluding to deceive us? Although you are Tobarama-sama students, you are also his guards. The implication of his words was very clear. You are guards, and your target, in order to protect you, sacrificed himself. What exactly have you guarded? Many clan heads began to question Sarutobi Hiruzen, while there were also those who remained neutral, like the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. Just as everyone was arguing, the door to the Hokage office was suddenly pushed open. When everyone saw who was at the door, the entire office fell silent. What are you all arguing about? Tobarama glared at the clan heads and his students, scolding them. Teacher, for Tobarama-sama. And Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up from the main seat, giving way. Seeing Tobarama, he felt both happy and regretful. happy that his teacher was still alive, regretful that he probably wouldn't be able to sit in the Hokage position for the time being. Monkey, it's been so long, and you still haven't stabilized the village. You've disappointed me greatly. Tobirama went straight to the Hokage seat and sat down, somewhat dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but lower his head, while Danzo felt a bit pleased in his heart. Hiruzen has drawn the teacher's dissatisfaction. This means I still have a chance. When Tobirama said he would leave someone behind to cover their retreat on the battlefield, Danzo actually wanted to step forward. But in the end, he hesitated for a second, allowing Hiruzen to step forward first, causing him to miss the Hokage position. But fortunately, now that teacher Tobirama has returned alive, it means Hiruzen won't be able to take the Hokage position for the time being. As long as he hasn't taken that position, I still have a chance. Tobirama looked at everyone and spoke. I indeed said I would pass the Hokage position to Hiruzen. Does anyone have any objections? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. After all, Tobirama's reputation was there, and even the Uchiha clan quieted down. However, from today's events, Hiruzen, you are still not ready to take over my position. Teacher, you are right. Sarutobi Hiruzen obediently lowered his head. Tobirama glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the others in the village. All right, since everyone is here, let me say a few words. The war is coming to an end, and next. The return of Senju Tobirama was undoubtedly a shocking event, revitalizing the previously gloomy atmosphere of Konoha. Soon, news came from the Cloud Village. The deaths of Kin and Jin, the rebellion in the Cloud Village, had ended. The Third Raikage took office and wanted to negotiate peace with Konoha again. Tobirama agreed. But this time the negotiation must be led by Konoha. It was already a settled matter that the Cloud Village had suffered heavy losses. However, none of this was related to Tetsuya. Back in Konoha, Tetsuya lay in bed. So tired, finally can rest a bit. He yawned and suddenly thought of something. What if I really resurrect Uchiha Izuna? What would happen? Chapter 16. Ninja Technique Jackpot. Tetsuya suddenly wondered what expression Uchiha Madara would have if he saw Izuna alive. Dog, are you there? Dog. However, if he wanted to resurrect someone who had died without following the proper procedures of the ninja world, he could only ask the dog. Yet no matter how much he called, the dog ignored him. I'll pay. Oh, my dear master, how much would you like to recharge? Ugh, worthless dog. Tetsuya couldn't help but curse. He rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and pulled out around 25,000 Ryo he had scavenged from the battlefield. He took out 16,800 Ryo and put the rest away. As usual, he decided to spend it all on 10 consecutive draws from the highest prize pool. All right, my dear master. The dog displayed a sycophantic smile. The good money in his hand vanished, and the points successfully credited to his account. My dear master, would you like to start the draw immediately? Wait, let me ask you a question first. What question, my dear master? Please ask, I will certainly tell you everything. Tetsuya asked, is there any way to resurrect someone who has already died? Don't tell me about reincarnation or anything like that. I don't want some fake resurrection like Edo Tensei. Of course there is. The dog replied confidently. As I said, I have what exists in the ninja world and what doesn't. Resurrecting a deceased person is just a matter of having an item called a resurrection coin in the prize pool. As long as you hold a resurrection coin, you can resurrect a dead person. Resurrection coin? Is that something that should exist in the ninja world? As I said, the ninja world. All right. I get it. You don't need to repeat yourself. Tetsuya hurriedly interrupted the dog. You're sure there's a resurrection coin in the highest prize pool, right? Of course. The dog wore a sly smile as it spoke. Tetsuya felt something was off about this. Okay, let's start the draw. With a thought, Tetsuya initiated the 10 consecutive draws. The massive wheel began spinning before him. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained fire release. Great fireball technique. Congratulations. You have obtained water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Congratulations, you have obtained a large amount of chakra X1. Congratulations, you have obtained a large amount of chakra X1. Congratulations. You have obtained lightning release. Lightning cutter. Congratulations, you have obtained lightning release. Lightning strike. Congratulations, you have obtained a large amount of chakra X1. Congratulations. You have obtained earth release. Earth dragon bullet technique. Congratulations, you have obtained fire release technique enhancement. Congratulations. You have obtained a large amount of chakra X1. Looking at the draw results, Tetsuya scratched his head. So this time I got a ninja technique jackpot. Surprised by the 5 techniques he had drawn, he and T expected to receive only 2 cards of chakra. The rest were ninjutsu, along with the technique enhancement. The technique enhancement was easy to understand. It should allow him to strengthen his fire release techniques in the future. Tetsuya opened his panel. Name: Chiba Tetsuya. Identity: Konoha Commoner Physique. Undying Evil God. Fire Release Technique Enhancement Skills. Chakra Refinement Method. Chakra Sealing Technique. Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Substitution Technique. Transformation Technique. Summoning Technique. 8 Trigram Seal. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Release Technique Dispersal. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Items held: Clone Technique Training Method. Enhancement Technique Training Method. Transformation Technique Training Method. Shadow Clone Technique Training Method. 8 Trigram Seal Training Method. Lightning Release Chakra Mode Training Method. Release Technique Dispersal Training Method. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Training Method. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique Training Method. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Training Method. Lightning Release. Lightning Cutter Training Method. Lightning Release. Lightning Strike Training Method. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique Training Method. Oh, the Fire Release Technique Enhancement actually counts as part of my physique. Tetsuya was somewhat surprised to see the Fire Release Technique Enhancement in the physique section. This service has ended. Unless you want to recharge, don't look for me. Goodbye. By the way, let me remind you, think of a way to improve your status, as different identities can unlock different prize pools. After the draw ended, seeing that he only had 2 points left, the dog immediately changed its tone and, after speaking, disappeared before Tetsuya. You dog, why didn't you say that earlier? You money-hungry thing. Tetsuya helplessly shrugged and closed his eyes. Improving his status sounded easy, but it wasn't simple to achieve. Forget it. I'll just take a good nap. The first great ninja war finally came to an end, with the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage dying in battle. The second Reikage died due to the rebellion of Kin and Ar and Jin and Ar. The second Kazakage, Sabaku, also died, but the cause of death remained unknown. Among these second-generation Kages, only the second Hokage of Konoha was still alive. Thanks to Tobarama's presence, Konoha had once again overshadowed the other major ninja villages. With the end of the ninja war, Konoha began to recuperate. Tetsuya also reopened his small shop. The war was over, and there would be at least 20 years of peace ahead. He thought to himself, let me make my business big and strong during these 20 years and create new glory. Looking at his small shop, Tetsuya was full of confidence. Of course, his vision was not limited to just a small shop. He planned to open a chain and fill the entire ninja world with his Chiba ramen shops, making himself the richest in the ninja world. Once he was wealthy, he would consider buying a lordship for fun. The dog that was so eager for money had told him to improve his status, and in the world of Naruto, the highest status would probably be the Kages and the lords of the villages. He preferred the lifestyle of a lord over that of a village Kage, where he wouldn't have to do anything and could just enjoy life. As for how to buy a lordship, there was plenty of room for maneuvering. Of course, he wouldn't think about the lordships of the 5 great nations. However, there were many small countries in the ninja world, some of which were so poor they were on the brink. With the right moves, buying a lordship shouldn't be too difficult. The reopening of the Chiba ramen shop attracted quite a few customers. After all, during the war, everyone lived in fear, and now that it had finally ended, it was time to enjoy life. Looking at the bustling shop again, Tetsuya pondered whether he could expand his store or develop new products. He thought of cup noodles. If he could improve his ramen into cup noodles, it might have a huge market. Deciding to take action, Tetsuya was always a doer. As long as he had an idea, he would act on it, leaving 2 shadow clones to work. He personally squatted in the kitchen to study the craftsmanship of cup noodles. At the Hokage building, Senju Tobarama stood by the office window, gazing out at the entire Konoha. Uchiha Zuna, what are you doing now? Chapter 17. Doubts of the third wheel Chiba ramen shop. The war has ended and the shop has reopened. However, the business after reopening is not as good as Jie imagined. As expected, war only brings suffering, even if you are the victor. Watching the few remaining customers in the shop, Jie let out a sigh. Although Konoha won the second Great Ninja War and, under Tobarama's leadership, secured a large amount of benefits from the Cloud Village at the negotiation table, the ninjas who died from Konoha can never return. This time, Konoha suffered a significant loss of ninjas, and the remaining ones can only maintain the normal operation of the village. However, it is estimated that things are not much better for the Cloud Village, as aside from fighting Konoha, Kinkaku and Ginkaku also took people to start civil war. To be precise, in this great ninja war, no ninja village came out on top. 4 of the 5 villages' second-generation Kages died, and the only one who survived was saved by his own hands. Boss, you finally reopened. I miss your ramen so much. Hurry up and give me a bowl of your signature tonkatsu ramen. The loud voice of Jiraiya could be heard from outside the shop. It's Jiraiya. It's been a long time. Boss, long time no see. It's been a while, boss. Tsunade and Orochimaru followed Jiraiya into the shop. It's been a while. What would you like to have? Jia asked with a smile. I'll have the mixed ramen, and give me a serving of fiery fried noodles. Okay, please wait a moment. Jiraiya and the others found a spot to sit down, while Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Jia. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Why are you staring at the Chiba boss? Jiraiya noticed Orochimaru's fixation on Jia and couldn't help but feel curious. Orochimaru shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel like it's been a long time since I've seen the Chiba boss, and his demeanor seems to have changed. Huh? Really? I don't feel like the Chiba boss has changed at all. Jiraiya scratched his head and immediately stood up to look in the direction of the kitchen. You idiot, Jiraiya. Why are you reacting so much? Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiraiya's exaggerated movement. In fact, she also felt it. Although Jia's smile was still the same as before, there was a moment when his gaze noticeably changed when looking at others. Although it was just a subtle change, they were ninjas, and their sensitivity to such small differences was naturally sharper. I was just curious, but I really can't see any changes. Could it be that you two haven't seen the boss in a long time, so you feel this way? Jiraiya sat down a bit aggrieved, wondering why he couldn't see anything different about the Chiba boss. The feeling just now lasted only a moment, and if it was just him who felt that way, it might be an illusion. However, since Tsunade also noticed it, it probably wasn't a delusion. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, as if seeking confirmation. Tsunade nodded. It's not an illusion. I feel that when the Chiba boss looks at people, his gaze has become much colder. You are right. Although the Chiba boss seems unchanged, you give me a feeling of, how should I put it, a heavy aura. Orochimaru thought for a moment and explained. The last time I felt this way was from an Umbu ninja under a second-generation leader. What are you two talking about? The Chiba boss is just a ramen shop owner. Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled by his companions. What were they even talking about? Cold gaze, heavy aura. Could it be that the Chiba boss's true identity is a powerful ninja who kills indiscriminately? Impossible. The Chiba boss's chakra level is even lower than his. Here are your noodles. Jia walked out of the kitchen carrying 3 bowls of different flavored ramen on a tray. Tsunade immediately gave Orochimaru a look, and he understood that Tsunade meant for him to probe the Chiba boss. Jia placed the 3 bowls of ramen on the table. Please enjoy your meal. Orochimaru picked up his chopsticks and casually asked, Boss, is something going on at home? You seemed a bit unhappy when I walked in just now. My home? Jia was puzzled for a moment, then remembered earlier. Oh, nothing's wrong at home. It's just that the business isn't as good as before after reopening today. So I'm a bit worried. I see. Orochimaru smiled. You don't need to worry about that, boss. It's just that you just reopened today, and everyone still doesn't know. After all, you have the skills and reputation. As long as you stay open for a few more days, once the other villagers know, they'll naturally come to eat here. Haha, thank you for your kind words. However, it might be a bit difficult to return to the previous level. Why do you say that? Seeing Orochimaru's question, Jia simply sat down beside him and said, the main reason my shop did well before was that the ninjas in the village liked to come. After all, although my ramen isn't expensive, it's not something an ordinary family can afford frequently. Only ninjas have the economic power to come often. But, Jia sighed and looked out at the few pedestrians passing by. War has taken too many lives. Hearing this, Orochimaru felt deeply. Yes, life is indeed very fragile. Tsunade rebutted from his side. Although many people have sacrificed, their sacrifices are meaningful. It is precisely because of everyone's sacrifices that we have achieved peace. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jia squinted his eyes and nodded in agreement. Tsunade is right. Although life is fragile, those who sacrificed have bloomed a brilliant flower with their lives. And this flower is called peace. Therefore, we must cherish this hard-won peace. What are you all talking about? Aren't you going to eat? If you don't eat soon, your noodles will get soggy. Jiraiya shoveled noodles into his mouth, clearly not paying attention to what they were discussing earlier. After the 3 finished eating, they left the ramen shop. Once they had walked a distance, Tsunade asked, Orochimaru, what do you think? Is there something wrong with the Chiba boss? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't know. He doesn't seem to have any problems. Perhaps the war took too many lives, making the Chiba boss a bit downcast, as many ninjas used to be his loyal customers. Thinking about how he would never see those old customers who praised his skills again, it makes sense that the Chiba boss's state seems a bit off. Tsunade nodded in agreement. I think you're right. The Chiba boss is a person who loves peace. Maybe we are overthinking it. Hey, what are you two daydreaming about? Jiraiya said nonchalantly as he picked his nose. Next time, we should bring Tsurutobi-sensei along to eat noodles. If there's something wrong with the Chiba boss, Sarutobi-sensei will notice right away. Hearing Jiraiya say this, Orochimaru and Tsunade were both stunned for a moment. Not bad, Jiraiya. When did you become so smart? Chapter 18. Cup noodle plan business is not good. What should I do? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jia looked at the earnings from the past few days. Previously, he would earn at least 2,000 a day, but in the past 3 days, he had only made a little over 3,000 in total. The income was even less than what he used to earn in a single day during peak times. Sigh. I need to find a way to make money. At least until the number of ninjas in Konoha increases, it seems difficult to improve my income. If I don't find a way to increase my earnings, it will affect my card drawing frequency, and if my card drawing slows down, then my progress in getting stronger will also slow down. Slowing down my progress is unacceptable. My current strength is still not enough to dominate the ninja world. But upon careful thought, it seems there are no other ways to make money. I can't really take on missions myself. How could that work? I'm not a ninja, and I can't take on missions anyway. Sigh. Forget it. I'll just take my time. After all, the one thing I have plenty of is time. Thinking this, he put away the money, lay on the bed, and propped his leg up. TSK, this one do. I can't just waste my days like this. How about expanding to other businesses? But besides making ramen, what else can I do? Jia fell into deep thought, and, while pondering, drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Jia got up early and headed to the shop. After all, at this time in the morning, many ninjas would choose to come to his shop for ramen breakfast. Who? Boss, I do like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Sakuya, long time no see. You're still alive. Seeing the familiar white-haired figure, Jia was both surprised and a bit taken aback. After all, the war had ended, and he had seen many familiar ninjas in the village, but he hadn't seen Sakuya. He instinctively thought that Sakuya had fallen on the battlefield. Sakuya, who was already quite familiar with Jia, smiled. What? Do you wish so much that I wouldn't come back? How could that be? I'm counting on you to come here and spend money. One bowl of tonkatsu ramen, right? I'll get it ready right away. Hurry up. I've been craving your ramen for so long. You have no idea what kind of days I've been through. Just a moment, I'll be quick, Jia called out and went into the kitchen to get busy. Before long, he came out with a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Here, that's your tonkatsu ramen. Enjoy. It's fresh out of the pot, so it's a bit hot. No problem. If I'm afraid of a little heat, what kind of ninja would I be? Sakuya didn't mind the temperature and started to eat heartily. Jia sat down beside him, curious, and asked, what happened to you? What you been through? You look like a starving ghost reincarnated. Hey, don't mention it. Sakuya waved his hand, and after eating a few more bites, he replied, I went out on a mission. Although the war is over, we can't afford to be the slightest bit lax on border security. I took some people to patrol the borders. You have no idea how harsh the conditions were. It was either soldier-esque rations or various kinds of bland-dried food. Were the conditions that bad? Wasn't there any game? With your skills, catching a rabbit or a fish should be easy, right? Oh, don't even mention it. Even if we caught something, without seasoning, do you really think it would taste good just roasted? Listening to Sakuya, Jia chuckled. You're right. Although original flavor barbecue has its charm, if you made me eat like that all the time, I wouldn't be able to take it either. Who? After taking a big sip of hot soup, Sakuya sighed. If I could eat a bowl of your ramen while on a mission, that would be perfect. Haha, you're dreaming. It's not like I could deliver takeout to you while you're on a mission. Haha, true. Sakuya slurped another large mouthful of noodles. It's a pity you're not a ninja. Even if you were a genin, I would find a way to get you to join my team. Let us not talk about that. I can't be a ninja. Oh, I was just saying that casually. With your skills, it would be a waste to be a ninja. After eating and drinking his fill, Sakuya sighed contentedly. That was great. It's been so long since I've eaten something this good. While Jia cleaned the table, he said, now that you're back, you shouldn't be going out anytime soon, right? During this time without missions, just come and eat whenever you want. You're right. I have to come and eat a few more times in the next few days. Otherwise, once I'm assigned a mission, I won't be able to eat it. After Sakuya left, Jia sat behind the counter and began to think. Sigh, right? Shouldn't I also look into instant noodles? How about creating some cup noodles? Wouldn't that sell like crazy? Although in the original Naruto often ate cup noodles, Konoha didn't have those instant foods yet. So, could I possibly make it happen? Research instant ramen? He felt this could have a good market since the ninjas currently had poor food options while on missions. If he really created cup noodles, perhaps the sales would be surprisingly good. Without hesitation, Jia turned around and walked into the kitchen to start pondering how to make instant noodles. Not to mention, with the aid of ninjutsu, making instant noodles wouldn't be that hard. However, the only thing to keep in mind was how to make the instant noodles convenient while maintaining the original flavor. For the time being, Jia had his shadow clones help serve ramen to customers, while he himself focused on researching cup noodles in the kitchen. Chinya boss, it's me. Jiraiya. A familiar voice rang out. Jia paused his work. Although he usually let his shadow clones handle most of the work, he still chose to personally attend to some special customers. Welcome, Lord Saratobi Hizashi. Coming out of the kitchen, Jia was met with a somewhat unexpected visitor. Saratobi Hizashi, the second Hokage's student and bodyguard, and the future third Hokage, was the teacher of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Although nominally, he was just the second Hokage's bodyguard. Saratobi Hizashi often helped Tobirama with various other tasks, so his status in Konoha was quite high. Saratobi Hizashi greeted him with a kind smile. Hello, Chinya boss. I heard from Jiraiya and the others that your ramen is quite delicious, so I came over. I hope I'm not bothering you. Not at all. Lord Saratobi Hizashi's visit is an honor for my humble establishment. Though he said this, Jia had some other suspicions in his heart. Why'd he come? Is he representing someone? Tobirama? Did someone notice something? I should he have exposed anything, right? The chakra seal is fine, and the shadow clone's haven tea had too much contact with others. Could it really just be to eat ramen? Chapter 19 Life relies on acting. Tetsuya warmly welcomed Saratobi Hiruzen as he entered the shop and sat down. I really didn't expect Lord Hiruzen to visit this small shop. It's truly surprising. So, what would you like to eat, Lord Hiruzen? We have a variety of ramen flavors here that will definitely open your eyes. As he spoke, Tetsuya took out the menu, which had transformed from a single page into a small booklet under his development. Teacher Saratobi, I strongly recommend you try their signature ramen. It's absolutely delicious. Jiraiya, standing nearby, recommended his favorite signature ramen to Saratobi Hiruzen. Idiot Jiraiya. Teacher Saratobi has his own preferences. Don't mess it up. Tsunade did not hold back and punched Jiraiya on the head. Damn it, Tsunade. Can you not hit me so easily? It's really too violent. No one will like you in the future. You violent washboard princess. Jiraiya cried out, holding his head. What? Jiraiya, what did you just call me? Tsunade's anger flared up when she heard Jiraiya call her a violent washboard princess. Orochimaru, help me. Jiraiya saw Tsunade about to explode and immediately hid behind Orochimaru without hesitation. Watching the noisy trio, Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Young people are full of energy. Meanwhile, Tetsuya shook his head with a smile. Jiraiya, given your current state, it's no wonder that later on, Kato Dan managed to win Tsunade over. And you'll always be just a little short. Thinking of Jiraiya's future, Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh for him. Always just a little short. Just a little short of winning over Tsunade. Just a little short of seeing his friend Orochimaru turn back. Just a little short of finishing the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Just a little short of seeing Naruto become Hokage. Just a little short of witnessing Naruto's wedding. Just a little short of seeing the prophecy of peace in the ninja world come true. Always just a little short, forever just a little short. That little bit ran through Jiraiya's entire life. Jiraiya's life was an imperfect one, but that was the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Looking at the noisy three ninjas, Tetsuya was momentarily lost in thought. This scene also caught Saratobi Hiruzen's attention. The look in this boss's eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Hiruzen noticed Tetsuya's special gaze when looking at the three ninjas. There was sentiment, recognition, and more importantly, regret. But what was there to regret about his three disciples? Tsunade was a descendant of the Hokage, with the bloodline of the Senju clan. Orochimaru was a genius ninja, having received his true teachings. And Jiraiya had his own adventures, having signed a contract with Mount Myaboku. No matter how you looked at it, the futures of these three were bright. Sentiment and recognition could be understood, but there shouldn't be any regret. Boss, I'll have a bowl of assorted ramen, and put it on that idiot Jiraiya's tab. After hitting Jiraiya, Tsunade felt much calmer after scamming him for a bowl of ramen. Saratobi Hiruzen also put down the menu. Then I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Boss, I'll have my usual fiery fried noodles. Thank you. Boss, I want the signature ramen. All right, please wait a moment. The ramen will be ready soon. Tetsuya replied. Following the normal process, Tetsuya quickly prepared the ramen ordered by the four of them. Everyone, the ramen is ready. It's a bit hot right out of the pot, so take your time. Thank you, boss. Then let's dig in. Three Jiraiya and the others were already familiar with Tetsuya's ramen, so they didn't rush to pick up their chopsticks, instead looking at Saratobi Hiruzen. Saratobi Hiruzen picked up his chopsticks and lifted the noodles. Watching the broth glimmer under the sunlight, the aroma spread with his movements. He couldn't help but swallow, no longer hesitating, and took a big bite. The chewy noodles broke apart in his mouth. The broth spilled out, and the flavors of the noodles and soup burst simultaneously. Really good, No wonder, Boss Chiba. Your business is so thriving. This flavor is definitely the best ramen I've ever had. Sarutobi Hiruzen generously praised after tasting the ramen. You're too kind, Lord Hiruzen. Tetsuya smiled shyly, but beneath the smile was more vigilance and caution. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was definitely not here just for the ramen. Last time the three ninjas visited his shop, their reactions were a bit strange. Could it be that after going to war and taking lives, some aura or characteristic had changed, catching their attention? Boss Chiba, your Chiba family was also a follower of Lord Senju Hashirama back in the day, right? Here it comes. Tetsuya knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry had begun, but his expression remained calm. Yes, our Chiba family was indeed an affiliated family of the Senju clan, following Lord Senju Hashirama to Konoha. The two casually chatted about how the Chiba family followed the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and fought for Konoha. In fact, anyone with a bit of ninja knowledge could see that Sarutobi Hiruzen was interrogating Tetsuya, checking if he was an undercover agent who had disguised himself to infiltrate Konoha by asking about past trivial matters. After all, no matter how detailed the intelligence collection was, there would always be mistakes. However, Tetsuya perfectly inherited the original body's memories. To be precise, the original body and he were the same person, so there would naturally be no flaws in facing these questions. After chatting for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his ramen. At the same time, he also had an answer in his heart. Chiba was fine, and as for what his three disciples said about the boss being unusual, it might be a consequence of the war. After all, the war had just ended, and many people's mindsets in the village had changed, which was unavoidable. It seemed he would need to talk to the teacher about how to handle post-war stabilization. But speaking of which, the teacher's health. Sigh. I wonder how much longer the teacher can hold on. However, if the teacher can't hold on, can I become a good Hokage? Shaking his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. The teacher was still around, and as a disciple and Hokage's guard, my current task is to assist the teacher well. Boss Chiba, I heard that you have also trained your chakra? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly changed the topic. Tetsuya nodded. Yes, I successfully trained my chakra back when I just opened a shop. Unfortunately, I'm quite dull, and I haven't made much progress until now. I see. That's all right. Hard work can make up for lack of talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, Do you want to become a ninja? To say he didn't want to would definitely be a lie. Tetsuya smiled awkwardly. But I know very well that someone like me, even if I became a ninja, would only drag my companions down. It's better to mind my own shop. And every day, I can see the satisfied ninjas returning from their missions to enjoy a bowl of ramen. That already makes me very happy. Life in this world relies on acting. Tetsuya's acting skills were slowly cultivated, and there were absolutely no traces of performance in it. Chapter 20 Master and Apprentice Sarutobi Hiruzen left with the future three ninjas. After confirming that there were no issues with Tetsuya, Hiruzen believed that the previous changes might have been due to the aftermath of the war. Once it was confirmed that Tetsuya was fine, the three ninjas were quite happy. After all, they really liked the Chiba ramen shop. After a day of hard training, being able to enjoy a steaming, delicious bowl of ramen could alleviate the fatigue from a whole day of rigorous practice. All right, you three go train. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed his three disciples as they reached the road. You performed well. As a ninja, you must always be vigilant of everyone around you. This ensures the safety of both yourself and the village. In the future, when you encounter someone you cannot ascertain, remember to avoid being impulsive like this time. Come me first, understood? Understood, teacher Sarutobi. They replied in unison. Good, then that's it. I have to return to the Hokage building. I still have tasks assigned by the Hokage that I haven't fully handled yet. Hiruzen waved to his disciples and turned to walk toward the Hokage building. The three ninjas continued toward the training ground. On the way, Tsunade suddenly spoke up. Well, since we misunderstood Boss Chiba, should we take this opportunity to apologize? Huh? Apologize? Jiraiya scratched his head. I don't think that's necessary. We didn't cause any trouble for Boss Chiba, and we even brought teacher Sarutobi to eat ramen. In fact, we helped attract customers for him. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare and then looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what do you think? Jiraiya also turned to Orochimaru, waiting for his answer. I think we should find a chance to tell the boss. After all, what teacher Sarutobi said today did have a somewhat interrogative tone. If Boss Chiba didn't think that way, that's fine. But if he did, it would be obvious that we were the ones who doubted him first. At that point, our relationship with Boss Chiba might not be the same as it is now. Orochimaru was right. So, let's find time another day to clarify things with Boss Chiba and apologize, Tsunade agreed. Seeing his teammates saying this, Jiraiya had no choice but to go along with the majority. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, it was just an apology. He, Jiraiya, could be flexible and would naturally admit to mistakes. At the Chiba ramen shop, after sending off Sarutobi Hiruzen and his disciples, Tetsuya returned to his kitchen. It seemed that the last time the young three ninjas came to eat ramen, they noticed some subtle changes about him, which led to their suspicions. However, since they couldn't pinpoint it, they called Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it seemed that Hiruzen also didn't notice any issues. Tetsuya nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, his acting skills still had room for improvement, as he had actually revealed some clues to the young three ninjas. Or perhaps it was just as expected of them, being cautious and perceptive enough. Oh well, anyway, he would be leaving Konoha and the Land of Fire in the future. After all, he was immortal. If something went wrong, no one could keep him here if he wanted to leave. In the end, it would just be a matter of leaving Konoha and the Land of Fire a bit earlier. With that thought, Tetsuya continued to study instant noodles, as this was related to his future money-making plans. At the Hokage building, as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen returned, he headed to the Hokage's office. Senju Tobarama, looking visibly pale and aged, was sitting at his desk. It's you, monkey. What's the matter? Seeing that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who knocked on the door, Senju Tobarama immediately asked what he needed. Teacher, there are some matters I want to discuss with you regarding the post-war reassurance work for the villagers. Hiruzen didn't hide anything in front of Tobarama. He directly mentioned what happened earlier at the ramen shop and shared some of his thoughts about reassuring the populace. After listening to what Hiruzen said, Tobarama nodded. Monkey, your ideas are quite good. Go ahead and do as you think. Ultimately, I will pass the Hokage position to you. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt both shocked and delighted. It seemed that the position of the third Hokage was indeed his, and this time it was different from before. With Senju Tobarama overseeing Konoha and publicly passing the Hokage position to him in front of many clan leaders, he didn't think anyone would dare oppose this time. Then, he heard Tobarama express some sentiments. I know a bit about that boss Chiba you mentioned. Back in the day, the Chiba clan was one of the first families to follow our Senju clan. Tobarama began recounting the past. The Chiba clan's allegiance to the Senju clan dates back to the Warring States period, long before his brother, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara became famous. The Chiba clan had already been a vassal of the Senju clan by then. Unlike other clans that chose to follow out of fear of Senju Hashirama's strength, the Chiba clan, as the most loyal vassal, stood firmly behind the Senju clan during the Warring States period. However, this also led to the Chiba clan being resented by many other clans, as some small clans were not a match for Senju Hashirama and were certainly no match for the Chiba clan either. Later on, the Chiba clan suffered a coordinated attack from several small clans, resulting in heavy losses, almost depleting their elite forces. Nevertheless, the Chiba clan never regretted their choice. Eventually, when his brother became the head of the Senju clan and negotiated peace with Uchiha Madara's Uchiha clan, they founded Konoha together. The Chiba clan also came to Konoha, but by that time, there were hardly any members left, and they had very few ninjas remaining. The once somewhat renowned Chiba clan from the Warring States period had thus fallen into decline. Now, to Senju Tobarama's surprise, the Chiba clan had only one heir left, and that was a particularly talentless Tetsuya Chiba. However, after hearing that Tetsuya had opened a ramen shop, Tobarama thought that was quite good. Not being a ninja meant he wouldn't have to take on missions or go to the battlefield, living a life devoid of bloodshed. If the Chiba clan could continue to live steadily in Konoha, it would be as if they hadn't completely vanished from history, having once been loyal to the Senju clan. Monkey, take care of that kid from the Chiba clan for me in the future. I understand, teacher. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama coughed violently for a moment. Are you all right, teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tobarama with concern, and Tobarama waved his hand. I'm fine. I know my own body. Monkey, I made up my mind to pass the position of Hokage to you, so you must also take on the corresponding responsibilities. What I'm about to say should stay between us. You cannot tell a third person before you step down from your Hokage position. Do you understand? Seeing Senju Tobarama's seriousness, Sarutobi Hiruzen also became tense, but he nodded. Rest assured, teacher, I swear I will not tell anyone. Please, go ahead. Chapter 21. The Uchiha clan is a sword. You must grasp the balance of wielding it. Tobarama stood up and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, saying, Monkey, do you know why I was able to return alive from the hands of Kinkaku and Jinkaku? Because your strength is extraordinary, and Kinkaku and Jinkaku are no match for you. Hehe, do you believe that yourself? If I truly had extraordinary strength, would I have needed to let you all leave first while I stayed behind to hold them off? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his mouth and stopped speaking. In fact, From the day Tobarama returned to Konoha, they had been speculating about what had really happened. After all, if the teacher could truly defeat Kinkaku and Jinkaku with certainty, the situation would not have unfolded as it did. However, Tobarama was their teacher and the second Hokage of the village. Since he did not actively tell them what happened, none of them dared to ask. So teacher, what actually happened? Tobarama took a deep breath. Monkey, when I was about to be surrounded, I encountered someone. Someone. Could it be reinforcements from a village? No, that's unlikely. Or perhaps it was someone from the Cloud Village. Tobarama denied all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's guesses. It was an old acquaintance of mine, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. How was that possible, teacher? Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. But he is already dead, isn't he? Yes, Izuna had long been dead, killed by me before the village was established. Tobarama's gaze was somewhat absent. However, he did appear before me at that time and helped me defeat the Cloud Village, killing Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Even some of the 6 paths tools in their possession were taken by Izuna. How is that possible? How can a dead person come back to life? Tobarama was also puzzled. Yes, how can a dead person truly come back to life? But Izuna did appear. Teacher, could it be that someone disguised themselves as Izuna? Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed his guess. I suspected that someone might have been disguised as well, but Monkey, let me ask you, have you ever seen Izuna? Faced with Tobarama's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Do you know Izuna? He shook his head again. Do you think, besides the deceased Uchiha Madara, anyone would understand Izuna better than me? Probably not. Yes, probably not. As longtime rivals, Tobarama and Izuna had been in opposition for many years. He could confidently say that he, Senju Tobarama, understood Izuna better than Izuna understood himself. Yet, despite this understanding, he did not notice any problems. If he had to say, it seemed Izuna's strength had weakened. He only used fire release techniques, and his Sharingan only had 3 tomo. However, this could be attributed to Izuna just being revived, and his strength had not fully recovered. One more thing can prove that person was Izuna. That is, I left a Flying Thunder God mark on Izuna, but after he left, I lost my perception of the mark. Clearly, the other party knew about this move and was already on guard. How could an ordinary person notice the Flying Thunder God mark I left? Only a revived Izuna might be cautious about it. After all, he was killed by me last time. Monkey, I'm telling you this to let you know that if one day I die, you must keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. Teacher, Senju Tobarama looked out the window and said, if one day I die, then the next Hokage will be you. At that time, I hope you won't pressure the Uchiha clan too much. The Uchiha clan is a sword. You must grasp the balance of wielding it. If you push too hard, this sword may very well harm you. Moreover, Uchiha Izuna may return at any time, and I fear that by then, you may not be his match. Tobarama couldn't help but think about how terrifying a restored Izuna would be. An almost immortal body, a Mangeki Sharingan, 6 paths tools. Plus en astonishing sealing technique. Even if he were to restore his strength to its peak, he wouldn't dare to guarantee he could kill Izuna again. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood his teacher's meaning. He feared that by pressing the Uchiha clan too hard, he would cause conflicts with the village. If it were just the current Uchiha clan, that would be manageable. But if the Uchiha clan had a leader like Uchiha Izuna, then Konoha would face the Uchiha that had once instilled fear in all the major ninja clans during the Warring States period. All right, you can go now. Remember, today's conversation must not be known to a third person. I understand, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and left. However, what Tobarama did not expect was that the Uchiha Izuna he worried about was currently cooking noodles at a ramen shop. 2 days passed, and Tetsuya looked at the almost unchanged income with some worry. It seemed that the development of instant noodles needed to be accelerated. Sitting on the bed, Tetsuya put away the money, stretched, and planned to practice sage techniques for a while before sleeping. Hey, my dear master, I seem to have heard you sighing. Have you encountered some trouble? Tetsuya's eyelid twitched. Why did this money-grubbing dog show up today? Oh dear master, how could you say that about me? I'm just thinking of you. Are you confused about not having a better way to make money? What? Do you have a solution? Tetsuya sat on the bed, propping his chin with one hand, looking at the cheeky virtual dog. Of course I have a solution. Did you forget how you learned to make ramen? Hearing this, Tetsuya's eyes lit up. Right, the previous ramen skills were extracted, so could he extract other money-making techniques? Congratulations, master, you got it right. Yes, that's what I wanted to remind you of. Tetsuya clapped his hands. Yeah, I wasted so much time researching before. Not really. At least you had fun exploring the unknown. Right? That's true. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's draw cards. Tetsuya no longer hesitated and took out the savings he had accumulated over this period to embark on his gambling journey. The next morning, Tetsuya returned to his shop, feeling somewhat exhausted. Looking at his empty wallet, he just wanted to throw his head back and let out a roar. The hell with it. Dog system. I'm furious. Refund. This dog system had drained all Tetsuya's savings over the past few days, extracting a bunch of useless items. And in the end, the only thing it guaranteed him was a recipe for instant cup noodles. He seriously suspected that this dog was targeting the money left in his pocket. Chapter 22. Instant cup noodles. So, you call me over just to show me this thing? Shoya, with his white hair and dead fish eyes, squatted in front of the table, staring at the white cup in front of him alongside Tetsuya. The cup was sealed with a lid. What do you know? I tell you, this is definitely the greatest invention since the founding of Konoha. Sure, the greatest invention is just this cup? You're not afraid of twisting your tongue with such big talk. Shoya pouted. He didn't believe this could be the greatest invention. What? You don't believe me? The point isn't the cup, but what's inside it. Let me show you. Saying this, Tetsuya opened the lid of the cup, and Shoya leaned in to take a look. He found a piece of noodle cake inside. What's so great about just a piece of noodle cake? Then, under Shoya's watchful gaze, Tetsuya poured pre-prepared hot water into the cup and closed the lid again. Shoya watched Tetsuya, wanting to see what this guy was up to. Before long, he caught a familiar aroma. This is the smell of the signature tonkatsu ramen. Just watch. When the time was up, Tetsuya opened the lid, stirred the cup noodles with chopsticks, and then handed it to Shoya. Tada! Chiba brand instant cup noodles. This is ramen? Shoya looked surprised at the ramen in the cup. The noodle cake that was just in the cup had actually turned into ramen. Quick, try it. See how it tastes. This cup is on me. Prompted by Tetsuya, Shoya picked up the chopsticks and started tasting. The first bite felt pretty good, not much different from what he usually ate in the shop. However, after a few more bites, he realized something seemed a bit off. The amount of cup noodles wasn't large, about the same as a medium bowl of ramen in the shop, but the taste was slightly lacking. However, it wasn't too far off. The most critical point was that this thing was convenient. Just pour hot water, wait a bit, and you could eat. With this cup, it was easy to carry. Just imagine, in the future, when on a mission outside, you wouldn't have to gnaw on dry, tasteless ration bars or flavorless soldier pills anymore. How about it? How does it taste? The taste is good, but compared to the shop, it's still a bit lacking. That's inevitable. Ramen is best when it's steaming hot and just out of the pot, Tetsuya said with a smile. But the charm of this instant cup noodle lies in its convenience. You can eat it just by pouring hot water. If you really can't, you can even eat the noodle cake dry, but of course, it'll taste worse that way. With this, you can enjoy delicious ramen while on missions in the future. Shoya smiled. I didn't expect that when I casually mentioned it, you actually managed to create ramen that could be eaten outside. You've really outdone yourself. Oh, it's not just for you. I want to make some extra money too, Tetsuya chuckled. He wasn't lying. The initial purpose of making this was indeed to make money. Not bad, this idea can indeed make money. I think quite a few ninjas would be happy to take a cup of noodles with them when going on missions, right? I think so too. The reason I called you today was to hear your thoughts and see if there's anything that needs improvement. If there are no issues, I plan to start mass production. Hearing this, Shoya began to think seriously. I don't see any major problems. If I had to say, it's just one flavor, right? Eating just this one flavor might get boring pretty quickly. For now, there's no other option. I've only developed this classic flavor, but there will definitely be more new flavors in the future. Then I have no issues. Great. Then I'll prepare for mass production. When the first batch is ready, I'll need your help to promote it. No problem. With Shoya's approval, Tetsuya officially started the production of the cup noodles. What? You want to ask where the production tools for the cup noodles came from? Of course, they were drawn out by the dog system. This guy used the cup noodle production process as bait, continuously increasing the stakes, and finally drained his wallet. Now it was time to make money back. He used ninjutsu to dig out a factory beneath the ramen shop, where all the machines for producing cup noodles were placed. The machines produced by the dog system could directly seal their chakra into the machines as energy. The machines started, and an endless supply of cup noodles was produced. Chiba cup noodles officially went on sale. Chiba ramen had high popularity among the ninjas in Konoha, and with Shoya's help and promotion. The first batch of cup noodles sold out immediately. Not only ninjas came to buy, but many curious villagers from Konoha also joined in, especially since the opening price set by Tetsuya wasn't high. Chiba boss, Jiraiya is here. Do you still have that cup noodle? After a day of hard training, Jiraiya rushed overexcitedly. Oh, it's Jiraiya. Sorry, you came too late. It sold out during lunchtime. Sold out. Jiraiya looked dejected. He had heard that Chiba boss had come up with a type of ramen that could be eaten just by pouring hot water. and he hurried back after finishing his training. After all, during his training at Miyaboka Mountain, he only had bugs to eat, which made him quite uncomfortable. He had planned to buy some cup noodles to eat during his training at Miyaboka Mountain, so he wouldn't have to eat bugs. He didn't expect to arrive too late. Was he destined to eat those disgusting bugs? Hey boss, can you tell me how you made those cup noodles? Idiot Jiraiya, how can you casually inquire about someone's business secrets? Another familiar voice rang out as Tsunade walked into the shop and punched Jiraiya on the head. Tsunade, why did you hit me? Because you're dumb. Don't say that about Jiraiya. After all, he has always been at the bottom of the class since school. Orochimaru walked into the shop behind Tsunade. Oh, Orochimaru and Tsunade are here too. Are you both here to buy cup noodles? Orochimaru shook his head. No, I'm here to eat ramen. I'm also here to eat ramen, and I want to take a portion back to let my second granduncle try it. He said he wanted to taste your ramen, but he is too busy to come. The second Hokage wants to eat the ramen I made? Then I'm truly honored. Please wait a moment. I'll go make it right away. Chapter 23. You really pulled off a great trick. As night fell in this ninja world where nighttime entertainment was scarce, the streets were already devoid of pedestrians, leaving only the patrolling ninjas. Every household had turned off their lights early to rest, and the only remaining entertainment was making small figurines. In the Hokage office, the second Hokage Tobirama was reviewing documents. As all matters, big and small, in a ninja village fell on his shoulders as Hokage. Before he collapsed, he hoped to contribute more to the village. Unfortunately, not everyone could understand him, and many eyes were watching him, waiting to seize power from him after his death. Grandpa, a crisp voice rang out as Tsunade pushed open the door to the Hokage office, carrying a food box. Oh, it's little Tsunade. Why are you here instead of resting? Hee, didn't you say before that you wanted to try Chiba's ramen? I'm here to bring you some. You brought me ramen? Haha. Hearing that Tsunade was actually concerned about him, Tobirama laughed. Our little Tsunade has grown up, knowing to care about Grandpa. I just casually mentioned wanting to try their ramen, and here you are bringing it to me. As a junior, isn't it my duty to care for my elders? Come on, Grandpa, let's eat while it's hot. Tsunade placed the food box on Tobirama's desk. The ramen from their place is delicious. I just delivered some to Grandma, and she loved it too. Oh, did you bring a portion for Aunt as well? You've really grown up, Tsunade. Tsunade obediently sat beside Tobirama. Well, actually, I only bought one portion. The other was a gift from Boss Chiba. He heard I wanted to bring some for you and gave me a discount by one get one free, saying I should take one for Grandma too. Tobirama opened the food box, and the aroma of ramen instantly filled the Hokage office. He nodded in approval. The descendants of the Chiba family are thoughtful. It seems he still cares about our Senju clan. Chiba family? Is that Boss Chiba's family? Tsunade became curious about the Chiba family. She knew that her Senju clan was a prominent family in the village, with many people having once been their vassals. However, she had no impression of the Chiba clan. Yes, the Chiba family, there's only him left now. Huh, is that so? Grandpa, can you tell me about the Chiba family? How did they end up with just one person? Speaking of which, we Senju owe them a lot. Tobirama sighed and began recounting the past. After hearing about the Chiba family's history, Tsunade was very surprised. The entire Chiba family were ninjas, all sacrificed for us Senju, for the village. Only Boss Chiba, who lacks ninja talent, survived, while the former waste has become the only heir of the Chiba family. Yes, the Chiba family members are all admirable, including the current young Chiba. As he spoke, Tobirama took a bite of the ramen. The taste was unexpectedly good. Although it had been packed, and the noodles soaked in the broth for a long time, they were surprisingly still chewy. The noodles absorbed the flavor of the broth, making the aroma even richer. The toppings were also handled just right, not overpowering the ramen's main flavor, adding much to it. Not bad. This young Chiba really has some skill. With this talent, I believe he can live a prosperous life in the village. Of course, Grandpa, you don't know. Boss Chiba's business is definitely unique in the village, and he has even developed instant ramen that can be eaten just by soaking it in hot water. It's very convenient. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing about instant ramen, Tobirama thought of many things. His first reaction was whether it could be used for ninjas on missions. Upon further reflection, it seemed not very meaningful. Only some patrol missions could possibly use it, allowing ninjas to eat something warm when it was inconvenient to make a fire. However, for those who didn't like cooking or couldn't cook, it was indeed a good option. Naruto, long live instant ramen. Tsunade talked to Tobirama about instant ramen, then went on to mention the idiot Jiraiya, and then about their training and other topics. The grandfather and granddaughter chatted about various things. Meanwhile, at Chiba Tetsuya's home, Tetsuya was sitting on his bed, just preparing to meditate and communicate with the energy of the earth and practice immortal techniques. Dear Master, have you missed me these days? Seeing his dog system jump out, Tetsuya couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He miss you? Of course I miss you. I miss you so much I could die. Why don't you just die? Last time you drained all my savings and gave me a bunch of useless things, and you dare to show up again. Oh, come on. Dear Master, how could I trick you? It's just that you had a bit of bad luck, okay? Get lost. Just because I had bad luck doesn't mean you can split a cup noodle production device into 5 pieces for me. Are you trying to make me draw ninja fragments? Why not break that machine into 40 pieces or even 100 and give me a high-level skill carpool to draw from? Oh, calm down, calm down. What can I do? That was a production device. What I prepared for you, Dear Master, was a production line, from the making of the cup noodles to the final packaging. Isn't that a complete process? Just understand, it's tough for me too. If he could reach this annoying dog, Tetsuya really wanted to strangle it. There was no way. This dog was just too annoying, especially with that silly face that made him want to hang it up and beat it. What do you want this time? I'll tell you. I currently have no plans to draw cards. The existing things are enough for me to digest for a while. Oh, come on, Master. How can you think that way? I see you as my host, my beloved, my most respected master. Can I just come out to check on you? Keep blowing. Even if you blow flowers today, I won't spend money to draw. Tetsuya had basically figured out this guy's nature. As long as he had spare money, this guy would jump out to tempt him to draw various prizes, then drain his money dry and leave. How can you think of me like that? Am I that kind of person? You're not even human. You're a dog. The most unreliable one. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want. Well, you wanted to resurrect someone, right? I have prepared a special reward for you. As he spoke, a screen similar to the high-level skill interface from the Naruto mobile game appeared before his eyes. Hey, how about this? No way. You really pulled off a great trick. Chapter 24. The death of the second Hokage, Tobirama Jiye, was feeling extremely frustrated. He felt that he had been tricked by the dog system again. The dog system had drained all the money he had. It said that in order to trigger the high-level skill function, he had to draw 100 times. After completing the 100 draws, he only received 20 pieces of Izuna's fragments. To resurrect Izuna, he needed to collect 100 pieces. System, you are really a dog. 100 draws for just 20 pieces. That's pure minimum guarantee. Give me back my hard-earned money. Oh, dear Master, open your mind a bit. Money is just an external object. As long as you go earn it, you will have it. For a master with an immortal body of the evil god, time is meaningless. Want to save money? Isn't that an easy task? Although Jiye understood that the dog system was right, for him, time was meaningless. And the money earned through time was also meaningless, just a matter of sooner or later. But he still felt very unhappy. He had finally saved some money by selling ramen and instant noodles, only to be tricked by the dog system again. Sigh, what a mood. With this extreme displeasure, Jiye opened his shop as usual. The following days seemed to calm down. Every day repeated the same life, watching the customers come and go in the ramen shop. Jiraiya and the others would occasionally come to eat noodles, while Tsunade would come every so often to bring ramen back for Tobirama and Mito. This made Jiye and Tsunade become even more familiar with each other. Every time he saw Tsunade, Jiye would sigh, never expecting that the current princess of a laundry board would become a famous in the ninja world in the future. Truly unexpected. Orochimaru also came often, and every time he came, he would ask if there were any new products. He was always very interested in the new items released by the Chiba Ramen shop. Days passed one by one until this day. In the Hokage office, Tobirama was handling documents when he suddenly felt his vision becoming a bit blurry. What is happening to me? Tobirama put down his pen and looked out the window, where the scenery also became blurred. Suddenly, he realized in his heart that his time had come. It was time to return to the Pure Land. To be precise, he should have returned to the Pure Land long ago if it weren't for the time. Tobirama struggled to walk to the window. He looked outside, but unfortunately, everything was a blur. Izuna, I still couldn't witness the moment you returned to the village. I hope when you return, you won't harm the village. If I find out you harmed the village after my death, even if I crawl out of the Pure Land, I won't let you go. As he spoke, he felt his body becoming weaker. Is this the end? But I haven't done more for the village yet. I can't fall like this, at least. Tobirama held on to his last breath and performed a secret technique. The blurry scenery in front of him regained clarity. Come here. Notify the monkeys and the heads of various clans to come over. Yes, the Hokage's exclusive ANBU immediately began to act. On this day, the entire village of Konoha mourned. The second Hokage Tobirama returned to the Pure Land, and even in his last moments, he was thinking of the village. Before he fell, he gathered the heads of the various ninja clans and the village's higher-ups, and in front of everyone, he designated the third Hokage, who was his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He did this to prevent the previous situation from happening, avoiding disputes among the villagers over the Hokage position, which could lead to the village's collapse. Hiruzen, who was designated as the third Hokage, did not rush to take over the position. Instead, he held a funeral for his teacher, the previous Hokage of the village. As if to highlight the rising wind, it rained on the day of the funeral. Everyone stood in front of the second Hokage's grave in silence. This Hokage worked diligently for Konoha, dedicating his life, and even left no descendants. Tsunade stood sadly beside her teacher, looking at the tombstone, her eyes filled with tears. Today, she lost another loved one. The higher-ups did not stay long. After paying their respects, they left, as Konoha still had many matters waiting for them to handle. After the higher-ups and representatives of the various ninja clans left, the villagers of Konoha spontaneously came forward to bid farewell. Jia also mingled at the back of the crowd, and after everyone had left, he approached Tobarama's tombstone. Looking at the name engraved on the tombstone, Jia took out a bowl of ramen from his lunchbox and placed it in front of the already filled tombstone, the flavor that Tsunade told him was Tobarama's favorite. "Oh, I thought that saving you from the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers would change your fate, but I didn't expect you to leave after all." Jia shook his head with some emotion. It seemed that Tobarama had long since exhausted his potential. Being able to hold on for so long was impressive enough. "Oh, dear master, why do you need to be sad? Death is nothing to you." Hearing the voice of the dog, Jia couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Which eye of yours saw me being sad? The two in front or the one in the back? I'm just a bit emotional." "No need to be emotional, master. You can completely resurrect him. As long as the money is in place, everything can be discussed." Hearing this, Jia was left speechless. "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me the high-level skill behind Izuna is Tobarama?" "Congratulations, master, you are correct. Of course, if you want, I can also arrange others for you later, like Hashirama or Ashura. Indra? Uchihamadara? Uchihamadara seems to be not an option for now. He isn't dead yet, so I can't resurrect him. But once he dies, I can arrange for you right away. Just shut up." Jia rolled his eyes and turned to leave. However, he was really considering whether to resurrect Tobarama to have him and Izuna work for him. It would definitely be interesting if those two were together. "What are you saying? Will they listen to you? Don't joke around. If I really resurrect them, who knows how long it will be before that happens. By that time, let alone how many good things I can draw, just the sage art of the yellow skin tomb. I'm afraid I would already be in the first tier of the ninja world. Strength decides everything. Not to mention that the dog has told me from the start, no matter how strong the person I resurrected was in life, they cannot harm me. Just this point is enough." Chapter 25, Tetsuya's Dream. Making Chiba famous in the ninja world, Konoha, as the third Hokage took office, did not implement drastic reforms or rush to promote new policies. Instead, he led Konoha in a step-by-step manner, trying to minimize the negative impact caused by the death of the second Hokage. One could say that Konoha was fortunate. At the end of the war, the second Hokage was still alive, so the village did not experience the fluctuations that other ninja villages faced during the transition of their leaders. It was precisely because the second Hokage helped the village catch its breath after the war that the third Hokage's job was much easier compared to the third Kage of other villages. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents on his desk, his face filled with worry. He rubbed his forehead and took out his pipe from the drawer to light it. After taking a few deep puffs, the smoke spread throughout the Hokage office, and under the influence of nicotine, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The door to the Hokage office opened, and an unexpected visitor walked in. "Boss Chiba, what brings you here today? Do you need help with something?" "Hello, third Hokage." Tetsuya grinned and stood opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Oh my, no need to be polite. Please have a seat. Is a ramen shop closed today? Don't you usually have to keep an eye on a shop?" "Haha, no. I hired an apprentice, so now the shop is well taken care of with their help, plus my shadow clone is guiding them. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not." "Oh, you've learned the shadow clone technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was more interested in Tetsuya learning the shadow clone technique than in the fact that Tetsuya had hired an apprentice. Although the shadow clone technique was one of the most basic techniques for ninjas, it was not easy to learn for someone without much talent. "Yes, I learned it. Although it took me quite a bit of time and money. Spent quite a bit of money. Yes, I learned slowly, so I spent more money hiring ninjas to teach me. I thought if I could learn the shadow clone technique, I could do a bit more." "Haha, I see." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly, and then asked, "So, is there something you wanted to talk to me about today?" Tetsuya nodded seriously and said, "Actually, third Hokage, I feel that my little shop has reached its limits in the village, so I want to do business outside. You want to do business outside? In a land of fire? Or the entire ninja world? For now, my goal is just the land of fire. As he spoke, Tetsuya suddenly became excited. But I believe, just give me some time, and I will definitely be able to open Chiba ramen shops all over the ninja world. Even if I can't become a ninja, I will still make the name of our Chiba family known throughout the ninja world. Seeing Tetsuya's excited expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, appreciating Tetsuya's confidence. That's great, a very good dream. I believe you can achieve it. However, the village allows everyone to go out and do business, so you don't really need to tell me about it. Tetsuya smiled and revealed his true purpose. Actually, I'm here to issue a mission. Oh, issuing a mission, I see. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and took out a mission slip from a drawer on the side of the desk. What kind of mission do you want to issue? I'll write it down for you, and then you can post it on the mission board. I want to issue a bodyguard mission. A bodyguard mission? Yes. I plan to travel around various cities in the Land of Fire to do some field research. Only after I have a good understanding of the cities in the Land of Fire can I properly plan for the future of my ramen shop. In fact, this bodyguard mission was quite unnecessary. At this point in time, Tetsuya felt that he was not afraid of any ninja from any village. Unless a village leader personally came after him, it wouldn't be anyone ordinary who could deal with him. Besides, even if it were a village leader, Tetsuya was confident he could escape. After all, the speed of his lightning release chakra mode was not something just anyone could match. However, he was currently seen as a mediocre person who had just barely learned the shadow clone technique. If he dared to leave the village alone, people would definitely be suspicious. So, to make the act more convincing, he decided to issue a mission and hire a ninja to protect himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen fully endorsed Tetsuya's idea of hiring a bodyguard. Very thoughtful, as expected of the Chiba boss who can run a successful ramen shop. You flatter me, Hokage-sama. No, I genuinely think you have a great business mind. Chiba boss. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen finished writing the mission request. Alright, Chiba boss, your mission request is ready. How about I classify it as a high-level C-rank mission? After all, you'll just be within the Land of Fire, so you shouldn't run into ninjas from other villages. However, since you need to travel around the Land of Fire, it may take some time, so I'll mark it as the highest specification. No problem. Okay, then it's settled. I'll also give you a pass to enter and exit the village, so it'll be more convenient for you to come and go. Thank you, Third Hokage. Indeed, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen was still quite likable to look at. Before long, Tetsuya completed the deposit and left the Hokage office, handing Sarutobi Hiruzen a membership card. Although Hiruzen didn't lack money, it was about the identity, as he was currently the only member in all of Konoha. Back at his ramen shop, Tetsuya couldn't help but feel curious. I wonder who will accept the mission to accompany me around the Land of Fire tomorrow. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to it. After all, during his free time recently, he learned a bit of illusion techniques from Huang Daoshi. He wanted to test it out to see if his illusion techniques would work on ninjas. Well, for a C-rank mission, there should be at least a chunin, right? I hope it's not a combination of 1 jonin with 3 genin. As he fantasized about tomorrow's itinerary, he leaned on the counter, gazing at the pedestrians outside. With the freedom to use the shadow clone technique openly, Tetsuya also felt relaxed. However, during this time, business at his shop was average, and, surprisingly, the sales of cup noodles had surpassed those of ramen. This made him contemplate whether he should open a branch and sell cup noodles in various cities in the Land of Fire. The next morning, Tetsuya arrived early at the ramen shop. Handa, I'm stepping out for a bit. The shop will be in your hands, and I've left my shadow clone here. If you have any questions, just ask it. Okay, teacher. Although Handa looked about the same age as Tetsuya, he still respectfully referred to Tetsuya as teacher. When Handa first asked to learn how to make ramen from him, Tetsuya was taken aback, thinking that this young man might be the future owner of Ichiraku. But the timeline didn't seem to match up. After asking a few questions, he confirmed that this Handa was not Ichiraku, but very likely the father of the legendary Ichiraku. Thinking about how the future Otsutsuki Ichiraku would have to call him master, Tetsuya immediately agreed to take him as a disciple. After explaining the precautions to Handa, Tetsuya headed to the entrance of Konoha village. The ninja who took the bodyguard mission had been waiting for a long time. Hey, Chiba boss, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shoya, I didn't expect you to be the one taking the mission. Chapter 26, Leaving the Village. The main tone of the ninja world, seeing that the ninja waiting for him at the village entrance was none other than Hatake Sakuyo. Tetsuya was a bit surprised, but still quite happy, as it was a familiar face, making communication easier for both of them. I really didn't expect it to be you who took on my commission. Haha, what a coincidence. I just finished handing over my last mission yesterday and saw a new batch of tasks posted on the mission board. I was thinking of checking to see if there were any suitable tasks, and I immediately spotted the commission you posted. Sakuyo was also somewhat surprised and delighted. I didn't expect that after such a short time, you're already planning to expand your ramen shop to other places. Tetsuya chuckled. It's nothing much. Although I do have that idea, I'm not sure if I'll actually go through with it when the time comes. I understand. Although I'm not good at business, I've heard from my family that there are many considerations in running a business, and it's wise to conduct field research on this idea. The Hitaki clan is quite a large family in Konoha, and they naturally have some businesses under their banner, which are managed by non-ninja family members. Even though he doesn't team manage them personally, Sakuyo has learned some things about this from his relatives. Well, I don't really understand it. After all, I'm the only one left in my family, so I can only rely on my instincts to figure things out. Saying this, Tetsuya patted Sakuyo on the shoulder and extended his right hand. So, for a long time to come, my safety will depend entirely on you. Please take care of me. Sakuyo shook Tetsuya's right hand. Me too. Please take care of me. Haha, let us go, we're off. Tetsuya left Konoha with Sakuyo, heading towards the nearest city in the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is vast, and since this is a field study, there are many things to consider. This trip would inevitably take a considerable amount of time. Before setting off, Tetsuya was filled with anticipation. Although he had left Konoha before, that time he had mostly been wandering on the battlefield. This time, it was his first visit to a town outside of Konoha, and he was very curious about the towns in the Hokage world. After all, even in anime and manga, the plots mostly revolve around the major ninja villages, with only a few specific locations being showcased, leaving little display of other towns in this world. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When the two arrived at the first town, Tetsuya was stunned to see the dilapidated village before him. Sakuyo, is this our first stop? Yes, is there a problem? Tetsuya stared at the village for a long time without speaking. The winding, muddy roads and the low straw huts. The people living here were dressed in a way that could hardly be described as simple. If it weren't for the passing travelers communicating with words, he would have thought he was looking at a group of uncivilized primitives. But upon closer thought, it made sense. The Hokage world is a relatively backward world. No, not backward. It should be described as a world with extremely uneven development. Moreover, the ninja village system had only been established for a little over 20 years, and the First Ninja World War had ended not long ago. With bandits rampant outside of ninja villages, villages without ninja protection were naturally extremely backward. If they wanted to develop, they had to see if the bandits would agree, or if the ruling class would agree. Sakuyo. So this is what the world outside the ninja villages looks like. Sakuyo didn't seem to have much of a reaction to the scene before him, only expressing his feelings. In fact, most places in the ninja world look like this. The scenes like those in Konoha are already quite rare in this ninja world. Therefore, we should really thank the first Hokage for allowing us to live as we do now. Tetsuya frowned, but the first Hokage clearly had the ability to change the entire ninja world. Why did he only establish a village instead of a country with a complete legal system? Sakuyo was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to answer this question. Should he say that the first Hokage didn't have that ability? But the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara indeed had the power to dominate the entire ninja world at that time. Should he say that the people outside the village were not the first Hokage as concerned? Yet he had just said that the first Hokage was kind-hearted. In the end, Sakuyo could only reply, I don't know. I'm just a ninja, and all I need to do is understand how to act according to my missions. I don't need to think too much about other questions. Tetsuya said nothing. It was the first time he began to contemplate this world, this ninja world. The ninja world is chaos, exploitation, oppression, plunder, and slaughter. These words always exist in every corner of the ninja world. Don't be fooled by Konoha's apparent prosperity. That's just Konoha. He remembered when he read comics. The scenes that Jiraiya saw while traveling through the ninja world seemed not too different from what he was seeing now. Sakuyo, let us go. Sai, are we leaving here? Yeah, this place doesn't seem suitable for opening a shop. Opening a shop? Buying things? Haha, it's a miracle if the people here can barely survive. The two left this place and headed to the next town. As they passed through more places, Tetsuya's smile grew fainter. It wasn't that he was overly compassionate and couldn't bear to see others suffer. In Tetsuya's understanding, he had always respected others' destinies and never interfered with others' lives. The reason his smile dwindled was that, as he gained more experience, he felt that the main tone of the entire ninja world was one of oppression and despair. He suddenly began to understand why Jiraiya was so obsessed with finding the child of prophecy, the savior. When a person deeply realizes the sorrow of a world and cannot change it, how can they not hope for the appearance of the child of prophecy and the savior? Perhaps only someone like the child of prophecy, filled with mystery, could change this world. But did Naruto really change the ninja world? Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and their field research journey had come to an end. Tetsuya, what's wrong with you? Walking on the road back to Konoha, Sakuyo asked Tetsuya, whose expression was dull. In the past 6 months, I've noticed that your smile has become less and less. Hearing Sakuyo's words, Tetsuya rubbed his face and forced a smile. It's nothing. Just that it's my first time being away from the village and my home for such a long time. And the long journey has made me feel a bit mentally exhausted. I see. Haha, when we get back to the village, how about we go to the hot springs and relax? Of course, no problem. Chapter 27 Ramen Hokage Office. Knock knock knock. Please come in. Lord Third. Long time no see. Ah, Boss Chiba. Seeing Chiba walk into the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a friendly smile. How's it going? After greeting, Sarutobi extinguished the smoke in his pipe and set it down. It's been half a year since we last met. How was the field study in the land of fire this time? Tetsuya shook his head with a smile. To be honest, Lord Third, this field study left me feeling quite disappointed. Oh, if it's convenient, could you tell me what happened? Sigh, actually not much happened. It's just that the world outside the village is somewhat different from what I imagined. Seeing Sarutobi show a curious expression, Tetsuya began to recount his experiences over the past 6 months. In short, after going out and seeing the world, I feel that Konoha is truly much better than out there. Outside the village, apart from a few large cities, I honestly feel that other places can't even be called towns. After listening to Tetsuya, Sarutobi felt quite emotional. Sigh, Boss Chiba, what you saw is the true face of this ninja world. You're right, Lord Third. However, this field study still yielded some results. I confirmed a few viable locations. Haha, is that so? That's great, that's great. I wish you prosperous business in advance. Thank you for your good wishes. Tetsuya smiled, taking out his wallet from his pocket. Enough about that. Lord Third, let me settle the payment for this mission first. Seeing the money, Sarutobi squinted his eyes and smiled. Haha, no problem. After settling the payment, Tetsuya left the Hokage building. Chiba Ramen Shop. Originally planning to go home and get a good sleep, Tetsuya decided to stop by the ramen shop when he passed by. Welcome. The staff member bent down and bowed to welcome the customer, and upon looking up, his eyes widened in excitement as he took off his hat. Ah, it's the boss. You're back. I'm back. You've worked hard these past 6 months. Tetsuya smiled slightly and patted the staff member's shoulder. His shadow clone had dissipated on the 11th day after he left Konoha, meaning the staff member had been managing the shop alone for half a year. It's not hard. The boss taught me the craft, and while I was managing the shop, I also practiced my skills. I'm grateful for that. Tetsuya smiled, thinking that the staff member was truly a chosen worker. By the way, boss, please wait a moment. The staff member quickly ran to the counter and then came back with an account book. Boss, this is the account for the past 6 months. Please take a look. Looking at the account book the staff member held, it was nearly full. Tetsuya shook his head and pushed the account book back. No need to look. I trust you. Seeing Tetsuya trust him so much, the staff member bowed deeply again. Thank you for your trust, boss. Tetsuya smiled. I still prefer when you call me teacher while learning from me before. All right, teacher. Tetsuya glanced around the shop and thought for a moment before speaking. Staff member, how about you take over the shop from now on? Me? Become the shop manager? Can I do well? Haven't you been doing pretty well this past half year? Really? Haha. Well, don't get too excited too early. Opening a branch will still take some time. Boss, give me a signature ramen. A familiar figure. The carefree Jiraiya walked into the shop. Sigh. Boss Chiba. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open upon seeing Tetsuya. Oh, it's you, Jiraiya. Tetsuya smiled and waved. It's been half a year. Juve Gruntayer. Boss Chiba, long time no see. I heard you traveled around the land of fire these past 6 months. Was it fun out there? Jiraiya looked at Tetsuya with curious eyes. Tetsuya thought for a moment and smiled. Jiraiya, everyone sees the world from different perspectives. Perhaps what I find fun, you may not. So, whether it's fun out there or not, it's best to wait until you've seen it for yourself. What? I just wanted to ask how it is outside. Why all this philosophical talk? Listening to Tetsuya's deep reasoning, Jiraiya pouted. Looking at the current version of Jiraiya, Tetsuya couldn't help but shake his head. Thinking of the future Jiraiya, who would be searching the world for the child of destiny. Never mind, you want a bowl of signature ramen, right? I'll make it for you myself. Saying this, Tetsuya walked toward the kitchen. Teacher, let me do it. The staff member wanted to take over making the ramen. But Tetsuya stopped him. What? Do you want to take my job before I've even opened a branch? No, that's not what I meant. Haha, just sit down. I haven't made ramen seriously for a long time. Let me do it. Seeing this, the staff member had no choice but to sit down. Soon, the aroma of ramen wafted from the kitchen. Tetsuya quickly brought out 2 bowls of ramen, handing one to Jiraiya and the other to the staff member. Teacher, it's been so long since I made ramen, I didn't control the amount well, so I made you a bowl too. Just write the taste and see if my skills have declined. The staff member nodded and picked up his chopsticks. I'm digging in. While the staff member was doing this, Jiraiya had already taken several big bites. As expected of Boss Chiba, the taste is still amazing. Tetsuya sat nearby, smiling as he watched the two eat. Jiraiya was quite noisy, looking like he hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. It seemed this kid had been in Mount Mayaboku for quite a while, living on insect cuisine. The staff member's movements were much slower and more deliberate, as if he was savoring the taste of the ramen. I'm done. Jiraiya set down his bowl and chopsticks, satisfied as he licked his lips and patted his belly. I'm done too. Thank you for the treat, Tetsuya. The staff member set down his chopsticks and said with some emotion, as expected, my skills are still not as good as the teacher's, although I use the same ingredients. I don't know why, but the ramen made by the teacher is just more delicate and flavorful than mine. Perhaps that's why you're the teacher. Tetsuya smiled and patted the staff member's shoulder. What you're saying is nonsense. All right, if you're full, then let's all go home. It's time to rest. I should head home too. Boss Chiba, boss staff, goodbye. Jiraiya waved his hand and left the ramen shop. Tetsuya handed the closing work to the staff member and left first. Chapter 28, Grand Opening of the Branch, Chiba Grand Hotel. Time flies, and another 6 months have passed. During this time, Tetsuya's branch successfully opened in the capital of the Land of Fire. The day of the opening was quite lively, as Tetsuya invited many ninjas from Konoha to help support the event. The ramen shop, backed by these ninjas, quickly attracted a lot of attention in the capital. Coupled with top-notch ramen skills, it could be said that Chiba Ramen Shop became an instant hit. Of course, as a time traveler, Tetsuya was well-versed in the ways of human relationships. On the second day after the opening, he sent VIP cards for the ramen shop to the major nobles in the capital and launched a special luxury ramen dish aimed at these nobles. The taste may not be significantly better than ordinary ramen, but that didn't matter. What was important was the luxury, the uniqueness, and the expensive price. What were these nobles thinking? Naturally, they desired to be different and special. Initially, he thought about promoting the new shop and offering discounts to build its reputation, preparing himself for some losses. Unexpectedly, a few nobles ordered a round of luxury sets, and he made a profit right away. As night fell, Tetsuya sat in his house in the capital, counting stacks of cash in his hands, his eyes nearly turning into the shape of money. This was fantastic. Indeed, these nobles were incredibly wealthy. Should I just rob them? Why bother earning money when I could easily take from them with my current strength? However, after a moment's thought, Tetsuya shook his head and abandoned this crazy idea. He couldn't do that. These nobles were parasites feeding off the common people. If he robbed these nobles, they would undoubtedly increase various taxes to quickly make up for their losses, and in the end, it would be the common people who would suffer. If he did that, how was he any different from those nobles who exploited ordinary people? It would just be an additional step, transitioning from directly oppressing the common people to using nobles to do so. What would he become then? A celestial dragon from the world of One Piece? An aristocrat among aristocrats? Maybe you should just kill all these nobles, wipe them out completely. But that wouldn't work either. The ninja world was already a ruin. If all the nobles were killed, the Land of Fire would likely plunge into war the next day. Tetsuya sighed. He knew that the nobles of the 5 great nations and those of smaller countries were somewhat interconnected. If he killed all the nobles of the Land of Fire, other countries would definitely invade under the pretext of revenge, dividing up this most prosperous land. In the end, the flames of war would rage, and the same group of people would suffer. Tetsuya flopped down on the bed. Hashirama, why didn't you and Tobirama change the entire ninja world back then? My dear master, do you wish to possess the power to change the ninja world? Originally feeling a sense of lament, Tetsuya's emotions vanished upon hearing that annoying voice. All that was left was anger towards the two-horned dog. What do you want, you worthless mutt? Are you trying to scam my money again? Let me tell you, my new shop just opened, and there are plenty of places to spend money. Oh, master, money is just an external object. Don't you want to change the entire ninja world? Don't you think transforming the ninja world into what you envision would be a very fulfilling accomplishment? Tetsuya couldn't help but roll his eyes. Get to the point, cut the crap. Oh, my dear master, isn't it simple to become stronger? Just draw cards. Get lost. Don't, dear master. Money is just an external object. What use do you have for it? Can it even give birth? Hey, you actually hit the nail on the head. Money can indeed make money. Eventually, Under the persistent persuasion of the two-horned dog, Tetsuya still spent some money. However, this time he didn't directly draw from the big wheel, but instead drew ninja fragments. Tetsuya knew that if he wanted to accomplish something in this ninja world or change something, relying solely on himself wasn't enough. Pain is impressive, right? But didn't he have to establish the Akatsuki? 6 paths of Bito and Kagaya are powerful, yet they were still defeated. Looking at the 37 progress of collecting Uchiha Izuna's fragments, Tetsuya sighed. Only 37? No rush. I have plenty of time. The business of the ramen shop became increasingly prosperous, thanks to initial promotions and a bit of social savvy. Chiba Ramen Shop gained a reputation in the capital, and even some outsiders had heard of it. After all, it was frequented by the capital's nobles, who attracted quite a bit of popularity for Chiba Ramen Shop. The nobles drove wealthy merchants, and wealthy merchants attracted affluent traders from outside, further spreading Chiba Ramen Shop's fame to even more distant places. It transformed Chiba Ramen into a high-end brand. Tetsuya seized this opportunity to continuously expand the shop and carry out luxurious renovations. As the shop expanded, Tetsuya also began to purchase exquisite high-end foods beyond ramen. After all, when he drew the instant noodle recipe and production machines, he also acquired quite a few other items. Phew, that was really tiring. Looking at the hotel in front of him, Tetsuya wiped the sweat from his brow. In just a year, he had turned a ramen shop into Chiba Grand Hotel. Observing the resplendent decor and the distinguished guests coming and going, even the hotel staff wore expensive attire that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. Tetsuya couldn't help but feel that this world was truly unfair. While the common people in the ninja world struggled to survive, the aristocrats in the capital spent enough on a meal for ordinary people to live well for a long time. Boss Chiba, you've been sitting here for a whole morning, and you can still call that tiring? A young man beside him questioned. He looked at Tetsuya with a bit of helplessness and then shook his head. Huh, you can't say it like that, Izuna. Just sitting here is quite exhausting for me, all right? After all, hosting those distinguished guests is a mentally taxing task. Tetsuya stretched and leaned back in the luxurious mahogany chair. After all, if he wasn't careful and failed to properly entertain these gentlemen or offended a noble, then there would be no need to continue running the hotel. He might not even be able to keep his head. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna couldn't help but twitch his eye. Keep your head? Boss Chiba, I'm quite curious. In this ninja world, who could make you lose your head? Izuna felt helpless. Clearly, this Chiba boss had been the one to pull him back from the Pure Land and give him a second chance at life. And he was incredibly strong. Yet he displayed none of the demeanor of a strong person, always appearing as a sycophantic, money-loving miser. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he had battled against Boss Chiba no less than 10 times, losing each time by a narrow margin, he would truly think that the person before him was just an ordinary hotel owner. Chapter 29, Izuna, times have changed. Your era is over if someone can defeat themselves consecutively more than 10 times. That person might be a master, just like his brother, Uchiha Madara. However, even his brother, Uchiha Madara, cannot guarantee that he only leads by half a move every time he defeats him. Yet, Chiba can consistently control it to half a move ahead and then defeat himself. If it were once or twice, one could say it was luck or that he was just a little stronger. But if this is the outcome for more than 10 consecutive times, then, from Izuna's experience, there is only one possibility. That is, Chiba is far stronger than him, strong enough that no matter what Izuna does, he could defeat him within half a move. Chiba, there is something I don't understand. Oh, how many times have I told you? Don't always call me boss, just call me Jie. Jie waved his hand, curiously looking at Izuna, whom he'd spent a large amount of savings to resurrect. If he hadn't turned Chiba Ramen into Chiba Grand Hotel, attracting those wealthy people to spend money, he really might not have been able to resurrect Izuna in such a short time. What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Jie, why is your strength so great, yet you choose to stay here as a businessman? Izuna asked his confusion. With your strength, you could easily carve out a career outside. Carve out a career? Jie smiled and shook his head. Izuna, you have been resurrected for a while now. Haven't you realized that the ninja world now is different from your time? The Warring States period is over. Now is the era of ninja villages. The 5 great nations all have their own ninja villages, and even some small nations have their own ninja villages. If you go out now and try to claim land like you did back then, you will inevitably face attacks from ninjas. As he spoke, he dipped his finger into the tea water and sketched a map of the ninja world on the valuable wooden table. Moreover, the daimyos of these great nations are all somewhat related. Even if you're strong enough to fight against one ninja village, what about 2, 3, Izuna was silent, pondering the differences between the current era and his past. Seeing Izuna deep in thought, Jie smiled. So, the times have changed. You said that back then. The major families fought to the death for what? Wasn't it all for money and resources? Look at me now. Don't I have money and resources too? But Chiba, you've already made a lot of money. Haven to you? Oh, who would complain about having too much money? Besides, I'm different from you. Money has a special use for me. For example, I spent money to bring you back. Jie countered. Don't you want to see your brother come back to life too? Or, I could help you resurrect that guy Tobarama, so you can teach him a good lesson. Resurrect my brother. Hearing Jie say he could bring back his brother Uchiha Madara, Izuna's eyes widened in shock. Of course, it would have been better if Jie hadn't mentioned that unfortunate name earlier. You really can resurrect my brother. Of course, why would I lie to you? Didn't you already die and come back to life once? Izuna was somewhat excited. Yes, he could be resurrected, so his brother could come back too. Just thinking about seeing his brother again made Izuna very happy. However, amid his excitement, he also had some doubts. Jie, if it's convenient, could you tell me how you resurrected me? As he spoke, he glanced at Jie and quickly added, of course, if it's not convenient, then forget it. There is nothing inconvenient about it. It's a natural ability of mine. As long as I have enough money, I can accomplish many things that seem impossible to ordinary people, such as resurrecting the dead. Is there really such a bloodline limit in this world? Izuna's eyes widened, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. As the second in command of the Uchiha clan, he knew that many special bloodline abilities in the ninja world relied on bloodline inheritance. However, he had never heard of gaining abilities or resurrecting the dead through spending money. While bloodline is just bloodline, you can roughly understand what it means. While the two were chatting, a group of samurai entered the shop. These samurai did not head straight for the front desk, but lined up on both sides at the entrance. Two people quickly walked in and laid out a red carpet on the ground. Seeing such a grand occasion, Jie immediately understood who was coming. He gave Izuna a look, signaling him to go to the back first, and then personally went to the entrance. Outside, a noble young master first got out of carriage, followed by a woman dressed in a kimono, elegantly adorned, who was helped down by the young master. The noble young master had a flattering expression. Miss Yukiko, be careful on the steps. The woman, called Mikiko, swayed her alluring waist as she walked on the red carpet into the hotel. Young Master Nakamura, it's truly an honor to have you here. As the two entered the hotel, Jie, the boss, personally welcomed them. Nakamura also greeted back with a smile. Chiba boss, sorry to disturb you. This is the newly elected courtesan, Miss Mikiko from Hanamachi, and I spent a lot of money to invite her to dinner. I thought of Chiba boss first, and hope you can arrange everything for us. Oh, this is the newly elected courtesan. How rude of me. Since you two have come to my place, I will definitely treat you well. As he spoke, Jie discreetly examined the courtesan with the corner of his eye. To be fair, this rich second-generation Nakamura has good taste. This courtesan has both looks and figure. With a slim waist, long legs, a curvy body, fair skin, and charming eyes. Please follow me to the private room. Jie gestured for them to follow and gave Nakamura a thumbs up in a position only he could see. Nakamura smiled even more proudly. However, Jie noticed that it seemed like Mikiko had discovered their little action. After leading the two into the private room, Jie arranged for good food and drinks and then stepped out. Just as he returned to the front hall, he saw Izuna walking towards him, and he smiled. That kid Nakamura is back again. I have to say, this time he really brought an exceptional gem. However, the first thing Izuna said stunned Jie. That woman, if I'm not mistaken, she should be from the land of lightning. Chapter 30. Is a person with big breasts from the land of lightning? Huh? Why? You can't just assume she's from the land of lightning, just because she has two big breasts. Tetsuya shrugged. While it's true that most women from the land of lightning are quite voluptuous, the land of fire has its fair share too. Just look at Tsunade and Hinata. For example, upon hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna almost lost her composure. I noticed a special tattoo on her back. It's just a tattoo. Why make it seem like people from the land of fire don't get tattoos? Besides, she's an Oiran, geisha. Don't geishas usually have colorful tattoos on their backs? Not quite, Izuna explained. I see a traditional symbol of faith from the land of lightning hidden among those traditional Oiran tattoos. Really? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Are you questioning the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Hey, you're using the Sharingan to check out beautiful women. Tetsuya, your attention is really strange. I said that person might be a spy from the land of lightning, and yet all your focus is on those odd details. So what? Tetsuya shrugged nonchalantly. If she's a spy, then she's a spy. I'm not a ninja, so why worry about it? As long as she doesn't interfere with my business. That's all that matters. You. Izuna was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Tetsuya wasn't a ninja, even if the other party was a spy. It really had nothing to do with him. Izuna, you should relax a bit. Your era has passed. Tetsuya yawned as he walked outside. Even the current Uchiha clan has little to do with you. When your brother chose to leave Konoha, not a single Uchiha decided to follow him. The Uchiha of Konoha and you from the Warring States period aren't really related. Watching Tetsuya's back, Izuna fell into deep thought. She felt that Tetsuya was right. As a resurrected, dead person, there was hardly anyone in this entire ninja world who had any connection to her. A Konoha ninja village she knew nothing about. A family that betrayed her brother, and even the current land of fire, she had little emotional attachment to. In the luxurious suite, Nakamura had already fallen into a gentle embrace and couldn't extricate himself. Young Master Nakamura. Miss Mikiko. Young Master Nakamura, do you really love me? Of course, Miss Mikiko. I felt deeply in love with you the first time I saw you. Then, young Master Nakamura, are you willing to dedicate yourself to me? Of course. I would do anything for you, Miss Mikiko. Young Master Nakamura. Mikiko nestled in Nakamura's arms, her eyes filled with affection as she looked up. Look into my eyes. Miss Mikiko. Nakamura lowered his head and exchanged a glance with Mikiko. In the next moment, a special chakra was activated. In an instant, Nakamura was controlled by Mikiko. Foolish pig from the land of fire. You make me sick. After successfully controlling Nakamura, Mikiko instantly seemed like a different person. She retracted her flirtatious demeanor and instead gained a bit of heroism. The controlled Nakamura knelt on the ground like a servant. I apologize for making my master feel sick. No need for your apology. Mikiko stood up and stepped on Nakamura's head. From now on, you will work for me for the rest of your life. I will help you secure the position of head of the Nakamura family, and you and your entire family must obey my commands. Yes, master. All right, from now on, just act normally in front of outsiders. On the first floor, sitting in his luxurious wooden chair, Tetsuya suddenly looked up at the luxurious suite where Nakamura was. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and within the crimson pupils, the tomo began to spin, eventually connecting into a special pattern. Indeed, his eyes were the same kaleidoscope as Izuna's. After spending so much money to extract it, it was naturally not as simple as just resurrecting Izuna. While resurrecting Izuna, he also gained all her abilities: ninjutsu, swordsmanship, jinjutsu, and the Uchiha clan's most prized Sharingan. This was still a kaleidoscope. Considering all this, spending so much money didn't seem too bad, as he gained quite a lot. But it couldn't be said that he made a profit. After all, Tetsuya didn't lack ninjutsu, and while the jinjutsu of the Sharingan was indeed powerful, the jinjutsu he learned from the old master was also not bad. The only truly useful things were swordsmanship and the Sharingan. Through this kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tetsuya saw a special chakra fluctuation emerging from the luxurious room. Can't help but start taking action. People from the land of lightning really are impatient. Izuna, standing nearby, didn't pay attention to the identical Sharingan in Tetsuya's eyes. She couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to step in and do something? If war breaks out, it will affect your business as well. Tetsuya waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. War is still far off, at least for the next few years. It definitely won't happen. Saying this, he chuckled. Besides, do you think the land of lightning has spies in the land of fire, while the land of fire doesn't have spies in the land of lightning? Don't forget that the current Hokage of Konoha is a good disciple of Senju Tobirama. Do you think Tobirama's disciple is some brainless fool? That cunning and treacherous, inherently evil Senju Tobirama, a bastard like him, would definitely teach his disciple to be a good person. Listening to Izuna's little tirade, he couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder you and Tobirama are rivals. Your arguments are no different from Tobirama's when he scolds the Uchiha. So, such matters don't need our concern. We are businessmen. No matter who he is, as long as he can take care of our business, he is our customer, isn't he? Saying this, Tetsuya pulled out a bag of seeds and started to crack them. While cracking the seeds, he continued, besides, I'm counting on Nakamura and that Miss Mikiko to take good care of my business. As the two chatted, they moved from the topic of spies to other subjects. Tetsuya curiously asked Izuna about some secrets from their past. Since they had nothing better to do, Tetsuya treated it as a bit of fun. But soon, they transitioned from the Warring States period to even more distant times. Getting into the topic, Tetsuya opened up and began telling Izuna about some historical tales he had seen online about the Hokage. For example, how Yui and Yutsuin were both brothers and lovers. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't approve of their relationship. After all, who would want to see their own two big fat sons end up with no descendants? Chapter 31. The undercover intuition Tetsuya was sitting there chatting with Izuna about historical anecdotes, ranging from the passionate bond between the two brothers, Yumura and Yuhi, to the love-hate relationship between Ashura and Indra, and then from that mythological era to the era of the shinobi sect. Perhaps Tetsuya was talking nonsense to such an extent that Izuna, who usually remained calm and composed, was somewhat dazed and didn't even refute him, just sitting there listening. Let me tell you, that old man Rikudo Senin is so biased. When it came time to choose a successor, he set up a test for his two sons to complete. This inheritance test was clearly aimed at Ashura and Indra. Indra completed the test alone according to the rules, while Ashura relied on the help of others to finish. Logically, Ashura should have violated the rules, but Rikudo Senin countered by saying, Indra, you don't understand love. You don't understand what unity is, and ultimately chose Ashura. What is the deal with that? Isn't that unreasonable of Rikudo Senin? Listening to Tetsuya brag, even the usually calm Izuna couldn't help but speak up. Although you're not a ninja, Tetsuya also practice chakra, so isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that about Rikudo Senin? Hey, what is the big deal? Tetsuya waved his hand dismissively, took a sip of tea, and then spat out some tea foam without any grace. I'm just saying it casually. Besides, Rikudo Senin is already gone. What is he going to do? Come out of the Pure Land to beat me up? Rikudo Senin is really in the Pure Land, as a soul that returned from the Pure Land. Even though I have never seen Rikudo Senin, I have heard souls from the Pure Land say that he indeed exists. Relax, I said it's fine. If he really came out to hit me, wouldn't that mean I was right? If I was right, then why would he be angry? While the two were chatting, Nakamura and Yoshiko came down the stairs, supporting each other. Nakamura seemed to be drunk, but besides that, there was nothing inappropriate. However, Yoshiko's makeup was somewhat disheveled, and there were some red marks on her neck, as if the whole village had done something to her. Tetsuya and Izuna both noticed at a glance that Nakamura had been controlled by an illusion. Although this illusion was very subtle, no matter how hidden it was still futile in front of the Sharingan. The marks on Yoshiko were merely a disguise. After all, it was strange if nothing had happened between her and the famous playboy. However, Tetsuya didn't mind and just smiled as he greeted them. Have you two eaten well and drunk well? Yoshiko didn't say anything, while Nakamura, in a drunken haze, replied, The food and drink from Boss Chiba are top-notch. What a treat. With the phrase, what a treat, a guard who had been waiting at the door immediately stepped forward and placed a silver note on the table. Upon seeing the number on the silver note, Tetsuya's smile grew even wider. Oh my, thank you, young Master Nakamura. No problem. Good service deserves a reward. Nakamura laughed heartily, looking quite extravagant, as all his expenses were covered by the Nakamura family. Young Master Nakamura has had too much to drink. It's time to rest, Yoshiko said at the right moment, signaling that Nakamura should leave. Tetsuya smiled and said, You two take care, come again if you have time. Don't worry, I understand the rules. What happens in the room, no one else will know. As he spoke, Tetsuya's gaze flicked to the red marks on Yoshiko's neck, and the guards lowered their heads, adhering to the basic principle that they should not look at what they shouldn't see. However, Yoshiko seemed to realize something, and a strange look flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it and left with Nakamura. Looks like they're having quite the fun. Watching Nakamura and Yoshiko leave, Tetsuya shook his head. Izuna crossed her arms and said, It seems the other side wants to control the Nakamura family by manipulating young Master Nakamura. They probably plan to support him to take over as the head of the family next. It's fine. Tetsuya picked up an abacus from behind the counter and started playing with it. Although the Nakamura family holds a certain status in the capital, in the end, they're just a second-rate family. Clack! All the abacus beads returned to their positions, and Tetsuya looked at Izuna and said, This is the capital of the land of fire. It lacks nothing but nobles and wealthy people. A second-rate family can at most help the land of lightning or the hidden cloud village make some money or gain some resources. It won't change anything significant. After all, the real power in the land of fire lies with the daimyo and those first-rate nobles close to him. A second-rate family doesn't count for much. In Hanamichi One-chome, the top kabukicho in the capital, at this moment, two masked ninjas appeared in front of Yoshiko. These two ninjas were tall and didn't look like people from the land of fire, although they weren't wearing headbands. It was pretty clear they were from the land of lightning. Have you investigated the background of that hotel owner? Sir, we've already found out. Speak. The hotel owner's name is Chiba Tetsuya, the only heir of the Chiba clan of Konoha. He chose to go into business because he didn't have the qualifications to become a ninja. Originally, he opened a ramen shop in Konoha, and after his business thrived, He came to the capital to open a branch. These two ninjas had conducted a very detailed investigation, uncovering how Tetsuya had gradually built up from a small ramen shop in Konoha to the largest tavern in the capital of the Land of Fire. After all, these matters were not secrets. Any older resident in the capital could easily find out. As for the staff in his shop, the chef was personally trained by Chiba Tetsuya, while most of the others were recruited locals. Yoshiko furrowed her brows slightly, a down-and-out air of a ninja clan, choosing to go into business because he lacks ninja qualifications? Yes, sir. My subordinate has investigated. The Chiba clan was indeed one of the many clans that followed Senju Hashirama back in the day. And after the establishment of Konoha Ninja Village, they mostly perished. Only Chiba Tetsuya, who cannot refine chakra and cannot become a ninja, remains. According to the Chiba clan's tradition, if Chiba Tetsuya had been able to train, he probably would have died on the battlefield long ago. From the results of the investigation, this Chiba Tetsuya seems to be an ordinary person, not even a ninja. However, her intuition told her that this Chiba Tetsuya was not simple. No, I still feel there is something off about this. Find an opportunity to test Chiba Tetsuya again and see if he is really a ninja. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 32. Restless Yunin Village as night fell. Tetsuya lay in his room, eyes closed in meditation. His Erha's golden finger was truly unreliable. While others received various rewards and quickly gained insights and learned all kinds of ninjutsu in an instant, he was stuck with scrolls. He had to painstakingly study the ninjutsu on these scrolls, with only a few things like the undying body of the evil god and fire release enhancement being directly granted. Fortunately, he had some talent for learning ninjutsu, and with the long life of his undying body, learning ninjutsu wasn't too difficult for him. As long as it wasn't a bloodline-restricted ninjutsu, theoretically, he could learn all ninjutsu in this ninja world. While meditating on his immortal technique, Tetsuya suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of natural energy in the environment. He opened his eyes, knowing someone had arrived. He chuckled. Did my words during the day provoke someone? Are they worried and come to investigate? Before Tetsuya could act, another figure appeared directly on the rooftop. It was Izuna, who had clearly sensed that someone harbored ill intentions. As a ninja active during the Warring States period, Izuna's sense of danger surpassed many in this era, a skill honed in the chaotic and perilous times of the Warring States. Clearly, the two foolish intruders hadn't realized that danger had quietly descended upon them. Just as Izuna was about to eliminate the two small thieves, Tetsuya's voice rang in his ears. Leave them a dog's life. Use Jinjutsu to control them and bring them over to play. Seeing Tetsuya had spoken, Izuna said no more and activated the body flicker technique, appearing directly in front of the two little thieves. Who are you? The two little thieves had yet to react to what was happening when they suddenly felt something appear in front of them, instinctively looking up. Upon doing so, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes met their gaze. The three Tomo in the Sharingan spun, forming a unique pattern. With Izuna's powerful ocular prowess, controlling the two average-strength ninjas was incredibly easy. Foolish ninjas from the land of lightning. Who gave you the courage? Izuna snorted coldly, turning around and leading the two to Tetsuya's room. Welcome, Tetsuya greeted with a smile as he watched Izuna bring the two masked ninjas into the room. Why keep these two alive? What are they good for? Tetsuya tilted his head and smiled. Of course, to gather intelligence. Aren't you a ninja? In situations like this, what should you do? Don't you know? Izuna scoffed. I know that, but these kinds of lowlifes probably don't have any important information. What can you possibly extract from them? Tetsuya replied. I know. I just want to experience what it's like to be a ninja. Isn't interrogating for information fun? Tetsuya grinned. Is it? I don't think so, Izuna said, somewhat smugly. In front of these eyes, no information can be hidden. Indeed, with the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, unless the opponent was prepared, extracting information was far easier than any secret technique from the Yamanaka clan. Controlling the opponent with Jinjutsu and directly asking what one wanted to know, without fear of being deceived, was much more convenient. However, Tetsuya didn't care and approached the two masked ninjas. Who are you? Who sent you? The two ninjas respectfully replied. We are from Yunin Village, sent by Lord Okai to investigate the background of Chiba Tetsuya. Oh, Okai? Tetsuya's interest was piqued as he pondered. Who is this Okai? Is she the courtesan Mikiko? Yes, Lord Okai is our special jonin from Yunin Village, responsible for infiltration missions. Mikiko is the code name for Lord Okai while she is stationed in the Land of Fire. Hey, that's quite interesting. Izuna, did you hear that? That courtesan is indeed from the Land of Lightning. You have a good eye, Tetsuya remarked. Izuna proudly raised his chin. I told you, don't doubt me. I am Uchiha. Nothing can escape the eyes of the Uchiha's Mangeki. Tetsuya ignored the proud Izuna and continued to inquire. So, why does your Okai need to infiltrate the Land of Fire? What is your objective? That, we're not too clear on. We only know that the village has formulated a series of detailed plans, which relate to the development and future of our Yunin village. After the end of the First Great Ninja War, due to the death of the Second Raikage and the incident with the Golden and Silver Brothers, the Second Hokage forcefully demanded a large compensation from our Yunin, which severely affected our development. Therefore, the higher-ups of Yunin have developed a series of plans, including the infiltration of major countries. The two foolish ninjas spoke back and forth, revealing all the information they knew without holding anything back. After hearing what they said, Tetsuya had a basic understanding of Yunin village's intentions. They gained nothing from the First Great Ninja War, as the Golden and Silver Brothers' mischief, coupled with his own intervention, resulted in the surviving Second Hokage taking a big loss from Yunin. With the nature of Yunin village, a den of bandits, could they endure being wronged? Not at all. But just after a war, even if they wanted to cause trouble, they lacked the capability. However, even if they couldn't cause trouble immediately, it didn't prevent them from making small moves in advance to prepare for future actions. Thus, they formulated a series of plans and infiltrated various countries to gather intelligence in preparation for their next move, which would be the Second Great Ninja War. These brash ninjas from the Land of Lightning simply couldn't stay quiet. They had to stir up trouble. As the second in command of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, Izuna, the wise representative of the Uchiha, naturally grasped the opponent's intentions. How long had it been since the war ended, and they were already planning the next one? It was normal. When has the ninja world ever truly been at peace? Before the establishment of ninja villages, the major ninja clans fought endlessly for years. It had only been a little over a decade since the founding of the ninja villages when the First Great Ninja War broke out. 20 years after that war was the Second War, and just 10 years after the Second War ended, the Third World War erupted. After the Third War, the ninja world seemed to settle down, but that was merely a fade. Beneath the surface, dark currents still flowed, until the young Naruto grew up and participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 33 Hand. Is your mouth poisoned? How do you plan to deal with these two guys? Looked at playing tricks on the two ninjas from the Land of Lightning with illusion techniques, somewhat puzzled by his thoughts. Since he had already obtained the information he needed from these two, why not just kill them? How to deal with them? Of course, we send them back. Send them back. Upon hearing this, instinctively questioned, are you planning to let them go back as spies? Yes. Don't you think that's interesting? As looked at the two ninjas from the Land of Lightning, he suddenly found them to be quite cute. With them around, it should add some fun to his otherwise dull life. Speaking of which, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at, by the way, if we control them with illusion techniques, will they be discovered? Hee, are you underestimating the illusion techniques of the Uchiha clan? Let out a standard Uchiha cold laugh. Our Uchiha clan's illusions, unless encountered by a ninja proficient in illusions, generally won't be noticed by ordinary people. And as far as I know, there aren't any illusion experts among that bunch from the Cloud Village. Really? Then help me give these two guys a suggestion, saying they've discovered the truth. That I'm just an ordinary person with no strength to tie up a chicken. Then whatever that Okai does, or any movement from the Land of Lightning, let them find opportunities to inform me. Although didn't know what was planning to do, he still cast an illusion on the two and sent them back to the rooftop. The cold wind blew, and the two controlled ninjas suddenly woke up. Let's go. Since we've figured out, let's head back. All right. The two had no doubts, after all. The Sharingan is indeed an extremely overpowered existence in the ninja world. Moreover, the one who cast the illusion on them was none other than the second in command of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, known as the Flawless Ninja, Uchiha. Life seemed to settle down like this. As illusion techniques were very reliable, and the two controlled ninjas occasionally transmitted some information through special means. However, this information was indeed somewhat boring, mostly trivial matters. Seeing these two fools frequently sending such irrelevant information, like what color underwear Okai wore today, or whether he wore any underwear at all, became somewhat impatient, wondering why he needed to know this. Did he think he was like, and those old perverts? However, since it was sent, he might as well take a look, as he was lacking entertainment at the moment, treating it like reading a gossip magazine to relieve boredom. Time flew by, and it settled down in the capital. However, he was still contemplating plans for opening branch stores and a cup noodle sales strategy. During this time, had only returned to Konoha a few times. One time was for his wedding. As a teacher, he had to go back and take a look. Was only a year younger than, But getting married at this age was considered relatively late in the early maturing ninja world. After all, Uchiha and the others had already started killing enemies on the battlefield at a young age. On the day of his wedding, quite a few people approached, saying they wanted to introduce potential matches for him. After all, was no longer just a descendant of a fallen ninja clan. He was doing quite well in business in the capital, and the people of Konoha were naturally aware of it. As a civilian wealthy man, many families were interested in him. Several people came to propose matches each day, and in the end, had no choice but to go to the Hokage's office to request to help stop these somewhat crazy people. Originally, didn't want to get involved in these matters, as he felt that if he get married, it would be best to marry someone from within the village. This way, he could be bound to Konoha through ties. If Konoha needed help in the future, it would be easier for him to lend a hand. However, upon seeing the commission fee that presented, he felt that as Hokage, the shadow of the village, he should help the villagers with their troubles. Moreover, although he was quite wealthy now, he still fell short compared to the ninja clans of Konoha. After all, was just one person, and he had only been in business for a few years. The ninja clans of Konoha had their heritage even before the village was established. His second return to Konoha was a year later, when son was born. Looked at the child in his wife's arms with great emotion. After all, this child would be a key figure in the future of Konoha, an important guiding light on the dark path of the prince, and the controller of the designated safe zone in Konoha. The owner of, the man referred to by netizens as, it is said that the reason he squints is that his eyes are the legendary Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. However, when saw the infant in his wife's arms, he knew that the so-called was just a joke. Teacher, this child doesn't have a name yet. Please give the child a name. Ah, I get to name him? Was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to let him name his son. Nodded. Yes, neither my wife nor I have any elders left. But fortunately, I still have a teacher, so please give her child a name. I see. To be honest, he had previously let call him teacher purely for fun. But after spending so much time together, their relationship felt more like friends or brothers. However, an elder brother is like a father. After all, neither of them had any family left. Then, how about we call him, hoping that this child will be happy every day in the future without worries. Good? Good name. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Haha, son, your name will be from now on. I hope you'll be happy every day. Looking at its family in such high spirits, couldn't help but feel that it was truly beautiful. But the next moment, felt it wasn't so beautiful. Teacher, you are a year older than me. When do you plan to get married? Do you have someone you like? You've been in the capital for several years, so you should know quite a few girls from the capital. As he spoke, S' expression darkened. How did I not notice before? Your mouth is like it's been poisoned. Chapter 34. Time flies later. Jie returned a few more times, but it was just to take a look around. He completely handed over the ramen shop in Konoha to Shouda and renamed the Chiba ramen shop to Ichiraka Ramen. After all, Jie felt that Konoha wouldn't be much affected without Chiba ramen, but losing Ichiraka Ramen would mean missing out on some flavor. Over the years, Jie had accumulated quite a fortune, but he did not choose to resurrect anyone. After all, the dog system home was really a scam. His second high-level arrangement was for Senju Tobarama. If he didn't pull out Senju Tobarama, then this high-level skill wouldn't update to the next character. However, at this stage, he didn't really want to resurrect Senju Tobarama. After all, that whole guy had a lot of schemes, and once resurrected, he would definitely return to Konoha to help its development. Even if he restricted him from going back, Tobarama would probably find a way to contact Konoha and help. That kid Tobarama had a lot of schemes, and who knows what bad ideas he could come up with. After a long time, without spending, under the persistent persuasion of the dog, Jie once again activated the big prize draw. He spent a significant amount. Now, Jie's strength had increased dramatically once again. Name, Chinga identity, merchant of the land of fire physique, undying body of the evil god, fire release, ninjutsu enhancement, sage body, kaleidoscope Sharingan dojutsu, Susanoo, eternal divine kingdom, mirror of the cloud skills, chakra refinement method, chakra sealing technique, shadow clone technique, shadow clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, summoning technique, 8 trigram sealing, lightning release chakra mode, release technique dispersal, fire release, fire dragon flame, fire release, great fire extinguishing, water release, water dragon flame, lightning release, lightning cutter, lightning release, lightning torture, earth release, earth dragon flame, earth release, underworld swamp, shuriken shadow clone technique, wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, air slash, wind release, vacuum ball. Items, slightly. After obtaining the identity of a merchant, the dog unlocked a new prize wheel. and the cost of drawing was actually the same as the highest level prize wheel. Curious, Jie drew 10 times. The result was that he gained many skills related to business, as well as some items, such as methods for exploring mineral veins and steel smelting techniques. Although it was a bit expensive, Jie felt it was acceptable, as these things could make money. Anything that could make money was good. Over the years, he had also mastered his increasingly powerful strength. Now, with the undying body of the evil god and the sage body, he was already hard to kill and recover quickly. Aside from sealing techniques, it was practically not difficult to kill him. The vast chakra provided by the sage body, combined with the in-card chakra he obtained from the lottery, made him unsure of just how immense his chakra was now. He should be catching up to Senju Hashirama. However, compared to these ninjutsu and chakra gains, he preferred the Sharingan he obtained from Izuna. They say the Sharingan reflects the soul, and although he obtained Izuna's kaleidoscope, its abilities were ones that even Izuna, a member of the Uchiha clan, had never heard of. The ability of his left eye was called Eternal Divine Kingdom, which translates to the eternal existence of the divine realm. It sounds impressive, but after knowing its effects, Jie preferred to call it the Iron Man one-on-one arena. In simple terms, as long as he could see the opponent, he could activate the dojutsu to pull the opponent into his own divine realm. Within this divine realm, he would continuously steal the opponent's chakra and physical strength. It was an absolute one-on-one divine skill, much more disgusting than Obito's Kamui space. However, Kamui also had its advantages. It could pull anything into its space. His Eternal Divine Kingdom could only pull people in and had to have a target to activate, although items the person was carrying could also be pulled in. Unlike Obito, who could freely enter and exit the Kamui space, could phase through to avoid damage, and could use it as a personal space. Sai, how could he trust it so much? It's not as good as Kamui. Although inside his divine realm, he could continuously steal the opponent's chakra and physical strength. He didn't actually lack chakra, with a sage body and a massive amount of chakra, unless the opponent was a reanimated corpse with infinite chakra, who could outlast him in a chakra contest. Moreover, he would only grow stronger in the future. It seemed unnecessary to use this ability. However, there was another interesting ability in his right eye, the Mirror of the Cloud. As long as he had seen a person, the Mirror of the Cloud could create an identical clone of that person, with the clone possessing all the abilities of the original and being controlled by Jie's thoughts. Of course, the consumption of dojutsu power varied, depending on the strength of the cloned object. Currently, he felt that cloning a shadow-level powerhouse was not a problem, like cloning Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, if he were to clone the peak Hashirama, with his current kaleidoscope's dojutsu power, it might be a bit challenging. He estimated that the clone would exhaust his ninjutsu before long. However, this dojutsu power could be enhanced, since he resurrected Izuna. The dog had kindly added dojutsu power as a reward in the big prize wheel. Originally, the 0.5 card of chakra for counting purposes had turned into 0.5 of dojutsu power. Who is this 0.5 of dojutsu power? It was, of course, the future Sasuke. However, to be honest, Jie felt that Sasuke's dojutsu power during the kaleidoscope period really wasn't too much. He nearly blinded himself after using Amaterasu a few times. But for Jie, it didn't matter. Every time he drew, he got multiple 0.5s. After some time, Jie ultimately gave up on the idea of copying the current model to open branch stores. He had discovered that the path of Chinya Grand Hotel was difficult to replicate in other cities in the Land of Fire. After all, even in the second largest city of the Land of Fire, there weren't that many nobles and wealthy people compared to the capital. If he continued to open branch stores at the scale of the capital's Chinya Grand Hotel, the final result would probably only lead to losses. In the end, he chose to settle for less and continue to open ramen shops in a few larger cities according to the previous plan. However, he personally wouldn't handle this. He directly handed it over to his shadow clones. With his current level, even the combat power of the shadow clones was quite impressive. As time flew by, the people of Konoha had nearly forgotten that there was once a person named Chinya Jie in Konoha. Shouta had replaced Jie's position in their memories. The only ones who still remembered Jie were a few people who had interacted with him frequently in the past, such as Shouta and Hataki Sakomo. Even Jiraiya and the others had forgotten Jie in the corners of their memories. After all, they had grown up. They were no longer ordinary ninja students, but had begun to carry out missions as ninjas. More stories had entered their lives, and the once ordinary and unimportant things were gradually forgotten in the corners. Chapter 35. Izuna cannot understand Tetsuya in the Land of Fire. In a primitive forest, two figures were flashing between the tall trees, occasionally colliding with each other, engaging in close combat or ninjutsu clashes, fighting fiercely. Interestingly, the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even some subtle movements and habits of these two shadowy figures were almost identical. A closer look would reveal that these two combatants seemed to be carved from the same mold. One might mistakenly think that someone was bored and was fighting with their own clone. It's time to end this. Uchiha Izuna leaped into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Chakras surging. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. Whoosh. In an instant, fierce flames erupted from Izuna's mouth, forming 4 fire dragons that charged toward the other Izuna from all 4 directions. The other Izuna also quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the exact same ninjutsu. The 8 fire dragons collided, resulting in an astonishing fire pillar erupting in the forest. However, from a higher vantage point in the sky, it could be seen that the entire forest was enveloped by a barrier, making it impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. Crack! Izuna, holding a long knife, dropped from the tree, sheathed his sword, glanced back at the devastated battlefield, and then walked toward the riverbank. By a small river, a young man sat on a chair, leisurely fishing with a rod in hand. Oh, you're back. This time you were 5 minutes faster than last time. Congratulations. Izuna walked over to the bonfire and grabbed a string of grilled fish to eat. There's nothing to celebrate. According to my plan, I should have finished the fight 15 minutes earlier this time. Your Sharingan, the Cloud Mirror, has gotten stronger. Haha, there's just a slight improvement, but more importantly, Izuna, you have become stronger, so the clone I created has also become more powerful. TSK, being able to replicate all the abilities of the person you see. How could there be such a perverse dojutsu in this world? Clearly, your kaleidoscope comes from my kaleidoscope, and both my abilities amplify myself. Izuna complained a bit, fully aware that Tetsuya had gained all his abilities after resurrecting him, including the Uchiha clan's pride, the Sharingan. Yet, why did his awakened dojutsu seem much stronger than his own? Don't be angry. Tetsuya chuckled awkwardly, suddenly jerking the fishing rod, and a plump fish was caught. He unhooked it and tossed into a wooden bucket beside him, saying, no matter how strong my dojutsu is, it still comes from your Uchiha clan Sharingan. Which means it's really your clan's eyes that are impressive. As for why our dojutsu is different, that's easy to explain. The Sharingan reflects the soul. He looked at Izuna and continued, you are a proud Uchiha, and what you think about is how to become stronger. I'm just a weak and pitiful merchant, naturally hoping someone can protect me, which is why I awakened such a dojutsu. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Izuna suddenly found the grilled fish in his hand less appetizing. What nonsense are you talking about? You, Chiba Tetsuya, weak and pitiful? What does that make me, who you've always suppressed with half a move? Hee. I was just saying that casually, don't take it to heart. Goo goo goo. Just as the two were chatting while eating grilled fish, a ninja pigeon flew over and landed on Tetsuya's shoulder. Tetsuya pulled out a note from the pigeon and began reading. Seeing the content of the note, Tetsuya's smile grew wider. What is up? Did those 2 dumb cloud ninjas send you some interesting intel again? Since they captured those 2 dumb cloud ninjas, they have been transmitting information from time to time. Most of the intel they sent was trivial, which Tetsuya usually treated as entertainment. Those 2 idiots reported that a remnant of the Uzumaki clan has set off for Konoha, and the cloud ninjas are interested in this Uzumaki bloodline, planning to find an opportunity to infiltrate Konoha and steal this remnant. Tetsuya didn't even need to guess that this remnant mentioned in the intel was definitely Kushina. Calculating the time, it seemed that Uzumaki Mido might not be able to hold on much longer. To ensure that the Nine-Tails stays in Konoha, they would want to bring Kushina to Konoha to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Those brutes from the cloud, all they know is to rob. Back in the Warring States period, the Land of Thunder was a gathering place for bandits. Now that they have established a ninja village, it has turned into a den of thieves. Hey, you're not wrong there from what they've done. The Hidden Cloud Village really is a den of thieves. Saying this, Tetsuya stood up and stretched. What? Are you planning to go back? Yes, I'm going back to Konoha. Are you familiar with the Chiba clan and the Uzumaki clan? Tetsuya thought for a moment and replied, we should be familiar. After all, our Chiba clan was a vassal of the Senju clan, and the Senju and Uzumaki clans have been allies since the Warring States period. So you, the last remnant of the Chiba clan, plan to go back and meet that remnant of the Uzumaki clan and protect them from being taken by the Cloud Village? Tetsuya tilted his head to look at Izuna, somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand how he had merely mentioned planning to return to Konoha, and Izuna had extrapolated so much from that. Is this how geniuses view things? Any simple matter that enters their minds gets analyzed and embellished continuously? What are you thinking? I just simply want to go back and enjoy the show. The Cloud Ninjas robbing Kushina, then Minato making a stunning entrance. The tomato and egg combination falling in love from then on. How could I miss such a classic scene? Enjoy the show? Izuna was momentarily speechless. Although he had been with Tetsuya for quite a long time, he still found it hard to understand Tetsuya's line of thought. To be precise, Tetsuya's way of thinking was different from anyone he had met before. After all, if anyone else had Tetsuya's powerful abilities, how many would choose to run off to do business as a merchant? Moreover, knowing that someone was coming to steal a person, instead of going to inform or threaten the hidden cloud for benefits, he simply wanted to go back to enjoy the show. How could Izuna understand that? Chapter 36, Assassination. Kakuzu appears, seeing Izuna's confused and speechless expression. Tetsuya did not offer much explanation, merely squinting his eyes and maintaining a smile. Izuna, you've been resurrected for quite some time now. Don't you want to go back and take a look at the Uchiha clan now? To see the Konoha established by your brother and the Senju family? Me? Upon hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna's gaze dimmed slightly. Hey, never mind. I have no connection with the current Uchiha clan beyond the name. As for Konoha, Izuna took a deep breath. The place that caused my brother so much pain, I'm afraid I might not be able to resist destroying it. Listening to Izuna's words, Tetsuya said nothing, and his squinted eyes made it even harder to discern what he was thinking. As for Izuna saying she could destroy Konoha, she truly had that capability. After being resurrected by Tetsuya, Izuna's body returned to its peak condition and was still growing. Being a genius of the Uchiha clan with an astonishing learning ability, she learned a large number of powerful ninjutsu from Tetsuya. With her Mangeki Sharingan, if it came to a fight, there wouldn't be many in Konoha who could stop her. It might be an exaggeration to say she could flatten Konoha, but causing serious destruction would definitely be within her means. After all, when Uchiha aimed to destroy Konoha, it was Hashirama who pushed him back. Though Izuna was not Madara, there was no second Hashirama in Konoha. I'll stay here to help you keep an eye on things. Although no one dares to cause trouble with the current reputation of Chiba Grand Hotel in the Land of Fire, as you often say, better safe than sorry. All right, as long as you're happy. By the way, Tetsuya, when can you resurrect my brother? Uchiha Madara. Tetsuya stroked his chin. It's still early, don't rush it. Indeed, it was still early. After all, Uchiha Madara was not dead yet. How could someone who wasn't dead be resurrected? Trust me, when the time is right, I will resurrect your brother. I believe you. I'll go back and pack my things. I should be back in a few days. See you, Tetsuya. Tetsuya waved his hand and turned to leave. Izuna watched Tetsuya's departing figure, thought for a long time, then returned to her previous spot, sat down, and picked up a fishing rod to start fishing. After severing ties with her family, Izuna felt that this kind of life was quite good, of course. It would be even better if her brother were here too. I need to help Tetsuya manage the business well and resurrect my brother as soon as possible. Back at Chiba Grand Hotel, Tetsuya symbolically packed a few things in preparation to return to Konoha. Not to mention, he could now be considered a wealthy merchant, given that the reputation of Chiba Grand Hotel was quite significant in the Land of Fire. What was that saying again? A wealthy man who doesn't return home is like wearing fancy clothes at night. Boss, please. Outside, the carriage driver, who had been waiting for a long time, gestured for him to enter. Tetsuya stepped up and sat inside the carriage. As the sound of hooves rose, 2 white horses slowly pulled the carriage away from the capital of the Land of Fire. Enjoyment. Since I have money now, I need to learn to enjoy it. Sighing, Tetsuya thought, although with his current strength, he could return to Konoha quickly on foot. Running didn't compare to the comfort of a carriage ride. This lavish lifestyle is truly corrupting. Sitting on the soft couch inside the carriage, enjoying exquisite pastries and drinking wine, Tetsuya relished the experience, something he hadn't even experienced in his previous life. Putting down the wine jug, Tetsuya's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, his black pupils instantly turning red. Interesting. I just came out for half a day, and someone couldn't help themselves? He sensed a surge of malicious chakra, clearly indicating someone was coming for him. Over the years, there had been those who harbored ill intentions towards him. However, it was a pity that while he was in the capital, Tetsuya had befriended many influential figures, and those nobles would not allow anyone to act against him on their turf. So once he left the capital, many bounty hunters would come looking for him, hoping to strike it rich off Tetsuya. But unfortunately for these guys, they wouldn't even get the chance to confront Tetsuya the moment they displayed malice. Izuna would be there to sever their heads. This time, Izuna did not appear alongside Tetsuya, and it only took half a day after leaving the capital for someone to act on their impulses. Whoosh! A shuriken pierced through the carriage, heading straight for Tetsuya's head. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the shuriken flew out from the other side of the carriage, embedding itself in a large tree. The carriage driver gasped. The horses neighed, startled by the sudden attack. "Boss!" the driver exclaimed, but in the next moment, he calmed down, his eyes revealing a pair of crimson pupils. The next moment, the driver leaped off the carriage and ran away. Clearly, the ninja who came to attack Tetsuya had no interest in the carriage driver. Tetsuya jumped out of the carriage and slapped the horse's rear, urging it to chase after the direction the driver had fled. "All right, now it's fine. I pay for that carriage. It wouldn't be good if it got damaged." Saying this, Tetsuya stretched lazily. "What's wrong? Still not planning to come out?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before his words could finish, several whistling sounds filled the air. 6 shuriken, like venomous snakes, aimed directly for Tetsuya's throat. Seeing this, Tetsuya sidestepped. The shuriken grazed his neck, not even touching a hair. "Still not planning to come out? With just this little trick, you won't be able to take my head." The intelligence was incorrect. It was said that the owner of Chiba Grand Hotel was an ordinary person, that the ninja beside him was the one protecting him from bounty hunter's assassination. But it seemed you weren't that simple after all. On the treetops appeared a figure, dressed in a black vest, wearing a black mask, and his head was tightly wrapped, with only a pair of green eyes exposed. On his arms, there were obvious stitching scars, making it look like his hands were sewn together from a pile of fragments. He wore a metal forehead protector, which bore the symbol of Takigakure, but it was slashed through, indicating that this person was a rogue ninja. With such a conspicuous mark, Tetsuya recognized the identity of the person at a glance. "Oh, I thought it was someone here to take my life, but it turns out to be you, the infamous bounty hunter Kakuzu of Takigakure." Seeing Kakuzu, Tetsuya was not afraid. Instead, he became excited. Why? Because he greatly appreciated Kakuzu's talent. Not for his forbidden technique that turned him into a monster, but for his ability to make money. What does Tetsuya need the most? Isn't it money? You could say that Tetsuya and Kakuzu were quite compatible. Chapter 37. Angle. Damn the information dealer. I'm doomed. Angle's green eyes flashed with surprise. "Oh, I didn't expect a wealthy merchant from the land of fire to know me. Of course, after all, who doesn't know about the top bounty hunter, Kakuzu?" Tetsuya looked at Kakuzu, quite calm, and even began a chat. "I heard that back in the day. You took on the assassination mission for our Konoha's first Hokage, but ended up throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away and running off. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Kakuzu was instantly filled with rage. "What a joke. Do you know how far 800 miles is? I truly faced Senju Hashirama back then." You make a valid point. If you could throw a shuriken and hit a target from 800 miles away, then just that skill alone would mean that very few could match you in a direct confrontation. Enough of the nonsense. Give up and die, and you'll suffer less pain. I can take your head to exchange for money." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu leaped down from the tree and charged towards Tetsuya. He threw a punch, and his fist detached from his arm, hurtling towards Tetsuya, connected by strands of black threads. Is this the Earth Grudge Fear? It looks disgusting. Though he said it was disgusting, Tetsuya was curiously observing Kakuzu's secret technique. Tentacle Fist. Releasing one's fist and controlling it with the thread-like Earth Grudge Fear tentacles to achieve surprise and extend the attack range. Kakuzu's taijutsu skills were quite good, but unfortunately, all his movements were seen through by Tetsuya. Easily dodging backward, Kakuzu didn't even manage to touch the corner of Tetsuya's clothes. Quite clean and swift indeed. The information was wrong. Seeing Tetsuya easily evade his attack, Kakuzu's eyes turned sharp. He was already prepared to go back and dig out that information dealer's heart. After a few exchanges of taijutsu, Kakuzu increasingly felt that Tetsuya's taijutsu was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Or perhaps he had fought someone else who used the same taijutsu. Is this the Uchiha clan's taijutsu? How is that possible? Isn't this kid from the Senju clan's subordinate family? Kakuzu was somewhat surprised in his heart, but didn't dare to confirm it. However, Tetsuya spoke again. "Mr. Kakuzu, I think we don't need to fight. In fact, I admire you." "What? Are you scared? Planning to buy me off with money?" "I just sincerely think we don't need to do this, Mr. Kakuzu. Don't you like money? I believe we can make money together." How interesting. If I kill you, all your money will be mine, and your head could be exchanged for a handsome bounty. Enough of the nonsense, Dai. Seeing that taijutsu was ineffective against Tetsuya, Kakuzu changed his strategy and prepared to use numbers. After all, no matter how strong Tetsuya's taijutsu was, in his view, it didn't mean anything. He didn't sense any chakra fluctuations from Tetsuya. Lightning release, false darkness. With the hand seals completed, The Earth Grudge fear threads surged within Kakuzu, and a mask appeared, looking like a mask on a large mass of black seaweed. The lightning release Earth Grudge fear mask immediately spewed out powerful lightning, sweeping towards Tetsuya from close to far. The speed was astonishing. Sigh, looks like I need to teach you a lesson before you can listen to me properly. Tetsuya sighed, but his tone was filled with excitement. Ever since the end of the Shinobi War, he hadn't fought anyone besides Izuna, and encountering Kakuzu really made him itch for a fight. Chakra Sealing Technique Release. Tetsuya directly released the chakra sealing technique he had placed on himself. In the next moment, an overwhelming chakra erupted, and Tetsuya's entire body seemed to emit a blue glow, which was a manifestation of the explosive chakra. With chakra released, a body flicker technique allowed him to dodge Kakuzu's attack. What was that chakra? The intelligence was wrong. Damn the information dealer, I must dig out your heart and chop off your head. Kakuzu was stunned. At the moment Tetsuya released his chakra, he felt as if he was facing Senju Hashirama. But amidst the shock, he wanted to kill the guy who provided him with the information even more. Is this guy named Chiba Tetsuya an ordinary person? However, years of combat experience told him he didn't have the time to dawdle here. Quickly forming hand seals. Water release. Water curtain barrier. Another mask appeared, and a violent water column spewed from the mask's mouth. Seeing this, Tetsuya was inspired. Water release. Water dragon bullet. With the hand seals completed, the water surged, and a massive water dragon coiled around Tetsuya's body, charging directly towards the water column released by Kakuzu. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The waves generated by the collision could sever several large trees. What a powerful water release! Tetsuya exclaimed. With such a strong water release, Kakuzu felt it could nearly rival the famous water release master of the shinobi world, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. What? You ask why a Hokage would be a famous water release master instead of a water shadow? What a joke. Even the water shadow wouldn't dare claim to be a water release master in front of the second Hokage. Wind release. Pressure damage. Seeing the water release ineffective, Kakuzu quickly retracted his two masks and switched to wind release. You see, relying on the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, he had 5 hearts within him, each able to provide a different elemental chakra, allowing him to use 5 different types of ninjutsu. One could say that Kakuzu was a master of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, gaining fame even before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sigh, but unfortunately for him, Tetsuya may not have much, but he knows a lot of ninjutsu. After all, he himself couldn't even remember how many ninjutsu scrolls he had drawn over the years. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Tetsuya took a deep breath and instantly exhaled. Empowered by chakra, the power was astonishing. The vacuum Great Sphere collided with the pressure damage, instantly exploding, tearing the ground apart and toppling trees. I don't believe it. Kakuzu didn't expect Tetsuya to master 2 different elemental ninjutsu at such a young age, but it was okay since the compatibility between wind release and water release was decent. As a master of the 5 elemental ninjutsu with 5 hearts of different attributes, how could he not be a match for a young man? Fire release. Head hardening. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The same fire release still possessed astonishing power. Kakuzu gritted his teeth. At this point, he couldn't back down. Wind release. Pressure damage. Lightning release. False darkness. Water release. Water curtain barrier. Fire release. Different elemental ninjutsu combined and released in an endless stream. Wind aids fire's might. Fire borrows wind's force. Lightning flows with water, and water assists lightning's power. Kakuzu was indeed a well-known ninja, and his skills were quite impressive. Chapter 38, The Third Power. Susanoo seeing Kakuzu continuously release ninjutsu, Tetsuya became even more excited. Imitating him, he began to unleash various ninjutsu in response. What kind of ninja battle is a game of strategy or assassination? Those are things only small fry without chakra would do. For them, who possess chakra, it's all about the clash of techniques. Fire release. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Lightning release. Wind release. Various ninjutsu were thrown out as if they were free. Kakuzu was almost dumbfounded. Damn, who is this guy? He knew that the reason he could release ninjutsu like this was that he had 5 hearts, plus the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique boosting him. His chakra reserves far exceeded those of ordinary ninjas. But how does this guy seem to have even more chakra than himself? If Tetsuya knew what Kakuzu was thinking at this moment, he would probably laugh out loud. That trivial Earth Grudge Fear technique can't compare to the chakra accumulated over years of drawing cards in Sage mode. Right now, even comparing chakra with Hashirama, you probably wouldn't fall short. It seems I need to show some real skills. Kakuzu knew that if he didn't use his trump card soon, he wouldn't be able to bring Tetsuya's head back for money, and he might not even make it back himself. Combined ninjutsu, ultimate blast, chakra surged wildly, and two Earth Grudge Fear masks appeared, one representing wind and the other fire. The next moment, a raging wind surged and flames erupted. The storm merged with the raging fire, transforming into a terrifying inferno that swept towards Tetsuya. Feeling the terrifying heat approaching, Tetsuya became serious. This is good. As expected from the infamous S-rank, rogue, ninja, Kakuzu, he quickly formed hand signs, and chakra surged. Water release, water dragon explosion, roar. A loud roar echoed, as if a giant dragon was bellowing. The water surged, forming an even larger water dragon than the previous water dragon bullet. The water dragon swirled with fury and charged toward the flames. Boom! Hiss! Water and fire collided, creating a huge noise. At the same time, scorching steam erupted in the forest, scorching the flowers, grass, and trees, all eroded by the hot steam. Even the ground was soaked. At this point, Kakuzu was sweating profusely. This level of water release, am I really not battling the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju? This is absurd. Meanwhile, Kakuzu quickly thought that he should run away. Otherwise, he might be done for here. A fierce wind blew, sweeping away the white steam in front of him. Kakuzu saw Tetsuya again, who was forming hand signs once more. Seeing this, Kakuzu made a quick decision without further thought. Earth Grudge Fear, final shot. Kakuzu raised both hands, and the Earth Grudge Fear tentacles rapidly expanded, revealing three masks in front of him, representing wind, fire, and lightning. This was his strongest move, combining chakra from three different attributes to attack. Is he using his ultimate technique? Then I'll show you some respect. Upon seeing this, Tetsuya decided to abandon the hand signs. His black eyes turned blood red, and three tomo spun rapidly within his crimson pupils, eventually forming a special pattern. The third power, Susanoo. A golden half-body, Susanoo rose from the ground. The half-body Susanoo held a great sword, and with a single swing, it cleaved down toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu was dumbfounded. You mother you him. Aren't you Chiba Tetsuya? Where did you get those Sharingan? Where did you get Susanoo? Don't think I don't know. This stuff belongs to the Uchiha clan. You say you're Chiba, and Chiba is a vassal of the Senju clan. You claim your ancestors had ties with the Senju, and that you have their bloodline, which allows you to use with release. I can understand. But what else with the Sharingan and Susanoo? This is bad. I'm definitely dead this time. Watching the giant golden blade descend from the sky toward him, Kakuzu felt utterly powerless. With one stroke, the forest was cleaved open, leaving a gaping wound. Tetsuya retracted Susanoo and the Sharingan and walked back to where Kakuzu had been sitting before. Other than a massive cut in the ground, nothing remained. It was as if Tetsuya's strike had completely erased Kakuzu. However, while Kakuzu could deceive those who didn't understand him, he couldn't deceive Tetsuya. With the Earth Grudge Fear technique and 5 hearts, it would be so easy for him to die. After all, in the future, when he joined the Akatsuki, Kakuzu and Haiden were known as the immortal duo. Alright, come out, stop hiding. Your hiding skills are quite impressive, but they're nothing remarkable in front of my eyes. Tetsuya stomped his foot on the ground. I'm in a good mood right now, so I plan to spare your life. But don't push me to really kill you. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu realized that hiding had become meaningless. The ground began to sprout numerous black lines, which were the black lines of Earth Grudge Fear. The black lines intertwined, ultimately transforming into Kakuzu. Kakuzu clutched his chest, breathing heavily. What do you want? He looked up at Tetsuya in confusion, already resigned. This guy is just too strange. He has clearly called Chiba, but possesses the massive chakra of the Uzumaki clan, the eyes of the Uchiha, and is proficient in multiple elemental ninjutsu. He acts like a monster that combines the characteristics of several powerful factions in the ninja world. Tetsuya glanced at Kakuzu and squinted his eyes, smiling. Still 2 hearts left. That's about what I expected. He had held back with that last strike. Otherwise, how could someone like Kakuzu, who had already exhausted most of his chakra, withstand a blow from his Susanoo? Kakuzu, I admire you. Come work with me. You like money, right? Coincidentally, I like money too. What? Kakuzu was somewhat confused by Tetsuya's thought process. He had come to assassinate him, and they had just fought. Now that he had won, he didn't want his secret technique or ask who sent him to kill him, though he didn't know either. as the exchange was never disclosed. Now he was actually saying he admired him? What was this about? Tetsuya continued. Kakuzu, I know you've been running around the ninja world killing and taking on missions just for money. But do you know the fastest and most stable way to make money? Is it to take on missions like those ninjas from the villages, little by little? Is it to exchange bounties at underground exchange points? No, none of that. It's about doing business, especially with nobles. You should know I opened a hotel and made quite a bit of money in the capital of the Land of Fire. Just the daily revenue is astronomical. But do you know? The money I earn is merely pocket change for those high-ranking nobles. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu's eyes widened. Chapter 39. Kakuzu. A life of wandering between the trees. Two figures sat at the roots of a large tree. Kakuzu listened as Tetsuya shared his money-making plans. Let me tell you, when you look at the entire ninja world, who is the richest? Is it the ninjas? Is it the ninja villages? No, it isn't. The real wealthy ones are the nobles and feudal lords. Are ninja villages impressive? Indeed, those ninjas are powerful, but at critical moments, they still rely on the funding from the feudal lords, right? Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu seemed to ponder, occasionally nodding in agreement. So, when ninjas can't make big money, business is the way to go, especially when dealing with those nobles. Tetsuya continued to paint a picture for Kakuzu. Concepts like market monopoly, capital accumulation, money power transactions, land production, financial market control, and capital's stranglehold on the ninja world almost brought Kakuzu to a climax. Excited, Kakuzu stood up and bowed to Tetsuya in admiration. Having wandered for half a life in pursuit of wealth, he thought he was the most knowledgeable person about making money. Today, upon meeting Tetsuya, he realized he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, looking up at the sky. Compared to Tetsuya, he was like a firefly seeing the bright moon above. After hearing Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu's respect for him was as endless as the flowing river. In the future, he wished to be Tetsuya's loyal follower, always looking up to him. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Tetsuya laughed, surprised that this stingy fellow actually knew how to speak. Well, even if the other party couldn't speak, having lived for so long and seen many people, he would have picked up some things. Ah, Kakuzu, saying that is unnecessary. You and I share a common hobby, or rather, a dream. We are like-minded partners, so how about we make money together? Kakuzu respectfully accepted the proposal. After dealing with this guy for a while, Tetsuya pulled out something that would interest him. With this dual approach, he wasn't worried that Kakuzu wouldn't buy his life. All right, from now on we are friends and partners. No need to be too tense. Tetsuya patted his shoulder. In that last battle, you lost 4 of your 5 hearts. Go and recover your hearts first. After that, you can wait for me at the Chinya Grand Hotel in the Fire Country's capital. Here, take this. Saying this, Tetsuya took out a key from his pocket. This is a key? Kakuzu was a bit excited. Was it a key to the vault? This is the key to the main entrance of the Chinya Grand Hotel, and it also serves as a token. If you have this, the people there won't make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu suddenly recalled the previous intel, which mentioned that Tetsuya had a powerful ninja protecting him. After their earlier battle, he had thought the intel was wrong, that there was no ninja, and that the strength was all Tetsuya's. Now it seemed the intel was correct. It was just that they had a ninja protecting them, so no one could force Tetsuya to act, leading the informants to believe he was just an ordinary person under protection. Thinking it over, following Tetsuya meant at least 2 experts were backing him up, including Tetsuya himself. 2 S-rank rogue ninjas? This foundation was extraordinary. Coupled with what Tetsuya had previously said, Kakuzu felt a shock. This Chinya Tetsuya was indeed up to something big. He had money and experts. If he followed them, wouldn't everything go smoothly? But even so, that wouldn't stop Kakuzu from going back to rip out the heart of that informant. All right, then I'll take my leave. After I recover, I'll go to the Chinya Grand Hotel to find you, boss. Sounds good. Then see you later. Tetsuya waved goodbye as Kakuzu vanished in an instant into the woods. Wonderful. Kakuzu's strength would count as that of a master in any era of rampant power, let alone now. Moreover, what people were most optimistic about regarding Kakuzu wasn't his strength, but his ability to make money. Kakuzu loved money and was good at making it, especially now that Tetsuya had pointed him in a direction. Thinking about this, Tetsuya couldn't help but smile. The ninja world, to put it bluntly, was a feudal society, and Kakuzu was trying to rise in capital within such a world. Just as he was fantasizing, a wave of chakra fluctuations approached. Tetsuya immediately reacted. It seemed that Konoha's ninjas had noticed the commotion from the battle. TCH, he wondered if they had seen the Susanoo. But it didn't matter. He still had Izuna as a backup. Back then, He had saved Tobirama using Izuna's identity, and he didn't believe Tobirama hadn't informed the third Hokage that Izuna was still alive. With that in mind, Tetsuya quickly left the scene. For now, let Izuna take the blame. Shortly after Tetsuya left, several Konoha ninjas wearing animal masks appeared. This should be the place. It seems someone has indeed fought here. The leading masked ninja looked at the traces left by the battle, feeling a bit alarmed. Such a level of destruction was probably not something an ordinary person could achieve, not to mention the golden giant they had seen earlier. Investigate the scene, don't miss any clues. Understood. The masked ninjas began to examine the area, looking for any traces left behind. Soon, a report was sent to the Hokage's office in Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, read the report carefully, his brows gradually furrowing. The golden giant. Could it be the Uchiha clan's Susanoo? He pondered, taking a deep puff from his pipe, filling the Hokage's office with smoke. According to their teacher's teachings, the Uchiha clan had always been a target of their vigilance. Whether in the village or on missions outside, there would always be someone watching the Uchiha. He knew the movements of the Uchiha within the village, so it couldn't be from Konoha's Uchiha. He recalled what his teacher, Hashirama Senju, had told him. The Uchiha clan's powerful warrior, the resurrected Izuna Uchiha, was somewhere in the ninja world, and he might come to Konoha at any moment. And now, could it be that Izuna Uchiha has returned? What should I do? Taking another deep puff from his pipe, the smoke billowed up. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open. A one-eyed man walked in, his expression cold, with a distinct cross-shaped scar on his chin. Monkey, something has happened outside the village. Members of the Uchiha clan have left the village and battled against ninjas from other villages. This act is undoubtedly treason. We must punish this evil Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. They had just received intel from the Umbu. So how did Shimura Danzo know? Was there a root member in the Umbu? Damn you. Shimura Danzo, you are quite something. Chapter 40 Sarutobi, I shadow. Danzo, you regret. Hizashi, what are you hesitating about? The Uchiha clan daring to leave the village and engage with people from other villages undoubtedly shows that they do not regard the village or you, the Hokage, seriously. Danzo, that's a serious accusation. I've arranged for Umbu to watch the Uchiha clan. They haven't left the village without permission. The people outside may not necessarily be from the Uchiha. Seeing his old friend speaking up for the inherently evil Uchiha, Danzo's expression turned somewhat dark. Hizashi, what do you mean may not necessarily? They're the inherently evil Uchiha. Who knows if they found a way to bypass your surveillance? It's not as serious as you say. The Uchiha are also a part of the village. Do they acknowledge themselves as part of the village? In my opinion, the battle happening outside is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan using Konoha's name to antagonize other villages. They will provoke an attack on Konoha and take the opportunity to rebel. We must suppress and punish the Uchiha clan first, so they won't have that chance. Danzo, you've gone too far. Monkey, have you forgotten what our teacher said? The Uchiha are a naturally evil clan. Danzo, have you forgotten about Kagami? He died to save you. Mentioning Uchiha Kagami made Danzo feel a sharp pain in his right eye. Hizashi, if you don't suppress the Uchiha clan today, you will regret it in the future. That's enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. With a loud crash, Danzo slammed the door and left. Only Sarutobi Hizashi remained sitting in the Hokage office. With a troubled expression, Sarutobi Hizashi couldn't help but light his pipe again. Suppressing the Uchiha clan was a policy set by their teacher, Senju Tobirama. And he wanted to do that, but the current situation was too special. The Uchiha clan was restless, and outside the village was Uchiha Izuna, who didn't know when he would return. The teacher had advised him to maintain a balance and not push the Uchiha too hard, while his friend Danzo wanted to seize every opportunity to suppress them. Sarutobi Hizashi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, despite being in his prime. He seemed to have aged considerably. Uchiha Izuna, why do you, a deceased person, want to come back? Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi was nearly turning gray with worry, while on the other side, Tetsuya leisurely returned to his residence in Konoha. He had long since disposed of his old, run-down place, and, when his business picked up, had bought himself a stand-alone residence in Konoha. Now that he was a wealthy businessman, he couldn't let himself suffer. Teacher, I heard you returned. We came to see you. A knock on the door echoed, and a familiar call came from outside. Coming. When he opened the door, Handata stared blankly at the still youthful Tetsuya. Teacher? Handata looked at Tetsuya with some confusion. Are you the teacher's child? Handata couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, This person looked just like his teacher from his memories, almost identical, but still appeared to be in his teens, even though the teacher was clearly older than him by a year. Looking at Handata, who had already taken on the appearance of an uncle, Tetsuya was also momentarily stunned. Has so much time really passed? The once shy Handata, who used to follow him around learning to make ramen, had now turned into a man nearing 50. Because of the essence of the undying evil god, Tetsuya, like the puppeteer who transformed himself into a human puppet, remained forever locked in the appearance of a young man in his teens or 20s, always looking youthful. Thinking of this, Tetsuya smiled and said, "You must be Handata, right? I've heard my father mention you. My name is Chiba Ryo. Please come in." "Chiba Ryo, you really are the teacher's child. You look just like the teacher did when he was young." Handata laughed heartily. He patted the shoulder of the 11 or 12-year-old boy beside him. "Yule, quickly, greet your Shirshu." The boy, Yule, widened his eyes, looking at the man in front of him, and respectfully called out Shirshu. Although Handata was only a year younger than Tetsuya, he would never forget the grace of his teacher. Even if Tetsuya and Handata called each other brothers, Handata would still be Tetsuya's disciple, naturally placing him in the same generation as Tetsuya's child. When Yule met Ryo, he naturally had to call him Shirshu. Tetsuya smiled and ruffled Yule's hair. "All right, don't just stand outside. Come in. Then we will not disturb you." Inviting the two inside, Tetsuya brewed tea for them. Handata was filled with emotion. He never expected his teacher's child to have grown so much, even older than his own children. It made sense. The teacher had developed so well in the capital and must have married long ago. When Yule was born, he had said that the teacher was still unmarried, but perhaps he had already been married for some time. Soon it was lunchtime, and Tetsuya personally cooked a few dishes to entertain Handata and his son. Handata marveled at how Ryo had inherited his teacher's true teachings while inquiring about the teacher and his wife. Tetsuya could only casually say they were doing well in the capital. But ultimately, they were getting older and didn't like to travel back and forth, so they let him come to Konoha alone to see the place where he grew up. Handata agreed with Tetsuya's words. After all, he was getting older himself and didn't like to travel far. The two talked a lot while eating, mostly Handata reminiscing about how time flies and how people unknowingly age. Tetsuya also felt quite emotional about this. After seeing off Handata and his son, Tetsuya could no longer sit still. He walked alone on the streets of Konoha. When he was in the capital, he either fished in the mountains and forests outside the city or focused on making money. At that time, he didn't have a deep feeling for time. But when he returned to Konoha, he realized that so much time had passed. The streets of Konoha had changed completely. The once low houses had been demolished and replaced with taller and bigger buildings, and the streets had become wider and cleaner. In fact, looking at it now, Konoha under Sarutobi Hizashi's governance during his prime was quite impressive. "Hey, Tetsuya." Hearing a familiar voice calling out. Tetsuya turned around and saw a ninja with a head full of white hair and a face full of weariness. "Oh, Tetsuya, how come you still look so young?" Sakomo approached quickly, curiously examining Tetsuya. Seeing the man before him, Tetsuya felt a mix of emotions. Haha, the once spirited Hitaki Sakomo had now turned into a man with a face full of weariness. Although he wanted to laugh and say, "Hey Sakomo, how did you get so old?" He knew he couldn't say that and just smiled politely. "Hello, this uncle. My name is Chiba Ryo. Do you know my father?" Chapter 41 News of the Second Ninja World War. The person in front of him looked so much like Tetsuya from back then. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't feel even a bit of chakra from this person, he might have thought it was Tetsuya himself. After all, Tetsuya had learned the shadow clone technique from him after he cultivated chakra. "Are you Tetsuya's son?" Tetsuya nodded. There was nothing unacceptable about being called his own son. "TSK. I thought of him as a brother, but he didn't even invite me to his wedding. I didn't expect his child to be this big now." Shikuya looked at the boy with a mix of envy and irritation. They had agreed to be single together back then, but who would have thought that kid child would be so grown up now? Truly unreliable. "Your name is Ryo, right?" "Yes, my name is Ryo, Chiba Ryo. White hair, Janine vest. Oh, I see. You're Kiki Shikuya-senpai, right? My father said you were quite an impressive ninja, but I didn't expect you to look much older than I imagined, right?" Shikuya burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, that's normal. After all, I'm a few years older than that guy Tetsuya. How's he doing? I haven't seen him in years. He's fine, but he's getting older and doesn't like to move around much anymore. So this time I came back to Konoha alone." "That guy's something else," Shikuya said with some emotion. "Back in the day, when he was young, he traveled all over the land of fire with me to open branches. I never expected that now he's too lazy to even come back to Konoha. Businessman. You know, my father has been socializing, eating, and drinking, and his health is not what it used to be Unlike you, Shikuya-senpai, who is still agile. Ha ha ha, you kid. You could talk better than that guy Tetsuya, huh? Shikuya laughed heartily. But I'm not as agile as before either. After 2 more years, I plan to retire. Go home, drink some tea, and tend to flowers and plants. Maybe by then, I'll have time to go to the capital and drink with that kid Tetsuya. That sounds great. I believe my father will be very happy about your visit, Shikuya-senpai. Is that so? Then you go back and tell him to wait for me. Shikuya-senpai. Just as the two were chatting, several young ninjas ran towards Shikuya, looking like they were all ch-nin. All right, Ryo, I can't chat with you anymore. As you can see, I have to go on a mission. Tetsuya looked at the j-nin leading several ch-nin and couldn't help but feel curious. So many people. Shikuya-senpai, are you leading a B-rank mission? Shikuya smiled proudly. Wrong, Ryo. It's an A-rank mission. The borders of the Land of Fire have become increasingly unstable in recent years. All right, according to the ninja code, I can't tell you more. Goodbye. With that, Kiki Shikuya waved at Tetsuya and took his team towards the village entrance. Tetsuya watched the departing group and began to ponder. Has the border of the Land of Fire started to become unstable? Let me estimate the time. Oh, the 20 years of peace are almost over. So that means the Second Ninja World War is about to begin, and the martial factions of each village are starting to rise? Thinking this, Tetsuya started to head back. It seemed he had returned too early. The incident with Little Spicy Pepper happened after the Second Ninja War. With the Second Ninja World War about to begin, is there anything I can plan for? After staying in Konoha for a few days, Tetsuya didn't show himself much. Apart from Shikuya, who was busy with missions, not many people knew of his existence. For Tetsuya, there was nothing in Konoha that he wanted to see. Kiki SHM was just Tetsuya's brother. He didn't have a good relationship with him. The legendary 3 ninjas were merely former customers of his, and their connections weren't deep. Or rather, the one he had a slightly better relationship with among the legendary 3 was Orochimaru. However, if Orochimaru saw the current him, he might want to cut him up for research. After all, Orochimaru had been pursuing the truth of life. When he saw someone like Tetsuya, who wouldn't age or die, what did he think? It was almost time to go back. Kakuzu had probably been waiting for him for several days. After packing his things, Tetsuya prepared to leave Konoha. Sir, the carriage is ready. The coachman called from outside, and a carriage was parked on the street outside the house. Not to mention, taking a carriage in Konoha at this time still had quite a bit of prestige, as ordinary people couldn't afford a carriage, and even hiring one was quite expensive. Generally, only ninja clans would ride in carriages. The carriage traveled down the street, attracting quite a few onlookers. Teacher, look, a carriage. It's even pulled by 2 horses. Which ninja clan in the village does it belong to? A 10-year-old boy ninja tugged at his teacher, whose skin was somewhat pale, pointing at the carriage, slowly driving out of the village. Orochimaru touched the boy's head and said, Doesn't look like it. There are no ninja clan emblems on the carriage. It should belong to some wealthy merchant. Speaking of wealthy merchants, Orochimaru recalled a boss he knew. I still remember when I was studying ninjutsu with my teacher. After a hard day's training, my greatest pleasure was to eat a bowl of ramen from Boss Chiba. And that Boss Chiba was different from other merchants. He liked to innovate. Experiencing the new flavors of ramen he developed was one of my greatest joys, as if they had a telepathic connection. Tetsuya pulled open the curtain at the back of the carriage and looked outside. Orochimaru also saw a familiar face peeking out from the carriage window. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes widened. How is this possible? So many years have passed. How could Boss Chiba still look like a young man? Could it be that this isn't the real Boss Chiba, but his descendant? At this moment, Tetsuya on the carriage also saw Orochimaru and the boy on the road. Is that Orochimaru? He has grown up, but he doesn't look as dark as in the anime. Who is that young man beside him? Given their intimate demeanor, could he be Orochimaru's disciple, Tsunade's brother? SHRU? It seems so. Orochimaru looked at Tetsuya, who smiled back and nodded before pulling down the curtain. It's him. It must be Boss Chiba. He recognized me. But why hasn't he aged after all these years? Teacher? What is wrong? SHRU's call brought Orochimaru back to his senses. Haha, it's nothing. I just saw an acquaintance. Turning back, Orochimaru smiled, but his gaze remained fixed on the distant carriage. Chapter 42, I am a businessman. Fighting and killing is so uninteresting. In the capital of the Land of Fire, at the Chiba Grand Hotel. I'm back, did you miss me? Upon returning to the second-floor tea room of the hotel, Tetsuya pushed open the door with a big laugh and greeted. Sitting behind the tea table, Izuna didn't even lift his head. On the side, Kakuzu was flipping through the account books, and upon hearing Tetsuya's voice, Kakuzu excitedly stood up. Boss, you're back. Seeing Tetsuya, His hands holding the account book trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Izuna couldn't help but roll his eyes. If one didn't know better, they would think he was called Hyuga Izuna. Where did you find such a weirdo? He is such a money fanatic, coming in and wanting to see the account books right away. If it weren't for the key he was holding, one would think he was here to cause trouble. When Kakuzu arrived at the Chiba Grand Hotel with the key, Izuna thought he was a thief and immediately used the Sharingan to control him. However, after asking a few questions, it turned out that he was recruited by Tetsuya and held the key. When Izuna asked why he chose to come at such a late hour, this guy simply said he was used to it. This is why he is Uchiha Izuna, not his brother Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, Kakuzu would have already been a pile of ashes by now. Hey, Kakuzu is someone I met on my way back to Konoha. He wanted to exchange my head for a bounty, and I thought he was quite talented, so I recruited him to follow me. Thank you, boss, for your appreciation. Kakuzu felt no shame at all. Instead, he felt proud to be recognized by Tetsuya. After all, after looking at the account books, he realized that making money could be done this way. A table full of dishes could equal the money he earned from one mission. Going on a mission could easily cost him a couple of hearts, but here, he just needed to wait to collect money. If Tetsuya knew what Kakuzu was thinking, he would only tell him, this is too normal. The life of the rich is unimaginable to ordinary people, where the cost of one meal could sustain someone for a lifetime. By the way, how come you're back so soon? Did you finish watching the fun? Tetsuya sat down beside him and poured himself a cup of tea. No, I returned too early. The fun hasn't happened yet. The fun hasn't happened yet? Did those people from the Cloud Village cancel their actions? They only had this thought. They haven't officially taken action yet. It seems they are still continuing to gather intelligence. After all, at present, Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. Acting rashly against Konoha could easily invite retaliation. After the war, Konoha suffered the least damage. The other second-generation Kages are gone, but Konoha is still standing. Relying on the surviving Senju Tobarama, Konoha demanded many benefits from the defeated villages to offset the losses of war, stabilizing the village's development. Nowadays, Konoha is the strongest and has the greatest potential for war among the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, with Konoha occupying such a rich land as the Land of Fire, its development is smooth sailing. However, this also attracts jealousy and covetousness from other ninja villages. But this trip to Konoha was not without gain. I received quite explosive news. What news? Izuna cast a curious glance. After all, since his resurrection, he had either been helping Tetsuya manage the business or just passing time, living a lazy life. As a proud Uchiha and a powerful ninja, he also found such days a bit boring. Tetsuya grinned. The next Ninja World War is probably about to begin. I have a hunch that within 3 years, there will definitely be a bloody storm in the ninja world. Upon hearing Ninja World War, both Izuna and Kakuzu's expressions changed. Kakuzu became serious. As someone who witnessed the first Ninja World War, he knew the brutality of ninja wars. Izuna, on the other hand, was excited, fighting. Although he was not as much of a battle maniac as his brother, he still harbored a deep desire for battle as an Uchiha. He had experienced the chaos of the Warring States period, but back then, their battles were family-based. For the current Ninja World War, based on villages, Izuna was very curious. He wanted to see how the wars now differed from those of his time. A Ninja World War? That sounds interesting. Do we need to get involved? In what way? On which side? Or should we participate as our own faction, opposing the 5 great ninja villages? Tetsuya and Kakuzu simultaneously looked towards Uchiha Izuna. Kakuzu couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat, feeling emotional. Is this really the brother of Uchiha Madara? He really is that guy's real brother. A madman like his brother Uchiha Madara. Tetsuya, however, slammed the table and shouted, "Hey, who the hell are you? How dare you take over Izuna? Speak honestly." Seeing Tetsuya like this, Kakuzu thought Izuna had really been possessed by someone. Then he saw Izuna roll his eyes at Tetsuya and give him the middle finger. All things he learned from Tetsuya over the years. Phew, you scared me. I thought you, Uchiha Izuna, had been possessed. Just the 3 of us participating in the ninja war, then opposing the 5 great ninja villages? Do you think you're your brother Uchiha Madara? And I'm Senju Hashirama? What kind of joke is this? I don't want to oppose the entire ninja world. Kakuzu nodded repeatedly in agreement. He didn't wanted to start following the boss and then go to his death. What do you mean then? Izuna asked curiously. This guy just excitedly said the Ninja World War is about to begin. Doesn't he want to insert himself into this war and make a name for himself in the ninja world? Tetsuya smiled and said, "We are businessmen. Fighting and killing is so uninteresting. What I want is, of course, to rely on the war and make a big profit." Saying this, he extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb on his index and middle fingers. Kakuzu's eyes lit up instantly. Boss is brilliant. Besides doing business with the wealthy, what other businesses make money fast and in large amounts? That would naturally be profiting from war. Hey, just a little, keep it low-key. He waved his hand and continued. The current issue is, since we already know that the war will break out soon before others, how should we use this information gap to make money? Kakuzu clapped his hands and said, "Boss, I have a plan." "Oh, you have a plan? Let us hear it." Kakuzu confidently said, "Stockpile grain. When the war breaks out, grain is the fastest rising commodity. As long as we stockpile enough grain, once the war breaks out, what we've stockpiled 1 T just be grain. It will be like gold." Chapter 43, The Taste of Gunpowder. Not the taste of money, Jia nodded. Hoarding grain is indeed a good choice. And since we run a hotel, even large-scale grain hoarding would not be a problem. Seeing Jia agree with his idea, Jiaodu had already begun to calculate how to hoard the grain and how many granaries should be built. As expected of Jiaodu, as long as there is a way to make money, his enthusiasm for work is absolutely top-notch. However, I think besides hoarding grain, there's another thing we can plan for. What is it? Jiaodu looked at Jia curiously. He also wanted to know what else could make money before the war arrives. "Izuna, how did the task I gave you go?" "No need to ask. I am Uchiha Izuna. Here's what you wanted." Although Izuna's personality is considered better among the Uchiha, that special pride is always etched in their bones. Saying this, he took out several documents from a drawer in a nearby cabinet. These are the land deeds of the largest blacksmith shop in the capital, as well as the transfer documents of several blacksmith shops in surrounding cities. And this is the contract for cooperation with the iron mine in the Land of Fire. One by one, the contracts were laid out on the table, and Jiaodu, who was extremely sensitive to money, immediately sensed the problem. "Boss, are you planning to hoard iron ore?" Jia grinned. "That's right, I plan to hoard iron ore." "Oh, I was wondering why you wanted me to acquire blacksmith shops. I thought you were planning to switch to selling farming tools." Izuna suddenly realized. Although he had thought a lot when he received Jia's task, he did not know that a war was about to break out in the ninja world, so he hadn't considered hoarding supplies. But now that he thought about it carefully, it made sense. He was planning to hoard iron ore, and acquiring blacksmith shops was just a cover for hoarding iron ore. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Jiaodu exclaimed in admiration. Once the major ninja villages show intentions of starting a war, they will inevitably increase the production of ninja tools. Although top-notch ninja tools require some rare ores in addition to fine iron, most ninja tools used by ninjas, such as shuriken, kunai, and senbon, only require fine iron. With the large-scale production of ninja tools, the demand for iron ore from those ninja villages will increase. The more severe the situation in the ninja world, the higher the demand for iron ore will be. Thus, the value of iron ore will also rise, and at that time, relying on the hoarded iron ore in our hands, we will be able to make a hefty profit. You are right. In fact, if we have the opportunity, we can directly monopolize the iron ore circulating in the market. At that time, how to sell these iron ores and at what price to buy them will all be up to us. Saying this, Jia laughed heartily. Jiaodu also laughed in agreement. "Ha, this is what you told me about capital monopoly before, right?" "Exactly." With that, Jia looked at Jiaodu and said, "Jiaodu, I have a task for you." "Boss, just say it. I will do my best." "Very good." Jia took out a banknote, and the number on the banknote made Jiaodu's 5 hearts race simultaneously. "After all these years in the ninja world, you must have mastered quite a few channels. I need you to hoard as much iron ore from other countries as possible." After receiving the banknote, Jiaodu nodded solemnly. "I understand. Since we want to play Monopoly, then just relying on the Land of Fire is definitely not enough. We should aim bigger. Even if we can't monopolize the iron ore in the market, we should hoard the vast majority of the circulating ores." Jia could already imagine how high the price of iron ore would be when the ninja villages began to frantically produce ninja tools before the war breaks out. As for whether this action would provoke retaliation from the major ninja villages, what a joke. Would he be afraid of such things? Not to mention that both he and Izuna, or even Jiaodu himself, have strengths that ordinary ninjas cannot compare to. Additionally, his dealings with the Land of Fire's daimyo over the years have not been a waste of time. All right, that's the plan. Jiaodu will gather the iron ore circulating in other countries outside the Land of Fire. I will contact the daimyo to ensure that the iron ore produced from the mines in the Land of Fire is prioritized for us, and Izuna, you will be responsible for hoarding grain. Saying this, Jia stood up. "Everyone, as long as we wait for the ninja war to break out, we will gain unprecedented wealth. Are you ready to get rich? I am ready, Jiao Du shouted excitedly, as if he could already see mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him. Meanwhile, Izuna seemed to be lost in thought. Once we finish this deal, will I be able to revive my brother? Time flew by, and, according to the plan, Jia almost completely acquired the iron ore from the Land of Fire, while Jiao Du lived up to Jiye's expectations, continuously transporting sealing scrolls from other countries, among which were mountains of iron, ore, and fine iron. At the same time, the Chinya Grand Hotel was also undergoing an expansion, building granaries under the guise of expansion, and a large amount of grain was sent into the granaries. Not only the Chinya Grand Hotel in the capital, but also the Chinya ramen shops, Chinya fried chicken shops, and Chinya milk tea shops that Jia opened in various prosperous cities of the Land of Fire began to hoard grain, all in preparation for the arrival of the Second Ninja World War. As time passed, the development between countries became increasingly unbalanced. With the development of the ninja villages, internal conflicts intensified, and the martial factions within the villages began to rise. When a country's village's development cannot meet internal demands, what should be done? Two choices. Either develop internal productivity to increase production to meet demand, or start an external war to plunder external resources to meet internal needs. Clearly, for the ninjas of the ninja villages, their choice is only one: to start an external war to resolve the internal conflicts of the village. In the 34th year of Konoha, tensions between the great nations intensified, and the smoke of war began to spread in the ninja world. In the 35th year of Konoha, a ninja team from Konoha clashed with a ninja team from the Land of Earth, leading to a bloody confrontation, during which Jiye's old friend, Hatake Sakumo, died. Hatake Sakumo's death exacerbated the conflicts between the ninja villages, and more ninjas were dispatched to the borders of the Land of Fire, including Orochimaru. As things developed to this point, everyone in the ninja world knew that a new round of the Ninja World War was about to break out. In an instant, the price of grain in the ninja world skyrocketed, directly multiplying several times. At the same time, the major ninja villages also began an arms race, ramping up the production of ninja tools to prepare for the upcoming Ninja World War and the price of Iron Sword. When Jiao Du heard this news, he was overjoyed. Chapter 44. Izuna, the naturally evil Tobarama boss. Boss, we VE struck it rich. We VE made a fortune. Kakuzu pushed open the door to the tea room, excitedly waving his arms. Inside the tea room, Tetsuya and Izuna were calmly sipping tea. Kakuzu, stay calm. You need to learn to be composed. As long as the ninja world hasn't been destroyed, we must learn to treat things calmly. Do you understand? I understand, boss. I was too excited. Kakuzu took a few deep breaths to force himself to calm down. Indeed, choosing to follow the boss was the best decision of his life. Just from this time alone, relying on the money earned from stockpiling food and iron ore, he probably made more than he could have from the task of exchanging for gold. Come sit down and have some tea. Tetsuya poured a cup of tea for Kakuzu. After sitting down and taking a sip, Kakuzu said, Boss, several groups of people have approached us. They want us to sell them iron ore, and they're willing to pay an extra 30%. How many groups? Kakuzu recalled carefully. For groups, besides the people from the Hidden Mist Village, the other 4 major ninja villages have all come. Boss, do you want me to hold an auction and let them bid? I have to say, when it comes to making money, Kakuzu's mind is quite active. The ninja war is about to break out, and this guy is still thinking about bringing the 4 major ninja villages together for an auction to make money. Tetsuya shook his head. No, if you do it that way, it might be a bit excessive. It's risky. Then should we sell directly at the prices they offered? We can't do that. Here's the deal. Tell them to add another 15%. Understood. Kakuzu nodded. Even just adding 15% would still be a significant amount based on their current stock. By the way, remember to give similar quantities to these 4 parties. Don't sell exclusively to one, and don't shortchange any of them. Understood? I understand. After responding, Kakuzu left excitedly. Izuna asked, why do we need to sell similar quantities to the 4? Can't we sell exclusively to one? Tetsuya smiled and said, this is called balance. With our current stock of iron, or based on the price we VE set, no single party can absorb all the iron we have. Furthermore, if someone could absorb all our stock, just think about how many ninja tools could be made from that much iron. If so many ninja tools are put into the war, it would likely have a significant impact on the situation. I don't want to see one side having too much of an advantage. After all, the longer they fight, the more we can earn, right? Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna couldn't help but be astonished. You're really terrifying. The great ninja war, where ninjas from various villages have shed blood and lives, has turned into your business. If they found out, They might come to kill you without hesitation. Sigh, that is not right. Did I start the Great Ninja War? Tetsuya spread his hands and shrugged. No, they started the war themselves. I want peace in the ninja world too. That way, I could do business properly. But they're unwilling. They're the ones who want to fight. I'm just taking advantage of this war to make some money. After all, I'm a businessman. What businessman doesn't want to profit? Izuna remained silent, lifting his teacup to take a sip. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I have something you might not want to hear. I can't revive Uchiha Madara for now. Hearing this, Izuna frowned. My ability to revive people has limitations. I have a special resurrection sequence, and I can only revive others in a specific order. Then who can you revive now? Tetsuya grinned. It's also someone you know well. Senju Tobarama. The naturally evil Senju Tobarama. How could it be this guy? Upon hearing this name, Izuna's anger surged. That detestable white-haired man. I can't forget how he ambushed me. It's a mortal enemy, a true mortal enemy. He was the one who killed me. Why is it this guy? Can't you revive someone else first? Tetsuya shrugged. I can't. That is also why didn't he revive a second person, even when I had enough money. Once I revive Senju Tobarama, he is likely to run back to Konoha and help them develop. Uchiha Izuna clenched his fists and began pacing back and forth. How about this? You revive him, and then the two of us join forces to kill him. Hearing this, Tetsuya could only say, that's quite the idea. Reviving the other party first, then killing them, this probably won't work. You were revived by me. As long as I'm alive, you won't die. Tetsuya didn't say the latter part, which was that with his undead body as the evil god, he theoretically wouldn't die. Then how about sealing him? Well, perhaps we should wait until the Great Ninja War is over to discuss it? Alright, Izuna sighed. It seems sealing him won't work either. With the naturally evil Senju Tobarama's abilities, there probably isn't a seal that can hold him. Although I really don't want to admit it. That guy's intelligence is a bit higher than the average person. Given enough time, who knows what kind of techniques he could come up with. After all, he even developed a treacherous technique like the Flying Thunder God Slash. Tetsuya smiled. It was evident that Izuna had quite a strong opinion about Tobarama. What would happen if he knew that he had saved Tobarama's life using his name? After thinking for a moment, Tetsuya decided it was best not to tell him. The conflicts in the ninja world were growing increasingly severe, especially with the abundance of iron, ore, and food. Each ninja village was directly increasing their investment on the front lines. With food and equipment available, why wait to increase investment? Are they waiting for others to invest first? However, individuals probably didn't realize that not just their village was purchasing food and iron ore, nor would they expect that all the food and iron ore they bought came from the same person. The wealth of the 4 major ninja villages flowed to the same individual at the same time, and Kakuzu, who was collecting the money, was almost laughing to death. Boss, we've hit the jackpot. We've really struck it rich. All the money from the 4 ninja villages is in our hands. I never even dared to dream about this. Kakuzu placed the sealing scroll on the coffee table, grinning so widely that his mouth almost reached the back of his head. Tetsuya chuckled, opened the scroll to check, and saw that it was filled with money. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit excited upon seeing so much money. After putting down the scroll, he cautiously asked, You did well. You didn't leave any traces that could get you caught, did you? Don't worry, boss. They will definitely not find out that the person selling them the goods is actually the same person. Saying this, Kakuzu revealed a mischievous smile. Chapter 45. Kakuzu Boss. Let's go and take down the Land of Rain. Very good, Kaku. I indeed did not misjudge you. Zetsu nodded in approval and then took out a key and threw it to Kakuzu. This is the key to the vault. From now on, if you need money, just go and take it yourself. Just keep a record of how much you take. Kakuzu received the key and was completely stunned, dazed for a long time. The vault. The vault, the key to the vault. He never expected Zetsu would directly hand the key to him. Does he trust me this much? This feeling is truly amazing. Thank you for your trust, boss. Kakuzu excitedly knelt down in front of Zetsu. Hey, don't do this. Didn't I tell you from the start? We are partners, not a master-servant relationship. Get up. Zetsu quickly helped Kakuzu up. Kakuzu gratefully said, Boss, I am willing to do anything for you, dedicating my life and soul. A warrior dies for his confidant, and a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Kakuzu previously thought it was already great that Zetsu was willing to give him a share, but he never expected that he would directly give him the key to the vault. For someone who loves money like him, this is truly a great recognition. All right, I don't want you to die. I want you to live. There is still a long way to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities for us to make money in the future. You're right, boss. I need to live well and make good money. Earn more money. Hearing Zetsu mention more opportunities to make money, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Seeing Kakuzu's state, Zetsu was very satisfied. The reason he dared to give the vault key to Kakuzu was simple. He was a money lover, an extremely stingy money lover. Making money was his greatest hobby, but spending it was not. Even if he gave him the vault key, he would just stay inside. He wouldn't actually spend money. Kakuzu, you've been out running around for a while. You should know the situation outside, right? How far has the war between the countries developed? Kakuzu recalled carefully and then said, the situation is very tense, with friction on all sides. I must say that Konoha, as the biggest winner of the First Shinobi World War, has indeed developed its strength over the years, and they are now fighting on 3 fronts. However, the other major ninja villages are not weak either, and now they are stuck in a stalemate, not knowing which side will break the balance first. As he spoke, Kakuzu suddenly thought of something and smiled. Boss, I just remembered an interesting piece of information. What information could make you smile like that? Zetsu asked curiously. Kakuzu replied, just 2 days before I returned, on the front lines, the grandson of the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Rope Tree, was killed by an explosive tag. Isn't that funny? The grandson of the first Hokage, a 12-year-old genius ninja, was killed by an explosive tag. It seems that the Senju clan really is getting weaker with each generation, or perhaps the emergence of Hashirama and Tobirama was just an accident. As he spoke, he shook his head with some emotion. How powerful was Senju Hashirama? He was also a hero who became famous in his youth. How is it that his grandson was killed by an explosive tag? Can things like explosive tags really kill people? Rope Tree is dead. Zetsu recalled the day he left Konoha, seeing Orochimaru and Rope Tree beside him, and couldn't he help but shake his head. It truly is fate. Life is indeed fragile. But fortunately, I will never die, let alone explosive tags. Even if I'm caught in an explosive tag, I wouldn't die. Hearing the name Senju, Izuna, who had been sitting aside drinking tea, also raised his head. The grandson of Senju Hashirama? Yes, it seems that Senju Hashirama has only one grandson and one granddaughter. The granddaughter is one of the disciples of the third Hokage, currently on another battlefield. Serves him right. Izuna snorted coldly. My brother and I did not leave any bloodline, yet this inherently evil Senju has a grandson. Rope Tree is dead, no matter the reason for his death. It will surely incite public anger in Konoha. I fear Konoha's offensive will become even more fierce. Indeed, Kakuzu nodded. Before I returned, I had already seen that Konoha had dispatched a large number of ninjas to the front lines. I heard that Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage, has already been found and sent to the battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, the 3 most favored disciples of the third Hokage will gather on the front lines, and the situation of the war will become even more intense. Let them fight, no matter how they fight. The flames of War 1T reached the capital. Zetsu took a sip of tea and then said, so, how is it on the side of Amage Cure? Have you made contact? Yes, we've made contact. Truly worthy of being the boss. Everything is just as you thought. The leader of Amage Cure, Hanzo of the Salamander, is willing to purchase the weapons we create. They also intend to intervene. That's normal. Hearing that Hanzo of the Salamander was willing to buy their equipment, Zetsu showed a satisfied smile. He is an ambitious person who has always aspired to become the leader of the 6th great ninja village. Moreover, the Land of Rain has become a battlefield for the 3 great nations of Wind, Fire, and Earth, causing the people of the Land of Rain to suffer greatly. Not to mention Hanzo, any leader of Amage Cure with some guts would choose to fight back. However, no matter how much Hanzo struggles, he cannot change anything. Izuna nodded in agreement. From the geographical position of Amage Cure, during wartime, the Land of Rain is a natural battlefield for the 3 great nations, and in peacetime, it can serve as a buffer zone between the 3 great nations. To change all this, someone must stand up and suppress the 3 great nations. As he spoke, Izuna looked at Zetsu with a probing gaze. In his opinion, aside from his brother Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Chiba Zetsu should also be able to do it. Zetsu did not pay attention to Izuna's gaze, but instead took out a map and spread it out on the coffee table. However, on the other hand, if things are handled well, the position of Amage Cure could actually develop quickly. A small country connects 3 great nations and 3 small countries, adjacent to 6 nations. It could completely open up postal roads and become a transportation hub connecting the nations, a trade center for mutual trade among the countries. As long as trade routes are opened, the Land of Rain can rely on commerce to establish itself, making a fortune just by collecting tariffs and business taxes. Kakuzu also studied it carefully and found it to be true. The three great nations each have their own specialties and needs. As long as one acts as a middleman, purchasing the respective products from each nation and then reselling them to the countries in need, isn't that an easy way to make money? Thinking of this, Kakuzu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Boss, let us go and take down the land of rain. Chapter 46. Dog, you really know how to play hearing Kakuzu's words. Tetsuya couldn't help but cough twice. Do you know what you're talking about? Taking over the land of rain? Just the three of us? That's right, Kakuzu said. I believe that with the boss's strength, along with Mai and Azuna's support, eliminating Hanzo the salamander and taking over the Hidden Rain village to rule the land of rain would definitely not be a problem. Ruling country? Izuna pondered for a moment and thought it might not be impossible. Back during the Warring States period, when the major ninja clans were slaughtering each other, Izuna had considered conquering a country with the Uchiha clan's overwhelming power. Based on his assessment, relying on his brother's strength, along with his own support, should be feasible. However, his brother was ultimately swayed by that despicable Senju Hashirama, who, despite having the power to conquer a country, went off to establish a ninja village. It was truly ridiculous. But discussing this now was pointless. He had already died before the establishment of the ninja village. Shortly after the ninja village was founded, his brother also died. Hey, you two aren't serious, are you? Tetsuya looked at their reactions and couldn't help but slap his forehead. You two don't mess with me. Things aren't that simple. We're still at war. The ninjas from the three great nations, wind, fire, and earth, are gathered in the land of rain. Produce. The land of rain has Hanzo leading the Hidden Rain village. Even if we wanted to attack the land of rain, it wouldn't be now. Just think about it. Even if we pushed through, killed Hanzo, took over the Hidden Rain village, and ruled the land of rain, what would the three great nations think of us? What would the other ninja villages think? What would those daimyos think? Do you really think they would allow us to exist, going against all reason? Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuzu sighed and said regretfully, that's true. If we did that, we would undoubtedly be provoking the entire ninja world. At that point, we would be the common enemy of the ninja world. The common enemy of the ninja world is not a good title, Tetsuya continued. We're merchants, and the most important thing for merchants is to make money, right? If we do things the way you two are suggesting, how can we make any money? Kakuzu nodded again. If they became the common enemy of the ninja world, they wouldn't be able to make money. After all, they couldn't trade their lives for money. Seeing that the two had given up on the idea of pushing through the land of rain right now, Tetsuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Going to the land of rain now? Are you crazy? Uchiha Madara is still alive. He's probably just found Nagato to store his Rinnegan. If he goes to the land of rain, he'll probably draw Uchiha Madara out. And Madara is accompanied by that old shadowy figure, Kagaya's Black Zetsu. This thing doesn't have much power, but is practically impossible to kill. Plus, exposing their presence too early could attract the attention of another old coin, Otsutsuki Ishiki. That old guy is always looking for suitable hosts. Who knows, that old shadow might take an interest in me. Considering this body of mine is probably among the top in the ninja world. Before I find a way to counter that pesky Otsutsuki's ability, I don't want to be targeted by Ishiki. After all, I'm strong enough now. I don't need a grandpa by my side to guide me in getting stronger. Moreover, having a goofy dog around is already annoying enough. Oh, my dear master, were you thinking of me? A cheeky voice sounded, and a virtual dog appeared in front of Tetsuya. Tetsuya's expression froze for a moment. All right, Kakuzu, you've worked hard running around the ninja world during this time. Take a good rest for a couple of days. If you want to eat something, let the kitchen prepare it for you. I'm going back to lie down. With that, Tetsuya left the tea room. Only Izuna and Kakuzu remained in the tea room. Kakuzu glanced at Izuna, who looked back at him, then pulled out a chessboard. Do you know how to play Go? Kakuzu looked at the chessboard. I know a little. Back in his room, Tetsuya's expression instantly soured. Dog system, are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? The dog showed a puzzled expression. Oh, my dear master, what are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Then why did you appear the moment I cursed you in my heart? Master, how could you say that? I'm helping you become stronger in the ninja world, yet you curse me in your heart. Boo-hoo. The dog was sad, crying, and feeling wronged. All right, now explain why you suddenly popped out. Seeing that playing the victim was useless, the dog immediately dropped the act and flashed a cheeky grin. Well, I caught a whiff of money, master. It seems you struck it rich recently, huh? How about a lottery? Great, so you're here for the money. Tetsuya plopped down on the bed, leaning against the soft mattress. I've been with you for 10 to 20 years now, and in the highest level prize pool. I've already drawn almost all the good stuff. Not to mention, with the ninjutsu I possess, I probably have gathered ninjutsu from all the clans in the ninja world. What else can I draw? That 0. 5 chakra, Or that 0.5 dojitsu? The dog rubbed its paws together confidently. Oh, my dear master, you're thinking too small. Expand your horizons a bit and look further. Don't let your gaze linger on this trivial ninja world. I told you from the start, I have everything from a ninja world, and I also have things that the ninja world doesn't. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow. Then why have you only given me ninjutsu and ninja world-related things all these years? I thought those were the only things in your prize pool. Hey, don't be angry. Master, I'm doing this for your own good. Just look at your current collection of ninjutsu and your understanding of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing but a joke as a ninjutsu professor compared to you. He's just a novice, while you're the true professor of ninjutsu. All right, stop buttering me up. Let me ask you a question. Do you know about the Otsutsuki Clan seals? Come on, didn't I already say? There's nothing in the ninja world that I can't find. Then do you have a way to become immune to the seals or methods to counter them? That's too easy. With a wave of its paw, a large spinning wheel glowing with a metallic green light appeared before Tetsuya. My dear master, please look. Given your consumption over the years, you've reached a new level, so I've applied for a brand new lottery prize pool for you, which I call the Platinum Wheel. Looking at the large wheel before him, Tetsuya's eyes twitched. Hey dog, you really know how to play. So all the good stuff is hidden in here? Is there also an emerald wheel and a diamond wheel behind it? Chapter 47. The dog that recognizes money, but not people, is really a dog ding. Congratulations, you have received a set of non-side effect Hashirama cells. Congratulations, you have received a weapon, the power of Wave God. Congratulations, you have received a pair of Bloodline Mangeki Sharingan. Congratulations, you have received an Outer Path Golem. Congratulations, you have received a Three Tails Isabu. Congratulations, you have received a set of Sage Chakra. Congratulations, you have received a set of Sage Chakra. Congratulations, you have received a Forbidden Technique Exploding Tag Scroll. Congratulations, you have received a set of Sage Chakra. Congratulations, you have received a set of Sage Chakra. The huge platinum wheel stopped spinning, and Jie received 10 brand new rewards. Of course, he also spent a lot of money. Dog, you are really a scammer. Previously, you gave me 10-fold increases on the 3 levels of the wheel, and the level 3 golden wheel is only 100 times more expensive than the level 1 bronze wheel. But this platinum wheel is directly 100 times more expensive than the golden wheel. Even if I have money, I can't afford this kind of consumption. Indeed, Jie is currently wealthy, but he can't withstand such consumption. Watching his wealth diminish, Jie couldn't help but gasp, feeling heartbroken. However, fortunately, this time he made a lot of money from the war. Don't speak too early, master. The new prize pool is full of good stuff. Just tell me, which of these items isn't worth the price? If these items were put out there, they would be priceless, and others wouldn't even have the opportunity to buy them. The dog said this with a sincere expression. What he said was indeed not wrong. After all, this platinum pool even has the Outer Path Golem. Moreover, it also drew out a tailed beast, which is clearly planning to let Jie draw cards to reach the 6 paths level. Indeed, the things drawn this time are really good. Even the rewards used for counting are Sage Chakra. Jie checked his rewards and then asked, what does this non-side effect Hashirama cell mean? It means exactly what it says. It's just like normal Hashirama cells, except it doesn't have the side effects of ordinary Hashirama cells. Side effects? Are you referring to the facial tattoos of Hashirama? Oh, that counts too. This non-side effect version of the cells will not have any abnormal effects when used. It won't be consumed and turned into trees like Hashirama's cells. Nor will it turn your skin pale like white Zetsu, and it won't grow a Hashirama face on you. Oh, I see. Jie nodded, then continued. But what use does this have for me? Not to mention that I already have a sage body, I also have an undying body of the evil god. So I don't need Hashirama cells for self-healing. As for chakra, I have more than enough. Master, you may not need this, but you can give it to others. You're not a lone wolf, and in the future, when you unify the ninja world, you will need your own team, right? Jie thought for a moment and nodded. He indeed uses a lot. It can be saved for Izuna or Kakuzu later. However, that being said, Kakuzu's entire body is replaced by the tentacles of the earth grudge fear. So would Hashirama cells still be useful to him? This is a question worth pondering, and he decided to try it later. Then tell me about this bloodline Mangeki Sharingan. What does it mean? Simply put, it's a strengthening material. The dog clearly explained the function of this bloodline Mangeki Sharingan. The Mangeki Sharingan needs a pair of blood relatives Mangeki Sharingan to upgrade and evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. And the bloodline Mangeki Sharingan can be seen as the Mangeki Sharingan of a non-existent brother of yours. which can perfectly match the user and help the user upgrade to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Oh, so it's a material for upgrading. That's fine. I can save it for Izuna to use, so I won't have to go and take Uchiha Madara's eyeballs later. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. My brother's eyes, Hashirama's cells. Izuna can upgrade to the Rinnegan. Theoretically, yes. But master, why not keep it for yourself? Jia smiled and said wisely. How many years did it take Uchiha Madara to upgrade to a pair of Rinnegan after he bit Hashirama and faked his death? He exhausted his own. I won't do such a time-consuming thing. So, master, are you planning to let Izuna upgrade to the Rinnegan and then, when the time comes, just take his ready-made pair? TSK dog, how can you be like this? I didn't realize you were so selfish before. The dog looked confused. No, what do you mean I'm selfish? I've already given the items away. Why would I take them back? It's just a Rinnegan. When the Otsutsuki comes to the ninja world, won't I be able to take as many as I want? Just hold them down and take their eyeballs. Saying this, Jia looked at the dog and said, didn't you say that you have everything in the ninja world? And even things that don't exist in the ninja world? Then I can just draw a pair of Rinnegan when the time comes. The dog was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully, Tisk, that's very reasonable, as expected of your master. In response, the dog was quite happy. If Jia wants to draw the Rinnegan, it means that before the Rinnegan comes out, he will definitely keep spending money. As long as there is money, everything is negotiable. The dog system only recognizes money, not people. By the way, dog, I have another question. Please go ahead. Jia had just spent a lot here, so the dog naturally had to show a good attitude. I drew the outer path golem and the three tails, Isabu. Doesn't that mean the ninja world is short 1 three tails and 1 outer path golem? No, the outer path golem and three tails, Isabu, produced by me come from other places, not the original tailed beast and outer path golem in this ninja world. Oh, I see. I thought if this outer path golem was the one from the ninja world, if the outer path golem was gone, then old Madara would probably be done for, and Sasuke might be born before Naruto. Not only that, but if the outer path golem is gone, wouldn't the 5 great spirits also be disabled? But they might not even survive the third ninja war. Dear master, do you have any more questions? If not, then this service will end here. The dog's appearance was like a heartless bastard who pulls up his pants and denies everything, ready to leave. Go away, go away. I have no more questions. Goodbye. See you next time when you spend money. Without hesitation, the dog disappeared right in front of Jia. What a dog that only recognizes money and not people. It really is too much of a dog. Chapter 48, Eternal Kaleidoscope of Izuna in the Land of Rain. In the hidden village of Amigay-Cure, heavy rain enveloped the entire ninja village. Inside the tallest building in Amigay-Cure, Hanzo of the Salamander was leading his trusted subordinates, discussing the current situation while looking at a map of the Land of Rain. Leader, this is the latest disaster report. The ninja forces from the Land of Fire and the puppet army from the Land of Wind have erupted into war in the frontline village. That village has been destroyed in the flames of war, and we could only manage to rescue a small number of villagers before retreating. As the ninjas spoke, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Why was it that a small country like theirs had to suffer just because of the conflicts between 2 great nations? Were they destined to become a battlefield simply because they were caught in the middle of these great powers? Another ninja stepped forward to report, Leader, we have contacted buyers in the black market. They are willing to provide us with ninja tools and equipment, and they have already sent us a portion of goods. With more to follow, several trusted ninjas continued to report the latest information, while Hanzo sat in the main seat without saying a word, silently listening. Huff. Hanzo, wearing a mask, let a long breath. The ninja world is cruel. Our Land of Rain is caught in the center of 3 great nations, and it is destined to become their battlefield. For their own interests, the great nations have plunged small countries into suffering. However, from now on, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, will not allow such things to happen. I will return all the pain inflicted upon us by those great nations doubled. Send my orders. All ninjas in Amigay-Cure must prepare for war. When the equipment arrives, we will declare war on these great nations. Even if Amigay-Cure is destroyed, we will make these great nations feel our pain. Yes, the crowd was filled with fervor. They had endured too much suffering. In the past, even if they bore pain, they had no outlet for it. But now it was different. Hanzo's emergence showed them a possibility, a completely new possibility. The war continued, but the 3 sides fighting in the Land of Rain would never have anticipated that a 4th force was about to join the battlefield. In the Land of Fire, in the outskirts of the capital, In the forest where Tetsuya was on vacation, a gigantic blue Susanoo clashed with a massive golden Susanoo. Just one collision erupted with astonishing power, the terrifying shockwave tearing through the woods. The forest was already in ruins due to the battle between these two beings, demonstrating the ferocity of their fight. In the next moment, both Susanoos drew their gigantic swords and slashed at each other. When the swords collided, it produced a tremendous sound that seemed to exceed the limits of what humans could perceive. "Hey, Izuna, how do you feel? Have your eyes changed at all?" As the Susanoo faded, Tetsuya leaped to Izuna's side. Izuna stood there, his aura completely different from before. If the previous Izuna was as calm as water and as proud as ice, now he was filled with a murderous intent like a Death Star. Especially his eyes. The original kaleidoscope, Sharingan, had changed. The original kaleidoscope was black with crimson pupils containing a smooth black circle, with 3 pillar-like branches connecting the edges of the pupil. Now, his kaleidoscope Sharingan had transformed, with a hollow circular ring in the center of the blood-red pupil replaced by 3 interconnected hollow Magatama. If Uchiha Madara were here, he would surely be astonished. Izuna's eternal kaleidoscope was almost identical to his own. The similarity was inevitable, as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were brothers, and Madara's eternal kaleidoscope was upgraded from Izuna's eyes. The kaleidoscope Izuna was using was theoretically the most compatible and perfect material to evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope. Still no change? That cell you injected into me, can it really allow my eternal kaleidoscope to evolve into the legendary Rinnegan? That's the eye of a sage. Hey, what does the Rinnegan matter? What does the sage's eye matter? I have the sage body. Tetsuya stroked his chin, carefully examining Izuna's eyes. Is there really no change? Not completely without change. Izuna covered his right eye with his hand. I can feel that the ocular power in my eyes is increasing every moment. This feeling is not like the recovery after using my ocular power. It feels more like my ocular power limit is continuously increasing, though it's very subtle. This change is real. That's it. Tetsuya nodded in satisfaction, patting Izuna's shoulder. Maybe when the ocular power of your eyes grows to a certain limit, it will cause a qualitative change, and then you might evolve into the Rinnegan. You might be right. Perhaps the eternal kaleidoscope can indeed evolve into the Rinnegan. It just needs time. Just as Tetsuya and Izuna were studying the eternal kaleidoscope, the ground beneath them suddenly shifted. A yellow weasel emerged from the ground. "Hey, 1-7, why are you here? Are you hungry?" The yellow weasel, known as 1-7, shook its head. "Boss, that tentacle monster asked me to deliver a message." "Oh, a message from Kakuzu? Did something happen in the land of rain?" Saying this, Tetsuya took the letter and tossed a sealing scroll to 1-7. "Thanks for your hard work, 1-7. Here's your reward." "Thank you, boss." 1-7 exclaimed joyfully, holding the scroll. There was no other reason. The sealing scroll contained their clan's favorite food, various chicken dishes, including roasted chicken, shredded chicken, mouth-watering chicken, and boiled chicken. Since Tetsuya had money, he had never shortchanged the Weasel clan with whom he had signed a contract, providing them with a large amount of food. The Weasel clan was also very principled. Upon receiving Tetsuya's gifts, they were obligated to help him. However, Tetsuya currently had no need for the Weasel clan in battle. So Old Weasel sent the younger generation to help Tetsuya with some errands. The Weasel clan was skilled in stealth techniques, transformation techniques, and jinjutsu, making it very convenient for them to run errands and deliver items. This was also one of the reasons why Tetsuya and his group could buy and sell food and iron or on a large scale without being discovered by the various ninja villages. Opening the letter, Tetsuya was curious about what had happened on the front lines. Izuna leaned over and glanced at it, quickly understanding the general situation. Hanzo of the Salamander has something going on. He actually repelled the attack from the land of Earth, and that Tsuchikage announced a withdrawal from the war. Chapter 49. Big countries and small countries on the battlefield of the land of rain. Hanzo of the Salamander led the Rain Ninja village to prominence, using his poisonous mist to directly repel the forces of the Rock Hidden village. The Rock Hidden village was best known for its tactic of overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers, relying on its advantage in manpower along with Earth-style techniques to sweep across the battlefield. This strategy of unleashing a deluge of ninjutsu made the Rock Hidden village formidable in combat. But against a battlefield weapon like Hanzo of the Salamander, they suffered a significant defeat. Hanzo's poisonous mist thrived on the cluster tactics employed by the Rock Hidden, as a single cloud of poison could cover them all. The Rock Hidden village was not adept at using or countering poison, and continuing the fight would only lead to increased casualties without any benefits. Ultimately, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, made the decision to withdraw, pulling back from the Land of Rain and retreating to the borders of the Land of Earth. The successful repulsion of the forces from the Land of Earth boosted the morale of the Rain Ninja Village, reinforcing their belief that following Hanzo was the right choice. Only Hanzo could change everything. Following this significant victory, the Rain Ninja army redirected their focus towards the sand-hidden village of the Land of Wind and the leaf village of the Land of Fire. However, the battles in these two locations did not go as smoothly. The reason was simple. Chio from the sand-hidden village was a master of poison and quickly developed an antidote to counter Hanzo's poisonous mist. Meanwhile, on the leaf side, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a princess of the Land of Fire, joined the battlefield. With her expertise in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade swiftly neutralized Hanzo's toxins. Although faced with setbacks, Hanzo's poisonous mist tactics were not as effective against the Rock Hidden as they had been before, but the ninjas of the Land of Rain, united under Hanzo's leadership, were determined to drive the invaders from the great nations out of their homeland. Under Hanzo's command, they exhibited remarkable fighting power, remaining fierce even against the elite forces of the Leaf and Sand. Additionally, the ongoing conflict between the Sand and Leaf villages meant that Hanzo appeared to be gaining an advantage, fighting effectively against both. Observing the intelligence reports coming in, Tetsuya gained new insights into the developments of the Second Ninja World War. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he raised an eyebrow, turning to Izuna beside him. Izuna, what do you think will happen to the situation in this war as it develops from here? Hearing Tetsuya's question, Izuna contemplated seriously. I think that although it appears that Hanzo of the Rain is at an advantage now, it is truly impressive for a small country to hold its ground against two great nations. However, the disadvantages of a small country are significant, and I fear that Hanzo's advantage will not last long. The Land of Rain cannot sustain a prolonged conflict, given the limited resources of their small nation. Moreover, their current advantage is largely due to the previous exhaustion of manpower and resources from the ongoing battles between the Wind, Fire, and Earth nations. Once the Sand and Leaf villages regain their footing and reach an agreement to eliminate this meddlesome force, the two great nations will ultimately decide the victor on the territory of the Land of Rain. After all, at this point in the war, dragging it out benefits no one. Swiftly determining the final victor is the correct choice. Izuna's analysis was quite astute, as he had served as a strategist within the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. He was responsible for devising strategies and plans, while Uchiha Madara was tasked with leading the Uchiha clan with his strength and executing Izuna's tactical directives. Your analysis is quite good, but have you considered that the Leaf and Sand may not work together? Tetsuya countered. The Leaf and Sand may not cooperate? Why are you so certain? Izuna asked, puzzled. Tetsuya explained, Hanzo of the Rain, as an instigator, does not align with the interests of either the Leaf or the Sand. These great nations have a common flaw. They never regard small nations as significant threats. Even though Hanzo initially defeated the Land of Earth, and now seems to have the upper hand against them, they will not take him seriously. To them, Hanzo is merely a scavenger following behind a lion, picking up scraps. Even if it appears that he is currently suppressing them, they remain indifferent. It's akin to the situation in the Warring States period. Would your Uchiha clan or the Senju clan care about a small ninja clan struggling for survival in the cracks between the great clans? The small ninja clan has only one choice, to become a vassal of the great ninja clans, just as our Chiba clan became a vassal of the Senju. Similarly, they view these small countries as having only one choice, to become vassals of the great nations. Izuna looked at Tetsuya and suddenly spoke. If you were in our era, I suspect the Chiba clan would not have become a vassal of any clan. That statement is meaningless. Tetsuya smiled and shook his head, continuing. Let's return to the topic of the Ninja World War. In the eyes of both the Leaf and Sand, their true concern is each other. They believe that only the other is their real competitor. After all, the conflicts with the Rain are localized, while their disputes with each other span multiple fronts. The losses incurred by each side due to the other have been tremendous, making it unlikely for them to consider any temporary alliances or peace agreements before the war concludes. The Rain is merely a nuisance that can be easily dealt with once they have defeated each other, so there is no need for excessive worry. Then, if what you say is true, the final outcome of this war should be that the Sand and Leaf determine the victor first, and then the ultimate winner will deal with the Rain Ninja Village, correct? Exactly. Moreover, the final victor will be the Leaf. However, defeating Hanzo head-on won't be an easy task for them either, Tetsuya asserted confidently, as if what he said was destined to happen. Izuna was not entirely convinced by Tetsuya's statement. Although the leaf had overall stronger capabilities than the sand, since the beginning of this ninja world war, the leaf had been engaged in multiple fronts, fighting not only against the land of wind and the land of earth, but also having fought with the land of lightning on the side. After so many battles, the leaf's available fighting strength had already been significantly depleted. When it came down to it, who would emerge as the final winner between the leaf and the sand was still an unknown. In fact, from his perspective, the most prudent choice would be to eliminate the meddlesome Hanzo first. After all, with the presence of the Rain Ninja, even if the sand and leaf wanted to determine a victor, the interference from the Rain Ninja would not be easily brushed aside. What's wrong? You don't believe what I'm saying? Tetsuya asked, noticing Izuna's doubt. Just wait. I believe that news will come back soon enough. Chapter 50. The three shinobi in war on the battlefield of the Land of Rain at the Konoha encampment. Another day of slaughter has come to an end. The Rain shinobi's offensive has gradually lost its momentum with the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha in other directions. However, Konoha has never been overly concerned about the Rain shinobi. The real trouble comes from the Sand shinobi's puppet troops. These puppet masters hide behind their puppets, manipulating them to engage in combat with Konoha's ninjas. Even when Konoha's ninjas pay the ultimate price, it is still difficult to kill the puppet masters hiding in the back. Furthermore, the various hidden weapons and toxins on these puppet masters are nearly impossible to defend against. Tsunade, how are things going? Any progress? The flap of the tent was lifted, and the white-haired Jiraiya walked into the camp. Inside the tent, a table was filled with bottles and jars, where Tsunade was leading a group of medical ninjas who were working overtime to analyze the toxins. Tsunade rubbed her temples, her expression slightly weary. I can only say there is progress, but it will take time to completely crack Chiyo's toxins. This guy even added Hanzo the salamander's poison to the toxins from our sand village. Hanzo's poison has complicated the nature of the original sand shinobi's toxins. Are you okay? Seeing Tsunade's tired appearance, Jiraiya was a bit worried, but remembering that Tsunade now had a boyfriend, he refrained from overstepping. Iemifine. It's just the poison ninjas who are suffering. They need to hold on a little longer. I believe everyone can understand you. The suppressants you developed earlier are still effective. Although they cannot completely detoxify, they have successfully delayed the onset of the poison. However, that waiting process is extremely painful. As Tsunade spoke, she couldn't help but clench her fists. The feeling of that toxin continuously destroying cells and organs within the body is unbearable. Even though the suppressants can temporarily inhibit the spread of the toxin, they still cannot reverse the damage caused by it. There is even a possibility that by the time she develops the antidote, those poison ninjas will have already suffered disabilities and lasting effect from the corrosive poison. Calm down. Tsunade, you're doing well. This isn't your fault. The fault lies with the war itself. Jiraiya comforted Tsunade, while also comforting himself. If only there were no war. Why can everyone live in peace? He thought of the prophecy child that the great sage Toad had once mentioned to him. If he could find a prophecy child, then surely he could bring peace to the ninja world, as the great sage Toad had said. But now that events had unfolded, he hoped everything could end soon. Continuing on was not good for anyone. The war will end soon. A hoarse voice interrupted, and a somewhat pale-skinned figure walked into the tent. Orochimaru. Tsunade clenched her fists even tighter upon seeing the newcomer. Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, his former partner, with eyes full of guilt. After all, Tsunade's brother, his favorite disciple, had died while following him on mission. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tent became awkward. To ease the tension, Jiraiya immediately asked Orochimaru, "What did you mean when you said the war will end soon? Does that mean the teacher found a way to end this quickly?" Seeing Jiraiya offer an opening, Orochimaru replied, "Yes and no. What do you mean?" The teacher sent Shikamaru to infiltrate the Land of Wind, planning a direct surprise attack on Sunagakure to cut off their supplies and force them to end this war. Shikamaru? Is he the one from that Taki clan? How many people did he take to Sunagakure? After a moment of silence, Orochimaru finally answered, "One person." What? One person? Has the old man lost his mind? This isn't sending Shikamaru on a mission. It's sending him to his death. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. I need to talk to the old man. How can he let Shikamaru go to Sunagakure alone? It's suicide. It wasn't the teacher's request. It was Shikamaru's own decision. He requested it himself? Why? Jiraiya was confused. Normally, for such a mission, at least 1 or 2 teams of ninjas would be sent out. Tsunade, who had been silent, answered Jiraiya's question. Because of Senior Shikuyu. Senior Shikuyu? Is it the one we used to run into at Chiyo Ramen? Hearing such a familiar name, Jiraiya recalled the person. Yes, Senior Shikuyu was Shikamaru's brother. He died at the hands of Sunagakure on the eve of the war. Tsunade sighed and released her clenched fists. I think Shikamaru went alone because he doesn't intend to come back alive. This time he is on a mission to cut off Sunagakure's supplies and avenge Senior Shikyu. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The lunatics from Rain Village are here. Upon hearing the enemy attack, the three rushed out immediately. Outside, heavy rain poured down, and the ninjas from Rain Village rushed into Konoha's camp under the cover of the rain. Tsunade, Orochimaru, let us go together. Okay, understood. The three charged towards the ninjas from Rain Village. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison, Shadow Snake Hands, Painful Heavenly Foot. Jiraiya and the others unleashed their respective jutsu against the Rain Shinobi. Clearly, these Rain ninjas attacking Konoha's camp were no match for the trio. However, even knowing they were outmatched, the Rain ninjas charged fearlessly toward them, shouting, "You evil Konoha ninjas, get out of our country. Evil Konoha ninjas, get off our land. Everyone, fight the evil invaders. For the land of Rain. For Rain Village." Seeing the Rain ninjas charging at them while shouting loudly, Jiraiya was deeply shocked. Outside Sunagakure, in the desert oasis of a land of wind, two ninjas led a team leaving the village. However, amidst the swirling yellow sand of the desert, a white figure stood out starkly. What is that? Don't know. Everyone be careful. In the desert, Hatake Shikamaru locked onto his target and drew his short sword from his waist. A cold gleam flashed across the blade. Today, Konoha's White Fang is destined to make a name for itself in the ninja world. Chapter 51. Izuna. How dare a mere salamander claim to be a god? The rain curtain above the sky dissipated, and in this rare country where the sun was visible, Jiraiya and the others saw the rising sun. After a night of slaughter, it was finally over. The people of Konoha began to clean up the battlefield. Blood mixed with rainwater soaked the land. Jiraiya looked at the corpses being dragged away and couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. What has war ultimately brought? Next to him, Orochimaru gazed at the corpses and provided his own answer: death. Jiraiya looked at the cold-hearted Orochimaru, surprised that he would express such sentiment. Unfortunately, he did not know that Orochimaru's lament was not about the cruelty of war, but about the fragility of life. A face that had not changed for over a decade appeared in Orochimaru's mind, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Does immortal life and ageless beauty exist in this world? It is meaningless to lament here. Tsunade turned and walked towards the tent. What we should do is to end this war as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing with Tsunade's statement. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment before finally moving towards the tent. I'll help you prepare the antidote. Time flew by. With Orochimaru's assistance, Tsunade developed an antidote for the toxins from Sunagakure in less than 3 days. Meanwhile, news also came from Kakashi, who had cut off Sunagakure supply lines. It would take time for them to reorganize their supply routes, and he had also killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law from Sunagakure. The name of Konoha's White Fang became renowned in the ninja world, single-handedly infiltrating the enemy village to cut off their supply lines. Such a ninja is truly terrifying. With Tsunade's antidote and the supply lines of Sunagakure cut off, Konoha launched a full-scale attack on Sunagakure. The forces of Sunagakure were completely defeated, and in order to preserve their strength, the third Kazekage surrendered on behalf of Sunagakure to the third Hokage of Konoha. This battle between Konoha and Sunagakure ultimately ended in victory for Konoha. The ninjas from Sunagakure gradually retreated, leaving the land of rain. In the capital of the Fire Country, Tetsuya held milk tea in his left hand and fried chicken in his right, taking a sip of milk tea and a bite of fried chicken, then using his oily hands to pick up a chess piece and place it on the board. Look at my divine move. Impressive, right? Izuna, sitting across from Tetsuya, couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. A divine move, and yet you just trapped yourself in a dead end. Saying this, Izuna placed a piece in an inconspicuous position that directly captured all of Tetsuya's pieces. You lost. This is already the 6th time you've killed yourself with your own piece. If it doesn't work out, you might as well play with your shadow clone. Oh no, playing with my shadow clone would just be a fight against myself. What's the point? Come on, play one more game with me. I'm done. It's really boring. I'd rather go fishing than play chess with you. Izuna clapped his hands and walked outside, planning to take a stroll and maybe catch a fish. Boss. Suddenly, a puff of white mist appeared, and a creature jumped out. Hey, it's a 1 in 7. You came at the right time. Come over and play a game of chess with me. Fried chicken is unlimited. The 1 in 7 saw the steaming fried chicken on the table and couldn't help but drool. But in the end, rationality triumphed over desire. It wiped its mouth and took out a letter, saying, "Forget about chess. I'm here to deliver a message. The tentacle monster has new information. Oh, Kakuzu has new information? Let me see. Tetsuya put down his milk tea and took the letter, while also handing the plate of fried chicken to the 1 in 7. Hearing that Kakuzu had sent back new information, Izuna, who originally planned to go fishing, retreated back into the room. Is it a letter from Kakuzu? The latest battle situation report from the Land of Rain? It should be. Quickly open it and take a look. I want to know if the course of the war is developing as you predicted. Just watch. Tetsuya quickly opened the letter. There wasn't much content, but the events recorded were quite shocking. Everything was as Tetsuya had predicted. The Land of Rain was fine, but Konoha and Sunagakure had first determined the outcome, with Konoha ultimately victorious. On the front lines, Tsunade of Konoha had dispelled the toxins of Sunagakure's puppet masters, without the oppression of the deadly poison. The ninjas from Sunagakure fell into a disadvantage against the ninjas from Konoha, who advanced with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, in the rear, Konoha's White Fang infiltrated deep into enemy territory, disrupting Sunagakure supplies. With both the front and rear under attack, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure realized they had lost the capital to compete with Konoha in this war, ultimately conceding defeat and withdrawing from the conflict. See, isn't the development of this matter just as I said? Upon seeing the contents of a letter, Tetsuya revealed a proud smile. What a joke. How could it be different from what I predicted? I'm a man who has seen the script. Izuna was somewhat surprised. Tetsuya had indeed predicted everything correctly. It is just as you said. So, what about the next war between Konoha and the Land of Rain? This war probably won't last long, right? About that. However, Konoha has just finished fighting Sunagakure and will need time to adjust and regroup. Moreover, Hanzo of the Salamander is not weak. Unless the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally intervenes, defeating him won't be that simple. Oh, is Hanzo of the Salamander that strong? It actually requires a disciple trained by the naturally evil Tobarama Senju to defeat him. Although Izuna detested Tobarama Senju, he still acknowledged Tobarama's strength. After all, that guy had personally killed him. But that was in the past. Now that he has awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he is completely unafraid of that naturally evil guy. Moreover, he now knows that this naturally evil Tobarama Senju has the Flying Thunder God technique, and with precautions in place, he would definitely not be easily ambushed again. He's not bad. This guy is known as a demigod in the ninja world. By the way, your brother's good buddy, Hashirama Senju, is called the god of shinobi by the ninjas of the ninja world. Hashirama Senju? God of shinobi? Izuna pondered for a moment, acknowledging that Hashirama Senju deserved such a title. After all, that guy fought evenly with his brother and seemed to be even stronger than his brother. However, how can a mere Hanzo of a salamander be called a demigod in the ninja world? Thinking of this, Izuna couldn't help but have the idea of testing Hanzo of the salamander's abilities. Seeing Izuna's reaction, Tetsuya understood what was on his mind. After all, Uchiha Izuna was also an Uchiha. Chapter 52, Three Little Brats. Seeing the intense battle intent in Izuna's eyes, Tetsuya couldn't help but ask, so, you want to try the strength of Hanzo the salamander? Yeah, I want to see what makes this guy worthy of being called a demigod of the ninja world. Since you have that idea, let's go see for ourselves. Who knows, we might even witness the decisive battle between Konoha and Amigakure. To be honest, Tetsuya was also tempted. He wanted to get out for a while. Sitting here, watching the battlefield reports coming back from Kakuzu was making him restless. After all, he had participated in the first Great Ninja War. He was the man who had taken down countless ninjas with his elbow strikes on the battlefield. And now, during the Second Great Ninja War, he was just sitting at home watching. What kind of situation was that? Are you going to? Why wouldn't I? Izuna replied with a smile. Didn't you say you were a merchant? Isn't fighting and killing something a merchant shouldn't be involved in? Well, fighting isn't something a merchant should do, but I'm just going to watch. No one said a merchant can't join in on the excitement, right? You really are a slick-talking merchant. Heh, that's natural. As a merchant, having good eloquence is essential. As he spoke, he casually flicked a flame from his fingers, burning a piece of paper. 127. What is it, boss? 127, who was gnawing on a greasy chicken leg, looked up, his entire head glistening with grease. Could you go over there for a bit and tell Kakuzu that we're planning to head over? Boss, where are you going? To the Land of Rain? That's right. I understand, boss. 127 opened his mouth wide, stuffing the entire chicken leg inside, then yanked it out cleanly, leaving a complete bone behind. After tossing the bone aside and patting his hands, 127 performed a backflip and vanished in a puff of smoke. In the Land of Rain, Amigakure, the war had caused a large number of refugees in the Land of Rain, with battles occurring everywhere, leading these refugees to flock to Amigakure. Kakuzu had disguised himself as a refugee early on to blend in. At this moment, the bustling streets of Amagakure were filled with refugees hiding in corners and under eaves to avoid the rain. Occasionally, kind-hearted individuals would distribute food and supplies. But if you were too far away, by the time you arrived, there would be nothing left. In a secluded corner of Amagakure, Kakuzu, disguised as a refugee, returned from gathering intelligence and found 3 little brats at the door of his temporary hideout. These 3 little brats, a boy with orange hair and a silly grin, a boy with red hair whose long locks covered his eyes, and a little girl with blue hair, were standing there. Kakuzu had met them shortly after he infiltrated, exchanging food for some information. Since then, these 3 little brats would come by every so often. Uncle, we are. Before the orange-haired brat could finish, Kakuzu pulled out a few pieces of bread from his sleeve and handed them to them. Take the food and get out of here. We're not here for food. The orange-haired brat tried to explain, but just then, the red-haired brat's stomach let out a loud growl. Sorry, Yahiko, I couldn't hold it in. All right, you 3. Just take the food and hurry along. Kakuzu stuffed the bread into their hands and turned to walk into his hideout. However, just as he entered and was about to close the door, it suddenly started to rain outside. Watching the rain intensify, Kakuzu sighed. Fine, you 3 little brats, come in. There was no way he could let 3 little kids get soaked in the rain. Their parents had died in the war, which was quite pitiful. But at this moment, there were pitiful people everywhere in Amagakure. He couldn't care for all the refugees. Kakuzu felt it was better to suppress that ridiculous pity. After all, before he started following his boss, he had been a cold-blooded killer. Now, he should be considered a merchant. Kakuzu's temporary hideout wasn't big. Just 1 room and a living area. In a cramped living room, the 3 little brats sat at the table eating bread, while Kakuzu sat beside them, looking out at the rain. He couldn't help but doubt whether this shabby place could really become what his boss said, a thriving commercial empire. Since he arrived in the land of rain, especially after entering Amagakure, he only felt uncomfortable, a variety of discomforts. It was always raining, the roads were slippery and muddy, and everything, from buildings to other things, gave off a gloomy and damp feeling. This place connected 3 great countries and 3 small ones. But the weather here certainly didn't seem conducive to transportation. However, since his boss said it was feasible, there must be something special about this place. As Kakuzu pondered, a satisfied Yahiko walked up to him. Kakuzu looked at him curiously. What do you want, kid? Uncle, thank you very much for giving us food. In exchange, I will tell you the latest intelligence we've gathered. Huh. Hearing this, Kakuzu couldn't help but laugh. What kind of intelligence can a kid like you gather? Don't underestimate me. Uncle, I'm going to become a powerful ninja like Lord Hanzo one day, Yahiko said, as if to prove himself, and began recounting the information he and Nagato had collected. What they called intelligence was merely some happenings in Amagakure. These matters were of no significance to Kakuzu. Noticing Kakuzu's indifferent expression, Yahiko crossed his arms, a bit annoyed, and started spilling some juicy tidbits. He began to talk about battlefield news he had heard, how Konoha's White Fang had penetrated the Wind Country, cutting off Sunagakure supplies, how Sunagakure had lost to Konoha on the front lines, and how Hanzo the Salamander had attacked Konoha's scattered outposts across the Land of Rain. Kakuzu noticed that when Yahiko mentioned Hanzo the Salamander, his eyes shone with admiration and longing. Hey kid, do you really admire this Hanzo guy? Of course. Yahiko nodded. Lord Hanzo is the strongest ninja in the world. He is our great hero in the Land of Rain. And I believe Lord Hanzo will drive all those bad guys out of the Land of Rain. I want to become a powerful ninja like Lord Hanzo one day so that I can protect everyone, protect Nagato and Konan. The strongest ninja in the world? Upon hearing this title, a smiling figure and a golden giant that resembled a god floated into Kakuzu's mind. Chapter 53. The evil adults who shatter children's beautiful fantasies. Listening to Yahiko's admiration and praise for Hanzo, Kakuzu smiled. Kids are just kids. They always think that what they've seen is the best. However, Hanzo the Salamander is not bad. He is one of the more powerful known figures in the current ninja world. Hey, kid, why do you want to become a ninja? Kakuzu wanted to change the subject, not wanting to hear more of a child's idolization. Do you know that being a ninja is a very dangerous thing? You could die, just like in the current war, where countless people are falling on the battlefield, many of whom are ninjas. I know, but I'm not afraid of death. Yahiko replied confidently, looking up with determination. Suddenly, Nagato, who had been sitting quietly, began to tremble. Though his eyes were obscured by his long bangs, Kakuzu could tell he was very agitated. Not all the dead are ninjas. There are civilians too. My mom and dad are not ninjas. Why did they kill my mom and dad? Nagato, it's okay. I'll protect you. Seeing Nagato trembling, Yahiko stepped forward and hugged him. Conan also came to Nagato's side, comforting him as well. And me, I will protect everyone, Yahiko said, looking at Kakuzu. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of not being able to protect Yahiko and Conan. I want to become a ninja, the strongest ninja. Only then can I protect everyone, change this country, and change this ninja world. I want this country, this world, to no longer have anyone suffering. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback by Yahiko's ambitious aspirations. He noticed that when Yahiko spoke these words, his eyes seemed to sparkle. No, his whole being was glowing. And this light illuminated the other two kids beside him. Hee. Kakuzu chuckled. You're just a kid, talking big. I'm not talking big. I will definitely become a ninja in the future. Kakuzu shook his head. Being a ninja doesn't necessarily mean you can change everything you want to change. Why not? Yahiko's eyes widened. In his eyes, being a ninja was something that was not impossible. Everyone in the ninja world envied those who could become ninjas. Why would this uncle say such a thing? But aren't ninjas the strongest? Kakuzu looked at the naive Yahiko and the other two kids. Annoyed by them constantly bothering him, he decided to teach them a lesson by shattering their beautiful fantasies. Kids are just kids. They know nothing and love to talk big. The world is not as simple as you see it. A kid like you, even if I gave you a ninja, wouldn't be able to do anything. The world is complex. To some, ninjas are merely tools, just knives that are sharpened when needed and discarded when not. You evil uncle. How dare you say such things about ninjas? Lord Hanzo and the others are heroes of the Land of Rain, not just knives that can be tossed aside. Yahiko retorted fiercely, while Nagato seemed lost in thought. Kakuzu's mischievous side emerged. He intended to give these kids a proper lesson about what it means to be a ninja and what the real world is like. Crushing children's innocence, Kakuzu, am truly wicked. Let me tell you, in the eyes of the wealthy and powerful, ninjas are just servants. With a little money, they can make ninjas run around for them. Kakuzu began to lecture the three kids about the harsh truths of the world, shattering their beautiful fantasies about ninjas, while also revealing just how cruel this world truly is. Their expressions shifted from confusion to shock, and then to numbness. The only girl among them, Conan, was on the verge of tears. For these children, who were still filled with dreams about the future, being suddenly thrust into the harsh realities of adulthood was an unbearably cruel experience. Even if you become a ninja, unless you are powerful enough to change the rules or ignore them, you won't be able to do anything or change anything. You just have to lower your head and work like a mule within the rules set by others, scrambling for a tiny bit of mission reward. And after completing a mission at the risk of your life, a portion of your reward will be taken away by your village. Money, money, money. Rewards, rewards, rewards. All this uncle sees is money and rewards. He.S. an evil adult. Oof. Conan turned away, holding back her tears, her whole demeanor seeming to puff up with anger. Seeing the angry Conan, Kakuzu felt particularly amused. For some reason, he found it especially enjoyable to bully these three kids, especially the girl with blue hair. You evil uncle. Since you say that ordinary ninjas can't change anything, then I will become the most powerful ninja. The kind of powerful ninja you say can ignore and change the rules. Yahiko said defiantly, refusing to back down. Oh, is that so? You want to become a truly powerful ninja? Kakuzu smiled. Are you from a ninja clan? What is a ninja clan? Yahiko scratched his head in confusion. I mean, has your family produced any powerful ninjas? Yahiko shook his head. Does your family have any powerful ninjutsu passed down? Yahiko shook his head again. In fact, due to the ongoing war, his family had been reduced to just him. All right, it's settled. In your future life, unless you have some kind of fortuitous encounter, you'll never become that kind of absolute powerhouse. How could that be? That's the truth. There are countless ninjas in the ninja world. But looking back at history, how many Senju Hashirama have appeared? How many Uchimadara? How many Hanzo the Salamander? Without inheritance, without bloodline, without fortuitous encounters. Wanting to become stronger? Dream on. Everything exists in dreams. Yahiko felt deeply discouraged by these words. Just then, Nagato, who had been quiet, spoke up. What if I become a powerful and wealthy person? If I become the kind of person who can set the rules, can I change this world? Kakuzu became interested, as it seemed that this red-haired kid was more intriguing than the naive one. I can't say anything with 100% certainty, but there is one saying I think makes a lot of sense. Money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. In this life, Most things don't go as planned, but if you have money, it can make your path in life a lot smoother. Chapter 54 in summary. It's just one thing, poverty. Seeing Nagato's seemingly disbelieving expression, Kakuzu asked, "You don't believe it, do you? Then let me ask you, why do you think the Land of Rain has become a battlefield for those great nations?" Before Nagato could answer, Yahiko jumped in. "Because our Land of Rain is stuck in the middle of those great nations. They're all bad people. They don't want to start wars in their own countries. So they come to ours." Kakuzu ignored Yahiko and turned to Nagato again, asking, "Do you think so too? Is it not because of this?" Hearing Nagato's response, Kakuzu laughed. "Yes and no. Let me ask you another question. Why do those great nations initiate wars? What is their purpose for starting wars?" This touched on the knowledge blind spots of the three young ones. Although they had experienced many things and seemed more mature than their peers to survive in the war-torn country, they were ultimately just kids. "It's clear from your expressions that you don't understand. Let me tell you," Kakuzu explained. "The reason those great nations start wars is naturally for the resources and wealth of other countries. There may be more reasons behind it, such as using external conflicts to quell internal strife, or using wars to eliminate dissenters. But after defeating the opponent, they will definitely demand something in return. The losing side must give up their possessions to the victor, whether it be land, supplies, or something else. But to put it simply, they fight ultimately for money. Money." At this point, the three young ones were completely captivated by Kakuzu's words. That's right, it's money. So money is a very important component of this world. With money, you could do many things. Kakuzu looked out the window and said, "For example, if the Rain Village had money, then they could train a large number of ninjas. If the Rain Village had money, they could build shelters to allow refugees to enter instead of hiding in the streets and alleys. If the Rain Village had money, everyone could have enough food without fighting over the little that is available. If the Rain Village had money, they could hire powerful ninjas to fight for them. If the Rain Village had money." Kakuzu listed various possibilities while pointing out the numerous problems of the Rain Village, all of which boiled down to one point. The Rain Village was broke, extremely poor. But Yahiko, the stubborn one, still disagreed. "But, uncle, no matter how rich you are, as long as I become a ninja, can't I still rob your money?" "Sigh. Kid, you've hit the nail on the head," Kakuzu said with a wicked smile. "Do you know what happens when you rob a rich person, especially one who has both wealth and power?" Watching Kakuzu's mischievous grin, Yahiko couldn't help but swallow hard. "What kind of outcome?" "The outcome is that the person will offer a lot of money to put a bounty on you. Your village will come to capture you. You will become a rogue ninja, and many people will come to hunt you down because your head can fetch a high bounty. That person might even issue missions to all the major ninja villages specifically targeting your head. By then, there will be no place for you in the entire ninja world." Don't cut off my head for money," Yahiko screamed, curling up in the corner and hugging his head. "Ha ha, kid, what are you afraid of? Right now, your head is worth nothing. No one will come to cut off your head." After laughing for a while, Kakuzu continued, "Also, why do you think that becoming a wealthy and powerful person means you can't also be a strong person? Having strength and being rich are not mutually exclusive. Think about it. If you are not only powerful but also very wealthy, wealthy enough that all the shops in the Land of Rain belong to you, wealthy enough that everyone has to buy their food and clothes from you, and your strength is so great that even Hanzo the Salamander is no match for you, wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want?" Listening to Kakuzu, Nagato felt tempted. Yahiko also thought there was some truth to Kakuzu's words. "So, uncle, what should we do to become rich?" "What? You want to make money?" Yahiko nodded. "If we have money, can we change this country or even change the world?" "Ha ha ha. You really know how to daydream. Go sleep. Everything is in your dreams." Yahiko was infuriated by Kakuzu's mockery. You bad uncle. We will definitely become very rich and powerful in the future, then change the Land of Rain." Not caring, Kakuzu glanced out the window. The rain had stopped. "All right, kids, the rain has stopped. You can leave now." Nagato stood up and tugged at Yahiko's sleeve. "Thank you, uncle. We're leaving." Seeing this, Yahiko also sincerely thanked him. After all, this uncle, though a bit sharp-tongued, had given them food and let them stay here to avoid the rain. Watching the three kids leave, Kakuzu shook his head. "Heck, kids, fight hard to survive in this cruel ninja world. If you really manage to survive, maybe I can talk to the boss and have you follow him to make money." Saying that, he looked towards the direction outside the Rain Village. "By the way, when is the boss arriving?" He had received news from a delivery of 7 before returning, saying the boss and Izuno were coming over. He didn't quite understand why the boss and the others would come here. Everything was damp here, and the war was still ongoing with disaster victims everywhere. Clearly, This was not a good time for business. However, none of that mattered. He knew his boss's strength well, not to mention a small rain village, even if he told him they were coming here to participate in the war. Because Izuna was unhappy with Hanzo the salamander and planned to teach the other side a lesson. Wait, could it really be like that? Kakuzu suddenly felt as if he had discovered the truth. What? You think that's absurd? There is nothing absurd about it. Although Izuna usually appears low-key, enjoying chess and fishing, he is very clear about who he is. He is a Uchiha, the brother of the legendary Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. It is well known that the Uchiha crave battle, especially the challenge of strong opponents. Izuna is just hanging around at the Chiba Grand Hotel because he knows there is a gap between him and the boss, and also because he feels there is no one worth challenging. Chapter 55. Izuna's first encounter with the Rinnegan in the temporary base of Kakuzu in the Rain Village. Idiot kid, if you can't even do basic arithmetic, how can you talk about making money? Ah, bad uncle. I want to become the strongest ninja. Why do I need to learn this? Yahiko looked at the dazzling pile of numbers in front of him and felt a splitting headache. I'm not forcing you to learn. You can leave anytime. Kakuzu took a sip of water and ignored Yahiko, instead looking at Nagato, who was studying seriously, and nodded in satisfaction. Yahiko pouted, glancing at Nagato and Konan, who were both focused on their studies, and ultimately sat down obediently to continue learning. Ever since that day, when Kakuzu exposed the harsh realities of the ninja world to these three kids, Nagato made a decision. He wanted to learn how to make money. As long as he had enough money and strength, he could change the ninja world. At Nagato's request, the three kids approached Kakuzu, expressing their desire to learn how to make money from him, as they felt he seemed to know a lot. Kakuzu became interested and began teaching them from the simplest accounting practices. After all, if you can't even do the math, how can you run a business and make money? Nagato was patient enough to learn about accounting, but Yahiko struggled. He was naturally restless, and sitting still to do calculations was torture for him. It's okay, Yahiko. You can leave this to me and Konan in the future. Just focus on becoming a powerful ninja, and then you can protect us. Nagato comforted Yahiko, who looked somewhat dejected. Nagato. Yahiko was very touched. He truly had a good brother. However, when he turned to see Kakuzu grinning as if he believed he wouldn't be able to do it, he couldn't help but pout and snort. It's just learning to do math. I can definitely do it. Don't worry, Nagato. We're in this together. No one gets left behind. Yahiko. Seeing Yahiko's seriousness, Nagato nodded solemnly. Then Yahiko resumed his painful study of arithmetic. I never expected you would become a teacher in a place like this, Kakuzu. Boss. Hearing a familiar voice, Kakuzu stood up to look towards the door. Tetsuya and Izuna walked in without even disguising themselves as refugees. The reason was simple. Most capable people in the Rain Village had gone off to war, and the remaining ninjas were far weaker compared to Tetsuya and the others. A simple jinjutsu allowed them to stroll in without anyone suspecting anything. As Tetsuya entered, he curiously looked at the three kids sitting at the table. How interesting. I didn't expect to run into you three here. What's wrong? Do you know them? Izuna asked with an inquisitive gaze. The three kids in the room also looked on curiously. Tetsuya smiled. No, I'm just surprised to find these three kids at Kakuzu's place. Yahiko stood up, a bit curious. Big brother, are you this bad uncle's boss? Why do you look so much younger than him? Kakuzu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This kid had quite a sharp tongue. Tetsuya chuckled. Yes, I am this uncle's boss. But little brother, why do you call him a bad uncle? He really is a bad uncle. Yahiko pouted, looking somewhat unhappy. Seeing Yahiko's reaction, Tetsuya became even more interested in what had happened between them. After all, these three were key figures in the future Akatsuki organization, Nagato, Konan, and the future Pain, Nagato. In the original timeline, Kakuzu would also join the Akatsuki, becoming Konan's wallet. After working hard all his life to save money, Kakuzu would die without spending it, only for Konan to use it all on explosive tags, which she would then detonate all at once. If the original Kakuzu knew this, he would probably have a heart attack from anger. Kakuzu also got interested and began telling Tetsuya how he had annoyed Yahiko. Meanwhile, Izuna kept staring at Nagato, feeling a familiar aura, or chakra, or perhaps ocular power emanating from him. The crimson bangs covered Nagato's eyes, and while others might not think it was strange, Izuna, who possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, immediately saw what was hidden beneath. It was a pair of light purple eyes adorned with special patterns. Special eyes? Izuna didn't recognize the Rinnegan, but he could sense that these eyes were unique and felt very close to him. Ha ha, Kakuzu, you are truly wicked. After hearing Kakuzu's story, Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh heartily. I I told you this uncle is a bad uncle. Tetsuya looked up and down at Yahiko, curiously observing this rare little son in the ninja world. In this world, there had been 3 people who were like little sons, warming others in the dark ninja world. One was Yahiko, Nagato's little son, the son of the Akatsuki, who warmed the people of the Rain Country with his actions, but unfortunately died due to the senile Hanzo and the old schemer Danzo, eventually becoming the Deva Path of Pain. The second was Minato, the little son of Konoha, who warmed those around him, especially Kushina, and ultimately became the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Unfortunately, he was later killed by the plot. The last one was Naruto, who endured discrimination since childhood but remained optimistic and cheerful, like a little son, warming those around him, including Hinata, Sasuke, Gaara, and others who all felt Naruto's warmth. You want to become the strongest ninja in the ninja world, right? Yahiko nodded firmly. Yes, I want to become a powerful ninja like Lord Hanzo. Tetsuya nodded, then took out something he had kept in his pocket for a long time. All right, very spirited. Here, these are for you. What is this? Yahiko curiously accepted what Tetsuya handed over. These are a few books, Tetsuya explained, showing the covers that read, Chakra Refinement Method, Shadow Clone Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Transformation Technique. That's right, what Tetsuya gave are the most basic methods of chakra refinement and the foundational 3 body techniques. These are the basics for becoming a ninja, but they are not easily obtainable by ordinary people. Chapter 56. Izuna. That's my brother's eye. Is this really for us? Yahiko looked at the chakra refining method and the 3 body technique in his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. Although he had been shouting about wanting to become the strongest ninja, in reality, he had no way to become a ninja at all. But now, this big brother he was meeting for the first time was giving them the methods for chakra refining and ninjutsu. Of course, he also remembered his little friends and shared the books he had. After receiving the book from Yahiko, even Nagato and Konan felt a bit excited. The moment Nagato took the book, Tetsuya carefully observed Nagato's condition, and after confirming there was nothing unusual, he smiled and said, "Of course. I never go back on my word." Izuna came to Tetsuya's side and said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Did you notice? That kid named Nagato, there's something wrong with his eyes." "I noticed. If nothing unexpected happens, those eyes should be the result of your eye's final evolution, the Rinnegan." Rinnegan. Even the usually calm Izuna couldn't help but show a change in expression upon hearing the name, but she quickly returned to normal. "Are you sure?" "Sure. I can revive the dead. So how could I not be sure about a pair of eyes? This child, is he one of the Uchiha?" In Izuna's understanding, only the Uchiha clan Sharingan could evolve into Rinnegan. If this child has Rinnegan, doesn't that mean he is from the Uchiha clan? No, something seems off. The child is too young. Based on her own experience, her eyes would need several more years to evolve into Rinnegan. Not to mention, before that, a pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is needed, which requires 2 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. How old is this child? At his age, even activating a 3-Tomo Sharingan would make him a genius among geniuses, someone who would definitely be carefully protected and nurtured by the Uchiha. Not to mention sacrificing a pair of Mangekyou to achieve eternal Mangekyou. No, this child's eyes shouldn't be his own. He seems more like a member of the Uzumaki clan. During the Warring States period, the Senju clan had fought alongside the Uzumaki clan against the Uchiha, so he had a particular impression of this red-haired child. As expected of you, Izuna. I think so too. After all, this explanation makes sense, doesn't it? However, Izuna quickly thought of many things. The Uchiha clan hadn't had an eternal Mangekyou for a long time. She had investigated before, and the strongest among the current Uchiha, in Konoha, seemed to only have 3-Tomo. Therefore, looking broader, the only person who could successfully evolve into Rinnegan from eternal Mangekyou Sharingan would be that one person. Her brother, the ninja world Asajura, Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Izuna's heart raced even faster. Brother's eye. That is brother's eye. It makes sense now. No wonder she felt inexplicably close to this child. If his eyes are indeed her brother Uchiha Madara's eyes, then it makes sense. But why are her brother's eyes in this child? Thinking again, Izuna came to a conclusion. Perhaps her brother completed the evolution to Rinnegan just as his lifespan was nearing its end. However, by that time, he could no longer use those eyes. So he found this child who might have something special about him that could sustain those eyes, and before dying, he entrusted his eyes to him. Reasonable, very reasonable. It must be like this. Izuna spoke again. Tetsuya, these eyes are probably my brother Uchiha Madara's eyes. The moment Tetsuya heard this, he widened his eyes, looking at Uchiha Izuna in disbelief. No way. I've read the script. so I know where these eyes come from. How does you, Uchiha Izuna, someone who has been dead for many years and was revived, know this? Did you also read the script? Or did the Sage of Six Paths give you spoilers in the Pure Land? Seeing Tetsuya's expression, Izuna thought that Su Yuan didn't believe her, so she recounted her reasoning process. After hearing it, Tetsuya was left speechless. He could only say, as expected of you, Uchiha Izuna, truly worthy of being Uchiha Madara's external brain, able to contend with Tobirama, who has a lot of insight. To have deduced the correct answer in such a short time, based on almost non-existent clues, he could only express his admiration, truly admirable beyond words. So, what do you plan to do? Retrieve your brother's eyes? Tetsuya was curious about Izuna's next actions, knowing that at this time, Uchiha Madara was still alive, merely in a deep sleep. Moreover, he must have sent White Zetsu to monitor Nagato and the others. However, they probably weren't attached to Nagato, since he had attached Senjutsu chakra to the 3 books he just gave to Yahiko and the others. If there were White Zetsu spores monitoring them, the power of Senjutsu chakra would force them out, revealing their true form. If Izuna chose to take the Rinnegan at this time, it could lead to big trouble. I want to take him as my disciple. What? Izuna's decision really surprised him. He had thought she would take all of Nagato's Rinnegan. After all, if we really talk about it, she also has half a claim. After all, Uchiha Madara awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan by merging with Izuna's Mangeki. So, even if Izuna wanted to take the Rinnegan, Tetsuya would support her. Besides, Rinnegan is like a light bulb, plug in use. But then Izuna suddenly said she wanted to take Nagato as a disciple. Are you trying to take Jiraiya's job? What's going on? I said, I want to take this kid named Nagato as my disciple. Boss, do you have any objections? Izuna looked seriously at Tetsuya, addressing him as boss instead of by name. This indicated that Izuna's attitude was very resolute. With her being this determined, what else could he say? You decide for yourself, but what if they don't agree? No, he will agree. Just as the 3 children were excitedly flipping through the books in their hands, Izuna stepped forward, crouched down, and spoke to Nagato. You're Nagato, right? Nagato looked puzzled. He didn't understand what this big brother wanted to do, but he still nodded. Yes, big brother. Do you have any questions? Izuna glanced at the clone technique book in his hands. Do you want to learn ninjutsu? Do you want to become a ninja? Nagato honestly nodded. Then good. I want to take you as my disciple. I can teach you and help you become an excellent ninja. So, do you want to be my disciple? Chapter 57. 3 ninjas versus Salamander Hans. Before Nagato could respond, Yahiko stepped forward, excitedly asking, Really? Big brother, are you also a ninja? Kakuzu, who had been taken down by Izuna a few times, remarked with some emotion, Of course, Izuna is definitely one of the strongest in the world. Is that true? I want to hear it from you, big brother. I won't listen to that bad uncle. You little brat, believe it or not. Izuna nodded and simply replied, I am strong. Really? How strong are you? Yahiko was curious about just how strong Izuna was. Are you as strong as Hans the Salamander? Upon hearing Yahiko's question, Tetsuya chuckled. How about this? Since there's no evidence, let's have Izuna prove it to you. Prove it to us? How? The 3 little ones were somewhat curious about how the other party intended to prove it. Let Izuna spar with Hans the Salamander and see who is stronger. The 3 little ones gasped, realizing that this big brother was going to compete with Hans. That's not good. Hans is still fighting, and he's super strong. If things go wrong, someone could die. Big brother is a good person. We don't want to see you get hurt. Izuna waved his hand. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, and I actually came here for Hans the Salamander. I knew it. I said Izuna must have come all this way. He definitely isn't here to tour this damp place like the Land of Rain, Kakuzu said with a knowing expression. All right, let's not delay. We should head out. We already found out on the way here that the decisive battle between Konoha and Amigakure is about to begin, so we can go and join the fun. Tetsuya had a look of excitement at the prospect of watching. So, Kakuzu, you can protect these 3 little ones on the battlefield, right? It's truly a troublesome task, but since it's an order from the boss, I have no problem with it. Then let's go. Saying this, Izuna walked towards the door, turning back to look at Nagato. I will show you my strength. I, Uchiha Izuna, will train the successor of your brother's eyes to become a powerful ninja like him. Nagato and the others were somewhat confused. In a daze, they were led onto the battlefield by Tetsuya and the others. In the Land of Rain, on the battlefield between Konoha and Amigakure, the ninjas from both sides were engaged in fierce combat. Torrential rain poured from the sky, continuously washing away the corpses and blood on the ground. In one area of the battlefield, the ninjas from both sides tacitly avoided a certain region, which was where the highest combat powers were to clash. The three disciples of the third Hokage of Konoha were in a fierce battle against the leader of Amigakure, Hans the Salamander. The battle had been going on for several rounds, and Tsunade and the others, relying on their numerical advantage, were barely suppressing the outnumbered Hans. However, even at this moment, there was still no sign of panic in Hans's eyes. Crying Waisei, summoning technique. After repelling Jiraiya and the others with a scythe, Hans quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hand onto the ground. In an instant, a massive formation appeared on the ground. Boom! With a dull sound, white mist arose. What? Jiraiya, gasping for breath, widened his eyes at the enormous figure that appeared in the mist. When the white mist cleared, a giant salamander, as large as a small mountain, appeared before them. This was Hans the Salamander's summoning beast. With this beast's cooperation, Hans's strength was at its full potential. Standing atop the salamander's head, Hans crossed his arms and looked down at the three below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several shuriken were thrown, and at the ends of the shuriken, explosive tags were tied. Hans was attacking, and he was using explosive tag shuriken right off the bat. Tsunade, Orochimaru, get out of the way, Jiraiya shouted, alerting his teammates to dodge. The three of them leapt into the air, jumping in different directions. The explosive tags hit the exact spots where they had just landed. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions created deep craters in the ground. Smoke billowed, and the three were scattered in different positions amidst the smoke. This was exactly the effect Hans wanted. Now, fire release, explosive flame array. What? Tsunade felt something crawling up her leg. Looking down, she saw an explosive tag had attached itself to her. Watch out, Tsunade! Jiraiya reacted immediately. Ninja art, Needle Earth. Suna's long hair was whipped out, and her white hair extended like tentacles, wrapping around Tsunade to protect her. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the explosive tags ignited and exploded. The explosion generated flames that directly engulfed Tsunade. Ha! Han sneered, thinking that mere hair couldn't possibly withstand the flames of the explosive tags. However, when the flames dissipated, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were unharmed. Clearly, Hans had underestimated Jiraiya's ninjutsu. The hair enhanced by Needle Earth was not ordinary hair. What? Just as Hans the Salamander was surprised, Orochimaru, who had been lurking in the shadows, made his move. Several large white-scaled snakes rushed forward, binding Hans tightly. Now, Jiraiya, Orochimaru shouted. As teammates, Jiraiya understood immediately. Got it. Ninja art. Hair needle 1,000 strands. In an instant, Jiraiya's long white hair exploded, shooting out a multitude of hair spikes like a porcupine, targeting the bound Hans the Salamander. Watching the rapid-fire ninjutsu, Hans did not show much reaction. He simply activated his ninjutsu, water body technique. Splash. The moment the ninjutsu was activated, Hans, along with the giant salamander beneath him, transformed into flowing water and quickly disappeared, reappearing in another location. What? Orochimaru was also somewhat surprised by this scene and immediately retreated to join Tsunade and Jiraiya. As Jiraiya released the Needle Earth technique, a wave of weakness hit him. Are you okay, Jiraiya? I'm fine. This level of burn is nothing. But I just exhausted quite a bit of energy from the earlier fight. After all, the three of them had forced Hans the Salamander to use his summoning technique, which took a considerable amount of effort. This guy is too strong. Even our combined ninjutsu can't do anything to him. Orochimaru sighed. At this point, they had not yet reached their peak. Tsunade hadn't developed her 100 healings technique, Jiraiya couldn't use Sage Mode, and Orochimaru hadn't started his various transformations. Facing Hans the Salamander in his prime, the fight was truly exhausting for them. The three were nearing their limits, while Hans still appeared ready to continue fighting. Chapter 58. The mysterious masked man appears. My name is a Fey. Is this the end? Jiraiya looked unwillingly at Hanzo of the Salamander, and the enormous salamander summoned beast in front of him. The three of them were panting heavily. If they couldn't defeat Hanzo, what would happen to this war? The overall situation was already in favor of Konoha. However, at that moment, Hanzo spoke up. If this war ends with Konoha's victory, I will let you go. Hearing such mocking words, the hot-headed Jiraiya shouted defiantly, We don't need your pity. We can still fight, bring it on. Enough, Jiraiya. Although Tsunade was also surprised that Hanzo planned to spare them, she quickly stopped Jiraiya, seeing that he wanted to continue fighting. Hanzo ignored Jiraiya and continued, You three are quite impressive, able to hold on in this situation. From now on, I shall call you the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. You can call yourselves that title earned with your lives. Damn it, Jiraiya gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. But the enemy before him was indeed very strong. At that moment, two figures fell from the sky, landing in the center of the battlefield. Hello, who are you? At this moment, both Hanzo and the three of Jiraiya became extremely tense. Everything could have ended. So why did two people suddenly appear? These two individuals wore red and black robes, one with a yellow whirlpool mask that revealed only one eye, while the other wore a white mask engraved with circular patterns and three tomo, with two of them revealing a pair of eyes below. Ah, are you asking for my name? My name is Afei. Zetsu, acting like a drama queen, raised his hands and waved as if participating in a fan meeting. As for the person behind me, you should be quite familiar with him. He is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. That person is Uchiha Madara? How is that possible? He can't be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was killed by my grandfather long ago at the Valley of the End. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. However, upon hearing Tsunade say that Uchiha Madara was killed by her grandfather, Izuna, who had been focused on Hanzo, suddenly turned to look at Tsunade, his pair of crimson eternal Manjikyu, Sharingan, staring intently at her. In that instant, Tsunade felt a threat of death. The naked killing intent was as frightening as a knife. Tsunade, what's wrong? Feeling Tsunade's hand tremble as she leaned on him, Jiraiya quickly asked what was happening. Jiraiya, that guy's eyes. Those are Uchiha Madara's eyes. As disciples of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, they naturally recognized those eyes at a glance. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, regarded as an ominous eye by the Senju clan. Could it be that this guy is really Uchiha Madara, and that Uchiha Madara really isn't dead? It's unlikely. That guy must have some issues. Oh dear, Uchiha Madara-senpai. You are the great Shura of the ninja world. How can you act petulantly with the younger generation? Let's get down to business. Zetsu also sensed the killing intent suddenly erupting from Izuna, and could only say that as expected of the Uchiha, the brother complex was formidable. Tsunade's words triggered Izuna's killing intent. Fortunately, Izuna still retained some rationality. Under Zetsu's reminder, he shifted his focus again, but this time when he looked back at Hanzo, his gaze was even more piercing. Hanzo of the Salamander, you claim to be a demigod of the ninja world, right? I'm here today to test you. What gives you the right to call yourself a demigod? Hanzo's temper flared up as well. He had originally planned to end the battle, but now this guy dared to question him. Humph, a coward hiding behind a mask, not even daring to show your true face. Well, why do you have to question me? Humph, whether I have the right or not, you'll find out if you try. Izuna quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The terrifying fire release erupted, instantly evaporating the rain around them. The horrifying flames surged like a sea of fire toward Hanzo. Impossible. How can it be a fire release of this level? Hanzo's eyes widened, but at that moment, he could only activate the body flicker technique again. Transforming into a stream of water, he barely avoided the terrifying fire release, which everyone present witnessed. The great fire annihilation scorched and cracked the ground that had been soaked by the heavy rain. Seeing that Hanzo had actually dodged his ninjutsu, Izuna naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. He also activated the body flicker technique and appeared above Hanzo, drawing a ninja blade from his sleeve and slashing down at Hanzo. Hanzo hurriedly swung his sickle and chain to defend, and the two engaged in a physical confrontation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was still doubting whether this masked man was Uchiha Madara, began to believe that this person truly was Uchiha Madara. After all, even their teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen probably couldn't perform such a high-level fire release. Amidst the shock, Jiraiya asked his two companions, Tsunade, Orochimaru, what should we do next? Regardless of whether this guy is Uchiha Madara or not, he is not someone we can easily deal with. Orochimaru stared intently at Uchiha Madara's back. Responding in his unique hoarse voice, I think maybe we should wait a bit, let them fight it out, and we can reap the benefits. However, Tsunade shook her head, giving a completely opposite suggestion to Orochimaru. I think we should take this opportunity to retreat. This battle is already a victory for us. Aside from Hanzo, the other Rain Ninja have already collapsed. We should take advantage of Hanzo being occupied to end the battle. The most critical point is that regardless of whether this masked man is Uchiha Madara or not, we must relay the information back. Hey, I say you three. Zetsu crossed his arms, tilting his head to look at the three. What are you conspiring about so loudly here? Can't you see that Madara-senpai is having a tense battle with that Hanzo guy? As spectators, you should be more dedicated, okay? You guy, what do you want? Jiraiya shouted loudly. Oh dear, you are so rude. I didn't call you guy. I have a name. My name is Afei. Zetsu twisted his body, acting like a hyperactive child. Jiraiya and the others exchanged glances, coming to a conclusion. This seemingly comical guy was definitely not simple. Chapter 59 Jia. I suggest you leave early. What do you actually want to do? What hidden agenda do you have wearing those masks? Jiraiya questioned loudly. Jie glanced back at the direction where Izuna was, who was intensely fighting Hanzo of the salamander. It was evident that Izuna was completely venting all his anger onto Hanzo, wielding a short blade and suppressing Hanzo with pure taijutsu, leaving the latter in a miserable state. Not using ninjutsu, only relying on taijutsu, was akin to treating Hanzo as a punching bag for his frustrations. Hanzo of the salamander was also a master of taijutsu, and, as the saying goes, the more bizarre the weapon, the faster it is. No, the more bizarre the weapon, the more dangerous the moves. Uncommon weapons often give a sense of difficulty in defense, and Hanzo was using a scythe connected to a chain. This weapon could be used as a hard weapon when holding the scythe, or as a soft weapon when holding the chain, allowing for both long-range and close-range attacks. However, no matter how strange Hanzo's weapon was or how dangerous his moves were, they posed no problem in front of Izuna, whose Sharingan granted him super dynamic vision, allowing him to see through all of Hanzo's subtle movements. Turning back, Jie tilted his head. Ah, didn't I tell you our purpose? I remember saying that we came for Hanzo of the salamander. Upon hearing this, Tsunade quickly spoke up. Since you came for Hanzo, may I ask if we can leave here? Of course, no problem. Hearing Jie agree to let them leave, Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. Tsunade was a bit delighted, while Orochimaru felt that things were not that simple. As expected, Jie continued, if you want to leave, just leave. Just don't disturb me from watching the show. I suggest you withdraw your troops from the Land of Rain as soon as possible. The war between Konoha and Amage Cure should come to an end. You understand what I mean, right? Jiraiya was still somewhat unconvinced. This is a matter between our Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Why should you decide? Hearing Jiraiya say this, Jie couldn't help but shake his head. Is this your line, Jiraiya? Shouldn't you be happy that you can stop the war? Isn't your ideal peace in the ninja world? TSK, you ask me why? As he spoke, Jie's pupils turned blood red, and within the blood-red pupils, 3 Tomo rapidly rotated and then transformed into a special pattern, while an astonishing chakra aura erupted from his entire body. Just by my will, I can leave the lives of everyone on this battlefield forever in this land. Do you think that is enough? The 3 ninjas trembled at the overwhelming chakra before them, as if even their souls were quaking in fear. The gap was simply too vast. They felt an insurmountable chasm between themselves and the masked man named Akatsuki. This feeling was something they had never experienced even in front of their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, Jie soon reined his chakra and returned to a humorous tone. Oh dear, look at how scared you all are. Don't be afraid. I want to eat you. Leaving now and ending the war is good for everyone, understand? Moreover, my elder Madara merely wants to spar a bit with Hanzo. He won't kill him. Once we leave, do you think Hanzo will vent the humiliation he suffered today on whom? Upon hearing this, the 3 ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. They were already low on stamina, and if these 2 mysterious masked men left, wouldn't they become Hanzo's targets? They had already struggled against Hanzo before, and facing the enraged Hanzo now would be even more difficult. We understand. Thank you for the warning. We will go back and inform the higher-ups of Konoha to end this war. That's the right attitude. Ending the war early is actually beneficial for you. Understand, Tsunade? Jie gave Tsunade a meaningful glance. It should be noted that Tsunade currently had a boyfriend, and if Jie remembered correctly, Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Dan, had died after their battle with Hanzo. At that time, the war was almost over. However, this unfortunate fellow still died in an inconsequential conflict in a particularly tragic manner, and Tsunade developed hemophobia because of it. However, it was clear that Tsunade did not understand Jie's hint. She thought that Konoha had already gained the upper hand. If they actively stopped the war now, Konoha would occupy the final moral high ground. This would be excellent for future negotiations and Konoha's image. I understand. Then we will take our leave. Go on, don't disturb me from watching the show. Waving his hand, Jie turned around to continue watching. Seeing Jie turn away, Orochimaru suddenly felt an impulse to sneak attack this guy and take his eyes, but he quickly suppressed this thought. What was he doing? Doing so would undoubtedly be courting death. Not to mention that his chakra reserves were low, the opponent's strength was extraordinarily powerful, even in his prime. He couldn't guarantee a successful sneak attack to kill the opponent. Let us go. We'll return to the base. Orochimaru reminded Tsunade and Jiraiya in a hoarse voice. Also reminding himself, the 3 ninjas quickly left, notifying other Konoha ninjas to retreat. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Jutsu. Izuna had vented his anger enough and did not intend to waste any more time. He aimed to defeat Hanzo of the Salamander, the so-called demigod of the ninja world, as soon as possible, and then return to take Nagato as his disciple. However, it seemed that Nagato quite liked being with the other two kids, so he thought about taking the other two as disciples as well. After thinking so much in an instant, he unleashed the ferocious fire ninjutsu. Hanzo of the Salamander saw this and also activated his ninjutsu. Water-style, waterfall jutsu. Hanzo activated his ninjutsu to counter Izuna's fire style. The violent flow of water gathered together to form a massive water column, rushing straight towards the scorching flames. The flames collided with the water column, instantly releasing a large amount of steam, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. This steam was extremely hot. If an unprotected person came into contact with it, they would be cooked instantly. Oh dear, what a grand scene. Jie continuously used body flicker technique to retreat outside the range of the steam. Although he was not afraid of the steam, he also did not want to get his clothes wet. Chapter 60, he teaches you ninjutsu. I teach you how to make money. Fire release, dragon flame, song technique. Water release, water chaos wave. Another wave of ninjutsu confrontation. As if their chakra would never run out. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Could he really be the legendary Uchiha Madara? At this moment, Hanzo the Salamander was already feeling somewhat exhausted. Although he won against the 3 sages in the previous battle, he still consumed some chakra. But this guy in front of him was clearly not on the same level as those 3. It is well known that under normal circumstances, water release can suppress fire release. After all, the second Hokage of Konoha trained himself to be a water release master specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, who excelled in fire release. Yet this masked monster could actually use fire release to suppress his water release. No, this isn't a good way to go on. Butsu. Poison mist spray. Hanzo shouted loudly, and not far away, waiting for Hanzo's command, Butsu opened his mouth wide, instantly spewing out a large amount of purple poison mist into the air. Seeing this, Izuna immediately dodged in an instant. Where are you running? Hanzo the Salamander performed a water body flicker technique, appearing in front of Izuna, swinging the chain in his hand, instantly wrapping around Izuna's body. Clang! The other hand held the scythe, slashing towards Izuna. Hee. Facing Hanzo the Salamander's attack, Izuna let out a cold laugh. Susanoo. Crack! The blue Susanoo skeleton emerged, directly breaking Hanzo's chain, and then the Susanoo skeleton rapidly expanded, transforming into a half-body Susanoo, directly slashing towards Hanzo the Salamander. What is this thing? Hanzo the Salamander widened his eyes, but as a ninja, he quickly activated the water body flicker technique to dodge Izuna's Susanoo's attack. After dodging the attack, Hanzo the Salamander appeared above Butsu. Is this the legendary divine power residing in the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Looking at the blue Susanoo in front of him, Hanzo the Salamander felt immense pressure. The blue giant stood there, completely unaffected by the poison mist expelled by Butsu. Is this all the strength you have, Hanzo the Salamander? Is it just this? You dare to call yourself a demigod of the ninja world? Izuna spread his arms, his eyes turning crimson. Let me show you what true divine power is. Complete Susanoo. Activate. Boom. The half-body Susanoo underwent another transformation, as if a giant was standing up, shaking the ground. The complete Susanoo appeared, a massive blue giant clad in armor, with wings on its back, wearing a Tengu mask, wielding a gigantic katana, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The Konoha members who were evacuating saw the giant Susanoo, and some of the older ones immediately recalled the fear of the past. And the source of that fear was Uchiha Madara, so domineering, the blue Susanoo. Why is mine golden? It looks so tacky. The onlooker Tetsuya muttered to himself. It must be that greedy dog-s doing. He probably thinks gold is the color of wealth. So he made himself a golden Susanoo. Hanzo the Salamander, come on, take this hit from me. If you're still alive after this, I'll acknowledge your title as a demigod of the ninja world. As soon as the words fell, the gigantic complete Susanoo swung its blade down towards Hanzo the Salamander and his summoning beast, Butsu. With this slash, mountains were flattened and valleys were formed. This slash was bound to stir up even more violent waves in the already turbulent ninja world. Izuna 1T kill Hanzo the Salamander with this one slash. Will he? Now is not a good time to take over the land of rain. The Susanoo dissipated and Izuna instantly appeared beside Tetsuya. It's over. Let us go back. You didn't actually kill Hanzo the Salamander, did you? No, I controlled the power. That guy has some skills, at a critical moment. He used his summoning beast to take the hit for him. I see. As long as he is not dead, it's fine. Now is still not the time for us to take over the land of rain. I know. Let us go find my disciples. TSK, 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 look at you. They haven't even become your disciples yet, and you're already calling them yours. Tetsuya smiled but still followed Izuna towards where Kakuzu and the others were. Not far from the battlefield, in a safe corner, Kakuzu watched the battle between Hanzo and Izuna with 3 little kids. At this moment, the 3 little ones were so excited they couldn't speak. Especially when that blue giant appeared. Yahiko had completely become Izuna's little fanboy. There's no way around it. It was just too cool. What boy could resist such a handsome giant? Not only was he cool, but he was also so powerful. Even someone as strong as Hanzo could be defeated with just 1 slash. We're back. Tetsuya smiled as he took off his mask, and Izuna also approached the 3 with his white mask. How was that? Am I strong? Yahiko excitedly said. Big brother, you're amazing. What's up with that blue giant? Is it ninjutsu? Can I learn it? Izuna paused for a moment and then shook his head. That's not ninjutsu. It's a unique ability of our clan. Ah, I see. Yahiko felt a bit disappointed, but he was still very excited. After all, even if he couldn't summon that blue giant, learning ninjutsu would still be awesome. Izuna then turned to Nagato and asked, So Nagato, do you want to be my disciple too? Besides Susanoo, I can teach you any ninjutsu you want. Nagato, hurry and agree. Yeah, Nagato agree. Yahiko urged eagerly, and even Konan was helping. After all, she also wanted to become a ninja. She wanted to protect Yahiko and Nagato. However, Nagato spoke up. Big brother Izuna, if I learn ninjutsu from you, will I still be able to learn how to make money? When these words came out, Izuna was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu turned his head away, not daring to meet Izuna's gaze. Ha, of course, why not? Tetsuya couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was just too amusing. He didn't expect that Nagato, after spending so much time with Kakuzu, also developed an interest in making money. No, it shouldn't be that he was interested in making money. Rather, he understood that to change the land of rain and the ninja world, relying solely on strength was not enough. One also needed money and economic knowledge. How about this, Nagato? From now on, the 3 of you will follow us. Izuna will teach you ninjutsu, and I will teach you how to make money. Really? Chapter 61. The name of Uchiha Madara resurfaces in the ninja world. Reactions from Konoha F. For although the battlefield in the Rain Ninja Village experienced a minor incident due to the intervention of the 2 masked men, it did not affect the outcome of the war. Konoha achieved victories on multiple battlefields, and the overall trend of the Ninja World War had tilted in favor of Konoha. At the same time, with the outbreak of this battle, the name of Uchiha Madara once again resurfaced in the ninja world, causing a great uproar. In Konoha, in the Hokage building's conference room, the Konoha F4 gathered together, while opposite them sat the legendary 3 ninjas who had gained fame in this ninja world war. In order to relay information back, the 3 of them detached from the main forces and returned to Konoha first with the intel. That was everything we encountered on the battlefield in the Rain Ninja Village. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room felt particularly oppressive. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Risen muttered these 2 names. He was not too concerned about the latter, Obito, even though Jiraiya and the others said he was very strong and possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. However, having never experienced that kind of pressure firsthand, Hiruzen did not think Obito was that strong, only that his 3 students were still too young. But Uchiha Madara was different. The significance of that name was immense. The Shura of the ninja world, one of the founding elders of Konoha, the head of the Uchiha clan, the strongest rogue ninja since the founding of Konoha. Hiruzen felt an overwhelming pressure and wanted to take a puff of smoke, only to find that his pipe was not nearby. So he had to look to his old comrades. Danzo, Tsunade, Emma, what do you think? Tsunade and Mito Kazan had not yet figured out how to respond. And Shimura Danzo snorted. What are you looking at? Uchiha Madara is already dead, taken care of by the first Hokage himself. Do you dare to question the first Hokage? It must be that evil Uchiha clan up to their tricks, ostensibly joining the village to invade the land of rain, but in reality, having someone impersonate Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen, the ambitions of the Uchiha clan are already clear. They want to create the illusion that Uchiha Madara is still alive, and then seize the position of Hokage to rule Konoha. We must take action to punish the Uchiha clan. Danzo spoke with certainty, as if the truth of everything was exactly as he said. There was no Uchiha Madara. It was all a conspiracy by the Uchiha clan, and their goal was the Hokage position. Hiruzen did not respond to Danzo immediately. He knew what kind of person his old friend was. Whether or not it was the Uchiha clan's doing, he would first place blame before discussing it further. Previously, among the students of their teacher, Hiruzen had the best relationship with Uchiha Kagami, but after Kagami's death, Danzo had started to target the Uchiha clan madly. Although it was said that targeting the Uchiha was a strategy left by their teacher, Danzo had become a bit too extreme. Tsunade, Emma, what do you think? The old pervert Mito Kazan spoke up. Hiruzen, I also think Danzo has a point. Uchiha Madara is already dead. Tsunade nodded along. There was no other way. After all, they had not seen it with their own eyes, only heard what the three ninjas said, and seen some information relayed back from the front lines. Seeing that these guys did not believe they had encountered Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya slammed his hands on the table and stood up eagerly. But old man, we really aren't lying. That guy's really Uchiha Madara. He summoned a complete Susanoo and defeated Hanzo the Salamander with one strike. What we said is true. Others on the battlefield saw it too, that massive blue giant like a god. All right, Jiraiya, I understand. You three have worked hard. Go rest for now. Konoha still needs you. Hiruzen finally spoke, allowing the three to leave for rest. Jiraiya wanted to say something more, but was held back by Tsunade. Let's go, Jiraiya. We should rest. The old man will make his own decisions. Seeing Tsunade say this, Jiraiya had no choice but to give up. Then we'll take our leave. Goodbye, teacher. Orochimaru stood up to bid farewell and left with the two. As the conference room door closed, Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. Sigh. There are some things I shouldn't say, but it seems that now I have no choice but to tell you. The three were puzzled, not knowing what Hiruzen was up to. Danzo spoke directly. Monkey, just say it. What else is there that you can't tell us? The two from the slacker duo nodded as well. They were old acquaintances and thought of themselves as a whole, believing there should be no secrets among them, even knowing that the monkey sometimes used a crystal ball to peek at the women's bath. Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, actually, when the teacher was still alive, he once asked to talk to me about some matters, and at that time, he requested that I not speak of it, including not telling you. Upon hearing this, the slacker duo did not have much of a reaction. However, a flicker of envy and resentment flashed in Danzo's eyes. As expected, the teacher is partial to that monkey. It's just that I stood up a little late. How am I worse than the monkey? Although he had complicated thoughts, he did not show anything on his face. Hiruzen did not pay attention to the fleeting emotion on his old friend's face and continued. Do you know how the teacher escaped back then? Tsunade answered as if it were obvious. Wasn't it because our teacher was strong and used the flying thunder god technique to heavily injure the gold and silver brothers, and then escaped? This was what Tobirama had told them. At that time, he did not plan to tell others about the existence of Uchiha Izuna. However, today, Hiruzen felt it necessary to reveal the truth to them. It was likely that what Jiraiya and the others said about Uchiha Madara might actually be true, and there was a high possibility of it. Monkey, what nonsense are you talking about? Your student got his head knocked in during the battle, and now you're dizzy too? Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately stood up, loudly questioning Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen remained serious. Danzo, let me finish. That's right, Danzo. Don't get agitated, just listen to Hiruzen finish. The slacker duo immediately spoke up to mediate, calming everyone down. Hiruzen continued at that time. The teacher called me to talk, and the content of the conversation was the truth about how the teacher escaped from the battlefield. Chapter 62. Uchiha Madara. Is someone impersonating me? Kurizetsu. Find out who it is. The truth. At this point, the expressions of Minato Namikaze and Kinomaru Sarutobi were also somewhat unsettled. Although they had previously suspected that their teacher's return from that life-and-death battlefield might involve things they were unaware of, after all, if their teacher could easily defeat the pursuers and escape, then there would have been no need for him to let them leave first while he stayed behind to hold them off. It was also possible that their teacher used some kind of secret technique after they left, one that was powerful and uncontrollable, which is why he let them go ahead. This was the most reasonable explanation they had considered before. After all, when Tobirama returned, he was in very poor health, which fit the signs of having suffered aftereffects from using a secret technique. Monkey, are you saying that there was another reason why our teacher was able to survive back then? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and revealed the truth that Tobirama had asked him to keep secret. On the battlefield, their teacher had stopped the pursuing forces of the Cloud Village. Although these pursuers were elite ninjas, they were no match for their teacher. At that moment, Kin and Jin, two powerful figures, arrived and cornered their teacher. Just then, Uchiha Izuna, whom their teacher had personally killed, appeared. Uchiha Izuna saved their teacher and helped him defeat Kin and Jin, but afterwards, Uchiha Izuna vanished with his seized Six Paths tools. After this revelation, the entire conference room fell into silence. Finally, The incredulous Danzo broke the silence, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could someone who is already dead come back to life? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the disbelieving Danzo and said sternly, "What? Are you questioning Teacher Tobarama like you did with Jiraiya and the others? Do you really think Teacher Tobarama was deceiving me? Or do you think I am deceiving you? You. What about you? Answer me, Danzo." All right. We are not questioning the teacher or your intentions. That's right, Danzo, sit down. Oof. Shimura Danzo snorted and sat back down in his chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing this, did not say more and continued the previous topic. So the current situation is that there has been a revival of Uchiha clan members. And the Uchiha Madara appearing now is very likely the real Uchiha Madara. If that person is truly Uchiha Madara, then the ninja world will likely be in turmoil. The atmosphere in the conference room was particularly oppressive. At this moment, Mito Gatekeeper suddenly spoke up. If the person who fought Hanzo of the Salamander is indeed Uchiha Madara, then who is that masked man named Obito? Once this question was raised, everyone had different thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen then looked at Danzo and asked, according to Jiraiya and the others, the masked man named Obito wears a mask with only one eye, which means he has only one Sharingan. Who do you think that person could be, Danzo? The mention of one eye is a Sharingan made Danzo's expression somewhat uncomfortable, and he felt a sharp pain in his bandaged right eye. Meanwhile, in a cave in a mountain graveyard, an elderly man with white hair and a frail body, looking like he had little time left, lay on a stone bed, connected to tubes that maintained his vital signs. At that moment, a pure white being and half-white, half-black being approached. If Tetsuya were here, he would recognize at a glance that the elderly man was the once mighty Uchiha Madara, while the white being was White Zetsu, and the half-black, half-white being was White Zetsu possessed by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu moved forward to awaken the sleeping Uchiha Madara. The aging Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. What time is it now? Zetsu, why have you awakened me? Is it the Rinnegan? Or has something happened to the Rinnegan's host? Or have you found a suitable pawn to begin executing the plan? Uchiha Madara sat up and looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu standing before him. He felt like he had only been asleep for a short time. Why was he awakened so soon? Although Uchiha Madara was now old and frail, his aura of strength remained undiminished. Lord Madara, it is now the 39th year of the Shinobi Village calendar, and the outside world is undergoing the Second Shinobi World War. The Second Shinobi World War? Hearing that the ninja world had erupted into a Second Shinobi World War, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but laugh coldly. Haha, Hashirama, is this the peace you longed for? How ridiculous. After laughing, Uchiha Madara asked, so why did you wake me? What has happened? Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Lord Madara, someone is acting in the ninja world under your name. It's likely that news of your survival as the Shura of the Uchiha has spread throughout the entire ninja world. Oh, someone actually dares to act under my name? Yes. That person appeared on the battlefield of the Rain Village in Konoha, summoning a complete Susanoo and defeating Hanzo of the Salamander. A complete Susanoo. Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised. Could it be that another genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan? But why is he doing things under my name? Does he also harbor resentment against Konoha? Or is there some other secret? Tell me everything in detail about what happened. Someone acting under his banner in the ninja world could potentially affect his plans, but he was also very curious about who dared to impersonate him. Black Zetsu recounted everything he knew, but there were some details he didn't know, as he didn't dare get too close. Whenever he tried to get closer, he felt an intense sense of anxiety, as if someone was watching him. Normally, it would be difficult for ordinary people to notice him unless that person had sage abilities. But each time he tried to get closer, that feeling of being watched would become particularly strong. Uchiha Madara listened quietly. When he heard that the person claiming to be Uchiha Madara had summoned a nearly identical blue complete Susanoo, Uchiha Madara also showed a puzzled expression. How is this possible? How could there be a Susanoo exactly like mine? Even if it were similar, it shouldn't be possible. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo varies from person to person, unless... Suddenly, Uchiha Madara thought of something and solemnly commanded, Black Zetsu, I order you to investigate that guy claiming to be me. Do you understand? Gather all his intelligence. Chapter 63. Janine. All the shops you see on this street belong to the owner. The Ninja World War has reached its conclusion, with major battles ceasing. But small-scale conflicts continue. However, the news of Uchiha Madara's resurrection is even more shocking to the major ninja villages. In the Land of Lightning, at the Cloud Village, the third Reikage has called a meeting with the village's high-ranking officials. All right, everyone. I believe you have all received the news that Uchiha Madara has reappeared in the ninja world. The purpose of this meeting is to hear your opinions on how Cloud Village should proceed. With a thoughtful expression, the young advisor, Tsukadai, spoke up. Reikage, could this be a smokescreen released by Konoha? Explain yourself clearly. Reikage, the information says that the person claiming to be Uchiha Madara is wearing a mask, and no one has seen his face. Therefore, whether this person is truly Uchiha Madara is still a question mark. I think it is possible that Konoha has found a member of the Uchiha clan to impersonate him, to achieve some goal while intimidating other ninja villages. As soon as these words were spoken, other high-ranking officials immediately expressed differing opinions. I think there's a possibility, but it is not very large. Since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, that old fox, became Hokage, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has been very delicate. Unless it involves a matter that affects the entire ninja world, Konoha's high-ranking officials cannot command the Uchiha. During this ninja war, we saw that the Uchiha clan acted independently, fighting on battlefields outside of Konoha's main forces. But if this person is not an imposter, could it really be Uchiha Madara? Wasn't he already dead? How could a long-dead person come back to life? At this time, the Edo Tensei technique had not been fully developed. Although the second Hokage had created this technique, it was not perfect, and figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and others believe that the living should not disturb the dead, so no one had used this technique, leading ninja world to think that the resurrection of the dead was mere fantasy. In the Reikage's office, the crowd began to argue. The people of Cloud Village were generally straightforward and even a bit impulsive, starting to speak loudly before gradually escalating into an argument. There was no choice. This matter was too bizarre. The long-dead ninja world demon, Uchiha Madara, has resurrected. If you say he is real, it defies logic, but if he isn't, there are still many doubts. Enough. Suddenly, the Reikage shouted, and the conference room fell silent. The people, who were about to start elbowing each other, returned to their seats, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief about the situation. I called you here to discuss the future of Cloud Village, not to debate whether that Uchiha Madara is really Uchiha Madara. However, the Reikage did not blame them, as the existence of Uchiha Madara was indeed too special in the entire ninja world. After deep consideration, the advisor, Tsukadai, spoke again. Reikage, regardless of whether that person is Uchiha Madara or whether he is part of Konoha's scheme, what we should focus on now is to strengthen the power of Cloud Village. Upon hearing Tsukadai's words, the high-ranking officials of Cloud Village nodded in agreement. This statement was reasonable, as long as their own strength was sufficient. No matter what schemes the enemy devised, they could be easily crushed. You are right. We have just emerged from the quagmire of war and should indeed recover our strength quickly. No, Reikage, merely recovering is not enough, Tsukadai added. No matter what that person's identity is, he defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, which is an undeniable fact. Against such an enemy, sending out more mid-level forces will not be effective. What we need to do is enhance our elite combat power. I propose that we find a way to utilize the power of the tailed beasts for military purposes. Imagine if we could deploy tailed beasts in the next ninja war. What kind of scene would that be? The power of the tailed beasts was recognized as strong in the ninja world. It could easily destroy a city if they went berserk. If they could harness the power of the tailed beasts for war, Cloud Village would gain a very powerful ally, using the tailed beasts for military purposes. The third Reikage fell into thought before finally making a decision. He looked up at his partner and also his nephew, the current Bai Ruby. Bai, the village needs you to make some contributions. Can you do it? Be nodded. For the village, I will do my best, Reikage. Thank you, Bai. Not only Cloud Village, but similar situations were occurring all across the ninja world, whether for self-preservation or other purposes. Various ninja villages and organizations began searching for ways to increase their strength, whether it be through tailed beasts, secret techniques, or other means of enhancement. The goal was to gain enough capital to cope with the impending Great Tide. However, compared to those busy ninja villages, the root cause of all this chaos had already returned to the capital of the Land of Fire, bringing back their travel souvenirs, 3 children, in a luxurious carriage. The curtains were lifted, and 3 little heads poked out. Wow, is this the capital of the Land of Fire? It's so beautiful, with wide streets and orderly houses. It was nothing like the dampness of the Rain Village. What are those shops selling? I don't know, I've never seen them before, but they look delicious. Look over there. The 3 children, visiting the capital of the Land of Fire for the first time, were dazzled by the bustling city that was many times more prosperous than the Rain Village, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they looked around at everything strange and new. As they passed through the bustling streets, inhaling the scents wafting from the shops, Yahiko's stomach growled. This truly is the capital of the Land of Fire. Just smelling the aromas from those shops is making me hungry. Ah, don't worry, we're almost there. Once we get home, you can eat whatever you want. Zetsu laughed. Since these three little ones were willing to call him teacher, he should treat them well. After all, they just liked to eat, which was no trouble for Zetsu. Really? Can we eat whatever we want? Yahiko's eyes sparkled as if they were shining. Janine smiled and said, "Little one, you don't know this, but every food shop on this street belongs to the owner." Chapter 64. The possibility of closing the Rinnegan outside Konoha at the Chiba Manor. Indeed, this so-called Chiba Manor is the very forest where Tetsuya and Izuna often sparred and fished. Under the influence of financial power, it has now been enclosed and turned into Tetsuya's private estate. Although he is still just a businessman, the noble circle of the Land of Fire has extended goodwill, wanting to accept Tetsuya as part of the nobility. The reason is simple. The fresh goods Tetsuya has brought are something they adore. Various luxuries and pleasures have become standard for the noble class. Although they were wealthy and powerful before, their enjoyment was limited to just those things. However, everything changed after Tetsuya arrived in the capital. Moreover, Tetsuya understands social etiquette and has immense wealth, although he is not yet a noble. He has already carved out a place for himself among the aristocracy. It's merely about seeding a piece of useless forest, and Tetsuya is certainly willing to pay. On a flat open ground, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood in a row. They had changed from their original clothes into training outfits for ninjas, while Izuna stood before them. "You three, listen carefully. Now that you have become my disciples, I will train you according to the strict standards of our Uchiha clan, helping you grow into excellent ninjas. However, this process may be very difficult. Are you mentally prepared? Ready?" The three answered in unison. They had waited too long for this moment. They yearned for strength, for power, to change their backward country and the harsh ninja world. Today, they would take their first step in learning how to become ninjas. Very good. On the way back, you all successfully extracted your chakra. So the first thing in becoming a ninja is to test your chakra attributes. Everyone's chakra has certain differences, and understanding your chakra attributes will help you learn the most suitable ninjutsu. Saying this, Izuna took out 3 pieces of test paper used for chakra testing. This paper is specifically for testing chakra. Hold it and inject your chakra into it. Based on the paper's reaction, you can determine your chakra attribute. Try it. The 3 had never seen such a thing before and excitedly took the test paper from Izuna. Not far away, on the steps of a wooden house, Tetsuya leaned against a cushion with a teapot and fruit plate beside him, watching Izuna teach his disciples with great interest. Izuna is a very serious person. When he decides to do something, he gives it his all. Learning from such a person may be quite tough, as their requirements are very strict, but the speed of progress is undoubtedly assured. Fortunately, Yahiko and the others can be considered rare talents. There's no need to mention Nagato. With the Uzumaki bloodline and the Rinnegan, he learns and understands things quickly. Konan is also a genius, having developed a unique paper jutsu in the future. Among the 3, only Yahiko's talent is slightly less, but his optimistic character does not make him feel that Izuna's attitude is overly harsh. The test results came out quickly. Nagato's chakra attributes are abundant, possessing all 5 types. Konan has wind, water, and earth attributes, with a slight predominance of wind. Yahiko has water, wind, and fire attributes, with water being the most dominant. Besides testing their chakra attributes, Izuna already has a basic plan for their future. He began to teach them the fundamentals of being a ninja, starting with the classification and usage of weapons. After all, the 3 had just refined their chakra, and before their chakra accumulated to a certain level, teaching them how to control and utilize it would not be very useful. After demonstrating and guiding them through their individual shortcomings and issues, Izuna let them start practicing on their own. "Thank you for your hard work, teacher Izuna. Come have a cup of tea." Seeing Izuna walk towards the wooden house, Tetsuya smiled and poured him a cup of hot tea. "How are the 3 of them doing?" Izuna asked after taking a sip of tea. "Yahiko and Konan are fine, but Nagato has some health issues." "Oh, what do you mean?" Tetsuya knew it had to be related to the Rinnegan, but he wasn't sure of the specifics. Izuna replied, "Nagato's Rinnegan is my brother's. It is an external object. Nagato cannot close these eyes, resulting in a massive consumption of chakra and life energy to sustain them, which has left his body particularly weak. As an Uzumaki, Nagato should have robust vitality and abundant chakra, but he is currently weaker than both Yahiko and Konan." "I see. That kid Nagato looks much weaker than the other 2. So, do you have any way to help Nagato close those eyes?" "Well," Tetsuya scratched his head and replied, "how about you take out Nagato's Rinnegan and replace it with normal eyes? Then find a new host for those Rinnegan. since they are your brother's eyes. It should not be a problem to put them in your body. However, this might affect the evolution of your own eyes. Perhaps once your eyes are out of your body, they might never evolve into Rinnegan again. After Tetsuya finished speaking, Izuna actually lowered his head and began to contemplate. Hey, what are you thinking? You're not really considering taking out your own eyes and replacing them with Nagato's, are you? Aren't you afraid your eyes won't complete their evolution? Izuna calmly replied, it's fine. That pair of eyes evolved from a fusion of my brother's eyes and mine. So, theoretically, they're also my eyes. However, where would I find a suitable pair of eyes for Nagato? All right. I was just saying it casually. It's just a pair of Rinnegan, right? Can't we seal the power of the Rinnegan? Just like the Sharingan. When we don't use that power, our eyes are still ordinary black eyes, right? Upon hearing this, Izuna found it very reasonable. However, could the power of the Rinnegan really be sealed? After all, those are the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths TSK. How did it become the Sage of Six Paths eyes again? Didn't you just say they are your eyes? Tetsuya shrugged. How about this? I'll apply a sealing technique, and then you use your own power to assist me in closing a Rinnegan that has fused with your eyes. It should be manageable. Chapter 65, Feel the Fear of Being Dominated by Homework. In the corridor of the wooden house, Nagato felt a bit nervous as he looked at his two teachers. At this moment, both of his teachers were staring intently at him, and there was nothing more frightening than being watched by one's teachers. At times like this, the student being stared at would likely recall every mistake they had made since childhood. Teacher Izuna, Teacher Tetsuya, what are you doing, looking at me like this? I'm a bit scared. Nagato timidly spoke up, genuinely frightened. Seeing Nagato's fearful expression, Tetsuya gently comforted him. Don't be afraid, Nagato. Actually, we have something to tell you. You go ahead. I'm listening, Nagato replied. Nagato, your eyes are very special. They harbor great power, but right now, you cannot control that power. Instead of enhancing your abilities, it might actually drain your strength. If this continues, it could very well harm your body. So, after discussing with Teacher Izuna, we've decided to temporarily seal the power in your eyes. Once you grow stronger and can control them, we will lift the seal. What do you think? This was not Tetsuya trying to scare Nagato. He genuinely felt that the Rinnegan was limiting Nagato's growth. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, if Nagato had not been drained by the outer pass Gedomazo, he would have appeared very weak, and it seemed like he had been drained by Konan. Moreover, Nagato's strength was surprisingly inadequate. Can the power in my eyes really be sealed? Nagato felt a bit surreal. He knew his eyes had tremendous power, but he currently could not use that power, and it was even draining his body. Of course, why wouldn't it be possible? After all, sealing techniques in this world were quite remarkable. Even tailed beasts could be sealed within an infant. Why not a pair of Rinnegan? All right, I trust both of you teachers. Please go ahead and seal the power in my eyes. How can I cooperate? Good, just do as we say, and leave the rest to us. Tetsuya glanced at Izuna. Izuna understood and stepped forward. Nagato, extend your hand. Following the instruction, Nagato extended his right hand, and Izuna held it. Let's begin, Tetsuya. Understood. Tetsuya nodded and started preparing the sealing technique. As the ritual began, Izuna channeled her chakra into Nagato's body, and at that moment, she realized just how weak Nagato's body was. To put it bluntly, if Nagato were not from the Uzumaki clan, he would have already been drained by the Rinnegan at a young age. As the other master of these Rinnegan, Izuna's chakra quickly reacted to them. She immediately nodded to Tetsuya, signaling him to start. Seeing this, Tetsuya began to perform the sealing technique. Don't worry, Nagato. It will be over soon. Special characters began to appear on Nagato's forehead, and he felt the power within his eyes gradually being gathered. This sensation was akin to a person carrying a heavy burden, feeling the weight being lifted little by little. In this comforting feeling, Nagato fell into a deep sleep. Done. Tetsuya clapped his hands, and a special mark appeared on Nagato's forehead. This was a sealing technique that Tetsuya had improved by combining his chakra extraction technique with the 8-trigram sealing technique. Over the years, he had not just indulged in leisure. With so many ninjutsu and sealing techniques available, studying their connections and peculiarities while learning was his greatest joy. Teacher Tetsuya, Teacher Izuna, what's wrong with Nagato? Is he all right? Yahiko and Konan worriedly approached, looking at Nagato lying in the corridor. He's fine. He's just a bit tired and fell asleep. With the current weather and sunshine, it's actually nice for him to take a nap here in the corridor. Saying this, Tetsuya suddenly showed a kind smile to Yahiko and Konan. So, have you two finished your training? Yahiko patted his chest and said, of course. Not only did I complete the training task assigned by Teacher Izuna, but I also added 2 extra sets of training for myself. Oh really? So you're impressive. Of course. I'm the best. I'm going to become a powerful ninja like Teacher Izuna in the future. Watching Tetsuya smile and praise Yahiko while Yahiko basked in his own pride. Conan suddenly had a premonition that Yahiko was going to be in big trouble. Good. Since you both have completed your ninjutsu training, it's time for this. Saying this, Tetsuya pulled out 2 practice books from his wide sleeves and handed them to Yahiko and Conan. I knew it would be like this. Looking at the exercises in the practice books, Conan shook her head. These exercises were manageable for her, but for Yahiko, it felt like the sky was falling. Yahiko's entire face stiffened. No way. Ha ha ha. You little brat, are you still laughing? Still proud? Tetsuya revealed a triumphant smile. Hee young lad. Feel the fear of being dominated by homework. Stop daydreaming and hurry up and do your homework. If you don't finish it, you won't get any food. Yahiko had a sudden idea and took 2 steps back, plopping down on the ground. Oh no, Teacher Tetsuya, I trained too hard just now and got hurt. Can I skip the homework? Tetsuya squinted his eyes and smiled slightly. Hee, what do you think? How about this? I've heard that electric shocks can help tired people relax. Why don't you give it a try? Seeing the lightning dancing in Tetsuya's right hand, Yahiko immediately jumped up from the ground. Teacher, don't. Please don't. I'm fine now. I'll go to my homework right away. He turned around, grabbed Conan, and ran, fearing that if he was late, Tetsuya's fist would come crashing down on his head. Yahiko, why are you dragging me along? Of course. Am I the kind of person who would abandon my companions? Conan replied, somewhat speechless. But the teacher only wants to beat you. Conan, you can't be so unloyal. Watching the 2 of them run far away, Tetsuya shook his head with a smile. Remember, no homework means no food. After reminding them, Tetsuya returned to his mat. What an interesting little brat. Watching Yahiko run away, Tetsuya pondered how to deal with Hanzo of the salamander. Whether it was Yahiko, Nagato, or Conan, they all had dreams. Although he had previously encouraged them to come to the land of fire, once they completed their training, they would definitely return to the land of rain, as that was where they were born, and their dream and wish was to change the land of rain. However, as soon as they returned to the land of rain, they would inevitably confront Hanzo of the salamander. Hanzo of the salamander, TSK. How about we just eliminate him directly? Chapter 66. Looking forward to your growth. Future Spirit King, just as Jie was about to kill Hanzo of the salamander directly, he shook his head again, rejecting that thought deep down. Ugh. I've really been spending too much time with that guy, Izuna. My mind is filled with fighting and killing, which isn't good. I'm a merchant, and an excellent merchant shouldn't kill with their own hands. Jie picked up a piece of fruit from the platter and took a bite. Moreover, if I kill him directly, the subsequent troubles would be too many. If the other ninja villages see Hanzo of the salamander dead, they will definitely have other thoughts. And the situation in the land of rain will only get worse. How about this? Kill him and have someone impersonate Hanzo of the salamander, secretly controlling the rain ninja village? This idea was actually what Jie considered to be the most reliable method. Find someone to swap with Hanzo of the salamander, or directly control Hanzo, and then secretly manipulate everything in the Rain Ninja Village. By the time Yahiko and the others return to the Rain Ninja Village after their training, they could be secretly supported by Hanzo of the salamander, helping them establish prestige in the Rain Ninja Village. When the time is right, Hanzo could abdicate and hand over the leader position of the Rain Hidden Village to Yahiko and the others. This plan is great. I'm simply a genius. Izuna, sitting beside him, looked at Jie talking to himself and felt a bit speechless, but didn't react much. It was nothing new. Over the years, Izuna had often seen Jie sitting there mumbling to himself. What is up, genius? Have you thought of something good that makes you so happy? Jie didn't mind and instead smiled proudly. Hee, I found a good path for Yahiko and the other 2's future. Oh, their future? Hearing this, Izuna became interested. Jie explained his plan to Izuna. As the mastermind of the Uchiha clan back then, Izuna felt that this idea had a high feasibility after hearing it. However, there were still many details that needed optimization, and the 2 sat down to discuss. The more they talked, the more excited they became, even starting to plan the future of the land of rain. As the sun began to set, the warm sunlight turned into a reddish-orange sunset. Nagato slowly woke up from his deep sleep. What time is it now? How long have I slept? You really can sleep? You've been asleep for a whole day? Jie, sitting beside him drinking tea and flipping through a scroll of ninjutsu, answered Nagato as confusion. I've slept for a whole day, and I haven't finished the training that Izuna-sensei assigned to me. All right, there is no need to worry about that. You've finally gotten rid of your physical burdens. so resting a bit longer will be beneficial for your future path. Putting down the scroll, Jia looked at Nagato. After completing the sealing, Nagato's eyes finally returned from the Rinnegan to normal, and his pair of black eyes looked exceptionally sharp and powerful. These eyes had a feeling that didn't belong to Nagato at this stage, a sense of looking down at the world, which made the young Nagato seem a bit more dominant. Let me check how your body is recovering. Oh, Nagato obediently extended his right hand, and Jie held Nagato's wrist, releasing chakra to check his condition. After a simple examination, he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Originally drained by the Rinnegan, Nagato was now full of vitality, but this was still not his best state. It had only been a day. If he continued to adjust slowly, he should be able to become even stronger. Your recovery is good, but you still need to adjust gradually. I'll have the chefs at the inn prepare more nourishing dishes for you. Thank you, Sensei. Hey, no need for thanks. Nagato noticed the ninjutsu scroll next to Jie and curiously asked, "Are you studying ninjutsu, Sensei?" Jie smiled and replied, "That's right. Unlike Izuna, who has enviable talent from birth, I have to find time to study and research on my own." Nagato took a few more curious glances at the ninjutsu Jie was researching. He found that he only recognized the characters on it, but he couldn't understand what they meant when combined. Even so, he discovered an interesting thing. The ninjutsu on this scroll used multiple types of chakra. "Sensei, why does the ninjutsu on this scroll require both wind and fire chakra?" Seeing Nagato's interest, Jie revealed a proud smile. "This is something I developed myself. I haven't thought of a name for it yet. The effect of the ninjutsu is quite interesting, as it allows one ninjutsu to carry the effects of other elemental chakras. For example, when using wind-release ninjutsu to attack, the wind generally harms the enemy through rotation, cutting, impact, or compression. But if it carries fire chakra, it can add a flame effect to the wind-release ninjutsu." How impressive! Although Nagato didn't understand the principle behind it, he instinctively felt it was amazing, right? "Let me demonstrate it for you, just watch." Jie jumped down to a tree a short distance away. "Watch closely, Nagato. Fire release, fireball jutsu." With a flick of his hand, a fireball shot out. Jie intentionally aimed it slightly off target. The flames hit the ground and instantly exploded, spreading outwards, creating a considerable impact, while the flames continued to burn and cause damage. Then Jie thrust out his palm. Wind release, gale palm. The fierce wind compressed in his palm, and as Jie slapped it out, it instantly stirred up a storm, with flames appearing within the raging wind. Boom! The palm successfully struck the big tree, causing the thick trunk to snap and fall, igniting flames that continuously burn the wood. See that, Nagato? This is the effect of the technique I researched, adding a new effect to a ninjutsu, increasing its variations and making it harder for your enemies to predict your ninjutsu. How impressive, Jie-sensei! Can I learn this? Seeing Nagato's excited expression, it was clear how much he liked this ninjutsu. This was quite normal, as after Nagato grew up, before he was drained by the outer path Gedomazo, he was indeed the Spirit King. This ninjutsu was developed based on the skills of the young Spirit King, Nagato. He was really looking forward to seeing Nagato on the battlefield of the ninja world, chasing after others with thunder and lightning in the future. Of course, if you want to learn, I'll teach you once I develop the complete version of the ninjutsu. Grow well, young man. I look forward to the day you become the Spirit King. Chapter 67 Black Zetsu. Where is he? Where's my Nagato? Where did Nagato go? In the ninja world, outside the rain village, an aloe plant emerged from the ground. Damn it, why is this happening? How could he just disappear? Why is this happening? At this moment, the old schemer who had plotted for 1,000 years was rarely enraged. He looked at the white Zetsus that had appeared with him and couldn't help but curse. How could you let a person go missing? Useless. You're all a bunch of useless trash. It was impossible for Black Zetsu not to be angry because Nagato was gone. Such a large living person had vanished. This was not the most important thing. Nagato was merely a vessel, a chess piece. What truly mattered was the Rinnegan in Nagato's possession. That was the key to saving his mother in the future. He had worked hard in the ninja world for so many years to finally obtain a pair of Rinnegan. Faced with Black Zetsu's furious scolding, the majority of the white Zetsus lowered their heads. Only one, who appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the other white Zetsus, complained. There was nothing we could do, Black Zetsu. The situation at that time was too complicated. There were battles everywhere. We had to spread out to monitor various battlefields, and we couldn't keep track of everything. Besides, wasn't that little brat arranged by you? If we're talking about responsibility, this is primarily your fault. You bastard, you dare talk back. Black Zetsu was furious. So what? The incident has already happened. Instead of getting angry here, we should think of a way to quickly find Nagato. You make it sound easy. The ninja world is so vast. Where are we supposed to find a little brat? Another white Zetsu spoke up. I had seen those 3 little brats often interacting with a disaster victim. Perhaps those 3 little brats were taken away by that disaster victim. Disaster victim? I know where he lives. Under the guidance of the white Zetsu, Black Zetsu found the temporary hideout where Kakazu had initially concealed himself. Upon entering, relying on years of experience, spying in the dark corners of the ninja world, Black Zetsu immediately recognized that this should be a hideout, not a place where a disaster victim lived. Damn it, that guy is no disaster victim. He's a spy from another ninja village infiltrating the Rain Village. I really admire Hanzo of the Salamander. The village has been infiltrated to this extent, yet he can still drive back other ninja villages. Could it be that Nagato was taken away by someone from another ninja village, and someone discovered the Rinnegan? Black Zetsu thought and ordered the white Zetsus behind him. Go, find a way to investigate other ninja villages and see who exactly took Nagato. Understood. These best workers in the ninja world, the white Zetsus, began to infiltrate underground and execute their tasks, preparing to gather intelligence from other ninja villages. However, Black Zetsu feared he could never imagine that the one who took Nagato was not a ninja village at all. He had avoided the correct answer from the very beginning. At Black Zetsu's request, the white Zetsus began to gather intelligence from various major ninja villages through various methods. It was fine until they started investigating, then problems arose. Black Zetsu received information from the white Zetsus sent back from different directions, revealing that these ninja villages were secretly researching and preparing something. From the intelligence alone, it seemed that any of these villages had the potential to have taken Nagato. Damn it, what is going on? Have these villages gone mad? Or do they think they Haven T fought enough and intend to gather strength for another battle? After organizing the intelligence, Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse. Continue the investigation. Find out clearly what they are doing. While Black Zetsu was busy investigating which ninja village took Nagato, at this moment Nagato was living each day fully. In the Chiba manner, the training of Nagato and the others had entered a regular routine. Every morning they would first practice basic ninjutsu, and, after training, Tetsuya would give them lectures, teaching mathematics and economics. After lunch, they would continue training, start doing homework in the evening, and after dinner, they would practice chakra, finally going to bed early. Their lives were fulfilling and stable, and under Tetsuya and Conan's guidance, the 3 were growing rapidly. Outside Chiba Manor, a masked ninja who didn't seem to be from the land of fire arrived. Conan, who was teaching the 3, recognized this ninja. He was one of the 2 foolish ninjas that she had once controlled with her Sharingan. Over the years, those 2 foolish ninjas had delivered a lot of useless intelligence to Tetsuya, which he usually used for amusement. Interestingly, they were originally under a female spy. However, that female spy was eventually removed due to aging and declining looks, but they had remained. My lord, I have something to report. Normally, don't you use ninja pigeons to convey messages? The situation is special. This time all right, I'm not interested in this. You can go in. The guy's inside. Thank you, my lord. The foolish ninja expressed his gratitude and then walked toward the wooden villa. Haha, good morning. After being awakened by the training commotion early in the morning, Tetsuya, who had gone back to sleep after being disturbed, finally got up, holding a glass of milk as he walked out into the corridor. My lord. Upon seeing Tetsuya appear, the foolish ninja immediately knelt on one knee and saluted. Ah, you are that undercover ninja from the Cloud Village. Why have you come to find me today? Don't you usually use ninja pigeons to deliver messages? It's like this, my lord. There's important intelligence that needs to be conveyed. It cannot be explained on paper. Is that so? It seems that the Cloud Village is making big moves. Saying this, Tetsuya sat down directly in the corridor. All right, you can get up and sit beside me and explain slowly what has happened. Yes, thank you, my lord. The foolish ninja sat down on the side of the corridor and began to report the intelligence. The origin of the specific event can be traced back to the battlefield in the Land of Rain when Uchiha Madara emerged. The resurrected Uchiha Madara significantly stimulated the nerves of the major ninja villages in the ninja world, and the Cloud Village was no exception. In order to possess the power to counter Uchiha Madara, the people of the Cloud Village began to develop the power of tailed beasts within their Jinchuriki. The idea was good, but the outcome was not so pleasant. The tailed beasts did not cooperate, and how could the Jinchuriki easily control the power of the tailed beasts? The result was that the 8 tails, Gyuki, went berserk multiple times, causing great destruction to the Cloud Village, and in order to subdue the 8 tails, they paid a painful price, losing many ninjas. In order to perfectly control the Eight Tails, the Cloud Village urgently needed a better method, but after researching for a long time, they had found no good solutions. At this time, a clever idea struck someone, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan mentioned in previous intelligence, the Uzumaki descendant living in Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. Perhaps if they kidnapped this Uzumaki descendant, they could study the special chakra of the Uzumaki clan and find a perfect way to control the tailed beasts. Chapter 68. Call me Mamba, you're out. Due to our long-term activities within the Land of Fire, I and Yurubi were ordered to lead the team for this mission. After hearing the report from the foolish ninja, Tetsuya was somewhat surprised. You and another foolish ninja are responsible for leading the team? Are you two strong enough? Kidnapping Uzumaki Kushina means entering Konohagakure. In his impression, this foolish ninja named Irika and another named Yurubi weren't particularly strong. After all, they had no ability to resist back then. Seeing Tetsuya surprised that they were participating in the mission and even leading it, Irika immediately explained, Sir, actually, both Yurubi and I are special Jonin. We just aren't good at combat. Oh, I see. Special Jonin, active in the Land of Fire for a long time. That makes it much more reasonable to let you two lead. As he spoke, Tetsuya had a sudden inspiration and thought of something amusing. You must have deployed quite a few people for this mission, right? Let's see if there's a chance for me to sneak in. Sir, do you want to participate in this mission? Yes, it sounds quite interesting, doesn't it? He was curious about how two special Jonin leading the team could manage to abduct Kushina, considering she was living in Mito's mansion at that time. The wife of the first Hokage. Surely, there would be people protecting her at her residence? Also, how did they enter Konohagakure? Where were the barrier and sensor teams? What about the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? One with Byakugan and the other with Sharingan. And they didn't notice an invasion? What were they doing? Or did these guys have some special abilities that fooled the barrier and sensor teams and then evaded the Byakugan and Sharingan? If they were really that capable, how were they taken out by the young Minato? Therefore, he wanted to see how they kidnapped Kushina and then how they were defeated by Minato. Sure, sir. For this mission, there are. Irika began to report on the personnel configuration for the mission. Tetsuya then realized that there were actually people from Kumogakure within Konohagakure. No wonder they could infiltrate, as they found a breakthrough from the inside. Their specific plan was to infiltrate Konohagakure first, then split up to wait in several places where Uzumaki Kushina was most likely to appear. As long as one side succeeded, there would be no need to inform the others. They could directly evacuate. After one side succeeded, the primary task for the others would change to survival. When will you act? Sir, tomorrow, all of us will gather in the capital of the Land of Fire and then set off for Konohagakure together. Okay, I understand. In that case, let's set off now. Tetsuya was excited. He was already looking forward to this trip to Konohagakure. After giving a word to Izuna, Tetsuya returned to the capital of Konohagakure with Irika. Sir, I think I need to remind you that if you want to join this mission, you will need to change your appearance. Back at Irika's base, he looked Tetsuya up and down and cautiously reminded him. What do you mean? There are elite ninjas from Kumogakure among those coming this time. They are natives of the Land of Lightning. Oh, I see. Just watch. Tetsuya immediately understood and formed hand seals, transforming his appearance. His originally fair skin darkened, and he grew taller. His black hair disappeared, replaced by a shiny bald head, looking like a boiled egg from behind. His eyebrows became even darker, and his bright eyes sparkled as he grinned confidently, revealing gleaming white teeth. Hey man, what'd I say? Mamba out. Seeing Tetsuya's transformation, Irika was momentarily stunned. No, how does he look more like a person from the Land of Lightning than I do? Oh no, I've become a person from the Land of Fire. How's that? Is there something wrong with my appearance? No problem, sir. Have you been to the Land of Lightning? No, but I've seen quite a few ninjas from Kumogakure on the battlefield back in the day. Tetsuya maintained a smile similar to Arda's. But while smiling and mentioning his experience on the battlefield, Irika felt a chill down his back. By the way, just to be safe, don't call me sir from now on. What should I call you then? Call me Mamba. Time flew by, and the gathering time arrived. In a forest outside the capital, a group of ninjas from Kumogakure had assembled. Tetsuya scanned the group. Excluding himself, there were a total of 9 people. Roughly estimating their strength, aside from the 2 special Jonin Irika and Yurubi, there were also 2 Jonin and 5 Chunin. Just right to form 3 teams of 3. Each Jonin would lead 2 Chunin, while 1 Chunin would be led by Irika and Yurubi. However, with his addition, it now became 10 people. Irika looked at the assembled ninjas. All right, since everyone is here, let's prepare to set off. Wait a minute, why is there an extra person? One of the Jonin suddenly spoke up, looking at Tetsuya. Yurubi explained, "This is Mamba, a temporary addition to our team." Temporary addition? Could he be a spy from another village? What do you mean by that? Yurubi, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Have you already defected to Kanahagakure and arranged for a spy to join the mission to sabotage our plan? All right, Yurubi, leave this to me. Tetsuya looked at the Jonin. He recognized this guy. Irika had mentioned him in the personnel report yesterday. This guy had conflicts with him back when he was in Kumogakure. He didn't expect him to cause trouble now. Do you still want to explain? Kanahagakure's spy? Me, a spy from Kanahagakure? Tetsuya sneered twice, then activated his lightning release chakra mode, becoming imbued with Raikage's power. Eat my Black Mamba elbow strike. Mun. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, so fast that everyone else couldn't react in time. Tetsuya delivered an elbow strike directly to the opponent's chest. With incredible speed combined with immense power and the enhancement from Raikage, this strike instantly took out a fragile ninja. You out. Now, does anyone else have a problem? Tetsuya looked at the others, his body radiating the menacing aura of Raikage. The moment they saw Raikage's presence, no one dared to utter a word. What a joke. This was the lightning release chakra mode, the ultimate technique of their third Raikage, which only the direct descendants of the Raikage had the chance to access. Chapter 69. Catching people is boring. Let's steal the sealing scroll. Yaluka and Yurubi were somewhat bewildered. So this adult, is that strong? They were still thinking that once they entered Konoha, they would need to protect this adult who was just there to watch the show. But now that he is this strong, who is protecting whom? Moreover, isn't this adult from the land of fire? Why does he have ninjutsu invented by the Raikage? Could it be that this adult is truly from the land of lightning, a spy who infiltrated the land of fire long before them? Regardless, they just needed to closely follow this adult. All right, the people I was responsible for bringing with me during the next operation, I don't want to hear any discordant voices. Understand? Understood. And the ninjas responded in unison. With a single move, this Mamba adult took down a Nin, showcasing his formidable strength. Although they had never heard of such a strong individual before, it was possible he had been engaging in infiltration work for a long time. After all, he could use lightning release chakra mode, which undoubtedly made him a direct descendant of the Raikage. There was nothing more to say. With such strength and being a direct descendant of the Raikage, what he said would be right, even if it seemed wrong. All subsequent operations went smoothly, and no one dared to cause any trouble. The 9 ninjas split into 3 groups and infiltrated Konoha one after another, with Tetsuya being the first to enter as part of the advance team. Looking at the gap in the barrier before him, Tetsuya crossed his arms and scrutinized it carefully. Goodness, is this a dog hole? Do we have to crawl in? With such a small gap, it's no wonder Konoha overlooked it. Sir, let us hurry in. We only have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the patrol team from Konoha will come by. I know, let us go. As Tetsuya spoke, he activated a ninjutsu to shrink his body slightly and successfully passed through the barrier, with the others following closely behind. Follow me. Tetsuya led the 2 deeper into Konoha. Having lived in Konoha for so many years, he knew exactly where to go and how to get there. It was now evening, and there weren't many people around the village perimeter, making their infiltration very smooth. According to their plan, they speculated that Uzumaki Kushina was most likely to appear in 3 places: the training ground, the ninja school, and her home. Tetsuya's small team's target was the training ground. The training ground for ninjutsu in Konoha was vast and provided a place for civilian ninjas in the village to practice their skills. As for the clan ninjas, they had their own dedicated training locations. Although Uzumaki Kushina lived in the residence of the first Hokage alongside Uzumaki Mido, the first Hokage's mansion didn't have a place for practicing ninjutsu. After all, Senju Hashirama didn't need such things. Therefore, Kushina usually practiced ninjutsu at the training ground. I see now that that's why it's been so easy. Having successfully reached the hidden point outside the training ground, Tetsuya finally understood why they could infiltrate so smoothly. The war had just ended, and Konoha had been engaged in multiple battles during this war. Although they won, the cost was heavy. Many ninjas sacrificed themselves on a battlefield, and Konoha was already very weakened during this period. It seems that Konoha is even more vulnerable than we imagined. Yes, sir. Don't be fooled by how Konoha seems to be the biggest winner of this ninja world war. Lord Suchikage has calculated that Konoha's losses are actually the largest among all ninja villages, which is why we dared to formulate this kidnapping plan. If that's the case, are you willing to play a big game with me? If we succeed, the Raikage will definitely reward you greatly. Tetsuya revealed a smile reminiscent of Oda Nobunaga, his white teeth shining brightly. The 2 Nin exchanged glances, and thinking of Tetsuya's astonishing strength, Combined with Konoha's current vulnerability, they couldn't help but nod. We will follow the adult's lead. If the adult tells us to go east, we will never go west. Very good. Tetsuya nodded in satisfaction. Based on the information I have, there is a sealing scroll left by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, in Konoha, which contains a large number of forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage. If we can steal it and bring it back to the village, it will definitely be a great achievement. Upon hearing this, the two J-Nin-S hearts burned with enthusiasm, but they still slapped their faces to calm themselves down. But sir, what about our mission? Right, our primary task is to kidnap the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Sai, do you think that if we wait here, the Uzumaki descendant will just show up? Tetsuya pointed to the sky and asked. It was already evening. Would you be training at this time? The two shook their heads. Then that S settled. Staying here is just a waste of time. We might as well go steal the sealing scroll. Isn't that a great achievement? Listening to Tetsuya's words, the two thought carefully and found his reasoning sound. At this time, most people would have gone home for dinner. Continuing to stay here was meaningless. So, let the others handle the capture of the Uzumaki descendant. We will go steal the sealing scroll. This is called risk sharing. Even if the other side fails to kidnap the Uzumaki descendant, if we manage to steal the sealing scroll, wouldn't that compensate for the losses from the failed mission? The adult is right. We will follow your orders completely. All right, follow me. Tetsuya led them straight to the Hokage building. He was very familiar with this route. Back when the second Hokage, Tobarama, was still around, he often delivered takeout to him. As the three approached the Hokage building, the number of visible sentries and hidden guards gradually increased. Be careful and watch out for patrolling ninjas. With a reminder, the three quickly concealed themselves. They saw two Konoha ninjas dressed in green J-Nin attire walking down the street. After confirming they had walked far enough away, the three continued forward. Although the two J-Nin following Tetsuya were obviously specially trained and extremely skilled at hiding and reconnaissance, even Konoha's Umbu ninjas had high levels of concealment. But these two J-Nin could still detect the hidden Umbu while avoiding their line of sight. It must be said that even Tetsuya was not as good as them in this regard. Continuing forward, the three successfully entered the Hokage building. At this time in the evening, there weren't many people still in the Hokage building. Tetsuya signaled them to split up and act separately. The Hokage building was large, and splitting up was the best choice to find the sealing scroll. After separating, Tetsuya immediately transformed into Jiraiya and swaggered through the Hokage building. Chapter 70. Where is the Book of Seals? It can't be hidden in the Hokage building, can it? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen hide it in his own home? No. It's usually hidden in the Hokage building, right? Could it be that the novels I've read are all wrong? Transforming into Jiraiya. Tetsuya was searching for the Book of Seals in the Hokage building, but he didn't find it after checking several places. Lord Jiraiya, when did you return? Just as he pushed open a door, a ninja sorting documents noticed Jiraiya standing at the entrance. Ah! Tetsuya laughed a couple of times, mimicking Jiraiya. I just came back not long ago. I was sent by the old man to find something. What do you need to find? Perhaps I can help you. Well, I'm researching a new ninjutsu, but I'm struggling to find inspiration. The old man told me to look for the Book of Seals, but I forgot where it is. The Book of Seals? I know where it is. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the ninja, Tetsuya arrived at the entrance of an unremarkable-looking room. This is it. I'll take my leave now. There are some things I'm not convenient to see. The guiding ninja slightly bowed to Tetsuya and turned to leave. Is it in here? It doesn't look special at all. Curious, Tetsuya activated his Sharingan. He was startled by what he saw. Wow. The seemingly ordinary room was filled with chakra fluctuations, with various special barriers and sealing techniques. If one didn't follow specific rules to break these barriers and seals, it would likely trigger the seals and barriers inside. However, Tetsuya had no other skills but to live long and enjoy researching various sealing techniques and ninjutsu in his spare time. After all, the most commonly used rewards he drew initially were the 8 trigram seal and the chakra sealing technique from Inuzuka, which made him very interested in this area. Pushing open the door, Tetsuya stepped inside and began his research. He moved quickly, successfully arriving at the sealing scrolls before the sun set. This is the Book of Seals from Konoha. Let me see what's written inside. Opening the Book of Seals, the first ninjutsu recorded was the multiple shadow clone technique. This technique is very classic. Naruto relied on this ninjutsu and the Rasengan to clear the entire Naruto series. He learned it just by glancing at it. As Tetsuya already knew the shadow clone technique and had researched the multiple shadow clone technique during his idle time. Not only the multiple shadow clone technique, but he also knew the Rasengan. Basically, Apart from forbidden techniques and secret arts, Tetsuya knew a bit of every other ninjutsu. Well, the technique I deduced isn't much different, but the control over chakra is a bit more refined. Next, the second forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation. Tetsuya glanced at it and skipped it. It was a useless garbage ninjutsu. He could truly resurrect someone. Izuna was revived by him, so why would he need this ninjutsu? Moreover, even if he did need it, he would want the perfected version from Orochimaru. This original version of impure world reincarnation, TSK. Never mind. The third technique, the 8 gates. This technique immediately caught Tetsuya's attention. After all, when he first obtained the undying body of the evil god, he had thought about the 8 gates. As anyone who has watched Naruto probably had the idea of combining the 8 gates with immortality. Good stuff. This is a good one. I need to remember it quickly. He didn't plan to take the Book of Seals away, as he wanted to have some fun when Prince Naruto came to steal the book in the future. What would happen if he took it now? Quickly noting down the 8 gates, Tetsuya continued to flip through the next forbidden technique. The fourth technique, the exploding tag exchange technique. This technique is good. Deidara would definitely like it. However, this technique can't be used by just anyone. It requires an impure body. The explosion range is too large, and the explosion speed is quick. Once activated, it will trigger a chain explosion until it turns the enemy and itself into ashes. Who are you? How dare you impersonate me to steal the Book of Seals? Just as Tetsuya was engrossed, a loud shout suddenly rang out. The real Jiraiya had appeared at the door. Oh dear, what bad luck. Tetsuya rolled up the Book of Seals, revealing a mischievous smile. I didn't expect to run into the real deal. What a pity, I haven't found the Flying Thunder God yet. I don't care who you are. Put down the Book of Seals immediately and surrender. I will plead for leniency on your behalf. Sorry, I'm not in the habit of surrendering. As soon as he finished speaking, Tetsuya jumped and crashed through the window to escape the scene. Don't think you can run, Jiraiya shouted and was about to chase after him. Before leaving, he told the guiding ninja, you go notify everyone. We have an enemy intrusion, and he has stolen the Book of Seals. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Soon, the ninjas of Konoha sprang into action. There was no choice, after all. The two of them were moving around on the village rooftops, occasionally erupting in dazzling bursts of fire, making too much noise. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jiraiya, chasing Tetsuya, jumped onto a nearby telephone pole and unleashed a fierce blast of fire, illuminating the village as it surged toward Tetsuya. Nice fire style, but the flames are a bit small. As he spoke, Tetsuya quickly formed hand seals with one hand, and before Jiraiya's fire technique arrived, he unleashed his own flames. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. In an instant, the flames transformed into a massive fire dragon, which opened its large mouth and directly swallowed Jiraiya's great fireball technique. The fire dragon that consumed the great fireball exploded violently. The terrifying shockwave echoed through the streets, but fortunately, there weren't many people in Tetsuya's escape direction. Such powerful fire style. Seeing Tetsuya's great dragon fire technique, Jiraiya was taken aback. He realized that this enemy was probably not simple. After all, anyone bold enough to break into the Hokage building to steal the Book of Seals wouldn't be an ordinary character. Who exactly are you? And why are you trying to steal our Konoha's things? Oh dear, didn't your teacher teach you? Don't chatter with your enemies. As he spoke, Tetsuya formed another set of hand seals. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly performed his ninjutsu. 2 fire dragons collided, resulting in an astonishing explosion, which was heard throughout Konoha, drawing more and more people toward the scene. What are you looking around for? Just as Jiraiya was searching for Tetsuya's figure, Tetsuya's voice rang out from behind him. Nani, with a secret ninjutsu, 1,000 years of pain, Tetsuya executed the legendary secret technique directly targeting Jiraiya's rear. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Just as Jiraiya was about to suffer a critical blow, several white snakes opened their mouths wide and lunged at Tetsuya. Chapter 71, Tetsuya vs. Orochimaru appeared behind Tetsuya at some point, his hands transforming into several white snakes that lunged at Tetsuya. Tetsuya dodged swiftly, but the white snakes twisted their bodies and bit down on the sealing book strapped to Tetsuya's back. Got it. Orochimaru yanked the sealing book back with force. Seeing the sealing book in Orochimaru's hands, Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Orochimaru, the smartest of the 3 ninjas, he came straight for the sealing book in my hands. Being able to maintain the upper hand against that idiot Jiraiya for several rounds. I don't think my surprise attack will work, so all I need to do is retrieve what belongs to our Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled in his unique voice and summoned a snake as thick as his arm, which swallowed the ceiling book whole and burrowed underground. Oh, but don't you think that I might do something a bit crazy now that I don't have the ceiling book? Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. You don't really seem like that kind of person. Even though you're using that idiot Jiraiya's face, I know you're definitely not a madman. Hey, Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Why are you calling me an idiot in front of the enemy? Am I really a madman? Shut up, idiot Jiraiya. At this moment, Tsunade also arrived at the battlefield, and the three ninjas gathered once more. The last time the three ninjas gathered, they faced Hanzo the Salamander and made a name for themselves in the ninja world, but this time they were facing an unidentified enemy. In addition to Tsunade, many Konoha ninjas arrived as well, but upon seeing the three ninjas, they realized that this intruder was probably not simple and surrounded the scene, keeping their distance and not daring to approach easily. Stalling for time? Interesting. Then let me have a chat with the three of you from Konoha. As he spoke, he formed hand seals. Fire release. Triple fire dragon flame. Whoosh. Fiery flames surged in the air, and in an instant, three terrifying fire dragons shot out, charging straight at the three ninjas. Orochimaru and Tsunade quickly dodged, while Jiraiya completed his hand seals. Fire release. Fireball technique. Boom. Flames erupted, and the orange fire illuminated the entire street. Shadow snake hands. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's distraction, Orochimaru sent several large snakes charging at Tetsuya. Hee. Old tricks won't work on me. Lightning release. Lightning snake. With a flick of his right hand, golden lightning transformed into a giant snake that charged forward. The violent thunder instantly shattered Orochimaru's snakes and rushed towards him. Gah! The golden lightning snake lunged at Orochimaru's face, ready to bite down. Nanny! Orochimaru was startled. He had never seen such a ninjutsu before. He quickly activated the body flicker technique to evade the attack. Heavenly Foot. A female voice rang out as Tsunade descended from above, kicking towards Tetsuya. Boom! The moment the kick landed, the building collapsed. Tsunade searched for Tetsuya's figure amidst the rubble, realizing something was off when her kick landed. What she hit was not an enemy, but a piece of wood. Eat my elbow strike. As Tsunade turned around, a figure rushed in like the wind, delivering an elbow strike directly to her face. Tsunade hurriedly raised her hands to block, but she underestimated the power of the strike. Thud! With a dull sound, Tsunade's body crashed through the wall and rolled twice on the street before stopping. Tsunade. Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed forward to help her up. Be careful, Tsunade shouted loudly, and Jiraiya looked up to see a fire dragon charging towards them. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Ninjutsu. Needle Earth Store. Upon seeing the terrifying fire dragon and Tsunade lying on the ground, Jiraiya embraced Tsunade and activated the Needle Earth Store technique. White long hair instantly sprouting and wrapping around the two of them. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Orochimaru saw this and immediately activated his ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Serpent binding technique. The next moment, a multitude of long snakes poured out of Orochimaru's mouth, the snake swarm frantically charging towards Tetsuya. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. As the ninjutsu activated, the area around Tetsuya turned into a swamp, swallowing all the incoming snakes. Are you alright, Jiraiya? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who was burned, and immediately activated the healing technique. I'm fine. It's just a minor burn, Jiraiya said casually, but he was trembling from the pain. It seems you all underestimate me. After all this time, you still won't use your summoning beasts? If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Tetsuya felt a bit bored after fighting for so long. He hadn't even summoned a beast to play with. As soon as he finished speaking, Tetsuya turned and walked away. You can't escape. Jiraiya shouted loudly upon seeing this. He immediately performed the summoning technique. Boom! A gigantic toad appeared beside Jiraiya, with dark red skin, wearing a coat, holding a huge pipe in its mouth, and carrying a long sword at its waist. Jiraiya, who is this enemy? It's that guy who wants to escape. Please stop him, Fukasaku. Jiraiya leaped onto Fukasaku's back. Understood. Fukasaku leaped forward. Although it looked somewhat large and clumsy, its speed was surprisingly astonishing, leaping ahead of the Konoha ninjas who had chased after Tetsuya. Boom! Fukasaku, carrying Jiraiya, blocked Tetsuya's path. Fukasaku saw that Tetsuya looked just like Jiraiya. Is this the guy? He actually disguised himself as you. Fukasaku, let us stop him. Use that technique. Understood. Jiraiya and Fukasaku worked together seamlessly, their chakra exploding. Fire release. Toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya spewed forth fierce flames, while Fukasaku spat out sticky, flammable toad oil. The flames ignited the toad oil, instantly transforming into a massive fireball that swept towards Tetsuya. Tetsuya hurriedly retreated. Water release, water barrier. Faced with the flames caused by the toad oil, Tetsuya chose not to take it head-on and unleashed the water barrier for defense. After all, once contaminated with toad oil, the flames would not easily extinguish. Summoning technique, come forth great snake. Orochimaru did not choose to summon the 10,000 snakes. After all, that creature was extremely violent, and summoning it required live sacrifices. This was not a battlefield, and if 10,000 snakes decided to devour the people of Konoha, it would be disastrous. The summoning technique activated, and a large snake was summoned. Orochimaru directed the bluish-gray snake to charge directly at Tetsuya. It opened its massive mouth and lunged to bite Tetsuya. A foul, rotten smell wafting through the air. "Oh dear, your long worm's mouth stinks." As he spoke, Tetsuya completed his hand seals. Summoning technique, come forth Wangdaxian. Chapter 72. The spirit beast that feeds on the three great sacred land spirit beasts. A massive python stretched its neck and opened its gaping maw to bite down on Jie. The size of that mouth made everyone feel that Jie had nowhere to escape. However, at the critical moment, a giant fluffy claw directly seized the python's vital point, flipping it over in an instant. The Konoha crowd looked up and saw a huge, fluffy creature with yellow fur, sharp claws, and a long tail tipped with a tuft of white fur. What was that thing? A tail beast? Seeing the yellow, fluffy giant, the Konoha crowd felt a bit scared, as the impression left by the nine tails was too deep. It was equally enormous, fluffy, and yellow, with such a long tail. It was hard not to think of the nine tails that had come back with Uchiha Madara to destroy Konoha. No, it should not be a tailed beast, but some kind of spirit beast. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen such a large longworm. It looks like it should be the longworm from the Dragon Cave. You can't raise such a big worm anywhere else. Kid, you finally called me out to fight. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. But speaking of which, how did you run into the guys from the Dragon Cave? Said the voice from atop the yellow and white creature. It's nothing, I just came to Konoha to borrow something, but they didn't want to lend it. So we ended up fighting, Jie replied. Not far away, Jiraiya, standing on the head of Fukasaku, was startled to see the yellow-white creature effortlessly pinning down the giant snake. How could there be such a massive spirit beast? Moreover, the natural energy on that spirit beast was so rich. Wontai, do you know that guy? Jiraiya asked, but he noticed that Fukasaku's voice was trembling. That guy's from a Yellow Weasel clan of the Yellow Weasel Grave. Fukasaku exclaimed. Yellow Weasel Grave? What kind of place is that? Is it a sacred land for spirit beasts like Mayaboka Mountain? Yes, Fukasaku answered. But I also heard about this place and the Yellow Weasel clan from the elders of Mayaboka Mountain. It is said that a long time ago, when we spirit beasts were still active in the shinobi world, there existed a place called Yellow Weasel Grave, where the Yellow Weasel clan was very powerful. The most critical point is that there is nothing they want to eat. Snakes, frogs, even insects would become food for the weasels. And many spirit beasts have perished in the mouths of the Yellow Weasel clan, so their territory is called a grave. However, they later vanished from the shinobi world, and I didn't expect to see a living weasel today. They actually signed a contract with the people of the shinobi world. Jiraiya, who is that person impersonating you? How could he summon a weasel? This question puzzled Jiraiya as well. Was this strange spirit beast really that terrifying? It actually fed on the spirit beasts of the three great sacred lands. Although he knew that the three great sacred lands seemed to have a restraining relationship, how could a creature that could overpower all three suddenly appear? Looking up, he saw the yellow weasel had already torn through the giant snake's scales and sent it back to the dragon cave. Orochimaru, aren't you going to call out the great serpent to play? Jie smiled at Orochimaru, who had already retreated. Orochimaru, looking at the spirit beast before him, felt a cold sweat running down his back. To understand what was happening, it seemed they had to defeat that spirit beast to capture that person. Wontai, let us go. All right. Wontai drew the sword from his waist. Toad Flameblade. Fukasaku, Wontai spat out toad oil to coat the sword, and Jiraiya breathed fire to ignite the blade. The flaming sword lunged at the yellow-white creature. Flameblade? Don't make me laugh. Yellow-white extended a claw and pulled out a pipe, directly swiping it to deflect Wontai's flameblade. Then, holding the pipe in its mouth, it blew out a gust of air. Whoosh! In an instant, a sky full of starfire erupted from the pipe, igniting upon descent. Wontai dodge! Jiraiya shouted, and Wontai hurriedly jumped back to avoid the attack. Hee! The toad from Mayaboka Mountain, you're a bit stronger than that long worm from the Dragon Cave, but that's about it. Yellow-White showed a very human-like expression. Don't be too arrogant. This is Konoha. Snails, let us go. Yes, Lady Tsunade. A gigantic white snail appeared, directly spraying thick acidic liquid toward Yellow-White. Yellow-White nimbly dodged the attack, and the acid directly corroded a large building behind it into an unrecognizable state. The snails from the wet bone forest. Vivi, he gathered all at once, huh? Seeing the snail appear, Yellow-White rubbed its claws excitedly, having not fought with these prey for many years. Yellow-White from the Yellow Weasel Grave. I didn't expect you to reappear in the shinobi world. Hee, if you could be active in the shinobi world, why can't I? Saying this, Yellow-White picked up the pipe again. Enough talk. Feel the flames of your grandpa, Yellow-White. Whoosh! Another gust of air blew out, sending a sky full of starfire that ignited in the next moment. Everyone, be careful. With the previous experience, Jiraiya quickly reminded everyone. However, the outer Konoha ninja had already run far away. The current battle was beyond their level of engagement. Don't engage in battles that are not on your level, unless you have some sort of cheat, otherwise it's a dead end. At this moment, only a short time had passed since the end of the Second Shinobi World War, and most of Konoha's ninjas had barely survived the battlefield and returned. So they understood this principle very well. We need to pull him outside the village. Fighting inside the village will cause too much destruction. But how we pull him out? Just then, a figure as agile as a monkey appeared. He held a giant stick. Let us go. Sarutobi. Oh, the giant stick suddenly expanded, transforming into a long pole that struck Yellow-White. What is this? Before Yellow-White could react, it, along with Jie, was sent flying, the pole extending outside Konoha. Great, it's the teacher. The newcomer was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, you finally made it, Jie said. Now the battlefield has finally moved outside the village. Retracting the giant stick, it transformed into the spirit beast Sarutobi. Be careful, Hiruzen. That guy is from the Yellow Weasel clan of the Yellow Weasel Grave, very powerful and proficient in many strange techniques. After recognizing the enemy, Sarutobi felt a bit of fear. Thankfully, the opponent had not been on guard earlier. I understand, but next, please help me protect the village. Of course. Outside Konoha, Jie patted his clothes and smiled. Ah, you finally came out, monkey. I thought you weren't going to show up. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to destroy Konoha? Destroy Konoha? I didn't do anything. It was your 3 students who kept bothering me. And I only fought back because they attacked me first. From the very beginning, I just wanted to borrow something. As he spoke, Tetsuya waved his hand, dispelling the transformation technique he had been using. However, he took advantage of the smoke to don a black robe and put on the yellow single-eyed whirlpool mask again. A scarlet Sharingan appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise at Tetsuya's appearance. The Sharingan. Chapter 73. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I understand now. The masked man is Uchiha Kagami. The moment the yellow whirlpool mask with a single Sharingan appeared before everyone, the identity of this mysterious person who stole the Book of Seals became very clear. He is the masked man Akatsuki who appeared on the battlefield alongside the one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Hello. He opened his arms wide and shouted hello, then twisted his body in a grotesque manner. How about that? Didn't expect it to be me, right? Surprised? Unexpected? AKA, what do you want to do? Why did you steal our Konoha's Book of Seals? Why? Of course it's for fun. By the way, consider this a warning to you, Konoha Village. You should withdraw your troops still in the Land of Rain soon, or you will regret it. Saying this, Zetsu glanced meaningfully at Tsunade. He had previously warned them to evacuate the Konoha people from the Land of Rain, but a portion of them had not yet retreated, and among them was Dan Kato. Calculating the time, this Tsunade's first love was nearing death. As for why he repeatedly reminded them to withdraw, it wasn't because he was overflowing with compassion, hoping to save more people. He just wanted to see if Dan Kato would return alive, and if he and Tsunade would end up together. If Tsunade became a married woman, would Jiraiya still like her? Or would he like her even more? A married Tsunade, TSK. Seems like a plus, huh? Sharingan. You're also a member of the Uchiha clan, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Zetsu. You Uchiha clan are part of the village. Why are you doing this? Do you know that your actions will cause your clan to face criticism in the village? Heh, monkey, are you planning to morally bind me? Zetsu retracted his playful tone, and that single Sharingan glowed with a dangerous red light. You've changed, haven't you? Being Hokage for so long, you've gone from being a ninja to a politician? That's really disgusting. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen felt completely different from the Sarutobi Hiruzen he met in the ramen shop or when he first became Hokage. He used to think Hiruzen was a decent person, but now he felt uncomfortable around him. Is this the change that power brings? turning a passionate person into someone aloof and unlikable? I didn't mean it that way. I was just reminding you. After all, you also have a Sharingan. You are also an Uchiha, aren't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Just a moment ago, many thoughts flashed through his mind. The fact that he called him Monkey means this person knew him from before, and those who called him Monkey usually had a good relationship with him. He also mentioned that he had changed and had become a politician after being Hokage for so long, which means this person likely knew him before he became Hokage. Moreover, with a single Sharingan, Uchiha, could it be Kagami? Is that you, Uchiha Kagami? What? The three Sannin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. This mysterious Akatsuki is actually Uchiha Kagami, who was of the same generation as the old man. But wasn't Uchiha Kagami already dead? He didn't make it back during the first Great Ninja War. Zetsu paused upon hearing this. No, what is going on with this Sarutobi Hiruzen? Is he mistaking himself for Uchiha Kagami? What part of him resembles Uchiha Kagami? No, wait, it seems like this disguise could work for him too. Hold on, think about it. Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I understand. In just a moment, Zetsu had already devised a script. Sorry, Obito, your script is now mine. While Zetsu was contemplating, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zetsu, who was standing there unresponsive, and felt certain that he had guessed correctly. Only if he was right would the other party react this way. Just as he was about to say something, Zetsu took a deep breath and replied, Uchiha Kagami is dead. He died on the battlefield at your hands. The last sentence Zetsu almost shouted out. Saying this, he raised his hand and pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no Uchiha Kagami anymore. My name is Akatsuki. My name is Akatsuki. Do you understand? Saying this, he swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning strike technique. In an instant, chaotic lightning fell from the sky. Everyone be careful. Jiraiya immediately activated ninjutsu to shield everyone. Old man, after the ninjutsu was activated, Jiraiya noticed that his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no intention of defending himself at all. The thunder raged, explosions erupted, and smoke swirled. But soon the violent lightning calmed down. All right, Jiraiya, he has gone. Old man, what on earth is going on? The three Sannin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's complex expression, curious about what had happened. Let's go back. We can talk when we get back. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt exhausted. At first, it was the teacher who told him that Uchiha Izuna, who was killed by his own hands, had been resurrected. Although he trusted his teacher very much and kept his words in mind, how could the dead come back to life? Although there was a forbidden technique left by his teacher that could achieve this, it wasn't true resurrection in the literal sense. Then there was his disciple encountering the resurrected Uchiha Madara on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Regarding this matter, although there was a precedent from his teacher, and his disciple spoke convincingly, he had a few doubts about the resurrection of the dead since he had never seen it with his own eyes. But today was different. He actually saw Uchiha Kagami, who had long fallen on the battlefield. Although he was wearing a mask and his aura had changed somewhat, combining all the clues, it couldn't be wrong. That masked man was indeed Uchiha Kagami. With the dead continuously resurrecting, and all being Uchihas, there must be a major trouble behind these events. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, all the Konoha ninjas returned to the village, began repairing the village walls and the streets damaged by the battle, while also strengthening patrols around the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen then summoned a few of his old partners for an emergency meeting. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, one of the teams from Kumobikure successfully kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina and took her out of Konoha. This is just great. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. That's right, I didn't expect to run into an invasion of Konoha. With such a big commotion, the Konoha people must be dealing with the intruders. We were already very discreet, and now no one will notice that Konoha is short one little brat. The three were very happy, feeling that today was their lucky day. Chapter 74, Flirting Under the Moonlight. Evidence is conclusive. It's Uchiha Kagami? The three acted quickly, taking Kushina away from the scene. They weren't foolish enough to let their guard down just because Konoha was under attack. They wouldn't relax until they successfully left the Land of Fire with Kushina. However, they were still somewhat excited about the smooth progress of the mission and didn't notice Kushina's small actions. Kushina obediently followed the three, but secretly dropped her special red hair on the ground, leaving a clue in hopes that someone would find her trace. At the same time, she felt a bit sad because she was just an outsider, and she feared no one would risk their lives to save her. The night was deep, with dark clouds covering the moon, making the forest path particularly dim. Even experienced ninjas had to proceed with caution. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and a cloud ninja disappeared. What happened? The other two turned back, only to see their fallen comrade, but nothing else was in sight. The next moment, another person fell to the ground. The leading Jonin realized that someone was ambushing them from the shadows. They had been careless, too excited about their success to notice the attack. Instantly, the leading Jonin became tense, quickly leaping to the trees to cautiously observe the surroundings. But he didn't notice the figure coming from behind. Minato struck cleanly and decisively, hitting this person's back of the head. With one blow, the person instantly lost consciousness and fell from the treetop. After successfully dealing with all the enemies, Minato also jumped down from the tree. At this moment, the clouds in the sky parted, revealing the moon, and the moonlight illuminated the forest path, where Minato's figure appeared in front of Kushina. Are you hurt? I'm here to save you. After being forced to run all night by 3 Cloud Village ninjas, a tired Kushina lifted her head to look ahead and noticed that the ninjas from the other village had disappeared. A familiar boy stood in front of her. Seeing that Minato had come to save her, Kushina broke into a surprised smile, but as she relaxed, a wave of exhaustion hit her, and she stumbled forward. First, she had been kidnapped, and then she had run so far at night. Both mentally and physically, she was completely drained. Minato hurriedly stepped forward to support Kushina. It's okay now. I'll take you back to the village. Saying this, he picked her up. Wait a minute. Kushina wanted to say something, but Minato leaped out of the woods with her in his arms. Under the moonlight, Kushina carefully observed the handsome appearance of the boy in front of her. No wonder it's you, Minato, flirting under the moonlight. After Sarutobi Hizashi and the others finished their performance, Tetsuya rushed over. Timing is everything. He happened to witness Minato's moonlit flirtation. Everything seemed quite reasonable, except that the strength of these 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin was rather lacking. Saying this, he approached the 3 fallen ninjas, scrutinizing them before kicking them a couple of times. Didn't he kill them, just knock them out? No wonder it's you, Minato. Such a sunny disposition. But being too merciful to enemies isn't a good thing. Tetsuya took out 3 shurikens from his pocket and casually threw them, piercing the hearts of the 3 ninjas. To better execute his upcoming plan, the only ones who could successfully return from this mission were the 2 fools, Irika and Ruby. After eliminating the root of the problem for Minato, Tetsuya turned and left, heading to the rendezvous point to wait for the other surviving Cloud Village ninjas. In the Hokage building of Konoha, the meeting room saw the Konoha F4 gathering again, along with the 3 legendary ninjas. Danzo spoke first. Hizashi, the war has just ended, and the village is already under attack. This is your dereliction of duty as Hokage. It can only be said that Danzo was still the same Danzo, never giving up on bringing Sarutobi Hizashi down to take his place. All right, Danzo, enough with the accusations. No one expected the village would be attacked. Mito Minato stepped in to mediate. It's getting late, the village has just been attacked, and we need repairs tomorrow. Hizashi, if you have something to say, just say it. Hizashi looked at everyone present and spoke. Everyone, I have already figured out who attacked the village. Who is it? That person is Kagami, Uchiha Kagami. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Hizashi mentioned that the mysterious person who attacked the village was Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo stood up abruptly, slamming the table and shouting. Uchiha Kagami is dead. Yes, dead. How could a dead person come back to life? Danzo, are you questioning me? Hizashi retorted without holding back. Calm down, both of you. Let's talk this out. Yes, let's talk it out. Is there anything we cannot discuss? Although the 2 lazy ones were somewhat surprised and did not really believe in the resurrection of the dead, they were more interested in clarifying what was going on instead of yelling like Danzo. Hizashi, be clearer. Why are you so sure that person is Uchiha Kagami? Do you have any reasons? Danzo sat down, using his remaining eye to stare at Hizashi, wanting to see what he could say. In fact, I started to suspect that the masked man named Akatsuki was Kagami when Jiraiya and the others returned last time. Hizashi provided his reasoning for suspecting the other party was Kagami. First, Kagami's corpse was left outside and not recovered, so we can't confirm whether he really died. Then, that masked man seemed very familiar with my techniques and called me Monkey. The only ones who would call me Monkey are those who followed the second Hokage back then. Also, that person is a Uchiha, and he is very familiar with the village. Moreover, very few people outside Konoha know about the existence of the sealing book. Yet that person came straight to the Hokage building looking for it. And Hizashi laid out his thoughts one by one. The 2 lazy ones nodded repeatedly, finding some reason in his words. The key point is that when I exposed the identity of that masked man and called out Uchiha Kagami's name, his reaction was very strong and he vehemently denied that he was Uchiha Kagami. This only made me more convinced that the person hiding behind the mask is Kagami. Hizashi said, looking at the three legendary ninjas. This last point, Jiraiya and the others can also testify. They saw it at that time. Jiraiya and his companions nodded, confirming that what their teacher said was true. The masked man's reaction was indeed very strong at that time. At the same time, Jiraiya added, now that I think about it, that masked man must be very familiar with the village. The direction he retreated was toward the area with fewer people, and during the battle, he was deliberately avoiding places with larger crowds. Clearly, that person must have had some feelings for the village. Orochimaru then continued, that person is very strong. Although it may not sound good to say, when that person fought against us, they never used their full strength, but instead seemed to be guiding an incompetent junior. Chapter 75. Increasingly absurd reasoning. No matter what you say, I still don't believe that person is Q. That's it. I have a lot of things to do at the route. I'm leaving first. With that, Danzo stood up and left directly. Danzo. All right, let him go. Mito Gaten originally wanted to persuade Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen directly stopped Mito Gaten. Hiruzen, it's fine. Danzo needs to calm down. Let's continue the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, tapping the table. It can basically be confirmed that the masked man named Obito is indeed Q. So what we need to do now is figure out why they were revived, what their purpose is after being revived, and why they came to Konoha to steal the sealing book. Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke. Teacher, I have a hypothesis. What hypothesis? Perhaps. Senior Q came for the Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei, the technique developed by the second Hokage that can revive the dead. As the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had naturally seen the sealing book, and he knew that there was such a forbidden technique in it. That's right, I speculate that after Senior Q died, he was revived by someone or some force. But the opponent's revival technique might have some flaws or limitations. Therefore, in order to improve their technique, they want to steal the sealing book to study Edo Tensei and perfect their own technique. At this moment, Jiraiya raised his doubts. However, based on the situation just now, it didn't seem like the revived Senior Q had any flaws. No, perhaps there are flaws, but he has concealed them. Tsunade said thoughtfully. From the very beginning, he used transformation jutsu to turn into Jiraiya's appearance, and even after his identity was exposed, he still wore a mask after transforming back. If the opponent wore a mask to conceal his identity, then continuing to wear the mask after being exposed would be pointless. But he still continued to wear the mask, which indicates that the mask serves not only to conceal his identity, but also to hide his flaws. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Teacher, do you still remember when the second Hokage told you that there was something unusual about the revived Izuna? When Orochimaru asked this, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled carefully. Yes. The teacher told me that the revived Uchiha Izuna seemed to have gained an immortal body, and being pierced through the chest had no effect on him. At this point, everyone understood that it was likely, as Orochimaru said, that the method of reviving Uchiha Q had flaws, which is why they wore masks. And the reason Uchiha Q came to steal the sealing book was to obtain Edo Tensei from it to improve their revival technique. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Orochimaru continued, Teacher, then it seems that there's probably a mastermind behind all this who is reviving those powerful ninjas who have already died. And he likely has secrets that we do not know about. If that's the case, things seem to have become serious. Initially thought to be just an ordinary attack, but when connecting the dots, it seems to involve a much larger conspiracy. One can only say that their reasoning is becoming increasingly absurd. Just when the people of Konoha were feeling troubled by this huge conspiracy, the real mastermind had already returned to the capital of the Land of Fire, successfully eliminating all the ninjas from the Cloud Village who participated in this mission. Only Yuruka and Ruby were left. Sir, how should we report back to the Cloud Village this time? After dealing with the corpses, Yuruka asked. The two of them survived. Unless they defected from the Cloud Village right now and became rogue ninjas, otherwise they still had to return to the Cloud Village to report the mission. Even if it failed, I have already thought of a way for this. You two take these things back to report. Tetsuya took out several scrolls and handed them to the two. Inside are some jutsu from Konoha to say that you too stole them during the chaos, and I think it should help you gain some merits. The two held the scrolls in their hands, filled with joy. Thank you, sir. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I have a task to assign to you. Sir, please instruct us. Tetsuya hooked their shoulders with one arm each and said, What I hope is that after you return to the Cloud Village, you can mix well, strive to reach the higher-ups, and become my eyes and ears in the Cloud Village. Do you understand? Whatever you need in the Cloud Village, I will do my best to provide you with help. As long as you can climb higher and mix better, the greater the help to me in the future. No problem, we guarantee to complete the task. Very good, I believe in you. Saying this, Tetsuya released the two and patted their shoulders. You two should find a time to return to the Cloud Village. By the way, if you're interested in the jutsu on the scrolls, you can learn them as well. Thank you, sir. After arranging the two, Tetsuya left their base. Outside the capital of the land of fire, Chiba Manor. As the sun rose, the dewdrops still hung on the branches and leaves of the flowers and trees in the manor. And the sound of shuriken being thrown could already be heard in the open area. Nagato 10 rings, Konin 10 rings, Yahiko 10 rings. Izuna walked past each wooden post, confirming whether the shuriken hit the target. The results were quite good, meeting Izuna's requirements. Very good. It seems that your training during this time has not been in vain. You have made great progress. Hooray! I told you I am a genius. Yahiko said with his hands on his hips, feeling very happy about his achievements. Oh, is that so? Then, genius Yahiko, would you like to take a look at this simulated exam paper of 3 years of study and 5 years of business? Hearing this familiar, mischievous voice coming from behind, Yahiko couldn't help but shiver. A chill ran up his spine, straight to the top of his head. Tetsuya, teacher Tetsuya. Welcome back, teacher. The three turned to look at the entrance of the manor. Tetsuya squinted his eyes, smiling as he walked slowly from outside the manor with his hands behind his back. Have you missed me in these few days? The three of them lowered their heads in unison, not answering the question. Obviously, they had all been very happy during the days Tetsuya was away. After all, no child likes to be tortured by math problems, and in this world that values force, they prefer training ninjutsu over doing problems. Oh dear, you really make me sad. I even brought you delicious food. Since no one misses me, I'll just eat it myself. Saying this, Tetsuya took out various snacks from behind him. The three little ones' eyes lit up at the sight of the food and immediately surrounded him. Of course we missed you, Teacher Tetsuya. We thought about you every day you were away. Teacher Tetsuya is the best. Haha, since you all miss me so much, then all this food is for you. Taking the food, the three immediately tore it open and started sharing. Just when the three were the happiest. Eat up, eat up. Once you're done, it will be time for me to check your homework. You haven't fallen behind on your assignments these days, right? Chapter 76 Arrangement. Each of my disciples must have a forbidden technique. That's it. It should be about right. At Shinya Manor, Jia sat in a wooden cabin, having finished writing 2 scrolls. These 2 scrolls contain the techniques of the multi-shadow clone technique and the 8 gates of Duinjia, which Jia had copied from the Book of Seals. Although he could extract these forbidden techniques from Erha, given Erha's personality, he would probably have to spend quite a bit of money to get them. After all, so far, he had only managed to extract one forbidden technique, which was the mutual explosive tag technique. It was a pity that he was discovered before he could reach the page for Flying Thunder God. As Jia spoke, he set down the brush and picked up the 2 scrolls to check them carefully, confirming that there were no issues. What are you writing? Izuna passed by the window and saw the scrolls and ink on Jia's desk. I went to Konoha yesterday and memorized 2 forbidden techniques. Do you want to take a look and study them together? Konoha's forbidden techniques? Let me see. Hearing that Jia had stolen forbidden techniques from Konoha, Izuna, curious, climbed through the window and entered the room, picking up the scroll for the multi-shadow clone technique to study it. TSK, the multi-shadow clone technique? Who researched this technique? It's so evil. After taking a quick glance, Izuna exclaimed that the technique seemed so wicked. If it weren't for Izuna always having his Sharingan activated, he would have doubted whether this Izuna was actually Tobarama in disguise. How is this technique evil? It's just a few more shadow clones, right? No, it's not that simple. Izuna explained. Shadow clones are different from regular clones. The clones created by the clone technique are just illusions meant to confuse the opponent, while the shadow clone technique can create tangible clones that inherit the original's power, memory, and thoughts. The most crucial point is that these tangible clones will return the memories they experience back to the user's mind after they dissipate. Generally, having a few shadow clones is manageable for a trained ninja, as they can analyze and process the memories brought back. However, this technique can create hundreds or thousands of shadow clones at once. Not to mention the chakra consumption. Does an average person even have that much chakra? Once the technique is released, how could an ordinary person withstand the flood of memories? Unless they belong to a special ninja clan with such secret techniques or some particularly thick-skinned fools. As Izuna spoke, he glanced at Jie beside him. Of course, for you, a monster who hasn't changed in decades, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, you've lived long enough and have rich experiences. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Who invented this evil ninja technique? No wonder it's listed as a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals. Oh, it's your old acquaintance, Senju Tobarama, who invented it. Humph, the inherently evil Senju Tobarama. If it's him, it's not surprising. After all, he could invent a technique like flying Thunder God Slash, which is quite unscrupulous. It was evident that Izuna still harbored grievances about Tobarama killing him with the Flying Thunder God. As Izuna picked up the scroll for the 8 gates of Duinjia to study it, he exclaimed, "Wait, is this technique a form of suicide?" After reading about the 8 gates of Duinjia, Izuna was filled with questions. Why were both techniques, Jia, brought back so evil? The multi-shadow clone technique was manageable if one had a special physique, but the 8 gates of Duinjia was entirely about self-destruction. Opening the 8 gates does indeed enhance combat power, but as the number of gates opened increases, the damage to the body also becomes greater. By the time all 8 gates are opened, the user's combat power will undergo a qualitative leap, but when it all ends, the user will die because the last gate is the death gate. Forget about whether it's suicide. Just tell me how powerful this technique is. Izuna looked at Jia, recalling that although this technique was dangerous and had significant side effects, it wouldn't affect Jia at all. He was immortal and had a powerful self-recovery ability. For you, this technique is indeed quite powerful. No, it's practically tailor-made for you. No wonder you brought it out. It's not bad. Is this technique also developed by that inherently evil Senju, Tobarama? This one seems to be different, but this one is. Jia pulled out another scroll from his sleeve. Izuna opened it and saw the first line boldly written. The Mutual Explosive Tag Technique. TSK, truly worthy of the inherently evil Senju, Tobarama. This technique clearly has no intention of letting the user survive. I plan to teach this technique to Conan. Are you crazy? Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jia. You want to kill my disciple? I absolutely won't allow it. What are you talking about? Conan is also my disciple. Do you think I would harm my own disciple? Then what do you mean? What do I mean? Of course, I want Conan to learn this powerful, forbidden technique. You should have noticed Conan's talent, right? That special ninjutsu. Hearing this, Izuna calmed down a bit. You mean paper jutsu? Exactly. Explosive tags are also a form of paper. Manipulating paper and manipulating explosive tags aren't much different. And then adding the mutual explosive tag technique. Looking at Jiye's sly grin, Izuna couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. He could already envision in future battles Conan using paper clones to rush at the enemy, then activating the mutual explosive tag technique, causing all the paper that formed the clones to turn into explosive tags and explode under the technique's effect. Good heavens! Will Conan become a mad bomber in the ninja world in the future? Seeing Izuna's face twitching, Jie smiled and asked, so how about it? Isn't this technique a perfect match for Conan? What about the other two? They are a trio. You can't possibly give this technique only to Conan and leave out Yahiko and Nagato. Jie rubbed his chin, deep in thought. My idea is to give the multi-shadow clone technique to Nagato. He is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, with a large chakra reserve, and with the Rinnegan. Using this technique should be no problem. You know, in the original timeline, Nagato could control the 6 paths of pain to fight simultaneously. So he should be able to handle the massive memories that come from releasing the multi-shadow clone technique. As for Yahiko, mentioning Yahiko, Jie looked at the scroll for the 8 gates of Duinjia. Yahiko was the one with the least talent among the 3, but he possessed a passion and drive that the other 2 lacked. The 8 gates of Duinjia was indeed suitable for him, but the side effects of this technique. Chapter 77. The Return of the 2 Fools to Hidden Cloud Village. How about this? Saying so, Jie took out a kunai and directly cut off a part of the scroll. The 8 gates recorded on the scroll lost 1 door, and the final death gate was gone. I'll give him the first 7 gates. With these 7, it should be enough. When I find a solution for the death gate, I can give him the last one. How about that? He added, if it really doesn't work, I can't think of a way to revive him. At most, it's just a matter of spending some money. For a moment, Kwana didn't know what to say. After all, Jie had already put it this way. Okay, but it's still too early to give them this level of secret technique. Let them grow a bit more first. You make a good point. Right now, Nagato and the others are still too weak. They've just started to practice ninjutsu, and forbidden techniques are still too far for them. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village, Yaluka and Yurubi finally returned to their village. As soon as they stepped through the gate of Hidden Cloud Village, other ninjas surrounded them. Yaluka, Yurubi, why are only the 2 of you back? What about the others? What about the descendants of the Whirlpool? The mission failed, but we brought back other things. The mission failed? That's okay. What's important is that you're back. After all, that was Konoha. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the Reikage. All right, Reikage building. Seeing the situation, The Raikage sat behind his desk, but there were no official documents on his desk. All the documents were on a nearby table, where an assistant was handling them. Raikage-sama. The door to the Raikage's office opened, and that ninja led Yurubi and Yaluka into the office. Yurubi and Yaluka, who went to Konoha to carry out a mission, returned, but only the two of them came back. Raikage-sama. The two bowed to the Raikage. Although they were associated with Jie, as people of the Land of Lightning, they had genuine respect for the Raikage. You've returned. You've worked hard. We deeply apologize, Raikage-sama. Our mission failed. We had successfully kidnapped the descendant of the Whirlpool, but Konoha's people rescued them. However, we took advantage of the internal turmoil in Konoha and brought back other things. Those brothers sacrificed themselves to cover us. The two spoke in turn, not giving the Raikage a chance to ask questions, directly setting the tone for the incident. The mission failed, but they brought back other things. The other ninjas sacrificed themselves to cover them. As they spoke, each presented a scroll. The third Raikage took the scrolls and unfolded them one by one. One scroll contained the Shadow, Shuriken Jutsu, and the other contained the Earth style, Hell Swamp. These two ninjutsu are quite rare and characteristic of Konoha. One is the technique of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other is a technique of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas. There is no doubt that they must have stolen these from Konoha. However, how should I put it? These two techniques don't quite fit the ninjas of Hidden Cloud Village. Compared to such ninjutsu, they prefer to charge straight in. Nevertheless, they are still A-rank ninjutsu and are quite precious even in Hidden Cloud Village. I understand. You've worked hard on this mission. The third Raikage, AI, put away the scrolls. Although the mission to kidnap the descendant of the Whirlpool failed, it is not your fault. This mission inherently carries a high risk of failure. It's already fortunate that you were able to return alive. Moreover, you brought back Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls, which can be considered an achievement. Our Hidden Cloud Village has always been clear about rewards and punishments. There are consequences for failures, and there are rewards for achievements. Consider this mission completed. Remember to collect your rewards later. The Tsuchikage beside him reminded. Raikage-sama, the two of them have already been exposed. Continuing with the previous mission might not be wise. That's indeed true. The third Raikage AI nodded in agreement. You two have been lurking in the Land of Fire for many years, right? Yes, Raikage-sama. I won't say much else. We both understand the situation in the Land of Fire pretty well. Good, very good. The third Raikage smiled broadly, slammed the desk, and decided, from today onwards, establish a special operations ninja team targeting the Land of Fire. This ninja team will be managed by the two of you. How many people you need is up to you, and for where you recruit them is also your decision. I only have one request. All future missions regarding the Land of Fire will be entrusted to you too, and you must handle them well. Do you understand? Understood. We will never disappoint Raikage-sama. The two replied with an unprecedented determination. What a joke. Don't think that the Raikage is just assigning them a ninja team. The key point in what the Raikage said is that they can decide how many people they need and where to recruit them from. As long as they complete the mission, everything else doesn't matter. Even if the Haven Tea worked in a professional setting, just hearing these words would show them how great the power they have is. Very well, you may leave now. Remember to collect your task rewards. Understood. Thank you, Raikage. Then we will take our leave. The two respectfully bowed to the Raikage before leaving. After the two left, the Raikage looked at the Tsuchikage beside him and spoke. Tsuchikage, do you think there is something wrong with those two? Although the previous Raikages were quite reckless, it doesn't mean they lacked intelligence. On the contrary, those who could become the shadow of a village all had some cunning. Raikage-sama, I believe there is nothing wrong with them. The Tsuchikage replied. I've checked the records. Yaluka and Yurubi have been lurking in the Land of Fire for many years. Over the years, they have continuously relayed information back from the Land of Fire, and the information has been genuine and effective. Before the start of the Second Shinobi World War, they even found merchants selling food and iron ore, providing us with war supplies. You must know that at that time, Konoha itself was lacking these war supplies. And I find it unlikely that Konoha intentionally released this information to confuse us. Listening to the Tsuchikage's words, the Raikage nodded. Then the Tsuchikage continued, not only that, Raikage-sama, other intelligence channels have also reported that Konoha was recently attacked by a strong enemy, and a battle broke out inside Konoha village with the legendary three ninjas. In the end, it was still the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who personally intervened to drive back the strong enemy. The Tsuchikage casually shared the information he originally planned to tell the Raikage, indirectly confirming that Yaluka and Yurubi had no issues with their identities. All right, since there are no problems, let us put them to good use. After all, The war has just ended, and our hidden cloud village is also short on manpower. Understood. Reikage-sama. However, after leaving the Reikage's office, the two returned to their home and immediately summoned a messenger from the Yellow Weasel clan to relay the information from Hidden Cloud Village to Jie. Chapter 78, Kakuzu. Ninja? I haven't been one for a long time. I am now a merchant. Tetsuya stole the Book of Seals. After the battle between the three legendary ninjas in the Leaf Village, the mysterious masked man, Akatsuki, has been recognized by the higher-ups of Konoha as the former guardian of the second Hokage, Tobarama, which means he is acknowledged as Uchiha Kagami. Given the complexity of the situation, Konoha decided to withdraw all ninjas from the Land of Rain, bringing a complete end to the war. However, a tragic event still occurred. Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Dan, who had mastered the technique of physical transformation, died on the battlefield in a horrific manner that was chilling to behold. After witnessing Kato Dan's death, Tsunade developed a phobia of blood. The second great ninja war thus came to a hasty end, but this premature conclusion sowed the seeds for the third great ninja war. In a secret research facility somewhere in the Roots base, Orochimaru was studying the notes he had copied from the Book of Seals, occasionally licking his lips in excitement. This is amazing. Is this the Edo Tensei technique? A technique that can bring the dead back to life is truly incredible. Excited, he put down the copied scroll and picked up another scroll to write on, muttering to himself in confusion as he wrote. However, there are still areas in need of improvement for this technique. Second Hokage, with your intelligence, you shouldn't have left behind an incomplete technique. Why didn't you perfect this one? But he could probably guess what happened. It was undoubtedly that compassionate first Hokage who stopped the research on this technique. After all, this technique not only disturbs the dead, but also requires sacrifices from the living. Given that person's character, such a technique would definitely not be allowed to exist. But it doesn't matter. I will perfect this technique for you, second Hokage. When the time comes, I will let you witness the technique I have perfected. Just thinking about being able to use my perfected technique to resurrect the second Hokage, the inventor of this technique, filled Orochimaru with immense excitement. Just as Orochimaru was continuously researching and improving Edo Tensei, a root ninja knocked on the door and entered the research facility. Orochimaru-sama, Danzo-sama requests your presence. I understand. Tell him I'll be there shortly. Orochimaru continued his research without turning around. Orochimaru-sama, Danzo-sama requests your presence. Please come immediately. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I will go. Orochimaru-sama, Danzo. Before the root ninja could finish, a snake appeared behind him without warning, coiling around him and swallowing him whole. Annoying. These root ninjas really don't know their place. Orochimaru snorted coldly, quickly finishing his final calculations and summoned a small white snake to swallow the scroll. The root ninjas only recognized their leader, Danzo, and did not acknowledge anyone else. Such an organization truly is a group of madmen. After packing up his things, Orochimaru left his research facility to find Danzo. In another underground research facility, Danzo was staring at a pile of green bottles with his one eye. Elder Danzo, did you call for me? Orochimaru's hoarse and cold voice rang out, and Danzo slowly turned around. Orochimaru, I have gathered the items you requested. When you plan to start the experiment with the cells of Hashirama? Hearing this, Orochimaru's gaze swept over Danzo and landed on the containers behind him. Inside each of those green containers were infants soaking in some liquid. Impressive, Elder Danzo, you really did it. So many infants, that must have been difficult. Orochimaru grinned maliciously, looking at Danzo with curiosity. I'm the root of Konoha, the darkness of the ninja world. Some sacrifices are necessary. Everything is for Konoha, Danzo said with conviction. Those Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Ban, Uchiha. In short, all those dead guys will be resurrected one by one. Sarutobi Hiruzen alone cannot protect Konoha in the end. It will depend on me. I will definitely eliminate those inherently evil Uchiha and protect Konoha from them. Hee, as expected of you. Elder Danzo, you are truly great. Orochimaru couldn't help but applaud Danzo's words. Do well, Orochimaru. After the monkey is out of the way, with the support of me and the monkey, I believe you are qualified to sit in the next Hokage seat. Hearing this, a strange gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Time flew by. In a land of rain, Kakuzu once again found the external representative of the Rain Village. Under the influence of his cash abilities, that person introduced Kakuzu to Hanzo of the Salamander. In an office filled with gas masks, Kakuzu met the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. However, at this moment, Hanzo seemed much weaker than when he was on the battlefield, full of vigor after defeating the three legendary ninjas. His eyes lacked a certain spirit and vitality. Kakuzu smiled, realizing why. It was likely that after defeating the three legendary ninjas, during his most spirited moment, he encountered the boss Izuna. And all his energy was cut down by Izuna's blade. It's you, the rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure. Kakuzu hadn't changed his appearance this time because he knew that transformation techniques would be ineffective against experts, only backfiring and making others suspicious. Hehe, you jest, Hanzo-sama. I am no longer a ninja. I am just a merchant now. You a merchant? Hanzo looked at him skeptically. Kakuzu nodded and smiled. That's right. I have done so much for Takigakure, only to be abandoned in the end. This made me realize something. My life has been busy, and what I sought was merely wealth. As a ninja, putting my life on the line for missions was merely for money. So I decided not to be a ninja anymore, but to be a merchant, focusing on making money. This time in the Ninja World War. My cooperation with your Rain Village was quite pleasant, wasn't it? You obtained the much-needed supplies to win the war, and I got the money. Then what is your purpose for coming this time? Ah, Hanzo-sama, don't say such unpleasant things. What purpose could I have? I am no longer a ninja, nor do I represent any faction. I am here to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Hanzo frowned. What do you want to cooperate on? I have a great plan for making money. As long as the Rain Village is willing to cooperate with us, we can make a lot of money together. Chapter 79. Do you like greed? Then let him indulge in it until he is ruined. In Shinya Manor, Tetsuya stood solemnly in front of the three members of Nagato's group. You have been following me to learn for a long time now, and you have a basic understanding of the ways of business. The three nodded. During this time, they indeed gained many different insights into the business world and realized that there were many principles they had not understood before. As for ninjutsu, your teacher, Suena, has been testing you periodically, and I think it's time for me to assess your learning outcomes as well. Saying this, he took out a stack of cash from his sleeve and divided it into 3 parts. I have prepared a set of startup capital for each of you. You will have 7 days. In this time, you can take this money to the capital city to do business. If you can earn back 1/3 of the principal as profit after these 7 days, you will be considered qualified. Remember, profit means income after deducting the principal. Do you understand? The 3 replied in unison, understood, teacher. They were quite confident about this. After following Tetsuya for so long, they believed that earning back 1/3 of the profit shouldn't be too difficult. All right, the exam has begun. I hope you make good use of your time. He handed the principal to the 3 of them, patted their heads, and signaled them to start. The 3 excitedly ran out of Shinya Manor, discussing what kind of business they should engage in to make money. Watching the 3 leave, Tetsuya chuckled and took a sip from his teacup. Laugh while you can. I hope you can still laugh after you experience the harshness of reality. You're just letting them go like that? Aren't you worried they'll encounter any danger? Suena asked, looking at Tetsuya as he let the 3 leave, feeling somewhat concerned. What is there to be afraid of? This is the land of fire. They are going to the capital city of the land of fire. What danger could there be? Tetsuya replied, setting down his teacup. Besides, there are merchants from our Shinya Chamber of Commerce everywhere in the capital. If anything happens to them, they definitely won't escape my eyes. How should I put it? You really are something. You must have tied all the merchants in the land of fire to your ship. Suena had some understanding of Tetsuya's Shinya Chamber of Commerce. When he first heard about it, he thought it was similar to a ninja village, except that a ninja village was composed of ninjas, while the chamber was made up of merchants. However, upon closer inspection, he found it was not that simple. This chamber was much more relaxed compared to a ninja village. But once mobilized, the manpower, resources, and financial power it could unleash were astonishing. More importantly, the chamber had enormous potential. No matter how you develop a ninja village, it is still just a village, at most a bit larger in scale, with a few more people and ninjas. But once a chamber develops, it could monopolize the economic development of an entire country. Hey, you can't say it like that. How did I tie those merchants to my ship? I just have a kind heart. I can't stand seeing them working hard every day just to make ends meet, so I'll let them join my chamber. Go take a look. Those merchants who joined the chamber and are following me. Which one isn't earning a fortune? If someone can help them make money, they'd be happy enough. Come on, what are you scheming? You might fool others, but you can't fool me. How can that be called deception? They are genuinely benefiting. As the 2 chatted, a puff of white smoke erupted and a weasel jumped out. Oh, Yada, is there new information from Kakuzu? Yada nodded and took out an envelope. Boss, this is a letter from the tentacle monster. Good, go to the kitchen. There is plenty of food you like. Tetsuya took the envelope and signaled Yada to help himself in the kitchen. Yada didn't stand on ceremony and dashed toward the kitchen. Tetsuya opened the envelope and took out the slightly damp letter paper. After reading the contents, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, Hanzo of the Salamander agreed. Suena, our plan can begin. Oh, really? Suena's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. They had been keeping an eye on the Rain Ninja Village, not for any other reason, but for the sake of their good disciple. Hanzo was destined to fall into their hands. Yes, Hanzo agreed to do business with us, but this guy is quite greedy. He wants to take 70% of the profits. Moreover, he expects us to cover the initial construction costs. What a stingy person. Oomph. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Suena couldn't help but sneer. If he likes greed, then let him be greedy. In the end, his money and everything will become political assets for Yahiko and the others. A wicked idea flashed in Tetsuya's mind, and he couldn't help but grin. You have a point. I thought of a brilliant idea. Seeing Tetsuya's wicked smile, Suena felt a chill run down his spine. What evil plan have you thought of now? Hey, how can it be called evil? A plan is just a plan. Where's the evil in it? Tetsuya shook his head and said, My idea is that we can use wealth to corrupt Hanzo. Doesn't he want money? Let's give him a little more, arousing his greed, making him greedy to the fullest, and hopefully letting him squander the money intended for developing the Rain Ninja Village. Let him indulge in a life of luxury, only caring about enjoying himself. Not only that, we also need the people of the Rain Ninja Village to know that their leader only knows how to indulge in pleasure and doesn't care at all about the lives of others. By then, Yahiko and the others can raise the banner against greed and corruption. Many people will surely follow them. After hearing Tetsuya's words, Suena felt a shiver down his spine. You are simply too evil, full of malice, almost rivaling that naturally evil guy, Senju Tobarama. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. So, what do you think of my idea? Suena thought carefully. I think your idea is quite good. If we follow the original plan and use the Sharingan to control Hanzo, to step down for Nagato and the others, it would imply that Hanzo is willingly giving way. At that time, he would still exist in the Rain Ninja Village, and his influence would remain, making it difficult for Yahiko and the others to showcase their talents and ideas. It's better to let Hanzo be disgraced, allowing Yahiko and the others to become the heroes who save the Rain Ninja Village. This way, they could do whatever they want much more easily. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Chapter 80. Sending a hat to Mackerel Fish Hans, sending money to Mackerel Fish Hans? Why? After receiving a message from Tetsuya Fukuzu, who had spent a few days returning from the Rain Shinobi Village, I just sat down when he heard Tetsuya say he wanted to send money to that guy Mackerel Fish Hans. He immediately stood up in a panic. Why should we? What is Mackerel Fish Hans? A useless person whose spirit was cut off by Boss Azuna. Why should we give him money? Clearly, it was a win-win cooperation, and that guy actually wanted to take 70 of the profits, taking so much without doing anything. Wouldn't that make us beggars on our knees? Seeing Kakuzu's excited expression, Tetsuya smiled and said, well, you are right. The Rain Shinobi Village is his territory. He controls the land of rain. We are doing business in his territory, so we are indeed begging on our knees. And how many people would want to kneel but have no way to do so? No, boss, you weren't like this before. Kakuzu was momentarily confused, seriously doubting whether the boss in front of him had been swapped out. You need to toughen up. With you and Boss Azuna. 2 pairs of Sharingan, 2 Susanoo. Such tough bones. Why should we kneel to Mackerel Fish Hans? Just that guy. Don't say you too. As long as he doesn't summon the mackerel fish, I also have the possibility to kill him. Seeing Kakuzu's anxious look, Izuna couldn't help but shake his head. All right, that's enough. Is it interesting to tease him like this? Ha ha. Okay, Kakuzu, I was joking. Although I really do want to send money to Mackerel Fish Hans. I have my purpose. Purpose? Hearing that Tetsuya was joking, Kakuzu calmed down a lot. He sat back down, took a sip from the teacup on the coffee table to steady his nerves, and then asked, Boss, do you have a plan that can explain everything at once? All right, here's the thing. Tetsuya explained his plan to corrupt Mackerel Fish Hans with money, not just with money, but also various other tricks. In any case, he would treat Mackerel Fish Hans the same way the common people of the Land of Fire played their games. He didn't believe that this martial artist, whose spirit had been cut off by Izuna, could withstand the schemes of those nobles. Once Mackerel Fish Hans was corrupted and fallen, he would let Yahiko and Nagato take up the banner of justice and stomp Mackerel Fish Hans into the mud, allowing them to step on his head and become heroes of the Land of Rain, taking over the Rain Shinobi Village and the Land of Rain. By then, Yahiko and Nagato would control the Rain Shinobi Village and the military power of the Land of Rain, while we controlled the commerce and financial power of the Land of Rain. Ultimately, the money and wealth we invested in this country would still return to our hands, right? After listening to Tetsuya's explanation, Kakuzu trembled with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. This scheme is truly brilliant. No wonder you're the boss. You can think of such a plan to control the economy and thus control the country. Subarashi, this is just amazing. All right, Kakuzu, wake up a bit. We haven't even started the plan yet. Why are you getting all sentimental? Wait until the plan succeeds, and then you can be sentimental. By then, I'll make you the Minister of Finance of the Land of Rain. Hearing the title of Minister of Finance, Kakuzu immediately stood up. Boss, whatever orders you have, just say it. Kakuzu is willing to serve the boss with all his might, unafraid of going through fire and water. How could he not be excited? That was the Minister of Finance of a country, in charge of the finances of a nation. Although the Land of Rain is a small country, it is still better than any Takigakure. Moreover, he believed that with the boss's strength, the Land of Rain was just a starting point. The future was limitless. All right, enough of that. Let's get down to business. You've already interacted with Mackerel Fish Hans, and you need to continue to engage with him, giving money appropriately, and the amount should increase. The money you give must be subtle. You can't just hand it over directly, as it would seem like you have ulterior motives. You should give it slowly, find excuses to send money, look for opportunities where he won't resist or refuse. At the same time, gradually introduce me to him. Do you understand? Boss, you want to meet Mackerel Fish Hans? Tetsuya smiled and nodded. Of course. After all, if I don't personally meet Mackerel Fish Hans, how would he? A martial artist from a poor, remote place, know what true luxury is, what real life and enjoyment are. As he spoke, Tetsuya's smile became increasingly radiant. But both Izuna and Kakuzu felt an extremely dangerous chill in his slightly squinted eyes. Kakuzu understood that his interactions with Mackerel Fish Hans and sending him money were merely a prelude. The moment Mackerel Fish Hans encountered Boss Chiba would mark the true beginning of his descent into the abyss. By the way, take this sealing scroll. Tetsuya handed Kakuzu a sealing scroll. Inside is a gift I prepared for him. Find a suitable opportunity, and before introducing me, give this to him. What is inside this scroll? Kakuzu was curious about what Tetsuya wanted to gift Mackerel Fish Hans. You can open it and see. After receiving permission from Tetsuya, Kakuzu opened the sealing scroll. Inside, there were only 2 items. One was a pure gold statue depicting Mackerel Fish Hans standing majestically on the back of his summoning beast. The mackerel fish. The other was a conical hat. This is... Kakuzu's eyes widened when he saw these 2 items, especially the hat. The diamond-shaped purple conical hat had pure white fabric on both sides, and one corner of the front was also pure white, with the character for rain inscribed in it. This was unmistakably a hat similar to that of the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, the Rain Shadow hat. It should be noted that the hats of the 5 great ninja villages existed since the time when the ninja god, Hashirama Senju, first held the 5 Kage summit and established the tone for the ninja world. Even though many other ninja villages emerged later, most of them did not have the title of shadow, nor did they have such a hat. There could be many ninja villages, but there were only 5 shadows. How about it? This surprise should satisfy him, right? Tetsuya smiled. Hasn't he always wanted a small country to gain the respect of a big country? Hoping to have the same status as the 5 shadows? I'm giving him a shadow hat. This was specially customized for him, and I even chose the purple color that symbolizes his poison.